Chapter 201. Chapter 201. After receiving their rewards, the group eagerly discussed them. The rewards had significantly boosted their strength, and the enhancements to each Hokage were vital. Everyone felt satisfied with their newfound power and abilities. Ryan observed the excited expressions of those around him and decided to remind them in time. Everyone, calm down, he said. The most important feature is about to be activated. Hearing his words, the Hokages immediately recalled something and quickly fell silent. They were all waiting for something important to happen at the beginning of the mission of the multiverse. As the group quieted down, a notification sounded from the chat group. The function of the multiverse travel is about to activate. It was starting. Upon hearing this message, everyone was excited. In addition to the rewards, the most important thing now was the mission in other worlds. It was clear to everyone how these missions worked. They were quite similar to the missions they did as shinobi. They would receive several fixed tasks at the start of their journey to the other world, and by completing them, they would be rewarded with shop points. At the same time, any valuable items found in the other worlds could be converted into points, which could then be used to exchange for powerful items in the shop and further enhance their abilities. While the Hokages were filled with anticipation, a sense of unease lingered beneath the surface uncertainty about what kind of challenge the next world might bring. On the screen in front of the group, several lines of messages appeared. With each meeting, a new world will be unlocked. The missions in these worlds offer great rewards but only if completed thoroughly. Those who succeed will earn a vast number of reward points. Along the way, treasures found in these other worlds can also be exchanged for points in the shop. During the missions of the other worlds, time in your world will freeze, and you'll return immediately upon finishing your task. But beware, if you die during a mission in the multiverse, the consequences are severe. The Hokage world you come from will be destroyed, wiped from existence forever, with no chance of recovery. Before the mission of other worlds began, the familiar introduction to the rules appeared. Though this rule seemed a mere formality, it held heavy weight within the chat group. It represented the exit mechanism if anyone didn't want to join the mission of the other world. Now was the time to leave. Of course, none of the 12 Hokages present even considered quitting. Only a fool would walk away at this point. The reason was simple: everyone had complete confidence in their strength. At the same time, the rewards and knowledge from each mission were highly lucrative. Participating guaranteed a huge gain while opting out would result in a major loss. Thus, everyone decided to stay, willing to take on some risks in exchange for the potential rewards. At this moment, the Hokages began to discuss excitedly among themselves. Hashirama stood at the edge of their gathering, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. It's finally here. I've waited so long that even the flowers I planted have withered. His excitement was palpable, filling the air with a contagious energy. Beside him, Tobirama crossed his arms, a smirk on his face, though annoyance flickered in his gaze. That's because you never water them, brother. You only know how to plant trees with chakra. You only know how to plant trees with chakra. Maybe if you put as much effort into caring for them as you do into your grand speeches, we wouldn't be surrounded by a graveyard of wilted blooms. Hashirama chuckled, shaking his head in mock exasperation. You know, Tobirama, one of these days, you'll realize that not everything needs to be meticulously planned. Sometimes, a little chaos can bring beauty, too. He gestured broadly, his smile unwavering. Besides, those wilted blooms are a reminder of my perseverance. I'll just replant them next time with a bit more care. Minato sighed, leaning against his chair. Yeah, it's been a long wait. Half a year hasn't been stress-free. The weight of his inclusion is sleepless nights due to his son and the relentless duties of being Hokage during the day. Tsunade ever the energetic, cut through the light-hearted banter. Well, at least the wait is over now. I just hope this world has more to offer than the last. Caution laced her tone, but a flicker of hope danced in her eyes, hinting at the possibilities ahead. Kakashi from the third Hokage world gazed into the distance, contemplating. The first time we faced pirates, then Shinigami. I wonder what kind of enemies await us this time. His voice was steady, though a shadow of doubt crept into his thoughts. Sixth Hokage Kakashi, arms crossed, added with a hint of mischief. Something tells me this world will be even more unpredictable than the last two. Naruto's enthusiasm bubbled over, his excitement infectious. After Shinigami, I bet this time it'll be even cooler. Maybe ninjas from another dimension, or his words trailed off, the thrill of adventure masking a flicker of anxiety that threatened to surface. Obito chuckled, a competitive spark igniting in his eyes. Ninjas from another dimension, hey? You always dream big, Naruto. Still, I wonder what kind of powers we'll face this time. Whatever it is, we'll handle it. We've faced worse, Sasuke declared confidently, the trademark Uchiha conviction in his voice, though tension lingered beneath his calm exterior. Don't get too overconfident, Tsunade cautioned, her gaze steady. It's the unknown that can catch you off guard. Her words were met with a mix of fondness and irritation from the others, a reminder that Uchiha's overconfidence, while often justified, could lead to downfall. Madara, with his trademark pride, laughed heartily. Ha! No matter what world it is, their power will pale in comparison to mine. A grin spread across his face, embodying the competitive spirit that had driven him for decades. Your arrogance will get you killed one day, Madara. Tobirama shot back, narrowing his eyes in challenge. Calm down, both of you, Hashirama interjected, his enthusiasm undeterred. I'm just excited to see what new abilities or techniques this world has to offer. Optimism radiated from him, a spark that lit the group's collective spirit amidst the brewing curiosity. Minato took a deep breath, regaining focus. Let's stay sharp. There's no telling what kind of world awaits us, but we've always managed to adapt. His voice carried the weight of experience, balancing optimism with the caution they all needed. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We always do, Kakashi reassured, though the competitive edge in his demeanor lingered a silent challenge for each of them to rise to the occasion. Everyone shared the same enthusiasm and caution, filled with curiosity about what this new world would hold. The worlds were vastly different each time, and every mission brought new power systems and mysteries. This time, it was sure to be no different. Once everyone was ready, the familiar robotic voice echoed through the conference room. Ding. The mission of the other worlds is now open. World selection in progress. The moment the announcement echoed through the air, everyone's attention sharpened, anticipation hanging thick as they leaned in to discover the next world they would explore. At last, the world was selected them. Ding. World selection complete. Other world, One Punch Man world. As they read the words on the screen, the Hokages exchanged puzzled glances. One Punch Man world. Hashirama mused, scratching his head in confusion. What kind of world is that? I've never heard of it, Minato added, a hint of curiosity in his voice. It sounds strange, Tsunade remarked, furrowing her brow. What does it even mean? They all furrowed their brows, the unusual name stirring a mix of intrigue and bewilderment. Based on the sound of it, Tobirama mused, this world doesn't seem simple at all. A name like One Punch Man suggests something unique, perhaps all battles are decided in a single punch. Or maybe it's a joke, Kakashi suggested with a hint of a smirk. Imagine facing an enemy who can defeat you with just one hit. Sounds a bit anticlimactic, doesn't it? Sasuke crossed his arms, his expression serious. Whatever it is, we need to be prepared. This could be one of those worlds where appearances are deceiving. Madara leaned back, a confident grin spreading across his face. As long as it's not just about one punch, I doubt we'll have trouble handling it. After all, we're not exactly weaklings ourselves. Let's just hope it's not as ridiculous as it sounds, Tsunade added, her eyes narrowing in skepticism. With my luck, it probably is, Naruto chimed in, his enthusiasm momentarily dampened by the uncertainty. At that moment, Ryan cleared his throat, drawing the attention of the Hokages. Everyone, let's stay focused here, he urged, his tone steady. Do you remember what I got in the lottery last time? He asked, glancing around at their curious expressions. Limit breaker, the group echoed in unison, the memory prompting a mix of excitement and apprehension. Exactly, Ryan continued, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. That's power from this world. It's designed to break the limits of abilities beyond the highest limits. If we're entering One Punch Man world, it could be crucial for us to adapt and thrive in whatever opponents we might face. The Hokages exchanged glances, the weight of his words sinking in. So, you're saying this world has the potential to make us even stronger? Minato asked, his interest piqued. Precisely, Ryan affirmed, a confident smile on his face. But we should also be careful. This world operates under different rules, and be sure to be calm. Never let anything make you obsessed with something or you might become a monster. With powers like that, it sounds like we'll need every advantage we can get, Tsunade remarked, her expression shifting from skepticism to determination. Let's keep our wits about us, Tobirama added, his tone serious. We can't underestimate the dangers we might face. The group, who had been relaxed just moments ago, now spoke in hurried tones. The atmosphere had shifted, and a sense of nervousness began to settle in. No one dared to underestimate this new world. At that moment, Naruto's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Limit breaker? What's that? Is it super powerful? His curiosity was understandable. When Ryan had obtained the item, Naruto hadn't yet joined the meeting, so it was natural that he was unaware of it. Minato, ever the patient parent, explained, the so-called limit breaker is a special ability that allows the user to improve automatically every day. The most remarkable part is that, with it, one's strength can grow infinitely without any limit. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. Something that powerful, he exclaimed, clearly amazed. That's incredible. It actively strengthens you on its own, as long as you keep pushing your limits and facing stronger opponents. Where else could you find such a powerful ability? With something like this, it's no wonder Ryan easily became number one. He's far stronger than the average Hokage. After explaining the limit breaker, Ryan went on to brief the Hokages about the world of One Punch Man. He explained the basic structure of the world, noting that it was quite advanced. This world is filled with powerful monsters, referred to as mysterious beings or monsters, and to combat them, heroes emerge. These heroes banded together to form the Heroes Association, which fights against the ever-growing threat of these monsters. With such a setup, the premise was simple and easy to understand. Ryan summarized everything clearly in just a few sentences, and the Hokages nodded in agreement, signaling that they understood. The key point, Ryan continued, is that in this world, both monsters and humans can reach extraordinary levels of power. But the strongest individual is someone who appears completely ordinary, almost too plain to be noticed. He paused for effect, then added with a slight smirk, if you come across a bald man in a cape and yellow suit, be very careful. He may look unremarkable, but he's the most powerful being in that world. His strength defies logic. His name is Cape Baldy, Saitama. Dash. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c*m/Mariani37. Chapter 202, Chapter 202. A bald guy in a cape? What's so special about him? Hashirama asked curiously after hearing Ryan's advice, unable to hide his curiosity. The other members glanced at Ryan, equally curious. Could he be someone dangerous? They thought. Is this bald, cape man really that strong? Ryan nodded and answered confidently, that guy is the protagonist of the One Punch Man world, the strongest being. No matter how strong, fast, or gigantic his opponent seems, he ends every fight the same way, with a single punch. The audience was stunned by this revelation. None of them had expected such a character to exist. A fighter so powerful that any opponent, no matter how strong, could be taken down with a single blow? Isn't that practically invincible? Doesn't that mean this mission is way too dangerous? Tobirama asked, his usually composed tone faltering slightly. If we run into someone like that, we could be in trouble. One punch, and we're finished. His words voiced the unspoken fears of the group. The thought of such a dangerous adversary made everyone uneasy. This bald, cape man was no joke. Of course, not everyone was worried. Naruto, ever the optimist, chimed in. I don't think it'll be that bad. After all, he's just one person, and the world's a big place. Even if we run into that guy, as long as we're careful and avoid fighting with him, we'll be fine, Naruto said optimistically. Tobirama couldn't help but give a wry smile. Do you think that's possible? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't forget, in both previous missions across two different worlds, our goals were always in conflict with the locals. Especially the protagonist group from other worlds, we always have to defeat them. With Tobirama's reminder, the mood shifted. Everyone's expressions turned serious. He was right, this wasn't some friendly journey. Every mission so far had involved taking on powerful adversaries. This was no different. They weren't just tourists hopping between worlds, they were essentially invaders, sent to plunder and wreak havoc. And that meant there was a high chance they'd be clashing with this Cape Baldy. At that moment, anxiety swept through the group. Seeing their worry, Ryan spoke up, trying to calm them. All right, relax. It's not as bad as you imagine. I only brought him up as a warning. He paused, then added, once we get to the One Punch Man world, just leave that guy to me. You won't have to worry about him. Even if you're unlucky enough to run into him, he's not the type to attack without reason. Listen, as long as you don't irritate him, Saitama won't even notice you. He's not the type to pick a fight unless you give him a reason. So, whatever you do, don't get on his bad side, and you'll be fine. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief after hearing Ryan's reassurance. They had been tense, but knowing about such a laid-back invincible being made them feel more at ease. The thought of this Saitama was still daunting, but with Ryan taking charge, they could afford to lower their guard at least for now. Ryan's strength was undeniable to everyone present. He was easily the strongest among them, without question. His victory over various rewards had granted him countless powerful abilities. When Ryan said he could handle Saitama, they trusted that he would. The Hokages felt a sense of relief, reassured by Ryan's confidence. As the group settled down, the familiar notification tone of the chat group echoed through the room. Everyone's attention shifted to the glowing light curtain in the center, where several bold lines of text appeared. Mission released. Mission 1, defeat Saitama. Mission 2, defeat all the Monsters Association. Mission 3, defeat the Hero Association. After seeing the missions, the Hokages breathed a collective sigh of relief. It was just as they had anticipated. This mission in the world of One Punch Man was yet another villainous task. Their objectives were clear, defeat the world's protagonist, Saitama, along with the forces of both good and evil. No matter how strong the beings in that world were, they would be the Hokage's targets destined to be crushed and defeated. However, Ryan's expression had grown more serious. Although he had reassured everyone earlier that he could handle Saitama, the truth was that dealing with him wouldn't be easy. For all the other figures in the world, Ryan knew he could defeat them without much effort. But Saitama was an entirely different case, a truly unique existence. He was unlike anyone they had ever faced before. Beyond the limitations of race and strength, Saitama had achieved limitless power. No one had ever been able to truly understand just how strong he was. So, if it came down to facing him, Ryan knew it would be no easy task. He'd have to push himself to the limit. Luckily, one of the rewards Ryan had received in the past included a similar type of limit break ability, just like Saitama's. This ability allowed him to grow stronger every time he reached his limits. Because of this, Ryan believed that he and Saitama might be on par in terms of raw power. And that didn't even account for Ryan's various other powerful abilities. As for the other two tasks, they were more typical of the missions given by the chat group. One mission was to defeat all the monsters. While these creatures were certainly formidable, they shouldn't pose much of a threat to the Hokages. Their combined strength would easily overpower the monsters. The other mission was to defeat the Hero Association. The S-class heroes within the association were known to be quite powerful, but if the Hokages were serious, they'd have no problem handling them. With the tasks laid out, the group began to prepare themselves mentally for the challenge ahead. At that moment, Ryan addressed the others. All right, he said. I've already briefed you all on the basics of this world. I think everyone has a good understanding of what to expect. Compared to the other worlds we visited, the average power level here shouldn't be much higher. However, their technology is far more advanced than what we're used to, so keep that in mind. The Hokages nodded thoughtfully, taking in Ryan's advice. Everyone nodded solemnly, fully aware that this mission was no joke. Among them, Tobirama seemed unusually excited. The moment he heard the word technology, he could barely contain himself. Ryan had mentioned that the technology in the One Punch Man world was incredibly advanced. If that was true, Tobirama wondered if he could bring some of that technology back and use it to advance the level of development in their world. This thought alone made his excitement grow even more. He could hardly wait to get there and see for himself. At that moment, Ryan stood up and spoke. Is everyone ready? Then let's go. As Ryan's words fell, a portal of shimmering, multicolored luminance appeared out of thin air in the meeting room. The radiant glow illuminated the faces of the Hokages, who all understood what this meant. Stepping through that portal would take them to another world. With Ryan leading the way, the Hokages, both nervous and excited, crossed into the vibrant gateway of light, ready to face the challenges that awaited them in the new world. Chapter 203. Chapter 203. As everyone stepped through the portal, the space channel connecting the chat group space to the world of One Punch Man also opened. The 12 figures vanished from the conference space. World of One Punch Man. In the A city where the Heroes Association's headquarters is located, a portal suddenly appeared in an open space. From it, the Hokages emerged. The first thing they did after arriving was not to scout their surroundings but to gather together. Having completed 2 missions in the other worlds before, they knew exactly what needed to be done upon entering a new world, claim their ranking rewards. This was the part they were most excited about, and it was also crucial for increasing their strength for the upcoming fights. Eager and ready, they formed a circle. With a nod of agreement from the group, they clicked on Claim Rewards. In unison, they confirmed their decision and a vibrant glow enveloped them. As the first to claim rewards, Ryan was instantly granted the 3 powerful abilities he had selected earlier: Dual Rinnegan Palm Technique, Heretic Path, and Kama. Upon acquiring the power of the Otsutsuki, 2 Rinnegans suddenly appeared in the palms of his hands, instantly amplifying his strength. These eyes didn't just unleash powerful techniques with ease, they were also highly compatible with chakra and all kinds of ninjutsu in the Heretic Path. These abilities were also released through this transformation, leaving Ryan thoroughly satisfied. There was no need to explain how Dual Rinnegan Palm Technique could absorb any attack and reflected an extraordinarily powerful ability. The Heretic Path was equally useful, instantly summoning the black chakra rods to immobilize enemies while disrupting their chakra flow. With their chakra blocked, the enemy would be unable to perform ninjutsu and genjutsu. As for the Kama, it hardly needed an explanation, an invaluable tool for secrecy and subterfuge. After his transformation, Ryan now possessed 4 eyes, 2 Rinnegans and 2 Tenseigens, allowing him to unleash divine techniques. He had become the ultimate force in the ninja world, and it was difficult to imagine any ability capable of defeating him. Meanwhile, Tobirama, as the second place recipient, was equally thrilled with his rewards, a devil fruit and haki. Feeling the new Logia devil fruit power emerging within him, Tobirama's face lit up with excitement. This fruit, a perfect complement to my abilities, Tobirama said, a faint smirk playing on his lips. It seems I'll have the chance to conduct some interesting experiments soon. At the same time, the other Hokages received their new rewards as well, quickly applying them to themselves without hesitation. They all understood the immense importance of these upgrades while in an unknown world full of dangers. The system enhancer instantly tripled everyone's physical abilities. For all of them, it was an invaluable upgrade, significantly boosting their combat potential. After redeeming their rewards, the group wasted no time in moving forward. Meanwhile, near the headquarters of the Heroes Association, a massive alien spaceship suddenly appeared in the sky, casting a shadow over the entire city. Swarms of extraterrestrial creatures poured out of it, their sheer strength threatening widespread destruction. Chaos erupted instantly as the city was plunged into a major crisis. The S-class heroes quickly sprang into action, engaging in fierce battles with these monstrous invaders. Beneath the looming spaceship, dragon-level monsters clashed with the S-class heroes in an intense, full-scale fight. The aliens were enormous, with terrifying strength and 6 pairs of menacing eyes. Even more daunting, their bodies could regenerate continuously, splitting into more creatures even after being completely shattered. The situation grew dire as S-class heroes like Metal Bat, Atomic Samurai, Bang, Tornado, Super Alloy Darkshine, and Child Emperor entered the battlefield. Each of these heroes was renowned and powerful enough to protect a city on its own from dragon-level monsters. For all of them together in a single city, it was clear just how dangerous the crisis had become. A bit earlier, the Hokages, led by Ryan, approached the city. The Hokages stood at the edge of the bustling metropolis, their eyes wide with wonder as they took in the towering skyscrapers and the hum of modern life around them. Their eyes buzzed with amazement, each of them grappling with the sheer enormity of the world before them. So this is the world of One Punch Man. Madara Uchiha mused, a rare hint of curiosity in his voice. He looked up at the gleaming structures that seemed to scrape the sky, a stark contrast to the natural beauty of Konoha. Quite a beautiful city, yet I sense an overwhelming fragility. This is the legendary modern society. Tobirama exclaimed, his voice rising with enthusiasm. His mind raced with possibilities, envisioning the potential for new jutsu. Imagine the Konoha we could create with such technology. We must study their technology. Amazing, compared to this, our world feels so outdated. Ryan breathed, excitement bubbling in his chest as he gazed at the rapid movement of cars and aircraft. His eyes sparkled with inspiration. We need to learn from them, to improve our village. It's incredible how they've harnessed technology. Minato remarked, a bright smile spreading across his face. He pointed at a sleek vehicle speeding down the road. Imagine how quickly we could travel with these. It would change everything for us. I can't believe how different the world can be with technology. Tsunade chuckled, shaking her head in disbelief. She crossed her arms, glancing at the skyscrapers that loomed above. Look at those buildings. They make our building in Konoha look like children's toys. We could learn something about infrastructure here. Kakashi leaned against a nearby building, arms crossed and an amused expression on his face. Hey, so this is what they call progress, he said, observing the hustle and bustle with a casual demeanor. It's a little overwhelming. But I wonder how they deal with their villains. Do they have ninjas like us? Obito gazed at the city with a bittersweet smile. Such a world, it's like a dream, he murmured, memories of his past flooding back. All this technology, and yet, I sense a lack of true strength, Sasuke remarked, his analytical gaze sweeping across the scene. He frowned, pondering the differences between this society and their own. We have our strengths, it's not just about what's visible on the surface. Wow, look at those big buildings. Naruto shouted, his enthusiasm infectious as he dashed toward the nearest skyscraper. I can't wait to see what else this world has. They must have awesome ramen shops too. His laughter rang out, embodying the spirit of adventure and discovery. As the Hokages continued to explore, the thrill of the unknown filled the air. Each of them contemplated the wonders of this new world, unaware of the challenges that awaited them in this vibrant, modern society. Of all of them, Tobirama was the most captivated. He gazed at the futuristic scene before him, utterly speechless. This is beyond anything I imagined, he muttered in disbelief. I had no idea that when technology advances to this level, such a world could exist. Tobirama, known for his brilliant mind and progressive ideas, was taken aback. He had developed countless jutsu that others couldn't even conceive, achievements that were already groundbreaking in their world. But now, standing amidst the bustling metropolis and watching the advanced technology in motion, he realized something that humbled him. For the first time, his imagination felt insufficient. As he stared at the sleek vehicle zooming down the streets and the majestic skyscrapers reaching the sky, the level of technological progress he had once been so proud of suddenly seemed lacking. The wonders of this one city surpassed his wildest expectations. Tobirama, visibly shaking from excitement, made a firm decision in his heart. This time, we must gather enough materials from this world. Once we return, I'll make sure to rapidly advance the technology of our world. He wasn't the only one with that thought. The other Hokages felt the same way. Both 6th Hokage Kakashi and 7th Hokage Naruto were equally motivated. I thought our world's technology had advanced a lot, Kakashi said, a hint of disbelief in his voice. But seeing this place, it's clear we're still way behind. Naruto nodded eagerly, his eyes wide with excitement. Yeah, Kakashi-sensei. Before we got here, I thought we were pretty advanced. But now that we've seen what a real modern world looks like, it feels like we're living in the Warring States era compared to them. Tsunade's gaze was fixed on a nearby gambling center, her curiosity piqued by the flashing lights and the variety of gambling devices lining the walls. But what truly caught her attention were the betting machines nestled within the vibrant chaos. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she took in the lively atmosphere, a playful grin spreading across her face. It's time to play a few rounds, she declared, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed toward the gambling hall, ready to immerse herself in the thrill of the games. Dash. Read 40 chapters ahead on patreon.com/Mariani. For commission requests and early access ko-fi.c/Mariani37. Chapter 204. Chapter 204. Fortunately, Tobirama knew his granddaughter all too well. When he noticed that Tsunade was about to get sidetracked, he swiftly stepped in to stop her. Wait a moment, he called out firmly. We need to finish the mission first. We can talk about this later. Once it's done, you'll have plenty of time to play however you want. Noticing the sparkle in Hashirama's eyes as well, Tobirama quickly turned to him, giving a stern look. And that goes for you too, brother. No distractions until the mission is complete. The other Hokages joined in, urging Tsunade and Hashirama to focus. Tsunade reluctantly tore her gaze away from the enticing slot machines in front of her, its flashing lights pulling her in with temptation. It was so luring, but she sighed and let it go, for now. Forget it, she thought. I'll deal with it after the mission. After all, we'll have 7 days to have fun once we finish. Everyone wiped cold sweat from their brows, relieved that the moment had passed. But they had all realized something as advanced as modern society was, it offered temptations like never before. Something as simple as a flashy slot machine had almost made Tsunade and Hashirama lose their focus. Who knows what else might catch her attention? How would they stop her next time? Sensing the need to regain control, Ryan quickly began assigning the mission. He pointed toward the massive spaceship looming in the distance. Everyone, see that? He asked. That's our target. The heroes from the Hero Association and the monsters are there. That's where we need to be. The group nodded in understanding as they listened to Ryan's words. Everyone was buzzing with battle lust, preparing for the upcoming battle. Good. Hashirama exclaimed eagerly. Let's take them all down together. Ryan quickly stepped in to stop them. While the strength of the Hokages was undeniable, rushing in to face multiple forces at once, both the Heroes Association and the monsters, wouldn't be wise. Fighting on two fronts would only complicate things. It would be better to approach the battle step by step. I suggest we take down the monsters first, Ryan advised. Once they're defeated, we can focus on the S-class heroes. As for Saitama and the dragon-level monster leader, ordinary heroes won't stand a chance against them. We'll need some heavy hitters. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, and Naruto jumped up, excited. All right. Now this is going to be fun. Naruto declared with a grin. Madara's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Let's see how strong this so-called invincible guy is. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. Hashirama was also getting ready, his fists clenched, eager for the fight ahead. After all, to this date, he hasn't faced defeat. The other Hokages followed suit, mentally preparing themselves for the battle. As Ryan had suggested, they would first deal with the monsters on the ground before focusing on the more formidable opponents. His strategy was sound. After all, there were two key battlefields to manage, one on the ground and another aboard the massive spaceship hovering high in the sky. The strongest among them would need to take on the aerial threat. The spaceship hovered thousands of meters above the ground, making it no easy feat to reach. Only those with the ability to fly with the help of Susanoo could accompany Ryan on the mission. As for the enemies on the ground, it would be up to the remaining Hokages to handle them. They would need to take action on both fronts. Meanwhile, on the spaceship, Saitama stood atop its surface, confronting the true source of the catastrophe that was befalling the Earth, Boros, the leader of the dark matter thieves. Boros was a powerful space pirate also known as Dominator of the Universe, who had destroyed countless galaxies with his overwhelming strength. His reason for coming to Earth was simple: he was in search of thrill of battle. A prophecy had foretold that he would finally find a worthy opponent here, someone who could give him a real challenge. Boros, having grown bored due to his unmatched power, immediately sought out this battle and arrived on Earth without hesitation. That's when he encountered Saitama. After a brief exchange, Boros quickly realized that Saitama was no ordinary opponent. Saitama's strength was no joke. Just as Boros prepared to enter his second form, ready to fight seriously for the first time in ages, something unexpected happened. Out of nowhere, several figures appeared on the massive spaceship. It was Ryan and the Hokages, arriving with perfect timing. Boros froze, momentarily stunned by their sudden appearance. He turned to Saitama and sneered. Are these your reinforcements? He asked arrogantly. I wonder how strong they are. Will they give me the excitement as this guy? Boros's pride was palpable, and with good reason. He was the dominator of the universe with the power to back up his arrogance. As for Saitama, he didn't quite understand what was happening. He froze for a moment, then asked, Who are you guys? If they were heroes, why had he never seen them before? The powerful aura radiating from them, and their ability to reach such high altitudes with ease, made it clear they were no ordinary people. They had the strength of S-class heroes, but Saitama knew all the S-class heroes, and there was no way he hadn't met them before. Saitama surveyed the scene, his expression unchanged as Ryan and the others quickly gathered. Tension filled the air around him, but he remained unfazed, exuding a calm confidence in their abilities. No matter who they are, he thought, they'll end up as Boros's defeated foes. Let's just get this over with. With a slight shrug, he prepared himself for the impending clash, feeling that the outcome was already decided. I'll go first. Uchiha Madara stepped forward, excitement dancing in his eyes. Don't interfere. I want to see how strong this guy is. With that, Madara clapped his hands. Sage mode activated. A massive surge of chakra erupted from him, filling the air with a nearly tangible pressure. Boros raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the overwhelming power. Oh, he mused. I don't know who you are, but your strength is interesting. In an instant, the two collided, their figures moving at incredible speed. The shockwaves from their clash shook the very air around them. At first, Madara wore a confident grin, but his expression quickly grew serious. This guy. Madara muttered to himself. His speed is incredible. He could feel the intense pressure from Boros's attacks, realizing this battle wouldn't be as easy as he initially thought. Boros, the opponent, fought with raw power, relying on his body's immense strength. There was no need for seals or any special techniques to unleash the terrifying energy within him. His speed and power were overwhelming, making him a beast of an enemy. From the start, Uchiha Madara had entered Sage mode and activated his Manjiki Sharingan, but even so, he found it difficult to keep up with Boros's relentless attacks. Is that all you got? Boros taunted, a mocking grin on his face. Madara quickly put some distance between them, catching his breath. Want to switch out? Hashirama called out, half-jokingly, sensing the struggle. Do you think I'm weak? Madara shot back, his pride wounded. His brow furrowed as he glared at Hashirama, the sting of underestimating his opponent gnawing at him. I won't let this end here, he thought, determination igniting within him. Just you wait, Hashirama. I'll show you what true power looks like. With a surge of power, an enormous chakra burst from Madara's body. Susanoo full body. In an instant, a colossal purple samurai, towering like a mountain, materialized. Madara's full body Susanoo loomed overhead, radiating an aura of raw power. Looks like Madara is getting serious, Hashirama remarked, watching the scene unfold. Saitama, watching the battle unfold, casually scratched his chin as the massive Susanoo appeared before him. His eyes widened slightly, but only out of mild curiosity. Wow, that's pretty cool, he said, deadpan as ever, his voice flat. Is this one of those legendary mecha? Looks a bit less robotic than the ones I've seen. He glanced around, not noticing the awe and fear that the others were showing toward the enormous manifestation. It's big, I'll give it that, Saitama said with a shrug, unimpressed. I mean, I could probably take it out in one punch, but, you know, it's still kinda neat. Boros, however, showed a savage grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Good. Now this is what I'm talking about. Chapter 205, Chapter 205. Boros' body suddenly vanished, only to collide head-on with Madara's Susanoo. Boom, boom, boom. In a split second, the battlefield erupted with loud explosions, like a series of bombs going off all around. The clash between Boros and Susanoo was nothing short of chaotic. Hashirama, observing the intense battle, quickly realized something was off. Madara's fighting this guy, but he can't use his full strength. He wasn't making excuses for Madara, it was a fact. As a ninja, Madara relied on seals to unleash many of his most powerful jutsu. But there was no time for hand signs in this high-speed battle. The opponent was too fast. Boros' speed was unnatural. Anyone else would struggle to react at all, and yet, despite the pressure, Madara was holding his ground without being able to rely on his usual techniques. After a fierce clash, Susanoo's giant katana cleaved through the air, releasing a devastating wave of sword slash that struck Boros head-on. His body was sent crashing to the ground, and for a long moment, he didn't get back up. Oh, is he dead? Saitama asked, curious. Everyone else turned to look in Boros' direction, waiting to see what would happen next. It was hard to tell whether Boros was seriously injured or had simply lost the ability to fight. Madara, too, was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. The battle had been grueling, and while Madara had emerged victorious, it had taken a toll on his chakra reserves. Even Madara rarely encountered such a fierce opponent outside of Hashirama. He hadn't expected this fight to push him so far. As everyone's eyes shifted toward Boros, something unsettling happened. Slowly, Boros began to rise from the ground. His body, once covered by a thick, armor-like shell, was now exposed as the armor had shattered, scattering pieces across the battlefield with a sharp clatter. A small trace of blood ran down the corner of Boros' mouth, but that didn't seem to dampen his spirits. Seeing this, Madara smirked mockingly. Madara smirked, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Your armor is in pieces, and yet you still stand? Impressive, he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He raised an eyebrow, his stance unwavering. Do you want to keep dancing, or have you finally realized the futility of your efforts? Boros responded with a booming, hearty laugh, his voice full of unbridled excitement. Excellent. It's been so long since someone made me feel this alive. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous thrill as he regarded his opponent. You fought well. He took a step forward, his grin spreading into something even more sinister. As a reward, I'll grant you and your friends a swift, painless death. With a dramatic flourish, he raised his hand, energy crackling around him. Power release, he bellowed, his voice echoing like a battle cry, as he unleashed the full force of his destructive power. Suddenly, Boros' body began to glow, radiating an intense light. A powerful surge of energy erupted from him, shooting straight into the sky. The force of it shook the air around them. Madara's expression turned serious as he felt the overwhelming power. This guy was holding back. Something was amiss. Boros let out a deep, rumbling laugh, his voice rich with both amusement and arrogance. Now, this is my true form, he declared, his grin widening. The state I fought you in before? That was me holding back. You thought that armor was protecting me? How laughable. It was simply there to contain my strength. His posture shifted as he stood taller, his aura pulsing with overwhelming power. Now that it's gone, I'm at full power. This is my normal state. As his words rang out, the air seemed to tense, and the expressions of everyone around him began to shift. This Boros exuded arrogance, sure, but there was a terrifying certainty in his tone. His confidence wasn't just bravado, it was the quiet knowledge of his sheer might. Madara, undeterred, charged at Boros once more. The two clashed violently, their blows sending shockwaves through the battlefield. After another intense exchange, they were forced apart. This time, Boros had taken several hits, but his ability to heal was nothing short of terrifying. Even his severed arm regenerated instantly as if he had never been wounded at all. Madara, however, wasn't faring as well. His full body Susanoo had been damaged in multiple places, something that rarely happened. A thin trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, evidence of the toll this battle was taking on him. Let me take over. Hashirama called out, stepping in front of Madara to block him. It's my turn to fight him. Madara, still determined to regain his honor after the earlier disadvantage, clenched his fists, reluctant to give up. He wanted to keep fighting, to erase the shame of being pushed back. But Hashirama stood firm, a playful smirk on his face. Come on, Madara, don't hog all the fun. However, Hashirama had different intentions. It was clear that he was stepping in to protect Madara. After a brief moment of contemplation, Madara accepted his comrade's gesture and stepped aside, not wanting to disregard Hashirama's goodwill. As Boros faced Hashirama, the alien smirked mockingly, his eyes narrowing with disdain. Oh, so now it's your turn, he sneered, his voice dripping with scorn. I'm not scared of any of you. He chuckled darkly, taking a step forward, his voice growing louder and more confident. Let me tell you something, the energy in my body is practically infinite compared to yours. No matter how many of you come at me, the result will be the same. You'll all fall before me. His grin widened, and he raised his hands as if welcoming the challenge. His arrogance radiated from every word, certain of his overwhelming power. Hashirama, unfazed, clapped his hands and activated sage mode. He didn't bother responding to Boros' taunts. Boros, watching Hashirama's transformation with a cold, mocking smile, let out a derisive laugh. This sage mode of yours, he scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It didn't work when your friend used it. Do you really think it'll be any different for you? It's useless against me. He crossed his arms, a smug grin spreading across his face. I suggest you think of another plan, one that might actually stand a chance. But once again, Boros underestimated Hashirama. Though they both used sage mode, Hashirama and Madara were entirely different in power and approach. Hashirama didn't waste time. With style, drew several thousand hands golden Buddha. Without hesitation, Hashirama unleashed one of his most devastating techniques. In an instant, a colossal golden Buddha even taller than the mountains materialized atop the enormous spaceship. This Buddha had thousands of arms, each radiating with a golden chakra that seemed to pulse with overwhelming force. The sheer size and power of the construct dwarfed everything around it, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. The air itself seemed to tremble as the golden light gleamed from the thousands of hands, a terrifying sight to behold. It's still not enough. Boros roared excitedly, launching himself back into the fight. Boom, boom, boom. Countless massive fists rained down around Boros, each strike creating explosions that resembled the devastating force of hydrogen bombs. The continuous barrage seemed endless. Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave erupted from Boros' body. Meteoric burst, he shouted, unleashing a colossal blast of energy directly from his hand. The immense energy wave swept across everything in its path, reducing all around it to nothingness. Even the towering figure of Hashirama's Buddha with its hundreds of giant hands couldn't withstand the sheer force. The golden arms were obliterated instantly by the wave. In the aftermath, the area was reduced to dust, leaving behind a massive crater stretching tens of kilometers. The destructive power was beyond comprehension. Hashirama, though not seriously injured, landed some distance away. His ultimate attack, however, had been completely wiped out. Boros, he's even stronger than I anticipated, Hashirama muttered in awe. This shockwave, he hadn't used it before. Could he still be holding back something even more dangerous? Boros stood confidently, turning toward both Hashirama and Madara with a smirk. What's the matter? He taunted. Do the two of you want to face me together? It won't make a difference. Whether it's one or both of you, the result will be the same. His mocking words fueled their frustration, and both Hashirama and Madara bristled, preparing for another attack. But just as they were about to charge, a calm voice broke through the tension. Let me give it a try. Enjoyed the chapter? You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on my Patreon. For commission requests and early access, check out my KO-Fi. Sparkles Patreon, p*Patreon.com/Mariani. Sparkles KO-Fi, KO-Fi.c*M/Mariani37. Thank you for your support, and I can't wait to share more with you. Chapter 206, Chapter 206. Ryan stepped forward, his chakra soaring demanding immediate attention from Boros. Hashirama and Uchiha Madara exchanged a glance, then turned their gaze toward him. After a brief moment of silent contemplation, they nodded to each other, stepping aside to allow Ryan to take the battlefield. Earlier, when facing Boros, neither Hashirama nor Madara had been able to match his speed in a confrontation. They both still wanted to save their pride, but their primary goal was clear. They had come here not for personal glory but to complete their mission in this world. And completing the mission was above everything for a shinobi. Neither of them had any desire to show off or jeopardize the mission, especially since the consequences of failure were too dire to ignore. Both Hashirama and Madara remembered the rules set by the chat group. If they died in battle, not only would they be erased, but the very world they inhabited would be destroyed as well. Neither of them wanted to risk such an outcome. With that in mind, they decided to step back and let Ryan take on Boros. It was an opportunity for them to observe just how far Boros' true strength could reach. As Hashirama and Madara moved aside, Ryan advanced confidently, standing face to face with Boros. Boros, looking unimpressed, scoffed and spoke sarcastically. So, you must be the strongest among them, hey? I don't see any difference. Just moments ago, Boros had struck with overwhelming confidence, believing himself unbeatable. His arrogance swelled to an unmatched level, having easily overpowered the previous opponents. But now, as he faced Ryan, his self-assuredness seemed almost comical. Ryan merely smiled faintly. Be careful, he said, his voice calm and casual. Don't get instantly killed by me. Boros let out a thunderous laugh. Ha ha. What a funny joke. His arrogance only grew as he charged at Ryan. The force of his momentum was immense, like a lightning bolt streaking across the battlefield. Ryan stood still, unflinching, as Boros rocketed toward him. There was no movement, no sign of defense. Then, boom. A colossal shockwave erupted between them, and the air was filled with dust and debris. When the smoke cleared, only Ryan remained standing. Boros was nowhere to be seen. The battlefield fell silent, the onlookers in shock. What? Madara of them gasped. That creature has. Hashirama and Madara exchanged stunned glances. They'd faced powerful enemies before, but this was something they couldn't have imagined. After all the time spent struggling against strong foes, Ryan had defeated Boros with a single punch. At that moment, Saitama, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Not yet. Everyone turned their gaze back to the battlefield, confused. Saitama's words hung in the air as they all waited. Then, a small, seemingly inconspicuous piece of Boros' body was noticed on the ground. In an instant, it began to expand and regenerate. Boros' rebirth ability was horrifying. Even a fragment of his body was enough to restore him completely. As Boros returned to his full state, a look of genuine surprise flashed across his face. He glanced at Ryan, his expression both hot and filled with burning determination. Your strength is indeed strong, Boros admitted, his voice filled with a rare respect. To obliterate me instantly in that my true form impressive. He paused for a moment, the intensity in his eyes growing. But now, I won't hold back. A deep growl erupted from within him, his aura expanding violently. A beam of blue-white light shot from his body, visible to everyone around him, the air around him crackling with power. The atmosphere seemed to shift, becoming charged with energy. Now, Boros stood before them, his entire being radiating raw strength. Before, I was holding back in my armored form. Boros said, his voice loud and booming. But now, I won't hold back. His words echoed with power. At times like this, I unleash everything I have. Boros roared, his body erupting with intense energy. His form began to shift, the color of his skin turning cherry pink, his hair lengthening as his power surged to unimaginable levels. Now, let me show you what a real dominator of space looks like. He threw his head back as if the very air around him bowed to his overwhelming presence. His meteoric burst was in full swing, pushing his body beyond normal limits, but at the cost of immense strain on his physical form. The spectator watching the battle is stunned by the sudden transformation. Hashirama and Madara exchanged stunned glances. I didn't expect him to have another form, Hashirama murmured, his voice tinged with surprise. Madara, still processing the revelation, scoffed in disbelief. Wait, we were defeated by him when he wasn't even at full power. How embarrassing. Their words hung in the air, a mix of frustration and surprise, as they realized the true scale of Boros's strength. Boros's power far exceeded anything they had expected, and the realization struck them hard. After all this time, having fought countless powerful foes, to have been bested by someone who wasn't even using his full strength, it was almost too humiliating to bear. Both of them, despite their pride, couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Boros was not just strong. He was a force of nature, a being who had transcended the limits of anything they had ever seen. And now, he was truly serious. They were fortunate, very fortunate, because this time, they hadn't come alone. Ryan stood by their side. Had it been just the two of them, Hashirama and Uchiha Madara realized, facing Boros would have been nothing short of disastrous. They could have been seriously injured, or worse, actually killed. Never in their wildest dreams had they considered such a possibility before meeting Boros. But seeing the sheer magnitude of his power firsthand, they understood now. There were always people beyond the limits they had imagined, even in a world where they had considered themselves nearly invincible after all their years of training. And yet, Boros was someone far beyond them, even in his base form. But the key was this, Ryan could handle it. At that moment, Hashirama and Madara exchanged a look, their concern subtly apparent. They had fought battles together, grown as comrades, and even though they had immense strength, the sight of Boros in his full power made them worry. Could Ryan truly take on such an opponent? Hashirama, with a furrowed brow, broke the silence. Ryan, can you handle him alone? Madara, ever the stoic, added in his deep, calm voice, do you need the two of us to step in? Both of them had always shared a deep bond with Ryan, and neither wanted to see their comrade hurt in this battle, even if they were all Hokage, bonded by more than just duty. Ryan couldn't help but chuckle softly, though there was a hint of amusement in his eyes. He shook his head, smiling. I said you two, he began, his voice light but filled with confidence. You're looking down on me too much, aren't you? He gestured toward Boros with a casual wave, not fazed in the slightest by the monstrous presence before them. Just a space pirate, Ryan continued. No big deal at all. Hashirama and Madara exchanged a glance, and then both nodded in silent agreement, a small smile tugging at their lips. Ryan's unwavering confidence reassured them, though they still watched the fight with bated breath, knowing full well that Ryan was not one to be underestimated. Get ready to see Ryan in battle. Everyone knew Ryan's character by now. They understood that he wasn't the type to make empty promises and didn't fight a single battle until he was sure of the victory. Sure, he could come across as arrogant at times, but they knew better than to mistake it for mere pride. The truth was, Ryan's strength had always been formidable, so much so that his words were more like a declaration of his inevitable victory. And Boros? He was losing patience. Stop bragging. Boros bellowed, his voice filled with fury. Die. With a roar, Boros unleashed his most powerful attack, the collapsing star roaring cannon. A blinding, searing beam erupted from his body, racing toward Ryan with such force that even the sunlight was swallowed by its intensity. The sheer power of the attack was enough to tear through the fabric of space itself. But Ryan, cool and unflinching, merely stood there, eyes narrowed as the beam closed in. Then, without hesitation, he swung his fist. Boom. The world seemed to shake as Ryan's punch collided with the incoming blast. Shockwaves exploded outward, ripping through the surroundings like a tidal wave of energy. The alien warship surrounding them crumbled, torn apart by the sheer force of the impact. The two forces clashed in a spectacle of destruction, their battle tearing apart the very ground beneath them. For half an hour, the world trembled under the might of their combat, debris and dust flying in every direction as explosions lit the skies. Finally, as the smoke began to clear, the figures of the two combatants emerged, standing amidst the wreckage of their cataclysmic clash. Ryan was still there, unscathed, standing tall and unfazed. And Boros, though visibly battered, remained, glaring at Ryan with a mix of fury and grudging respect. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on my P*Patreon. For commission requests and similar early access, check out my KO-Fi. Sparkles Patreon, patreon.com/Mariani. Sparkles KO-Fi, ko-fi.c/M/Mariani37. Thank you for your support, and I can't wait to share more with you. Chapter 207, Chapter 207. Hashirama and Madara quickly turned, their eyes wide with surprise. Ryan was still standing in the same spot, completely unharmed. In stark contrast, Boros lay crumpled on the ground, his body severely damaged, barely recognizable, like a piece of charred debris. Only the faintest hint of life remained in him. Another instant kill. Hashirama murmured as he processed the battle that had just ended in a split second. Boros, a monster of that level, beaten in a single strike. Madara's voice was steady, but the tension in his words betrayed the frustration simmering beneath. His eyes narrowed as he recalled his battle, how even with Hashirama's help, they had struggled against Boros, barely holding their ground. The humiliation of that defeat still lingered, a blow to his pride as Uchiha. To think we couldn't bring him down, even together. Madara muttered, his fists clenching. And now Ryan. He trailed off, his pride aching at the thought of being easily outclassed. Hashirama let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Ryan, he truly surpasses expectations every time. His words carried a tone of both awe and quiet acceptance. None of the duo could believe it. Boros, a formidable opponent, had been defeated with a single punch. It wasn't a joke just moments ago, when Boros had activated his transformed state, the oppressive power radiating from him had been palpable, even from a distance. That level of strength made them realize that even if they faced Boros together, victory wasn't guaranteed. And yet, despite Boros unleashing his full power, Ryan had taken him down with just one strike. Even Saitama found himself momentarily speechless. Can he also defeat enemies with just one punch? Saitama thought, shocked. He had witnessed the attack. At that moment, Ryan had thrown a simple punch. There were no fancy moves, no theatrics, just a raised fist and a straightforward strike. Yet, that single punch had instantly taken down Boros. Saitama's heart suddenly skipped a beat, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. It stirred something deep inside him, something long dormant. If it's this guy, he thought, his excitement building. Maybe, just maybe, he can give me the thrill of a real fight. Saitama's blood was pumping, and for the first time in ages, he was itching for a challenge. Meanwhile, the battle above the spaceship had ended. The strongest monster had been defeated. Down on the ground, the seventh Hokage, Naruto, now stood facing another strange alien, Meltzar Guard, this one also incredibly powerful. Meltzar Guard, one of Boros' top lieutenants, was a fearsome and nearly indestructible alien, even by the standards of the most powerful S-class heroes. The creature was just as terrifying as it was strange, its 12 glowing eyes scanning Naruto with a look of contempt. Its massive form loomed, shifting and contorting with each movement as if its very body were a weapon. Just moments earlier, two level S heroes had struggled to fight this Meltzar Guard, battling for a long time without making much progress. But now, Naruto had stepped up to take over. You humans, Meltzar Guard sneered, its 12 glowing eyes flashing with contempt. No matter how many times you come at me, the result will always be the same. When will you understand? Naruto remained unfazed, smiling as he responded, well, that's perfect. I've been looking for a challenge anyway, he said, rolling his shoulders. Let's see how much stronger I can get after this fight. With his nonchalant attitude, Naruto didn't take Meltzar Guard's words seriously. This infuriated the Meltzar Guard. You wanna die? The Meltzar Guard shouted, charging at Naruto. Naruto, however, was already prepared. He easily dodged the initial attack with minimal effort. But that was only a feint. The real, deadly attack was coming from behind where Naruto couldn't see. A sinister-looking tail, covered in long, poisonous thorns, glinted dangerously as it closed in on him. Meltzar Guard grinned wickedly, convinced of his victory. Fool. You didn't expect the real attack to come from behind, did you? He sneered as the venomous stinger shot toward Naruto's back. Be careful, the shinobi and heroes shouted, their hearts sinking into despair. For a brief moment, they thought it was over this time, the Meltzar Guard might win. However, just as the stinger was about to pierce Naruto, his figure flickered and he effortlessly dodged the attack. Super Alloy Darkshine, crossing his arms, muttered, what just happened? That kind of speed. He glanced at Naruto with wide eyes. Was he even a hero? Tornado of Terror frowned, her fists clenched. How did he see that coming? She shook her head in frustration. No human's reflexes are that sharp. Drive Knight, analyzing, added, he's not an ordinary human. His movements defying analysis. What is he? No record of him found in Hero Association database. His voice was filled with a rare uncertainty. Naruto, now smiling slightly, looked amused. Observation Haki, it's pretty useful for things like this, he said with satisfaction. The observation Haki that Naruto had earned as a reward last time was proving to be incredibly helpful in battle. It functioned similarly to the Byakugan. Naruto, having married Hinata, a member of the Hyuga clan, was well aware of the Byakugan's abilities. It allowed the user to see everything in a 360-degree field of vision. In battle, such an ability was invaluable, helping to guard against sneak attacks and assassinations. Now, with observation Haki, Naruto possessed a similar ability. It gave him the heightened awareness needed to sense and anticipate any incoming attacks. This power boost made Naruto, already formidable, even stronger in combat. As everyone watched in stunned silence, Naruto clapped his hands together. Sage mode, he declared. In the next instant, the fight became effortless for him. With his Sage Chakra activated and combined with his Raised Nan, Naruto unleashed a devastating attack. The impact resembled a small nuclear explosion, a massive mushroom cloud forming at the site of impact. The Meltzar guard, who had been able to regenerate endlessly, stood no chance. He was obliterated by the sheer force, leaving nothing behind, not even a single cell. The S-class heroes present were left speechless, their faces frozen in disbelief. What kind of power is this? Super Alloy Darkshine muttered, his voice filled with shock. He couldn't believe his eyes. Naruto had created such an enormous energy blast with just a single move. Is this guy even human? He wondered aloud. This level of power, even among S-class heroes, he'd rank among the strongest. Child Emperor stood to the side, watching the battle unfold. His usual calm demeanor had vanished, replaced with awe. Could it be that there is still a secret class of heroes above S-class heroes whose identities we don't know? He wondered aloud but quickly dismissed the thought. It was impossible. They had just met all the strongest heroes at the Hero Association headquarters earlier. Everyone was certain this was their first time meeting Naruto. How could someone with such incredible power remain unknown? Child Emperor questioned, disbelief spreading among the group. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the fifth Hokage, Kakashi, faced off against another formidable foe. This monster's strength was terrifying. Just moments earlier, S-class heroes had failed to defeat him. Kakashi eyed his opponent with a relaxed confidence. After receiving that last reward, he thought to himself, I finally don't have to worry about running out of chakra. A smirk spread across his face as his energy surged. Now, it's time to change the course of this fight. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on my P*Trian. For commission requests and similar early access, check out my KO-Fi. Sparkles Patreon, patreon.com/Mariani. Sparkles KO-Fi, ko-fi.c*/Mariani37. Thank you for your support, and I can't wait to share more with you. Chapter 208, Chapter 208. At the same time, behind Kakashi, two S-class heroes watched his performance. I don't know, how strong is this new guy, murmured Tornado, her voice tinged with sass. As a psychic powerhouse, she was one of the top-ranked heroes in the entire Hero Association. Despite her incredible strength, she had been forced to withdraw from the front lines after facing several opponents. Her energy had been depleted, and now she was observing Kakashi with a mixture of curiosity and annoyance. Beside her stood Bang, the elderly hero known for his water stream rock smashing fist. Although his body was slightly hunched with age, there was still a sharpness in his eyes, revealing the strength he possessed. He, too, had fought many enemies in the previous battle, and like Tornado, his energy had started to wane. Kakashi, however, had stepped in, confident that he could handle the opponent on his own. For Bang, it was a welcome break. He watched Kakashi with a sense of amusement, hoping that the younger hero could indeed win on his own. After a moment of thought, Bang spoke up, answering Tornado's question. We'll see. If this young man can't handle it, we'll step in, Bang said with a smirk. But for now, let's see how this plays out. Judging from his physical condition and fighting posture, Bang commented, his voice steady and firm, he's a seasoned warrior. Not to mention anything else, his movements are flawless. It's clear that his body is operating with precision, a product of countless life and death battles. Bang's eyes gleamed with respect as he continued, this level of mastery over his own body is extraordinary. Not something you see every day. His words were impactful, carrying the weight of someone who had spent his life honing his martial arts. As a master of his craft, Bang knew skill when he saw it, and his assessment of Kakashi was spot on. Without relying on any gadgets or special techniques, Bang had reached the level of the top 5 heroes purely through his martial prowess. Tornado, still visibly tense, glanced at Bang, clearly surprised. I don't know much about martial arts. She muttered, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. But can someone like him take down that thing, relying only on martial arts? It wasn't that she didn't trust Bang's judgment, it was the fact that the creature before them was far beyond anything they'd encountered. Standing 3 or 4 stories tall with more than 12 massive arms, each tipped with terrifying claws, the monster was an overwhelming sight. Its very form seemed unnatural, its presence exuding an evil, monstrous aura. The thought of 2 S-class heroes facing such an opponent seemed daunting, even for Tornado, and she wasn't the type to doubt her strength. The others, Tornado and the rest of the group, watched in silence as the battle unfolded. The monstrous figure of Gorobus glared down at Kakashi with disdain, its voice booming. Human, it growled, its voice dripping with contempt. Look at your small fragile body. You can't possibly defeat me. He eyed Gorobus, the monstrous creature before him. You know, you kind of look like a giant crab. Maybe after this, I'll grab some sushi. You're not going to be much of a snack, though. The comment was completely out of place for the situation, but Kakashi's trademark humor slipped out even in the heat of battle. Thinking about food. I'm actually in a better mood now, he continued with a smirk. So, I'll use you to try out some new moves. Without further ado, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, his movements precise and practiced. A powerful surge of lightning erupted from his body. Royal thunder. A massive bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, like divine retribution, crashing down upon the monster. Bang and Tornado watched in surprise as the lightning struck. Is he a lightning type ability user? Bang muttered, astonished by the sheer scale of the attack. Tornado was equally taken aback. What a rare ability, she exclaimed, her eyes widening. An ability user who can launch such a massive attack, he must be at the level of an S-class hero. Her voice carried a note of shock and disbelief. Tornado, who often looked down on other heroes, had never expected to see a fellow S-class hero demonstrate such strength, especially with just a single move. Kakashi's power was comparable to her own, which was rare in her eyes. Bang, still processing the sight, added, such a master. Why haven't I heard about someone like him before? Meanwhile, Gorobus, now caught in the powerful electric current, trembled violently as the lightning ravaged its body. But this wasn't the end. Earth style, earth spikes. Kakashi called out, his voice calm but resolute. Water style, water dragon bomb technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, vacuum blade. In an instant, several shadow clones emerged, each standing in a different position around the massive monster. They unleashed an overwhelming barrage of powerful elemental ninjutsu, each one a force to be reckoned with. The great fireball, as tall as half a building, engulfed the monster's body, scorching it with immense heat. Next came the earth flow wall, solid and unyielding, trapping the monster in place, rendering it immobile. The water dragon bomb, roaring like a living creature, washed over the monster, its ferocity unrelenting as it slammed into the beast's form, soaking and crushing it. And then came the vacuum blades, dozens of invisible, razor-sharp blades slicing through the air, ripping deep cuts into the monster's flesh. Each attack was perfectly coordinated, overwhelming the beast with a variety of elemental forces. Kakashi's mastery of ninjutsu was on full display, his hands dancing from one technique to the next without a moment's hesitation. As the barrage raged on, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a surge of exhilaration. So cool, so cool. He had never unleashed such a massive, coordinated attack all at once. The sheer scale and power of these ninjutsu thrilled him. He had always been cautious with his chakra use, but now, thanks to his recent power-up, there was no need to hold back. There were no more limitations. No more worries about running low on chakra. He could just let loose. Kakashi grinned to himself, watching the monster struggle under the barge. And it's only the beginning. Kakashi stood there, effortlessly cool. Meanwhile, Tornado and Bang watched, completely dumbfounded. This. What kind of superpower is this guy using? Tornado whispered, eyes wide in curiosity. Bang was equally shocked, his voice trembling. So many different elements. He can release them all at once. What kind of superpower is that? Tornado, still stunned, glanced at Bang. Don't ask me. I have my psychic superpowers, but this. I don't know how he's doing it. Is this just a single superpower? Both heroes were deeply shaken. There was no ninja in their world that could manipulate multiple elements like this. Water, lightning, fire, earth all conjured seemingly out of thin air. It was beyond rare in their experience. Under Kakashi's relentless assault, the massive opponent finally crashed to the ground, defeated. But Kakashi, still brimming with energy, wasn't entirely satisfied. Ugh, this is frustrating, he muttered to himself. I barely used up any chakra. Why is this taking so long? Despite his pride in his abilities, Kakashi couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. His chakra reserves were still nearly full, and the fight had dragged on longer than he expected. Meanwhile, on other battlefields, the Hokages displayed their impressive strength. Ninjas of all kinds unleashed a flurry of jutsu, weaving a dazzling display of elemental mastery. The air crackled with power as various magical techniques emerged, each more breathtaking than the last. The onlookers were left in complete shock. When did so many unknown S-class heroes appear? They murmured, their minds racing. What confused them even more was that these heroes, many of whom were clearly among the strongest, had come from nowhere. Where had these powerful heroes come from, and what power did they even belong to? The mystery weighed heavily on their minds. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter? You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on my P*Trian. For commission requests and similar early access, check out my KO-Fi. Sparkles Patreon, patreon.com/Mariani. Sparkles KO-Fi, KO-Fi.com/Mariani37. Thank you for your support, and I can't wait to share more with you. Chapter 209, Chapter 209. Heroes Association Headquarters. The Hero Association meeting room of the Heroes Association was massive, filled with countless surveillance monitors capturing every detail of the battlefield. Numerous staff members, all wearing headsets, were stationed throughout the room. These individuals were responsible for communication and coordination with the heroes. Provide the heroes info about monsters and alert the citizens of the various cities about monster attacks. But at this moment, their eyes were glued to the screens, watching in disbelief as the few unknown individuals demonstrated strength comparable to S-rank heroes. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Unlike the heroes, who viewed the sudden appearance of these powerful individuals with cautious optimism, the staff was anxious. After all, the Hokages had done nothing harmful since their arrival, merely engaging in battles with the monsters and swiftly taking them down. They seemed to be on the side of justice. However, the situation was met with far more concern and paranoia within the association. Do we have any information yet? Asked a man with an eye patch and glasses, who appeared to be one of the leaders. It's been over 10 minutes, and we still haven't identified where these people came from. His frustration was evident. The unexpected appearance of the Hokages left him utterly confused. A group of such powerful individuals, completely unknown to him, was not something to be taken lightly. Their existence felt like an unpredictable variable of potential disaster waiting to unfold. After asking his questions, the staff under his command began to sweat profusely. Busho's eyes widened as he slammed his fist on the table. I don't know. They are completely unknown. Sitch ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident on his face. Yes. There's no information on these people in our database. How is that even possible? We have data on every human living in all cities. Konoha leaned closer to the screen, squinting as if that would help him see better. They didn't appear in any footage from the surrounding cities either. It's like they just appeared out of nowhere. Shinzo crossed his arms, his expression serious. Or worse, they might be from that spaceship. We need to act fast before they become a real threat. Sitch nodded, urgency creeping into his voice. We have to gather more intel. If they're as powerful as they seem, we can't afford to underestimate them. Everyone echoed the same sentiment, clearly distressed. The man in glasses grew even more anxious, his expression darkening. This doesn't feel right. McCoy muttered, a deep sense of unease settling in. I'm afraid something bad is about to happen. He turned to his team and ordered sharply, notify our heroes outside immediately. Tell them to keep a close eye on these guys. And if possible, he hesitated briefly before adding, take them down when they're off guard. Meanwhile, the S-class heroes had already received the notification from the Heroes Association. Many of them thought it was nonsense, dismissing the warning as paranoia. Some even viewed the association's instructions skeptically, questioning why they were being told to be cautious about the heroes fighting with aliens. A few heroes, however, took the message seriously, preparing to engage the Hokages if the situation escalated. The worst, though, were those who saw an opportunity. With the monsters already defeated, some heroes took matters into their own hands and attacked the Hokage themselves. One of these attacks targeted none other than the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. In the split second that a hero made his move against him, Minato's figure vanished instantly, reappearing far away with a knowing smile on his face. So, you've decided to attack me, he said calmly. Well, don't blame me for being tricky now. He raised his voice, addressing his allies. Everyone, let's go. With Minato's call, the other Hokages, having already dealt with the monsters, immediately engaged the S-class heroes. The battle had begun. High above, in midair on a massive alien spaceship, Ryan faced off against Saitama. The two clashed in an instant, their movements nearly impossible to track. The sheer power they unleashed was beyond imagination. The shockwave from their collision was so immense that it completely cleared the clouds from the sky. Even the legendary Hokages, Hashirama Senju and Uchiha were nearly blown away by the force of the shockwave. Forced to act quickly, they summoned Susanoo to shield themselves from the overwhelming aftermath of the battle. Is this Ryan's full strength? Hashirama remarked, astonished. This kid's growth is almost absurd. Ryan's current growth rate was beyond anything they had ever witnessed before, far exceeding the limits of their world. The raw power he displayed in battle was nothing short of terrifying. But as formidable as Ryan was, Saitama's performance was equally extreme, pushing the limits of what even he had ever considered possible. Saitama didn't have any flashy moves, superpowers, or special techniques, just simple punches and kicks. Yet, these seemingly ordinary moves held unimaginable power, capable of leveling entire worlds. Uchiha and Hashirama, watching from the sidelines, were equally astonished. As expected of this world's chosen one, Madara remarked. Such a simple punch, yet it's incredibly extraordinary, Hashirama added. That Boros from earlier wouldn't have stood a chance against this Saitama, Madara continued. As they spoke, the battle between Ryan and Saitama became more outrageous. The intensity of their power was escalating rapidly, and it was becoming clear that neither side would claim victory anytime soon. Ryan, feeling the pressure mount, realized the difficulty of the fight. Saitama, defeating him won't be easy, he thought. Of all the enemies I've faced, he's the strongest. Looks like I'll have to use some special abilities rather than raw power. With that, Ryan swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, multiple shadow clones appeared, surrounding Saitama. Each clone unleashed a different, powerful ninjutsu, along with various superhuman abilities. Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. Tail beast bomb raise Nan. 80 gods vacuum attack. Boom, boom, boom. Countless powerful attacks rained down on Saitama, each one more devastating than the last. Originally, Ryan was evenly matched with Saitama. But with the sudden appearance of multiple shadow clones, the battle's intensity soared to an even more terrifying level. After several tense minutes of fierce combat, Saitama's cloak was finally torn apart. However, due to his superhuman physique, even after all these attacks, Saitama wasn't killed. He merely looked disheveled, suffering no severe injuries like broken limbs. Taking advantage of the nanosecond window, Ryan quickly activated his Rinnegan and used the human path, directly seizing control of Saitama's soul. Now, Saitama's eyes were clouded with confusion as he was fully brought under Ryan's control. Only then did Ryan realize something surprising. Although Saitama was practically invincible in terms of physical strength and existence at the pinnacle of power, but his resistance to soul attacks was surprisingly weak. This revelation left Ryan wondering who Saitama truly was and what kind of conspiracy lurked behind the scenes of this world, manipulating events and desires of people from the shadows. Ryan felt a pang of frustration. I should have used the Rinnegan from the start, he thought. I could have avoided wasting so much time battling him. Plus, we should leave this world as soon as possible. There is maybe another gag character in this world. Meanwhile, Uchiha and Hashirama, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally exhaled in relief. What a troublesome opponent. Madara commented. Hashirama nodded. Yeah, it's the first time I've seen Ryan take so long to defeat someone. Madara added, it would have been much simpler if he'd used the Rinnegan from the beginning. But it wouldn't have been that easy, Hashirama replied thoughtfully. After all, the Saitama speed is incredibly fast, and there's a chance the Rinnegan's human path might not be strong enough to control him. But it doesn't matter now, he's already been defeated. For Ryan, the battle was officially over. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, the Hokages were engaged in fierce combat with the S-class heroes. Fire! Genos shouted as he merged his mechanical arms, unleashing a wave of terrifying flames. Water style, tsunami barrier. Kakashi quickly formed hand seals and summoned a massive wall of ocean waves in front of him, successfully blocking the cyborg's attack. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on my P*Trian. For commission requests and similar early access, check out my KO5. Sparkles Patreon, patreon.com/Mariani. Sparkles KO5, ko5.com/Mariani37. Thank you for your support, and I can't wait to share more with you. Chapter 210, Chapter 210. Kakashi's shadow clone appeared behind Genos. Gregory. A thunderbolt crackled in Kakashi's hand as he thrust it directly into Genos. Despite Genos' body being entirely machine, free from the typical human vulnerabilities, he had his weaknesses. The intense electric charge surged through him, causing his mechanical systems to short-circuit. With a heavy crash, Genos collapsed to the ground. Is this the limit of a S-class hero? Kakashi remarked calmly, looking down at Genos. Doesn't seem all that strong. From start to finish, Kakashi hadn't even used his full arsenal. Just a few ninjutsu attacks and the hero couldn't keep up. Genos couldn't even tell the difference between Kakashi and his shadow clone, which made the battle even easier. Meanwhile, second Hokage Tobirama was mid-fight. Flying Thunder God. In an instant, Tobirama vanished. What the hell? Where'd he go? Metal Bat's eyes darted around, trying to track Tobirama. His grip tightened around his bat, his frustration growing as he realized just how fast his opponent was. TCH, I ain't letting some flashy ninja make me look slow. Is that it? Tobirama said, clearly unimpressed. This opponent is a disappointment. He had wanted to test out his new techniques, but this S-class hero wasn't putting up much of a challenge. At this rate, the battle would be over soon. Let's wrap this up, Tobirama thought, quickly forming hand signs. Water style. Water dragon bomb technique. A sudden waterfall surged down, engulfing Metal Bat. Meanwhile, on the other side. What kind of power is this? Child Emperor exclaimed in shock. A massive crater had appeared before him, going deep into the earth. Standing at the edge of the pit was none other than Tsunade. Tsunade glanced at him and said calmly, you're just a kid, but I won't go easy on you. Gritting his teeth, Child Emperor quickly activated his equipment. Come out, Robot 1, he called, as a massive robot landed before him, ready to attack Tsunade. But Tsunade merely smiled. A kid is still a kid, she said. You don't understand what a real fight is. Without hesitation, she delivered a powerful punch straight at the robot. Her immense strength shattered it into pieces. I surrender. I surrender, please don't kill me. Child Emperor cried out, throwing his control devices aside in fear. His surrender was genuine. His combat ability depended entirely on his machines. Being an intellectual hero, Child Emperor had used his genius to create powerful robots, but his physical strength was no different from any other child. But now, all his robots were destroyed, leaving him defenseless. Any further attempt to fight would only result in his death. He had no choice but to give up. Ding. System notification. Mission complete. Mission 1, defeat Saitama completed. Mission 2, defeat all monsters completed. Mission 3, defeat the Hero Association completed. As soon as these messages echoed in the Hokage's minds, the chat group's voice confirmed what they had been eagerly waiting for. All missions were finished. Excitement lit up their faces, knowing the moment they were most looking forward to had finally arrived, the search phase. Interestingly, this round of battles was even easier than the previous two. The reason? Ryan had handled the toughest opponents, leaving little for the others to do. Both monsters and the Hero Association's strongest fighters, Boros and Saitama, had been taken down by Ryan alone. The remaining enemies, handled by the other Hokages, were far weaker than those from the One Piece or Shinigami worlds. Especially the level S heroes, they seemed almost like a joke in comparison. Their power couldn't withstand the enemies the Hokages had already conquered. As a result, the Hokages felt much more at ease this time. They gathered together, waiting for the next instructions from the chat group, feeling confident and relaxed. A few minutes passed, and the familiar reminder from the chat group echoed in their minds again. All 3 objectives successfully accomplished. One Punch Man World Saga concluded. Participants will return to the chat group space in 3 days. Prepare for debriefing and rewards allocation. The Hokages were momentarily taken aback. What happened? Tsunade asked, furrowing her brow. This time, it's only 3 days, Naruto added, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Is the time getting shorter? Ryan folded his arms, his eyes narrowing. There's a reason for this. This world, it's different. Naruto blinked, still puzzled. Different how? Ryan sighed. There's nothing here to collect, no devil fruits, no Zanpakuto, no ancient artifacts of power. The people here, they don't gain strength from supernatural sources or energy or a systematic way like we're used to. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. So what? They just wake up strong one day. Not exactly, Ryan replied, his tone sharp. Their powers come from obsession, focus too much on something, and they become it. Someone obsessed with power gets stronger. Someone fixated on technology becomes a machine. It's mutation through will, not magic. Naruto frowned. So they turn into what they're obsessed with? That's weird. Tsunade scoffed. Sounds like a shortcut to me. If there's no training, what's the point? They're just handed strength based on what? How stubborn they are. Ryan shook his head. That's not all. It feels manipulated, like someone's pulling the strings. These powers, they don't come from nothing. Naruto crossed his arms. You think someone's giving them their abilities? It's possible, Ryan said. If someone or something is lending power, that could explain why this world feels so strange. Hashirama clicked her tongue, looking frustrated. 3 days, and nothing worth gathering. I was hoping for something more substantial. Tsunade chuckled, his eyes glinting with mischief. Why not turn this into an adventure? We have seen there are some shiny machines around here that people call slots or games. Hashirama's expression brightened, a smirk forming on her lips. You're right. We could try our luck with those machines. Who knows? Maybe we'll hit the jackpot. Naruto perked up. Gambling? That sounds awesome. I'm in. Ryan raised an eyebrow, half amused and half concerned. You two think it's a good idea to gamble in a world where you don't even know the rules? Tsunade waved him off, and her competitive spirit ignited. What's life without a little risk? Besides, with my luck, I can't lose. Hashirama nodded, a playful grin on his face. Let's make it interesting. Loser buys dinner. Naruto laughed, pumped with excitement. You're on. Let's go find those machines. Ryan shook his head, a smile creeping onto his face. I suppose that's one way to pass the time. It seemed the chat group knew something about this world, which is likely why it only allotted us 3 days here. After considering this, the Hokages reached a consensus. This is going to be interesting, Tobirama remarked, his tone matter-of-fact yet laced with curiosity. I wonder how the reward rankings will be determined. With 3 days remaining in this world, they had no intention of wasting any time. Tobirama stood up, a determined glint in his eye. I'll go first. I'm particularly interested in their technology. His words set off a chain reaction, inspiring the others to jump into action as they prepared for their respective missions. Tsunade from Road to Ninja World grinned, her competitive spirit kicking in. Let's not waste any time. I want to see what kind of new gambling games we can find. Kakashi's enthusiasm was infectious. I'll check out the hero headquarters. They must have some cool stuff lying around. Count me in for some serious exploration, added Minato, a confident smile on his face. I want to see how their government works. As the Hokages geared up for their respective missions, the air buzzed with energy. They were fired up and ready to dive into the world of One Punch Man, eager to uncover items and information that could turn the tide in their favor. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on my P*Trian. For commission requests and similar early access, check out my KO5. Sparkles Patreon, patreon.com/Mariani. Sparkles KO5, ko5.com/Mariani37. Thank you for your support, and I can't wait to share more with you. Chapter 211, Chapter 211. The Hokages still have 3 days to explore this world. Although it may seem limited in terms of supernatural items, this world is highly advanced in technology. Even if the findings are merely collections of technological information or gadgets, they can still help develop their worlds and enhance their technological levels. That alone makes this expedition valuable. With that in mind, everyone sprang into action. Meanwhile, Ryan stood quietly, deep in thought, not rushing to join them. The system had only given them 3 days to gather resources, but Ryan had a hunch. He suspected that this time, the rewards wouldn't solely depend on what they found through searching. Instead, the rewards might be based on other criteria, perhaps their accomplishments, contributions, or something less obvious. With this in mind, Ryan felt no need to rush into a frantic search. If the rewards were determined by their achievements or contributions, he was confident his rank would remain high. There was no reason to fear falling behind the others. Additionally, when it came to searching for technology-related items, he was far more experienced than the rest, many of whom were still rooted in the more traditional ways of the Hokage world. Ryan wasn't entirely sure about the specifics of everything. However, coming from a high-tech event, he could make more informed judgments. The level of technological advancement in his world wasn't too far behind that of the One Punch Man world, so he could easily discern which technologies were more advanced and which could help his world develop faster, especially technology related to telecommunication and architecture. After considering this, Ryan called Saitama over. Plus, Saitama had completely come to trust him. Do you know who invented Genos technology? Ryan asked. Obviously, in this world, the technological advancements related to cybernetic enhancements were among the most advanced, with Genos being a prime example. Genos had easily climbed to the ranks of S-class heroes as a cyborg, and his strength was impressive. Whoever had created such cutting-edge technology was someone of great with above genius level intellect, someone worth finding. Saitama scratched his bald head, thinking it over. Yeah, the guy who upgrades Genos. That's Dr. Kuzno, Saitama said casually. I can, get you in touch with him or whatever. He lazily pulled out his phone, tapped a few buttons, then glanced at the screen. Oh, cool. Got the address. With that, Ryan and Saitama took Genos and set off to meet the mysterious scientist. Genos had been severely beaten in the recent battle and was completely unable to move on his own. Since they were heading back anyway, it was the perfect opportunity to help him recover. When they arrived at a massive laboratory, Ryan finally saw the scientist behind Genos. Without wasting any time, Ryan used his Rinnegan to summon a spirit ball and infused it directly into the scientist's body. In an instant, the man was under Ryan's control, fully obedient to his commands. With that, Ryan had now gained control over Genos, the scientist, and even Saitama, all of them had become his puppets. Now that they were all under his influence, the next step was clear. Ryan ordered the scientist to gather the most comprehensive data available, along with prototypes and any advanced weapons and equipment they had been researching. Everything was packed up and sealed into a flash drive for safekeeping. With the technology secured, Ryan moved on to explore other locations where skilled technologists were at work. The most prominent figure that came to mind was Metal Knight, one of the S-class heroes, and a true representative of technological prowess. Though Metal Knight was considered a hero, he rarely ever showed his true self to anyone, preferring to let his machines and technology do the work. Metal Knight had always operated remotely, using metal armor to stay active outside. Even if his robot was destroyed, it didn't matter, he remained unharmed, safely controlling it from behind the scenes. His technology was something worth collecting. Ryan ordered Genos and Dr. Kuzno to help him gather all the information about Metal Knight's hideout. This way, the process would be much quicker. Even if Metal Knight had any objections, Saitama's overwhelming power would be more than enough to make him surrender whatever was needed. Thanks to this, Ryan's collection efforts went smoothly. Meanwhile, the Hokages were busy as well. Some scoured the streets, while others visited research institutes, seeking out the technology that caught their interest the most. Time passed quickly, and in just 3 days, the Hokages had finished their collections. While this world lacked powerful items like devil fruits or zanpakuts, everyone was still pleased with their haul. They all understood that the development of technology was crucial to the progress of any world, and this time, their rewards were entirely focused on advancing technology. While it might not guarantee high rank in terms of rewards, it would undoubtedly contribute greatly to their own world's growth. This was what the Hokages valued most. After 3 days of collecting, everyone returned with their findings. Once they were gathered, they all shared their experiences. The voice of the chat group echoed in everyone's mind. Ding. The 3 days are up. You can now return to the chat group. The One Punch Man world mission has been completed. After everyone returns to the chat group, this world will be frozen. It will only be unfrozen upon your next visit. This familiar announcement was something everyone understood well by now. Just like in the previous worlds, One Piece and Shinigami, the One Punch Man world would freeze the moment they left. When they returned in the future, they could continue where they left off and harvest more. Everyone was quite pleased with this feature. However, the most important task now was to return to the chat group as soon as possible. Everyone was gearing up, filled with anticipation. This time, the situation felt different. Clearly, the rewards wouldn't just be based on what they had collected. This gave the Hokages hope. Perhaps, this time, they could claim the top spot. That thought alone was enough to excite them. Ryan, not wanting to waste any more time, gave the command to the chat group. Return. As soon as his words fell, a familiar colorful light surrounded them, instantly transporting everyone, including the Hokages, away from the One Punch Man world. The moment they left, an incomprehensible and mysterious force rose the entire world in an instant. Everything fell into a state of complete suspension. As the moment unfolded, the atmosphere thickened, crackling with an energy that rippled through the fabric of reality. High above the frozen world, a swirling vortex of shadows and light coalesced, and within it, a presence stirred. The god of One Punch Man, an entity of unfathomable power, watched with a mix of curiosity and amusement. So, they've chosen to leave, it mused, its voice echoing like a whisper through the void. How quaint. The world below lay still, suspended in time, heroes and villains alike trapped in their last moments, unaware of the divine gaze upon them. The god observed the scene with a keen interest, its thoughts swirling like the cosmos itself. Such potential yet so easily halted, it reflected, a hint of a smile curling upon its ethereal form. Meanwhile, in the meeting space, a shimmering portal appeared, and through it stepped Ryan and the 11 Hokages from different worlds. All the 12 Hokages had returned safely, and everyone was buzzing with excitement. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on my P*Patreon. For commission requests and similar early access, check out my KO-Fi. Sparkles Patreon, patreon.com/Mariani. Sparkles KO-Fi, KO-Fi.com/Mariani37. Thank you for your support, and I can't wait to share more with you. Chapter 212, Chapter 212. As the familiar chat group space reappeared around them, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara let out a collective sigh of relief. We're back. Hashirama grinned, stretching his arms. That was fast. Way shorter than the last 2 worlds. Agreed, Tobirama said, crossing his arms as he analyzed the surroundings. This felt more like a short vacation than a mission. Madara smirked, nodding approvingly. A swift and efficient mission, one of our most productive. Hashirama chuckled, his enthusiasm as bright as ever. And after Saitama, those other strange monsters felt easy. Didn't need much effort to take them down. Tobirama, though as analytical as always, seemed pleased. Yes, only 3 days, unlike Pirate World where we were stuck in the sea for weeks. It's about time things wrapped up quicker. Madara glanced back at the chat space with a gleam of interest. It's likely because everyone's powers have advanced. Now let's see what kind of rewards this mission brought. Their trip to the One Punch Man world had gone surprisingly smoothly. Ryan had handled the most troublesome enemies, and with those threats out of the way, they'd been able to enjoy a peaceful 3 days in a high-tech world. Life there was comfortable, but nothing beat the sense of homecoming the chat group space provided. As they reassembled, each Hokage returned to their usual seats, settling in. Most looked relaxed and at ease except for Tobirama, who was noticeably tense and appeared more worn out than the others. True to form, while the others took the chance to rest, Tobirama had spent countless hours collecting advanced technology. This One Punch Man world had left him more exhilarated than the previous 2, given its cutting-edge tech, something he had eagerly anticipated. But with only a short 3-day window, his mission had been heavy. While the other Hokage seemed effortlessly at ease, Tobirama's dedication had pushed him to the limit. Hashirama chuckled and placed a hand on Tobirama's shoulder. Tobirama, you've got to learn to relax a little, he said, his tone both amused and understanding. Not everything has to be about collecting intel or pushing limits. Sometimes, it's okay to enjoy yourself. Tobirama gave him a skeptical look. And how would you suggest I do that, big brother? Oh, I found plenty of ways, Hashirama replied with a grin. I even hit up a few casinos with Tsunade. She knows her way around a card table. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. You'd be surprised how refreshing it is to let loose. All this technology will still be here. It doesn't have to be all or nothing. Tobirama raised an eyebrow but couldn't hide the small smile tugging at his lips. I suppose I could consider it. But don't expect me to start gambling away our resources. Just once, give it a shot. Hashirama nudged him. You'd be surprised how relaxing it is to forget all the work for a moment. Besides, the stronger and more well-rested you are, the more effective you'll be for the village. Everyone laughed, and Tobirama, though still hesitant, nodded thoughtfully. Just then, Ryan spoke up, his tone cheerful. All right, everyone, settle down. Now for the part we've all been looking forward to, the wrap-up and rewards. At his words, the group straightened in anticipation, eyes bright with excitement, eagerly awaiting the next prompt. A familiar notification chime from the chat group broke the silence. Congratulations to everyone. This multiverse mission was a complete success. The breakdown of your completion status follows below. The Hokages couldn't hide their excitement as their eyes shone, awaiting the next details from the chat. This task seemed different from the previous ones, and everyone was eager to see how the rewards and rankings would play out. Could there be some unexpected twist in store? Just then, the chat group continued with the mission updates. Mission 1, defeat Saitama complete. Reward, 100,000 points per person. What? 100,000 points each. That's unbelievable. Hashirama's eyes gleamed with excitement as he added, just think about what we could buy with those points. I could finally get my own fortune charm for gambling. I've been eyeing. Tobirama nodded, his mind racing with possibilities. And maybe some advanced laboratory equipment. I've heard the system shop has tech that could give us a real edge back home. Madara's lips curled into a smirk. With this many points, I could acquire elemental fusion scrolls that teach me the secrets of merging elemental chakra that would elevate our power to unprecedented levels. The others won't stand a chance. As they murmured in amazement, Ryan remained calm and said, everyone, take it easy. It makes sense for the score to be this high. Saitama was the toughest part of this mission, after all. Hearing this, the Hokages fell silent, then realization dawned on them. He was right. Unlike the previous two worlds, where the tasks had gradually increased in difficulty, this mission was flipped. The hardest challenge came first. The group exchanged nods, understanding now that their rewards reflected the intense difficulty of the first mission. Despite the surprises, they remained focused, ready to tackle what came next. The first task was the toughest. After all, the target they had to face was the peak of power in that world, Saitama himself. Tasks 2 and 3, while requiring teamwork and careful coordination, weren't nearly as challenging as the first one. Seeing Saitama's strength up close, both Madara and Hashirama nodded in agreement. Exactly, Hashirama said. Compared to an opponent like Saitama, no monster or even the entire Heroes Association can come close. The reward for this mission makes sense. It's on a whole different level. The others agreed, nodding one after another. Some of the group, especially those unable to fly, felt a pang of regret. Saitama was the strongest they'd encountered, but they hadn't had the chance to witness his power firsthand, and that was disappointing. On the other hand, those who had seen him in action still felt a bit shaken, a mix of awe and relief. They were all acutely aware that, without Ryan's help, completing this mission might have been impossible. In unison, a silent thought passed among them. Thank you, Ryan. At that moment, Ryan spoke up. All right, let's see what the next reward is, he said, clearly curious about the point totals for tasks 2 and 3. It shouldn't be too low, I think. Everyone quieted down, waiting as the chat group processed the remaining rewards. Soon enough, the familiar notification chimed. Task 2, defeat all the monsters. Mission completed perfectly. Reward, 50,000 points per person. 50,000 points. Although a sizable reward, none of the Hokages looked particularly thrilled. After all, the reward for task 1 had been a massive 100,000 points, quite the difference. Of course, Hashirama muttered, Saitama's power is on another level. Taking down every monster we could find still didn't even come close to his single task, added Tobirama. So Saitama's mission alone was worth twice as much, Minato noted, shaking his head slightly. That's quite a gap. The Hokages murmured their agreement. With the reward of this mission, they all gained a fresh perspective on its true difficulty. Facing Saitama was no easy feat. Thankfully, Ryan's intervention turned the tides more times than they could count. While everyone had been busy handling the strange creatures, it hadn't taken too much effort on their part. But they all knew those monsters weren't exactly weak. In fact, they were formidable foes by any standard. It was only because everyone's power had significantly increased that these opponents seemed almost underwhelming. That's already 150,000 points, Tobirama remarked, a note of awe in his voice. The reward for this mission, it's beyond what I expected. With those 150,000 points, each of them had gained an impressive boost. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on my Patreon.com/Mariani. Thank you for your support, and I can't wait to share more with you. Chapter 213. Chapter 213. After a brief moment of excitement, everyone fell silent, waiting for the final mission rewards to appear. The notification from the chat group rang in their minds. Mission 3, defeat the Hero Association. Mission status, perfect completion. Reward granted, 50,000 points per participant. Another 50,000 points. Everyone was momentarily stunned. They hadn't expected the third mission to have the same reward as the second, each granting 50,000 points. Together, the rewards from these last two missions equaled the incredible 100,000 point payout of the first mission. That's unusual. Naruto murmured, raising an eyebrow. Right. Sasuke replied, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Judging by the points, it seems the strength of the heroes and monsters we faced was about equal, Tsunade pointed out thoughtfully. Exactly. That's why both tasks earned 50,000 points. Kakashi chimed in. So, Saitama's power is even more terrifying than we thought. Naruto exclaimed, his eyes wide with realization. Yet, just defeating him was worth as much as the combined rewards of the last two missions, Sasuke added, crossing his arms. It really means he could take on the whole world by himself, Tsunade said, her voice filled with awe as she considered the implications. Their voices rose in excitement as they marveled at the scale of the rewards. The delivery method for the rewards was nothing short of explosive and unexpected twist for everyone involved. Yet, beneath the exhilaration, there was a shared understanding. While Saitama's power was immense, Ryan had proven capable of defeating him, underscoring just how formidable he truly was. With the release of this task, everyone's rewards had now skyrocketed to an impressive 200,000 points. This remarkable achievement stood out, especially when they recalled that the last mission in the Shinigami world had netted them around 180,000 points, and the rewards from the first One Piece mission had been even lower. Without a doubt, the One Punch Man world has yielded the highest rewards among the three, and most of that comes directly from Saitama. Now that the points for all three missions have been distributed, everyone has received their 200,000 points. Compared to the previous missions, this is an increase of over 20,000 points. I can't believe the group rewards are this high. Tobirama remarked, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. While it's impressive, we should remain cautious. High rewards often come with higher stakes. I wonder just how substantial the ranking rewards will be when the time comes. He crossed his arms, his sharp gaze reflecting both intrigue and wariness. Everyone waited anxiously for the ranking rewards, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air as they speculated about how the rankings would unfold and what the rewards would entail. After a brief discussion, they instinctively fell silent, their eyes drawn to the center of the conference room, where the announcement screen had yet to appear. Hashirama shifted uncomfortably, a hint of worry crossing his features. Suna, we spent a lot of time in casinos and on slot machines. What if this time, we don't fare quite well? But if we lose, you're buying me steak until I forget about it. She smirked, but a flicker of seriousness flashed in her eyes. Just, let's not hope we didn't mess this up, okay? Madara couldn't help but smirk, leaning back in his chair with an air of superiority. You know, Hashirama, if you spent as much time collecting information and technology as you do chasing after those slot machines, maybe you wouldn't need to rely on luck. Hashirama shot back, feigning innocence. Oh, come on, Madara. You can't blame a guy for trying to unwind a little. Tobirama chimed in, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow. Unwind? Is that what you call blowing our resources on bad bets? Madara snickered, crossing his arms with a smug grin. Honestly, it's still a mystery how you ended up with me though. You'd have better odds surviving a fight with me than winning any kind of bet. Hashirama scratched the back of his head sheepishly. What can I say? I guess love's the only gamble I ever won. Tsunade chuckled despite herself. And look who's talking, Madara. You're the one who actually bets on Grandpa's bets. Now that's truly reckless. Madara waved her off dismissively, a slight grin tugging at his lips. Please, I only bet on Hashirama so I won't feel bad when he loses alone. Someone has to keep him company in his misery. Hashirama clutched his chest dramatically, feigning deep offense. You're both so cruel. I thought we were supposed to support each other in these times of need. Ryan chuckled, nudging Tobirama. Hey, what if you just invented a slot machine where only Hashirama and Tsunade can win? Might save us all a headache. Tobirama raised an eyebrow, smirking slightly. You know, that might actually keep them out of trouble for once. Though I don't think even I could design something foolproof enough for their gambling luck. Hashirama guessed in mock offense. You two have no faith. I'll have you know, one day I'll hit the jackpot fair and square. Tsunade crossed her arms, grinning. And we'll be here to see it, if that day ever comes. Their banter lightened the atmosphere slightly, but they all remained tense, waiting for the ranking results and the distribution of rewards. The weight of their past experiences lingered in the air, but at least for a moment, the camaraderie shone through. Who do you think will take the first prize this time? Tsunade asked with interest. This mission from the hero world was different from the others, and the ranking criteria for rewards should reflect that. Since no one knew how the chat group ranks its participants, their curiosity was piqued. Here's a revised version incorporating Obito, Kakashi, Minato, and Tsunade into the discussion. Everyone began to guess amongst themselves, the atmosphere thick with speculation. I don't know. Obito exclaimed, scratching his head in confusion. What do you think the rankings are based on this time? Yet, Kakashi chimed in, his eye narrowing thoughtfully. It used to be all about the spoils of war. Now it feels different. Minato nodded, his expression serious. This time, it has nothing to do with that. It's got to be something else. Then it should relate to our combat performance, Tsunade interjected, crossing her arms. I just hope our efforts are reflected in the rankings. Obito smirked, a playful glint in his eye. Well, considering how many times I had to save Kakashi's butt, I'd say I deserve a high ranking. Kakashi chuckled, shaking his head. You know, Obito, I could have saved a lot of time if you had just stayed behind and let me handle it. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Yeah, right. Like you could have managed without me or Minato-sensei. Minato grinned, stepping in to diffuse the tension. Let's just hope that all our hard work pays off. I'm curious to see where we all land. Obito leaned back, arms behind his head. As long as I'm not at the bottom, I'm good. Who knew being a hero came with so much pressure? As they discussed their potential performance, confidence surged among them. After all, each of them had easily defeated the strange alien enemies they faced. Even in battles against S-class heroes, they had performed admirably. With that in mind, excitement filled the room as everyone looked forward to the results. It turns out that I've never placed in the top 3, let alone first. I'm especially looking forward to what might happen this time. Could I finally achieve something improbable? Many eyes were on Ryan, who had previously taken first place with ease. Would he be able to do it again? If he did, it would be truly extraordinary. After discussing for a while, the voice of the chat group suddenly chimed in, capturing everyone's attention. Ding. All rewards have been selected. Next, we will announce the leaderboard rewards. Upon hearing this, expressions of anticipation lit up the faces of everyone present. Finally, the most crucial part of the entire reward process was upon them. Everyone eagerly awaited the new rankings. Who would claim first place? Would they manage to make it into the top 3? Excitement buzzed in the air as everyone hoped for a favorable outcome. It didn't matter whether they secured first place or simply a spot in the top 3, the rewards were substantial enough for them to exchange for something worthwhile. As everyone anticipated, the voice of the chat group chimed in once more, outlining the rules for this round of rewards. Please note, this reward is calculated based on the number and strength of monsters and heroes defeated, as well as their rankings. Top 3 participants will receive bonus rewards. First place will earn exclusive additional prizes. After hearing this announcement, excitement rippled through the group. Sure enough, it's tied to our opponents. Tsunade exclaimed, a spark of realization in his eyes. It seems that the stronger the defeated opponent, the higher the ranking. Minato added, nodding in agreement. Several of the Hokages exchanged looks of anticipation, believing that since their opponents had been formidable, they stood a good chance of making the top 3. However, the others wore expressions of regret. They had faced relatively weak opponents in this battle, particularly those few heroes at the bottom of the S level. If the rankings were based on the strength of their defeated foes, wouldn't they end up at a disadvantage? Worry and apprehension filled the air as everyone braced themselves for the chat group's announcement. Then, the voice echoed once more, declaring the reward rankings. Selection completed. First place, Ryan the 4th Hokage. Upon hearing the ranking, surprise washed over everyone's faces. It is him. Hashirama exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. That's exactly what I guessed. Tobirama chimed in, crossing his arms with a knowing smirk. Of course. His opponents were undoubtedly the two most powerful foes. Madara added, his tone laced with mock admiration. Exactly. Boros and Saitama and no one else could compete with such opponents, Tobirama remarked, rolling his eyes at the thought. It seems we can only aim for the top 3, Hashirama said, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice. I hope I can snag 3rd place. Hashirama said with a competitive glint in his eye, looking at Madara. Tobirama smirked, leaning back in his chair. Good luck with that, brother. You might need it against the rest of us. Just remember, no amount of luck can replace skill. I fought Boros longer than you, Hashirama, so I will be second. Madara reminded them, chuckling lightly at the Senjo sibling banter. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on sparklepatreon.com/marioni. Thank you for your support, and I can't wait to share more with you. Chapter 214. Chapter 214. When discussing the previous reward rankings, no one knew who had amassed the most treasures. Expectations and questions were swirling among the crowd. This time, however, the rankings would be based solely on the degree of effort used while doing the mission. Everyone agreed that Ryan would undoubtedly take first place, and no one was surprised. After all, he was one of the first members of the chat group and the Hokage who had previously secured the most first place finishes. His strength was well known, and during numerous support missions, Ryan consistently demonstrated his overwhelming power. While everyone felt confident, they also understood that in terms of actual strength, Ryan was undeniably among the strongest. As the conversation continued, the chat group delivered new hints. Next, announce the opponent for the biggest battle. Upon hearing this prompt, everyone fell silent. They were eager to learn about Ryan's defeated opponents, curious about the value of beating such formidable foes. Ryan's opponents, Saitama, Boros. Total value, 1.2 million points. Ah, no, are you serious? Naruto's jaw dropped, his blue eyes widening as he tried to wrap his head around the number. 1.2 million points? That's insane. I mean, who's racking up that kind of score? Hashirama laughed heartily, clapping Naruto on the shoulder. Crazy, isn't it? I thought my strength was pretty legendary, but his opponents were something else too. Madara's eyes narrowed, a smirk tugging at his lips as he folded his arms. A name for himself, he scoffed. If he's pulling in that many points, he's more than a mere legend. Only true power can earn that much. He shot Hashirama a look, the familiar gleam of rivalry sparking in his gaze. I wonder, can we keep up with someone like that, Hashirama? After hearing that Ryan had achieved such a staggering point total of 1.2 million, the room fell into stunned silence. As the chat filled with disbelief, voices echoing in shock, Sasuke raised an eyebrow, his usual stoic expression only slightly cracked by surprise. 1.2 million points, he muttered, his tone more intrigued than astonished. Those must have been quite the opponents, he added coolly, though there was a clear hint of respect in his voice. Tsunade, on the other hand, scoffed and crossed her arms with a smirk, her sharp gaze fixed on Ryan. You've gone and outdone yourself this time, she said, half amused, half impressed. Just 2 fights, and you rack up that many points? Talk about overkill. Sasuke gave a slight nod, eyes narrowed in calculation. Shows us the kind of scale we'll be up against, he remarked, his voice steely. But it's not unbeatable. Tsunade laughed, giving him a sideways glance. Good attitude, Sasuke. Guess it's about time we aim to raise our scores. Everyone remembered how Ryan's last total had crested the million mark. But now, without any extra bonuses, just for landing first place, his score had jumped to an unprecedented 1.2 million. They exchanged glances, wondering if they'd ever have a chance to catch up at this rate. Noticing their reactions, Ryan gave a slight grin, holding up his hands to get everyone's attention. Well, don't be too shocked. If you've noticed, each time we've tallied the points, the scores have been going up. So maybe one day, you'll see your points hit over 1 million, too. The crowd murmured, the disbelief turning to a cautious optimism. Ryan shrugged with a chuckle. So, maybe don't let my score surprise you too much, seems like things are only getting crazier from here on out. Realizing this, they all felt a renewed fire, the excitement of future battle spurring them on. As everyone was left astounded, the chat group chimed in with a new reminder. Boros value, 200,000 points. Saitama value, 1 million points. Upon seeing the individual point values of the two, everyone was left dumbfounded. It was too exaggerated. Saitama, hailed as one of the strongest beings in the world of One Punch Man, was worth a staggering 1 million points. What did this even mean? In other words, collecting technology and materials from nearly half the world might yield such a point total. It's obvious how powerful Saitama is, yet Ryan can defeat him with ease. The only way to describe his strength? Unmatched. As for Ryan's other opponent, Boros, while he is certainly formidable, his strength isn't as exaggerated as Saitama's. With a score of 200,000 points, Boros represents an unprecedentedly high number. In the previous world, there has never been an opponent worthy of such a score. However, the significance of this number depends on who you compare it with. In light of Saitama's staggering score of 1 million points, Boros's 200,000 points seem quite approachable. Consequently, everyone's reaction to this point total wasn't as shocking. As they exchanged glances, Hashirama and Madara couldn't help but reflect on Ryan's fight with Saitama and their skirmish with Boros. Hashirama nodded emphatically, saying, "Very reasonable, Madara. Saitama and Boros aren't opponents to take lightly. Even both of us couldn't defeat Boros." Madara smirked, arms crossed. "Agreed, Hashirama. But I think Boros's score falls short. A mere 200,000 points doesn't do him justice." Hashirama tilted his head thoughtfully. "Exactly. With how much of a fight he put up, I'd say he's worth at least 500,000 points." Madara's eyes gleamed. "Now that's more fitting. A true warrior deserves a score that matches his strength." Their reasoning was simple. While Ryan was battling his opponents, they had been observing the fight closely, and they had even fought Boros themselves. Although they had been engaged in battle at the time, they could see his strength on display. The strength demonstrated by the other party was straightforward and unpretentious. However, that kind of intensity was overwhelming, leaving both of them feeling somewhat suffocated and even at a loss. They began to think that if Boros fought seriously, they might not stand a chance against him. Given this, the higher Boros's score, the better it would be for them. It would provide them with a bit of face saving. Yet, the two were overthinking it. The other Hokages were unaware of the battle specifics, so they had no inkling about such matters and were instead preoccupied with their thoughts. At that moment, the voice of the chat group echoed in everyone's ears again. Reward for first place. One-time draw from the secondary world prize pool. A draw from the secondary world prize pool? Everyone present was taken aback. Ryan, however, was pleasantly surprised. This reward is fantastic. I love it, he exclaimed, beaming with happiness. He had originally thought the reward would be similar to previous ones, perhaps a direct allocation of tens of thousands of points. To his delight, this reward was a lottery draw, and it came from a secondary world prize pool. He recognized just how powerful this could be. This raffle is better than the rewards given out before. The other Hokages echoed this sentiment, each chiming in. As they all discussed the reward, Tsunade leaned back, arms crossed. The reward last time was around 100,000 points, she remarked, glancing around at the others for confirmation. Obito nodded. Yes, I remember it well. Kakashi tilted his head thoughtfully. So, which is better, 100,000 points or this lottery? Sasuke didn't hesitate. 100,000 points is better. It's a guaranteed boost. But Tobirama interjected with his typical certainty. No, the prize pool draw is the best option by far. Upon hearing his words, everyone turned to him, intrigued. What's your reasoning, Grandpa? Tsunade asked curiously. Tobirama explained, don't forget, no matter how many rewards you earn, the points will eventually be spent in them all. Second-tier items have a high value, each typically costing hundreds of thousands of points. The most expensive can even exceed 1,000,000 points. So, Ryan's lottery draw guarantees rewards worth hundreds of thousands of points. That's much better than just a mere 100,000. As Tobirama's explanation sunk in, everyone else suddenly realized the advantages of the lottery. They looked at Ryan with eager anticipation. Tsunade shook her head, a playful grin tugging at her lips. Damn it, Ryan, you lucky bastard. How do you always end up with the best rewards? Hashirama, standing beside her, crossed his arms and laughed. Seriously. How did you manage to snag something like that? I swear, that kind of luck should be illegal. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, even for him, the prize was eye-catching. If only I had a luck like that. He added, almost wistfully. Tsunade nodded, smirking. Trust me, if they handed out rewards based on pure luck, we'd be racking up those points too. She glanced back at Ryan, eyes gleaming. But hey, guess we'll just have to wait for our turn. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on sparklespatreon.com/Marioni. Thank you for your support, and I can't wait to share more with you. Chapter 215. Chapter 215. The mission reward appeared, and Ryan couldn't be more satisfied. This reward was tailored for him simply perfect. He'd racked up a ton of points, and now he had a prize draw on top of that. The prizes were exceptionally generous, and after completing the third mission across the world, his accumulated points were truly impressive. Ryan thought to himself that now was the perfect time to check out them all and see if there was anything worth redeeming. If he could find something to boost his abilities, it would be an ideal choice. Just as everyone was discussing the recent mission, the chat group's announcement rang out again. Now, for second place. Second place achieved, 5th Hokage Hotaki Kakashi. Opponents faced, Dragon level aliens, rank 2 S-class hero Tatsumaki, rank 3 S-class hero Bang. Total reward earned, 400,000 points. The group was stunned. No one expected Kakashi to be in second place, not even Kakashi himself. Obito grinned, nodding in approval. I'll take it. 400,000 points is pretty solid. Tsunade laughed, clapping him on the back. Definitely. That's a serious haul. Didn't know you had it in you, Kakashi. Minato chuckled, crossing his arms with a proud smile. Kakashi, you hit the jackpot this time. The Hokages all chimed in, their voices overlapping with congratulations, each giving Kakashi a thumbs up or amused grin. Everyone chatted animatedly, though none could quite explain why Kakashi had ranked so highly. This time, Kakashi had indeed taken second place, and everyone offered their sincere congratulations. Strange, though, Sasuke murmured. Kakashi's power isn't exactly the strongest. How did he rank so high? Curious as well, Minato asked, what put him in second? Ryan chimed in to remind everyone, don't forget the reward isn't based on raw power. It's about the strength of the opponent defeated. Kakashi faced off against 2 S-class heroes by himself. Doesn't that earn him his ranking? Hearing this, the others suddenly understood. That's right, that's how it worked. After all, Kakashi not only defeated a dragon-level monster solo but also took on 2 S-class heroes afterward. It was no small feat, and it had certainly paid off, awarding him a solid second place with an impressive 400,000 points. While it wasn't as jaw-dropping as Ryan's 1.2 million points, Kakashi's score was the second highest reward given so far, and it had practically launched him into the ranks of the top contenders. Kakashi himself looked slightly bewildered but couldn't help feeling thrilled by the accomplishment. Just then, the system provided a detailed breakdown. Dragon-level monster, 100,000 points. S-class hero Tatsumaki, 150,000 points. S-class hero Bang, 150,000 points. Seeing the scores displayed, everyone now fully understood Kakashi's impressive ranking. The main reason Kakashi secured second place is that he defeated 2 S-class heroes, Tatsumaki and Bang. By now, everyone understood just how significant this was. These two aren't just any members of the Hero Association, they're among the top ranked. Tatsumaki, the Tornado of Terror, holds the second rank in S-class, while Bang is ranked third, making them two of the most formidable heroes. The top hero, Blast, remains an enigma. No one knows his true identity yet, so Tatsumaki and Bang are considered the strongest known heroes. And Kakashi took them both down, earning an impressive 300,000 points in one go, which explains his high ranking. When everyone saw the point breakdown, a wave of regret washed over them. Tsunade sighed dramatically, shaking her head. Oh, if only I'd pushed myself a bit more. Sasuke, arms crossed, nodded with a hint of frustration. Yet, I got lazy. I didn't continue to fight after beating those weird aliens. His gaze dropped, clearly disappointed. I actually had a shot at second place, and I missed it. Tsunade gave him a sympathetic pat. Lesson learned, hey? Next time, no breaks until the job's done. As they continued to discuss it, the realization set in that the ranking reward wasn't just about strength, it rewarded those who defeated the most powerful opponents. Some hadn't given their best, and others hadn't even made it to certain fights, which would likely keep them from placing high in the rankings. Now, they all wished they'd known this sooner. At that moment, as the Hokages chatted amongst themselves, the notification tone from the chat group finally sounded. Reward for a second place. Reward, 1 draw in the prize mall. So it was true. Even second place came with a chance in the prize draw, and this sent waves of envy through everyone. Although Kakashi's draw didn't include the main world prize pool, everyone knew that, based on the chat group's rules and previous experiences, his reward was bound to be impressive and well suited to his skills. Even if luck wasn't on Kakashi's side and he didn't receive a personally valuable item, he could still return it to the store and exchange it for points. In this case, he'd get a minimum of 100,000 points, meaning his reward was guaranteed to be worthwhile, with potential for even more if luck favored him. It was no wonder everyone felt envious. Kakashi himself was just as delighted. I didn't expect this, he exclaimed. Taking down 2 S rank heroes so smoothly earned me such an incredible reward. What a stroke of luck. In truth, they all understood. This time, it wasn't just luck, it was the result of hard work. If Kakashi had been too lazy to face off against both opponents, he wouldn't have achieved such an outstanding outcome. With the top 2 results now revealed, along with their rewards, there was only one spot left to announce, 3rd place. The 3rd place holder would be the last to receive an extra prize this round, and everyone was buzzing with curiosity. Amid their guesses, the chat group notification finally chimed in. 3rd place achieved, 5th Hokage Tsunade. Opponents faced, 2 dragon-level monsters and S-class hero Child Emperor. Total score earned, 350,000 points. Upon seeing the message, Tsunade let out an excited cheer. Finally made it to the top 3, she laughed. Now I've got points to spare, I can splurge a little. Her excitement was palpable. But, unlike others who would have thought about using points to improve their strength, Tsunade was already thinking about her next big gamble. Without a second thought, she began planning her bets. Seeing her excitement, everyone else quickly tried to intervene. Hashirama threw up his hands, looking genuinely concerned. Tsunade, don't act on impulse. Glasses. Tsunade adjusted her frames with a firm nod. Exactly. Don't risk all 350k. Think it through. Tobirama, crossing his arms with a stern expression, added, listen to them, Tsunade. Gambling recklessly won't do you any good, especially with those hard-earned points. Tsunade rolled her eyes, clearly unamused. Relax, you 3. I'm not about to throw it all away. I've got this under control. Hashirama beamed. That's my granddaughter. Tobirama gave him a sideways glance. And yet, where do you think she learned that risk-taking streak? Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Sparkle's Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 216. Chapter 216. Hearing everyone's pleas, Tsunade just smiled confidently. You all underestimate me, she replied, producing a scroll. With a single poof, a puff of smoke cleared to reveal an elaborate collection of game consoles. She grinned with satisfaction. I picked these up in the One Punch World, dozens of them. Plenty to keep me entertained. Why bother gambling when I have these? She gestured proudly at the various machines, classic arcade games, pinball machines, point pushers, and even claw machines for grabbing prizes. Her collection was extensive, and she looked quite pleased with herself. The others exchanged glances, some chuckling, some sighing, and all of them shaking their heads. Of course, only Hashirama's granddaughter would come back with game consoles instead of high-tech gadgets. Madara muttered. Tobirama shook his head with an amused sigh. Only Tsunade would return from a world full of advanced tech and bring back a bunch of game consoles. Madara smirked, crossing his arms. I'm not surprised in the slightest. The gamble-seeking streak runs in your family, Tobirama. And it's strong with her. Tobirama raised an eyebrow. Better a thrill-seeker than an ego-driven fanatic, Madara. Madara scoffed, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Careful, Tobirama. Some would argue those traits aren't so different. But they had to admit, it wasn't a bad idea. These consoles offered endless entertainment, no cost attached, and best of all no risk to her points. Finally, everyone let out a relieved sigh. After Tsunade stowed her consoles back into her storage scroll, she spoke with a smug smile. You all think I'm foolish, don't you? She said, crossing her arms. I know how valuable these points are, worth hundreds of thousands. They could easily be used to unlock powerful abilities. Why would I waste them all on betting? A few thousand at most, maybe. Hashirama nodded approvingly. That's my granddaughter. Knows when to indulge and when to hold back. But Tobirama scoffed, shaking his head. Brother, you didn't teach her any of this. Do you think Tsunade learned moderation from you? Hashirama just laughed heartily, unbothered by his brother's remark. With the light-hearted moment passing, everyone turned their attention back to the rewards. Tsunade's prize of 350,000 points was impressive, more than enough to exchange for something powerful in the shop. Amid the chatter, the chat group finally displayed the specifics of her earnings. 2 dragon-level monsters, 100,000 points each. 1 S-level hero, Child Emperor, 150,000 points. Total value, 350,000 points. Seeing her reward total in bold numbers brought out a few more whistles of admiration from the crowd. After seeing the notification, everyone nodded in agreement. It made sense that Tsunade, who defeated 3 formidable opponents, earned 350,000 points. 2 of her opponents were monsters, while the third was a top-tier superhero. From the points distribution, one thing became clear: defeating S-class heroes generally awarded more points than defeating monsters, likely due to the hero's notable strength. These S-class heroes are, after all, exceptionally powerful, and their skill levels justify the 150,000 points given for their defeat. Among Tsunade's opponents was Child Emperor, a kid on the surface, but one with an arsenal of highly sophisticated robots, each equipped with unique functions. Despite his youthful appearance, he's a crafty fighter, using his robots to cause serious trouble. Yet in their battle, Tsunade ruthlessly dismantled his robots, smashing them to pieces without a second thought. Child Emperor was ultimately left begging for mercy, completely overpowered. With such an impressive display, it's no surprise she received such high points. After reviewing the top 3 rankings, the Hokages understood. It was clear that each of the top-ranked individuals had rightfully earned their place, and future competitors would certainly have to do their best to reach the top. He managed to defeat the strongest monsters and heroes alike, including one hero who is the absolute pinnacle of power in their world. Earning over 1,000,000 points for such feats is well deserved. As for Kakashi, who came in second, he performed incredibly well too. While he only took down 1 monster, he single-handedly defeated 2 S-class heroes. He handled more S-class heroes than anyone else, which justified his high score. Then there's Tsunade in 3rd place. Her count of defeated heroes was comparable to the others, but her edge came from defeating an additional monster. Facing 2 monsters in a 1 versus 2 battle gave her a strong finish, which explains her high score as well. After seeing the rewards for the top 3, everyone was satisfied with the outcomes. They found the points fair and had no complaints. Just then, the chat group chimed in with another message. 3rd place reward. Prize, 1 lucky draw chance. The reward for 3rd place also included a lucky draw. Tsunade was thrilled this was a valuable prize. When it comes to the lottery, there isn't much difference between the 2nd and 3rd place rewards, both offer a shot at an amazing prize. If Tsunade is lucky, she might even land something more powerful than Kakashi's prize. Of course, that's only a possibility. Next up, the remaining Hokages were ready to see their results. Everyone knew one thing: the chat group would announce each of their gains. However, since none of them made it into the top 3, they wouldn't receive any additional rewards this time. The Hokages didn't mind, though, as they hadn't put as much effort into their battles. It was fair that they didn't earn as much. Just then, the chat group voice announced. System announcement, rankings update. 4th place, 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato. 5th place, 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. 6th place, 5th Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke. 7th place, 2nd Hokage, Senjo Tobirama. 8th place, 1st Hokage, Senjo Hashirama. 9th place, alternate 1st Hokage, Uchiha Madara. Note: rankings are based on overall performance and technology from One Punch Man World. Once the 12 Hokages were ranked, everyone realized that this reward round had come to an end. Hashirama and Madara were particularly unlucky they had joined Ryan in battling Saitama, only to see Ryan take down the strongest hero and monster himself. Because of that, they didn't get any extra rewards this time. And by the time they moved on to other battles, most of them had already wrapped up, so their rewards were limited as well. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 217. Chapter 217. The Hokages didn't leave for their worlds right away. Instead, they gathered and discussed what to buy from the system store, eagerly anticipating each other's next moves. 3 missions from the different worlds had passed, and most people saved their points. There was no chaos, everyone was waiting to look at the system store. Now that they had enough points, they were ready to exchange them for powerful items. This time, even those with the least points had accumulated a respectable amount, enough to trade for valuable rewards. The excitement in the air was palpable as everyone looked forward to what awaited them. At this moment, the main focus was on the 3 top-ranked Hokages and the prizes they would draw. First up was Ryan, who stepped into the system store menu, ready for the sweepstakes. Everyone knew that his reward would be impressive. After all, he had claimed the first place, which guaranteed access to the second-tier world prize pool. Ryan felt a mix of anticipation and nerves as he prepared to draw. I hope the prize suits me, he thought, hoping for something truly valuable. The best outcome would be an item worth a lot of points, something he could potentially sell back to the store for more credits if it wasn't useful to him. Exactly. Think of all the amazing prizes waiting for you, Tsunade encouraged. You could land something incredible. Hashirama nodded, his eyes twinkling with excitement. And if it's as good as the last prize, it'll be worth it. Come on, Ryan. Don't let us down. Naruto shouted, bouncing on the balls of his feet, eager to see the outcome of the draw. At that moment, everyone urged Ryan to make his move, but he hesitated. They couldn't all wait forever. Under the intense gaze of the group, Ryan finally stretched out his hand and pressed the draw button. As he did, a dazzling display erupted in the store menu, transforming countless products onto the vibrant screen. A torrent of mysterious items cascaded down like a waterfall, capturing everyone's attention with their brilliance. The array of magical items left the onlookers in awe. Ding ding ding. The bustling mall buzzed with electrifying anticipation, the sounds of excitement reverberating through the air. After a few suspenseful moments, the flashing screen finally slowed to a stop. Ding. A sharp, crisp tone echoed as the screen froze, its vibrant display centered on a radiant, colorful gift box. The atmosphere was thick with suspense as the box began to creak open, revealing its contents. Suddenly, a clear and commanding voice resonated through the chat group space. Congratulations to Ryan for winning a special award. Scion Bloodline. Do you realize what this means? Tobirama asked, trying to regain his composure. Scion Blood could amplify his strength to unimaginable levels. Exactly, Madara agreed, a smirk forming on his lips. If he trains properly, he might become a force to be reckoned with. Not to mention, Kakashi added, the fact that this costs a staggering 50 million points. And Ryan just won it in a lottery. That's incredible luck. Luck or not, we need to keep an eye on him, Minato said, glancing toward Ryan. With that power, he could shift the balance of everything. Hey, do you think Ryan will end up with a tail or something? You know, like a real Scion. Everyone paused, then burst into laughter, imagining Ryan sporting a fluffy tail. Can you imagine? Oh, look, it's Ryan, the tailed Hokage just like the tailed beast. Kakashi chuckled, shaking his head. Would he have to balance it out when he fights? Madara quipped, grinning. How embarrassing would that be? Obito continued, just picture him trying to use his new power while dodging his tail. I'd pay to see that. The group shared another round of laughter, the tension easing as they enjoyed the lighthearted moment amidst the unexpected news. Ryan himself was buzzing with excitement. He never expected to obtain such a powerful power-up Scion blood. This was a game changer that could make him infinitely stronger. With enough battles, he could even transform into a Super Scion, greatly amplifying his strength. Not to mention, there would be even more forms available in the future. It was clear that his strength had the potential for perpetual growth. It was almost otherworldly. He had a strength breakthrough device in the world of One Punch Man, which meant that even if he did nothing each day, his power would steadily increase. Now, combining this limiter with the Scion blood could result in an astronomical growth rate. He would become increasingly formidable by the minute. Ryan might not even need any training. After some time, he could automatically evolve into a superhuman form. The potential of this ability was staggering. Initially, Ryan was interested in the lottery draw, not because he held high hopes, but because he thought that if the item he drew wasn't suitable for him, he could simply recycle it and exchange it for points in the mall. Then, Ryan realized he could use his points to redeem something powerful. He never expected this lottery draw would save him a whopping 50 million points in one go. Originally, Ryan had planned to visit the mall to spend some points, but now that was unnecessary. He could simply accumulate his points over time and exchange them for something even more powerful in the future. After Ryan's impressive lottery draw, everyone else was eager to try their luck as well, wishing they could step up and draw a prize immediately. However, the opportunity for this lucky draw was limited to the top 3 participants, leaving the rest to watch and sigh enviously. The second to take the stage was Kakashi, the 5th generation Hokage. After witnessing Ryan's incredible prize, he felt a surge of excitement. If only I could draw something that powerful. However, he was realistic about his luck. He understood that Ryan had landed a super prize, and he wasn't sure if he could replicate such fortune. Yet, Kakashi. Let's see what you've got. Minato added with a grin. Don't keep us in suspense, Kakashi. Obito chimed in, excitement is evident in his voice. With the crowd's encouraging voices ringing in his ears, Kakashi had no choice but to press the lottery button. He took a deep breath, feeling the weight of their expectations, and prepared for whatever awaited him. In an instant, the familiar pleasant chime echoed through the system wall, and a vibrant screen appeared. As the screen blinked, a mysterious gift box slowly began to open. Ding. System notification. Congratulations to host Hitaki Kakashi for achieving the 3rd prize. Reward unlocked. Kamui Mangeki Sharingan. Madara watched with a smirk, crossing his arms. It seems Kakashi is now a bona fide Uchiha, after all. How fitting that he would inherit such power. Sasuke nodded, a hint of admiration in his eyes. With the Kamui Mangeki, he's truly a force to be reckoned with. Just like a true Uchiha. Tobirama interjected with a wry smile. Let's hope he doesn't become another evil Uchiha. We've had enough of those antics. The crowd erupted in amazement. Kakashi had secured the 3rd prize. Everyone was familiar with the Kamui Mangeki Sharingan. It was the very Sharingan that his good friend Obito had once gifted him. Now he was receiving an entire set. Kakashi was thrilled by his reward and accepted it eagerly. In an instant, his eyes transformed into the Kamui Mangeki. Now I can finally use Susanoo. Kakashi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. His words only fueled the envy of those around him. Not only could he wield Susanoo, but Kamui Susanoo was also the strongest variant among them all. Kakashi's strength had undoubtedly surged to new heights. Congratulations to Kakashi. Satisfied, he tucked away his reward. Like Ryan, he had initially thought about spending his points, but now it seemed that wouldn't be necessary. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 218. Chapter 218. This time, Ryan and Kakashi hit the jackpot. Their rewards were nothing short of extremely fitting with their current abilities, making everyone sit up and take notice. Both prizes were from a lottery packed with rare items you wouldn't normally dream of getting. Ryan's prize, naturally, was the most lucrative. It was a special bloodline worth a whopping 50 million points. To put it in perspective, even if you combined the points of all the Hokages, it wouldn't even reach a fraction of that total. Ryan's luck this time was unbelievable. One could hardly imagine the advantage this gave him, putting him that much closer to achieving his ultimate goal of Scion blood without the usual grind across several worlds. All it took was the luck of a single draw. To say this was extreme is an understatement. Kakashi's prize, while not as flashy as Ryan's, was still remarkable and game-changing. He won the 3rd prize, something so rare that even the most optimistic gamblers like Hashirama and Tsunade wouldn't dare to expect it. Except for Ryan, no one else had ever drawn a reward of this caliber. Kakashi's prize was Obito's Mangeki Sharingan, the one with the Kamui ability. With this complete Mangeki Sharingan in hand, Kakashi could now unlock the full Susanoo without a second thought. It's safe to say this lottery brought a turning point for both of them, with rewards that were nothing short of legendary. In the past, Kakashi rarely utilized this ability because he was severely limited by his chakra reserves. Even with such an incredible power at his disposal, he could only manage to use it for a few minutes before he was completely drained. However, he was no longer the same as before. Thanks to the group reward and the basic all-around physique enhancer, his physical strength and chakra had evolved to an entirely new level, one that was exponentially stronger than he had ever been. His power had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, using Kamui was a casual affair for him, and activating Kamui Susanoo felt effortless. At this moment, Kakashi's strength had transformed from being among the lower ranks of the 12 Hokages to a formidable contender, even comparable to Uchiha Madara. The incredible luck they had in the lottery made everyone envious, and the room buzzed with excitement as they watched them. Oh, if only I could win the lottery. Sasuke exclaimed, the usual stoicism in his voice softened by unmistakable envy. All this power, just sitting there, going to waste on the lucky few. Obito smirked, folding his arms as he scanned the items, including abilities and weapons he'd only dreamed of. Who would have guessed the rewards would be this incredible, he said, clearly impressed. Kamui's been great, but Scion bloodline, they'd give even me a run for my money. Tobirama scoffed, crossing his arms. It's hardly a surprise. The Uchiha bloodline only clocks in at a measly 13 million points. Compare that to the Scion bloodline's 50 million, and it's not even a contest. Sasuke frowned, clearly less than thrilled with the comparison. 13 million, that's an insult, he muttered. We have Mangeki, Eternal Mangeki, Susanoo, and Rinnegan potential. How can they be worth so much more? They may not have our techniques, but their growth potential is limitless, Tobirama explained. The Scion bloodline evolves with every battle, and their transformations are, well, let's just say we'd be outclassed in sheer power and endurance. Yet, but you can't put a price on finesse, Sasuke shot back. The Sharingan's precision alone. Obito shook his head with a grin. You can try to spin it however you want, but if points tell the story, Scions are the top dogs, or I should say monkeys. Even I'd struggle to keep up with that kind of power scaling even with my unconventional ninjutsu. Sasuke, meanwhile, clenched his fist, his eyes flickering between the rewards and the others around him. If I'd known, I'd have taken it more seriously, he muttered, shaking his head in regret. Who knew we'd be up against prizes like these? This would have been the perfect way to make sure I was invincible. It was clear that their earlier lack of effort was now a source of regret. Many felt that a missed opportunity could lead to lasting disappointment. Move it, people. I'm next. No one's taking this shot from me. Tsunade's voice rang out as she pushed her way forward, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. As she reached the lottery area, her excitement was palpable. A lottery like this is as close to real gambling as I'll get here, she chuckled, practically vibrating with eagerness. Nothing beats the thrill of the unknown, and today's luck is on my side. I can feel it. The Hokages watched with amused, wary expressions. Tobirama muttered to Obito, she looks like she's about to summon a slug with all that enthusiasm. Unfazed, Tsunade grinned. Laugh all you want, she declared. When I win the jackpot, we'll see who's laughing then. Originally, Tsunade had a strong affinity for gambling and lottery draws. In a way, participating in a lottery shares a similar thrill with gambling. After all, no one knows the outcome, and the process is filled with excitement. This made her particularly interested in the lottery. After witnessing the incredible results of Ryan and Kakashi's lottery draws, her excitement only grew. She felt a surge of anticipation, believing that she too could win something remarkable. Tsunade's optimism wasn't unfounded. As the third-place participant, her lottery draw was fundamentally on par with Kakashi's. The chat group had recently informed them that both draws were of the same nature. While Ryan's lottery was slightly higher in rank, it also came with guaranteed rewards from the secondary prize pool, enhancing its overall value. However, Kakashi had drawn something extraordinary, the Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. This bolstered Tsunade's confidence. If Kakashi could draw something so impressive, surely she could too. With this thought in mind, Tsunade could hardly contain her excitement. She pushed aside everyone around her and slammed her hand down on the draw button. Instantly, the interface of the entire shopping mall began to transform. Countless items in the chat group's marketplace erupted into a vibrant light display, cascading like a waterfall of dazzling treasures. Magical and mysterious items flowed before her, captivating everyone's attention. The sound of chimes filled the air, signaling the abundance of goods. After a few seconds, the display of shimmering products finally came to a halt. Ding! With a loud and crisp sound, the entire screen froze in place. At the center, a colorful gift box appeared on the screen. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, the gift box slowly opened, accompanied by a notification from the chat group that echoed in their minds. As the notification echoed through the room, ding! Congratulations, Tsunade! You have won the consolation prize, 1 Tomo Sharingan. Tsunade froze, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief. 1 Tomo Sharingan. A consolation prize. Her expression morphed from shock to utter indignation. Are you kidding me right now? She shouted, fists clenched in frustration. This was my one chance at a legendary reward and they give me this. She let out a wail that could have been heard across Konoha. Ryan and Kakashi walk away with a special reward and a first prize, and I get the bottom of the barrel. The consolation prize. You might as well call it a punishment. The other Hokages tried to hide their grins, and Hashirama looked like he was about to step in to console her, but he seemed to think better of it. As Tsunade continued to fume, she shot a death glare at the lottery interface. This stupid thing. You better hope I don't get a rematch. Simultaneously, the others watched the scene unfold with a mix of amusement and confusion, unsure whether to laugh or console her. Suna, this is... Hashirama attempted to comfort his granddaughter, but he struggled to find the right words. His luck had been so extraordinary that he couldn't help but marvel at the irony. Who could have imagined that the worst draw for an average person would be a third prize, while Tsunade managed to land a consolation prize? Was this some kind of joke? No one had ever witnessed a consolation prize like this in the chat group's shopping mall before. At that moment, Ryan couldn't contain himself any longer. After all, Tsunade was his sensei. Give me a break, chat group, he thought, wishing the group would show her a bit more respect. He kept asking, what's the deal with the consolation prize in the chat group? Why have we never seen it before? As soon as he posed the question, all the Hokages present fell silent, eagerly awaiting an answer from the chat group. Tsunade also paused her wailing, her expression shifting to one of serious anticipation. Then, the voice of the chat group echoed mechanically in everyone's ears. Probability, 1%. The consolation prize is a secondary issuance, triggered by the system following a failed attempt to secure any primary reward. Chance of occurrence, 0.1%. Tsunade was left stunned by this revelation. Less than 0.1%. That meant the chances of drawing this cursed consolation prize were 1 in 1,000. And she had just won it. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 219. Chapter 219. Tsunade was at a complete loss for words for her luck. 1 in 1,000th chance. Such a low probability. Even the special prize drawn by Ryan should have a higher probability than this, right? At this point, she couldn't decide whether her luck was incredibly bad or just cursed. On one hand, it was incredibly unlucky to draw something with such a slim chance. But on the other hand, this was far from a good prize to begin with. Everyone fell into an awkward silence, unsure of what to say. They couldn't exactly comfort her, especially when she was the one who had drawn the reward herself. Ryan, observing Tsunade's poor luck with gambling, figured the lottery couldn't possibly treat her any better. Tsunade remained quiet for a long moment, before finally coming to terms with her situation. Never mind. She sighed, shaking her head. My lottery luck may be terrible, but at least I am in the top 3 once. Those points should still get me something decent. Tobirama, always pragmatic, crossed his arms and spoke up. Luck is always fickle, Tsunade. But you're a senju. We've always had to fight against the odds. It's nothing new. He looked over at Tobirama, a twinkle in his eye. Besides, our family's bad luck has always made us stronger, hasn't it? Madara, leaning against a pillar with his usual smirk, chimed in with a sarcastic tone. You know, for a clan that's supposedly one of the strongest, you guys do have the worst luck. First, the senju are cursed with constant strife, and now even your lottery draws are cursed. Maybe it's not bad luck after all, maybe it's just who you are. Tsunade shot him a sharp glance, but there was a hint of a smile in the corners of her mouth. Despite herself, she appreciated the consolation in Uchiha way. As for this ordinary Sharingan, Tsunade muttered after thinking for a while, before sending it back to the mall. I'll recycle it for points. No use holding onto it. Back in the day, when I didn't have any real enhancements, it might have been useful, but now. This Sharingan might have some effect, but at this point, Tsunade's strength had been steadily increasing, and she had access to a powerful system. Unless it was a Mangeki Sharingan, this ordinary Sharingan was essentially useless to her. Additionally, Tsunade wasn't of Uchiha blood, so she lacked the inherent talent to unlock the Sharingan's full potential. Even if she kept it, she wouldn't be able to evolve it into a Mangeki through her efforts. So, it was clear, the only option was to recycle it. The others watched as Tsunade sent the prize back to the mall, and in exchange, the system gave her a pitiful few thousand points. Tsunade was on the verge of tears. 1,000 points. Wasn't that too little? Compared to the special prize Ryan had drawn, which was worth 50 million points. The difference was staggering over 10,000 times more. Was there such a massive disparity in luck? Was this even reasonable? Sighing heavily, Tsunade sank into a bout of frustration. At least she was Hokage, so the others didn't linger too long on the matter. They soon began browsing them all, looking for useful items or abilities to enhance their strength. By now, everyone had been through the other world at least 3 times, except for Naruto, who was the least experienced but had still participated in 2 other world missions. Each of them had collected some valuable items, and their points were more than enough to redeem some impressive abilities, props, or other upgrades. Everyone was deep in thought as they browsed them all. After a serious discussion, they each returned to their respective worlds. It had been a while since they had left, and now it was time to focus on strengthening their abilities. In the second Hokage Tobirama world, Tobirama returned to his world and dove into organizing the next steps for technological advancement. He had been eagerly anticipating this moment for a long time. Among all the Hokage, he had the least interest in things like sweepstakes and redemptions, and, ironically, he was also the one who had gathered the most knowledge about technology. Since his world was already unified, Tobirama could now devote his full attention to scientific progress. While in the One Punch Man world, he had been eagerly awaiting the opportunity to dive into research. During the 3 days he spent in the One Punch Man world, the others didn't gather much, but Tsunade, in particular, collected an impressive amount of game consoles. She was eager to enjoy them in her free time. Tobirama, however, was different. His sense of responsibility was strong, and he didn't waste a single moment in those 3 days. He didn't even sleep, determined to collect enough scientific data. He spent his time visiting research institutes, libraries, and mechanical factories, gathering as much information as possible. The scrolls he collected filled half the table. At this point, members of the NBU team led by Hokage entered the room, their expressions shifting from casual to astonished at the sight before them. One of the younger members, a member of the Aberme clan, widened his eyes at the sheer density of the scrolls piled high on the table. Master Tobirama, what are all these? He exclaimed, taking a step closer. Could they be the latest accident reports? Or perhaps new ninjutsu you've developed? Kagami, standing at the forefront with his arms crossed, leaned in slightly, intrigued by the assortment. Knowing Tobirama-sensei, it could be anything from the latest breakthroughs in jutsu to some convoluted experiment gone wrong, he remarked with a hint of a smirk, the sarcasm evident in his tone. Another member from the Nara clan added, scratching his head, I can't believe there are so many scrolls. Do you ever take a break from all this research? Initially, everyone had been excited about Tobirama's new ninjutsu. However, as time went on, their enthusiasm dulled. It wasn't that the ninjutsu were subpar, rather, once the higher UPS in Konoha witnessed the overwhelming power of these techniques, they designated them as forbidden techniques. This decision meant that even members of NBU were prohibited from learning them. While there were some techniques not classified as forbidden, the desire to learn them remained high. Unfortunately, those without talent found themselves unable to grasp even the simpler techniques, leading to feelings of frustration and envy. Each time they witnessed the incredible effects of Tobirama's ninjutsu, they could only express admiration while silently longing for the same power. Watching Tobirama compile all these techniques into the forbidden technique scrolls was disheartening. However, they had recently noticed something intriguing. It seemed that their second Hokage had developed a new passion for technology. This shift in focus sparked even more interest among the group. After all, while they couldn't learn those powerful ninjutsu, technology offered a different avenue for advancement and excitement. However, the scientific and technological advancements that everyone was discussing had the potential to improve life for everyone in the world. There were no barriers to accessing this knowledge. As a result, the group was particularly interested in technology. When Tobirama heard their inquiries, he responded with his usual calm demeanor, though a hint of pride lingered in his voice. It's nothing, these are all technologies I brought back from other worlds. The members of his NBU team stood frozen, their eyes wide in disbelief. What? So much technology? Is this for real? Uchiha Kagami exclaimed, his gaze shifting from one scroll to the next, still trying to grasp the sheer volume of sealed scrolls that filled most of the table. It was staggering. They could barely fathom how many there were. The Aberme clan member looked at the scrolls in awe, his curiosity piqued. Wait, other worlds? Are you telling us you've been to different worlds, and these technologies are from there? Tobirama's gaze shifted toward the group, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Yes, that's exactly it. Using an advanced form of my flying thunder god jutsu, I've been able to travel to various other worlds. These technologies are the result of my travels innovations far beyond what we've ever seen in our world. At this revelation, the NBU team collectively stepped back, the weight of his words sinking in. For the Uchiha clan, known for their secretive nature and rich history, the idea of someone being able to travel between worlds was almost beyond comprehension. Kagami furrowed his brow, his sarcasm dropping for a moment. Flying thunder god jutsu, taken to a whole new level. I guess we should have expected nothing less from you, sensei. Tobirama nodded with satisfaction, his usual serious expression softening just a little. It's something I've been working on for a long time. But beyond jutsu, these scrolls contain a wealth of knowledge technologies that could potentially revolutionize the way we approach ninjutsu, and even change the future of the Hidden Leaf. The Nara clan member, always the pragmatic one, raised an eyebrow. You've brought back so much, and you want to show us how it works. Exactly, Tobirama replied with enthusiasm. Now that you're all here, let's go to the training grounds and see how effective these advancements truly are. They aren't just theoretical, they can be applied, and they will improve the capabilities of everyone in Konoha. Kagami exchanged a glance with the others, a mixture of awe and skepticism on their faces. Well, this I have to see. At his words, everyone perked up with excitement and followed Tobirama to the training ground in Konoha. There was a large concrete clearing there, ample enough to showcase a variety of technological products. Tobirama sifted through the scrolls he had brought and pulled out one, ready to demonstrate its capabilities. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 220. Chapter 220. Infused with Tobirama's chakra, the scroll released a puff of white smoke. Boom. A loud crash echoed through the room as a massive object materialized before them, leaving everyone in stunned silence. It was an airplane. The training ground was thick with stunned silence as the members of the NBU Kagami Uchiha, Yamanaka, Nara, and Aberme clan members stared in shock at the massive object that had just materialized in front of them. It was difficult for any of them to reconcile what they were seeing with the world they knew. Kagami Uchiha, ever the stoic Uchiha, was the first to break the silence. His eyes narrowed as he stepped closer to the strange object, his mind working furiously to comprehend what had just occurred. He couldn't hide the disbelief in his voice as he addressed Tobirama. This isn't possible. How did you? What is this? A new summoning beast. His question hung in the air, unanswered for a moment, as the others slowly began to stir from their stupor. The Nara clan member, known for his analytical mind, was already deep in thought, trying to make sense of what was happening. His fingers were tapping absently against his leg as he muttered under his breath, it doesn't make sense. A machine like this can fly? And it's this large? We're still working with basic ninjutsu here. How can such a thing exist? He paused, glancing at Tobirama with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. Is this some kind of illusion? But it was the Aberme clan member who finally broke the silence with a question that was more pressing than anything else. His voice was low, guarded. How lethal can this be? Aerial warfare. Tobirama remained calm and unruffled by the flurry of questions. He gave a small nod, his voice steady as he explained, it's an airplane. It's not an illusion, and it's not dangerous unless used incorrectly. It's a form of transportation, capable of flying through the air and carrying many people at once. He paused, surveying the stunned faces before continuing. It's a product of technology from another world. Kagami shook his head, his voice tinged with disbelief. Another world? You're saying this thing came from a world outside our own? Tobirama gave a slight nod. Yes. I have learned much from these worlds, and I intend to bring this knowledge here. The Yamanaka, still grappling with the mental weight of it all, finally spoke, her voice a bit shaky. You've brought back an airplane, and do you expect us to just accept this? We can barely use chakra to manipulate the air to float, let alone have something that flies without it. Tobirama's gaze remained unwavering. I understand it's hard to grasp, but this is just the beginning. There are other technologies far beyond our current understanding. They are real, and I will make them available to us. Without a moment's hesitation, Tobirama unfurled more scrolls, each one revealing more advanced machinery. Tanks, cars, objects so unfamiliar, so far beyond their understanding, that the ninjas stood motionless, struggling to recognize them. The sight left them utterly dumbfounded. The technology before them was so advanced, that it felt like a glimpse into a world they could never have imagined. None of them could fathom how such things were possible. Tobirama, looking on with a hint of pride, simply gestured to the machines. These are just the beginning. With enough knowledge and resources, we can bring this technology to Konoha and change the course of our future. The room fell silent, each member of the MVU too stunned to respond, their minds unable to fully process what they had just witnessed. Even after explaining, it was still difficult for the others to grasp the underlying principles. Tobirama understood the challenge. From a technological standpoint, the people in their world were still far behind, much farther than he had anticipated. After all, the technology he was showing them had come from the One Punch Man world, a place where advanced technology had already evolved far beyond their wildest dreams. And then there was their world. Before entering the Hokage chat group, they couldn't even conceive of something like the chakra cannon. The gap between their level of technology and what he now had access to was enormous. Tobirama wasn't in a hurry, though. He handed over many of the scrolls to the ninjas and researchers present, encouraging them to do their research. He paid special attention to the items that weren't as advanced, hoping they might be more immediately useful. As for the more complex items, like the airplanes and tanks, he knew it would take a long time to reverse engineer them. Even with all the genius in the village, it was unrealistic to expect them to replicate these technologies in a matter of days. Once the tasks were assigned, the scientific researchers in the village dove into their work with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Tobirama returned to his office as the minister. This time, his mission wasn't just to oversee technological advancements, there was something else pressing that he needed to address, the calendar he had exchanged from them all. In addition to that, he had also redeemed a potion designed to enhance physical fitness. While he was already a formidable combatant, with few shortcomings, he recognized that the potion could still be useful. His speed and spatial abilities thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique allowed him to outmaneuver most opponents. Still, anything that could improve his strength was worth considering. Furthermore, he had also redeemed the Sharingan, which added another layer to his already powerful arsenal. In other areas, such as attack and defense, Tobirama's strength had also risen to a formidable level. At least for the enemies he faced at this stage, he didn't need to worry about being held back by his power. His strength allowed him to easily rank among the most powerful Hokage, standing at the forefront of the few who could rival him. Only Ryan, with his overpowered abilities, could be said to defeat him consistently. As for the others, it was harder to say. Even his elder brother, Hashirama, was someone he felt confident he could face in battle. At this point, his only major weakness was the amount of chakra he had. This was by far his most significant limitation, and the difference was glaring. Of course, from the perspective of an ordinary ninja, Tobirama's chakra would seem more than sufficient. Not many people could manipulate water style at his level. But when compared to the other monsters in the Hokage chat group, it was clear that he fell short. Take Ryan, for example, his strength was already incredibly powerful and terrifying. Adding a scion physique to the mix only made it more absurd. Tobirama couldn't even imagine what level of power Ryan would reach in the future. In comparison, Naruto's body home to the Nine Tails had an enormous chakra reserve. No explanation was needed there. Even closer to home, his older brother, the first Hokage, Hashirama, had strength that was beyond outrageous, even before he received any rewards. His chakra even dwarfed Naruto's. The chakra content now fell akin to that of a human-tailed beast, immense and capable of producing incredible feats with ease. Tobirama couldn't help but compare himself to others in his world. Everyone had chakra, so it seemed no different, but the gap was undeniable. This had always been a concern for him. However, this time, he had finally acquired a potion that could enhance his physical fitness. After drinking it, Tobirama knew his strength would increase significantly. After all, the essence of chakra is the combination of physical and spiritual energy. When the body's energy is enhanced, chakra naturally grows in tandem. Tobirama looked down at his hands, holding the small blue potion. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a sieve, looked up, and drank the potion in one swift gulp. The moment it entered his body, he felt as if a flame had ignited within him. His entire body became unbearably hot. Then, strength surged through him. Tobirama focused and began to condense the chakra. He could immediately feel a vast amount of chakra coursing through him, far beyond what he was accustomed to. It worked, he thought, excitement building. The weakness that had plagued him for so long had been completely eradicated by the reward he had exchanged. At the same time, in Ryan's world, Ryan was quietly assessing his body in the Hokage world. After returning, he didn't rush into tasks like the others or immediately share his newfound abilities. Instead, he closed his eyes to focus, tuning into the sensations within his body at that very moment. It wasn't that he was ill or anything. Rather, he was attuned to the unique power now coursing through him, the blood of a scion. After the lottery, Ryan received the gift of the scion bloodline, and without hesitation, he used it. Instantly, he could feel the change. His entire body seemed to have expanded, yet when he looked in the mirror, his outward appearance hadn't shifted. It was as though, deep inside, his potential was growing at an astonishing rate. Ryan had a very distinct sensation as if he were evolving with each passing second. Though there had been a limit remover before, this change felt far more intense. Am I a pure-blooded scion now, or a hybrid? Ryan wondered internally. While pure-blooded scions were known for their incredible strength, they were also often short-tempered. But right now, Ryan didn't feel those usual irritability symptoms. Something felt different, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 221. Chapter 221. Ryan understood this well. Pure-blooded scions have fiery tempers and a wild, impulsive nature, almost beast-like at times, driven by thirst for strength and the thrill of combat. This makes their entire race appear ruthless. In contrast, half-blood scions tend to be calm, compassionate, and peace-loving, challenging many assumptions about their heritage. While pure-blooded scions may seem stronger on the surface, their aggression and love of battle don't necessarily give them an edge. Half-blood scions, with their balanced temperaments and adaptable spirits, often have greater growth potential and can achieve transformations, like the legendary Super Saiyan form, more easily. Reflecting on this, Ryan felt his personality hadn't changed much, suggesting that his mixed heritage had stabilized his scion nature. Another possibility was that the system had refined the scion blood, erasing its downsides. Either way, he recognized only benefits in his situation. He could feel his power steadily increasing, and a thought crossed his mind: at this rate, I'll be able to achieve Super Saiyan sooner than expected. With his rapid progress, Ryan was deeply satisfied, knowing he had both scion blood and the advantage of a limited enhancer. Ryan no longer needed to train actively to grow stronger. His power was increasing on its own. This was a huge advantage, as it freed up his time for other pursuits, like advancing the world's technology. With this in mind, he called Minato in. He arrived promptly. Hokage-sama. What do you need? Ryan handed him a scroll. Take this to the researchers at the institute. This will help accelerate our technological progress. Minato nodded, immediately using his space-time ninjutsu to take the scroll into part. Inside the scroll, Ryan had included designs and prototypes of advanced machinery. He knew that the technology of his world was already progressing rapidly, nearing the advancements seen in the world of One Punch Man. What was lacking, however, were the highest-end developments. During his time in the One Punch Man world, he collaborated with top scientists to acquire some of the most cutting-edge blueprints and even physical prototypes. Now, by giving these to the researchers, he knew they would be able to analyze and replicate the technology, pushing this world to a new level of advancement. Ryan was immensely satisfied with the potential this would bring not just for his power, but for the world itself. And there was still more he could do. Among the scrolls Ryan had brought back were designs for highly advanced combat equipment, including models of Genos body and Metal Knight's armor. Although Ryan's strength far surpassed the need for such gear, these items would still be immensely useful for Chunin and Genin. Meanwhile, in the world of the first Hokage, Hashirama had returned from his recent mission without any groundbreaking results. His mission across the other world had not gone as planned, as he hadn't reached the top 3 and the technological resources he collected were of limited value. Nonetheless, he handed over the technological schematics he had gathered to Konoha's technology department, stepping back from the process himself. Science and technology were not his strengths, nor were they his primary interests. He left the research to those who could make the most of it. However, his younger brother, Tobirama, was captivated by the new technological items. His interest bordered on obsession. Tobirama barely ate or slept, dedicating all his time to studying and experimenting with the new technology. Under his guidance, the technological development of their world was accelerating at an impressive rate. Watching Tobirama dive into research, Hashirama couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion. It's so strange, he muttered to himself. Why does every version of my brother across all worlds have such a passion for this kind of thing? It doesn't make any sense. In the 7th Hokage Naruto world, Naruto returned and immediately focused on accelerating technological development. His world had progressed quite smoothly, trailing only slightly behind Ryan's world in terms of technological advancements. Given the natural timeline of Naruto's world, this was to be expected. The Naruto universe had evolved for much longer than others, with at least a decade more development than the third generation world, and significantly more than the first and second generations. This additional time gave Naruto's world a natural edge in advancement. Now, with Naruto bringing back even more advanced technologies, the researchers were astonished and eagerly began pushing forward to further boost the world's technological capabilities. Meanwhile, in the third Hokage world, Kakashi had also experienced a remarkable leap in power in just a few days. His chakra limitations were no longer an issue, and he had gained an incredibly potent upgrade, the Kamui Sharingan. Under his strength and abilities, the Kamui Sharingan's special technique, Kamui Shuriken, had become extraordinarily powerful. Though appearing as giant shurikens, they held devastating potential. Any enemy struck by them would be forcefully transported to the Kamui dimension, leaving no chance for enemies to block this attack. Such power was nothing short of hacks. Back then, even Satsuki Kagai had multiple arms shattered by this technique. If Kakashi's chakra reserves had been sufficient at that time, defeating Kagai might have been much easier. Now that Kakashi no Sharingan has returned, he's focused on two primary goals. First, he's driving his researchers to advance their technology rapidly. Second, he's begun his campaign of conquest. He has already brought down two of the four great nations, leaving only the Land of Thunder and the Land of Earth. The leaders of these remaining nations, such as Hokage and the Hokage, are no fools. After learning of the defeats of the Land of Wind and the Land of Water, they mobilize swiftly, aligned to resist Kakashi's approach. Together, they believe that their combined might will be more than enough to stop a lone shinobi, even one as formidable as Kakashi. In a decisive move, the forces of these two nations advance, bringing their elite troops to the borders of Konoha, setting the stage for an intense showdown. Kakashi, undaunted, brings his elite forces, ready to face them head-on. As the two sides prepare to clash, Hokage and the Hokage stand ready to join forces and strike Kakashi with everything they have. The atmosphere is tense, and the stakes are high, as both sides brace for the imminent conflict. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 222. Chapter 222. On the battlefield, the Hokage and Hokage stood confidently, observing Konoha's forces with open disdain. Ha ha. Hokage Noki laughed, casting a mocking glance at Kakashi. Kakashi, I thought Konoha village would have at least brought the sun in to fight us. Is this all you've brought? Do you think you can challenge us with just this handful? Hokage joined in, chuckling. A bunch of kids. Kakashi, I became Hokage long before you were even born. The two leaders felt certain of their superiority, convinced that the Land of Wind and the Land of Water had been defeated because they were caught off guard. To them, Konoha's forces seemed laughably insufficient. They exchanged smug glances, each thinking they'd overestimated the threat. If I'd known, I would have brought fewer men, Noki scoffed, feeling his forces were more than enough. Kakashi, however, remained calm, fully aware of his strength. He knew that the confidence of the two Hokages would crumble once they realized the power he wielded. Without a hint of hesitation, he stepped forward. Enough talk, Kakashi declared, his voice steady as he activated his Kamui Sharingan, his eyes glinting with determination. Let's get this started. Noki smirked at first, trying to keep his cool. Is that all you got? I've heard of your reputation as Sharingan Kakashi, but if that's the only trick you have, it's nothing to fear. At that moment, Hokage suddenly spoke up. Something's off, he muttered. Since when does Hitachi Kakashi have two Sharingan? Hearing this, Noki was momentarily taken aback. He quickly looked over, and sure enough the man before them did have two Sharingan. Noki's eyes widened in shock. What's going on? This doesn't match the intelligence reports we gathered. Both leaders were dumbfounded. While they didn't fully understand what had changed, they knew something about this Kakashi was off. In the entire ninja world, Kakashi was famously known as Kakashi of Sharingan, a skilled ninja despite not being a member of the Uchiha clan. He was renowned for having a single Sharingan, which he used to expertly copy other ninjas' techniques, making him a formidable ninjutsu user with a sharp mind. But the Kakashi before them now clearly possessed two Sharingan, and these eyes didn't just seem like ordinary Sharingan, they looked even more advanced, more powerful. Realizing their information was flawed, Noki quickly turned to Hokage. DHA's no ordinary Sharingan. Those are the same eyes as Uchiha Madara. We need to join forces immediately. Without further hesitation, Noki activated his lightweight rock technique, levitating off the ground and positioning himself to support Hokage. Then, using his ninjutsu, he lifted Hokage, allowing them to hover and prepare for the coming confrontation. The two leaders positioned themselves midair, preparing for an aerial assault on Kakashi. Looking down at him from above, they exchanged a quick, relieved glance. I thought that Sharingan of his would be something special just like that man's, Noki scoffed. But he hasn't made a single move yet. Nothing to worry about. Exactly, Hokage agreed, grinning. Let's take him down. Just as they spoke, however, their expressions froze in shock. In the next instant, a towering, glowing blue figure appeared around Kakashi, his Kamui Susanoo. The enormous spectral warrior lifted off the ground, hovering in the air to meet them with an icy stare. What in the world? Noki's voice trembled as he gaped in disbelief. He and Hokage could hardly believe what they were seeing. Dust release. Noki shouted, immediately activating his most powerful jutsu, a technique rumored to disintegrate anything in its path. A bright, intense white light erupted around him, surging straight toward Kakashi. But Kakashi responded effortlessly. With a casual wave, he activated Kamui Shuriken, warping the very space around him. Instantly, the dust release technique was absorbed into the void, vanishing without a trace. Noki and Hokage were left speechless. Neither had ever encountered a jutsu that could completely nullify and absorb even the most powerful techniques. In stunned silence, they realized the dire situation before them. No matter what they threw at Kakashi, it would be futile. The question loomed: could anyone withstand such an overwhelming power unscathed? The immense blue Susanoo towering around Kakashi was terrifyingly formidable. If they were struck by his Kamui even once, it would be over. It was a realization both Noki and Hokage shared, though they dared not say it aloud. Despite seeing Kakashi's incredible abilities, they still resolved to attempt. But Kakashi, wielding his Kamui Shuriken, warped the very space around them. Instantly, Hokage lost an arm, and Noki narrowly avoided a life-threatening injury to his spine. Below them, their forces suffered even worse. Kakashi's attacks were impossible to evade. Many of their shinobi were killed almost instantly. As they looked upon the remnants of their troops, most of whom were either dead or critically wounded, both Hokage and Noki finally admitted defeat. They understood that any further resistance would be meaningless. They would only face a brutal defeat at Kakashi's hands. And so, with no other options, both of them surrendered. Thus, in Kakashi's world as the third Hokage, the ninja nations were unified at last. Fourth Hokage Minato's world. After the recent events, the sudden appearance of 12 Hokages left the other nations stunned. The two remaining countries that had yet to surrender quickly fell in line, bringing about the successful unification of Minato's world. With unity achieved, Minato knew exactly what needed to be done next: advance their technology and strengthen the world to make it even more powerful. Although peace had been achieved, he was fully aware that the struggle wasn't truly over. Reflecting on the experiences of the sixth Hokage Kakashi, Naruto, and Ryan, Minato realized that while there might be no serious threats within their world, enemies from beyond, particularly the powerful Satsuki clan, could arrive at any time. The strength of the Satsuki was terrifying, with each member wielding reality-bending abilities, shrinking objects, moving freely through space, absorbing any ninjutsu and chakra. Each of them possessed powers that defied the natural order. Knowing this, Minato was committed to continually strengthening himself in his world. He understood that while he could call on other Hokages for help in times of need, self-reliance was crucial. Relying solely on outside assistance would not bring the respect he sought, nor the pride of achieving victory on his own. With these goals in mind, Minato resolved to keep training tirelessly, preparing for whatever challenges the future might bring. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 223. Chapter 223. The road to Ninja World under Tsunade's leadership vastly differs from the one most Hokage envisioned. Development has been rapid, with significant advances taking place across all sectors. A key turning point came after the Myanmar invasion. In response, Tsunade reached out to the other Hokages, rallying their support and launching a decisive war. Other shinobi villages were overwhelmed individually, and the entire continent was soon unified under a single rule. This unified structure set the stage for the next phase of progress. Tsunade's unique approach involved learning from other worlds, using their rapid technological advancements as inspiration. One of her smartest moves was consulting with Ryan, whose help smoothed the path for technology to flourish in her world. Thanks to his tips, she soon reached an impressive scientific and technological development level. After returning from the world of One Punch Man, Tsunade wasted no time in mobilizing her people, aiming to further update and enhance their technology. As a result, Konoha village has expanded like never before. With the unification of the entire ninja world, Konoha has transformed into a sprawling metropolis, now home to not only Konoha shinobi but a much larger, diverse population. Ninjas from other nations, like the Land of Wind and the Land of Water, were also present. Only the most elite were selected for this mission. They had all gathered here to foster development. The centerpiece of this endeavor was a massive dome building dedicated to research and development. Scientists in white coats bustled in and out, bringing a sense of energy to the area. Meanwhile, back at the Hokage's office, Tsunade returned from the vibrant ceremony's closing. She took a deep breath, savoring the familiar feeling of home, and sighed, stretching her arms. Phew. Finally back, she muttered to herself. Sure, the other worlds are interesting, but there's nothing like my own world. Even the air feels like home. Her brief moment of relaxation faded the instant her gaze landed on the pile of documents stacked on her desk. Her face fell, a hint of bitterness creeping in. So troublesome, she groaned. Back to paperwork already? Kakashi. After calling out, Kakashi soon entered the room, carrying yet another stack of documents. He was one of the most elite Genin in Konoha and throughout the world a real power within the Envy and many other departments. Hokage-sama, Kakashi greeted with his usual cool demeanor, nodding respectfully as he approached. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched. Let me guess. More paperwork. This is the latest file, Kakashi replied, setting the documents on the already crowded desk. It requires your immediate review. Tsunade felt a headache brewing just from the sight. She waved her hand dismissively. Just set it down for now. I'll get to it, eventually. Shoving the paperwork aside, Tsunade retrieved several intricately marked scrolls from her bag and handed them to Kakashi. Take these to the research center and have them start work immediately. This is advanced technology I brought back from the other worlds, highly confidential. At Tsunade's words, Kakashi's eyes lit up. This wasn't the first time she'd returned with groundbreaking research materials. Each time, the technology in their world had advanced significantly, and Kakashi was more than familiar with the routine by now. Just one look at these scrolls, and he knew that yet another leap forward was coming for their world. Understood, Lady Hokage. I'll take care of it right away. Kakashi quickly gathered the scrolls and, with a flicker of movement, disappeared, using his teleportation jutsu. There was no time to waste with something this important. Left alone with the stack of documents, Tsunade let out a weary sigh. Tsunade glanced back at the mountain of paperwork, her shoulders slumping. She leaned back in her chair with a long, drawn-out sigh. Being Hokage was never supposed to be this exhausting. Maybe I should have stayed in that other world a bit longer. She reached for the nearest file, her eyes narrowing as she begrudgingly opened it. One day, I'm going to invent a jutsu that handles paperwork for me. That's real Hokage innovation. With that, she began her tedious work, all the while dreaming of a break she knew would never come. At that moment, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, stepped through the portal. The vibrant, interdimensional door slowly closed behind her, leaving a faint shimmer in the air. A scowl crossed her face. Seriously, she muttered, her irritation clear. I end up with a consolation prize? How did that even happen? So frustrating. The disappointment of her recent draw lingered, and Tsunade couldn't shake the feeling. She was still stewing over the lackluster reward she had won, which felt like a blow to her pride. Not getting the best prize was one thing, but this consolation prize felt like an insult to her luck and her skill as a gambler. Sighing heavily, she sat down at her desk and pulled out a scroll, unrolling it with a mix of frustration and anticipation. Well, she grumbled, at least I used my points to get something halfway decent. Finally, a chance to improve my strength after such a long time. The scroll contained an item she had purchased using accumulated points in the marketplace. After traveling across 3 different worlds, she had managed to save nearly 500,000 points. Although it wasn't as much as Ryan's total, it was still impressive. Thinking back, Tsunade couldn't have imagined reaching a point balance this high, but here she was, and despite the annoying prize, she was determined to make the most of it. She felt quite satisfied with her points balance. It didn't matter how many points others had, what she'd earned was more than enough for her needs. This time, Tsunade had made a big purchase from the marketplace. She'd spent a hefty 150,000 points to acquire a special item. Opening the scroll, she watched as a puff of white smoke appeared, revealing lines of densely packed text. At the top, in bold characters, it read, Armament Haki. That's right. Tsunade had redeemed her points for the knowledge of Armament Haki, a powerful ability from the world of pirates. After much deliberation, she decided this would be the most useful ability to enhance her fighting skills. Armament Haki was an incredible technique. When used, it coats the body in a dark, hardened layer, dramatically increasing both attack and defense power. At its peak, it could strengthen defenses to the point where even swords couldn't penetrate it. The offensive boost was equally impressive, enabling much more powerful strikes. This scroll didn't just contain the basics, it also included advanced applications and evolutions of Armament Haki, all carefully documented. Tsunade had redeemed every bit of knowledge available. During her time in the pirate world, she had come across many valuable items, treasures, and even devil fruits. Yet, what intrigued her most was the potential of Armament Haki. Now, with this scroll in hand, she was ready to master it. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 224. Chapter 224. With Armament Haki, Tsunade could channel her immense strength directly through her hands or feet without fear of injuring herself. At the same time, both her power and resilience would increase, an ideal match for her fighting style. After reviewing the basic training method, Tsunade began practicing. Within minutes, she could coat her arm with a layer of black Armament Haki. Seeing her progress, she smiled, pleased with the results. Excellent, she said, clearly satisfied. I wonder just how much my attack power has increased. Why not give it a try? She glanced around her Hokage office, searching for something durable to test her strength. Her gaze eventually settled on her desk, piled high with documents, papers that had been nagging her for attention. You'll do just fine, she muttered, deciding then and there. Without hesitation, Tsunade raised a finger, coating it in pitch black Haki. She brought it down sharply onto the desk. Boom. A loud crash echoed through the room as a cloud of smoke rose from the spot. Her desk lay shattered, reduced to pieces by her enhanced strength. The loud crash immediately alarmed everyone nearby, and the ninjas reacted quickly. Shouts filled the corridors as they scrambled to understand the cause. Team 1, report. What was that noise? Sound analysis confirms it originated from the Hokage's office, Captain. Maintain formation. If Lady Hokage is in danger, we secure the area immediately. Move out. Shizun was the first to rush in. Lady Tsunade. Her words trailed off as she took in the scene before her. Tsunade stood sheepishly in front of what had once been her desk, now reduced to a pile of splintered wood scattered across the room. Shizun sighed, exasperated. Lady Tsunade, if you didn't want to work, you could have just said so. Was destroying the desk necessary? Tsunade laughed, scratching her head. Ah, that wasn't on purpose. Shizun looked unconvinced, her annoyance clear. You did this yourself, and now you're saying it wasn't on purpose? Lady Tsunade, what are you up to? Clearing her throat, Tsunade adopted a serious tone. Alright, Shizun, let's not dwell on this. I was just practicing a new jutsu technique. I didn't expect it to be so effective. But here we are. She gestured at the destroyed desk with an air of authority. Let's have the logistics team bring in a new desk soon. Seeing Tsunade's serious Hokage expression, Shizun could only sigh in resignation and leave, glancing back at her with a speechless expression before heading out. Wait a moment. Tsunade called, tossing a few scrolls to Shizun. These contain technology I've gathered from other worlds. It's all very useful, some for civilian applications, others for weaponry. Take these to the research department and have them start development. Finally getting down to business, Shizun nodded, collected the scrolls, and headed out. Tsunade looked at the shattered remains of her desk. Well, it seems there's no way to get any work done now. Maybe I should play a game instead. With a grin, she grabbed a few scrolls, conjured up a makeshift slot machine, and immediately began playing. Meanwhile, in the 6th Hokage Kakashi's world. After returning to his world and watching the portal fade, Kakashi felt a pang of regret and a certain restlessness. It wasn't due to any immediate danger, something else lingered in his mind. What troubled him most was the nagging sense that his strength was beginning to fall behind others. This wasn't just a fleeting worry, it felt deeply real. Just a short while ago, after witnessing the progress of the 3rd Hokage Kakashi, a newfound sense of urgency had struck him. Among the Hokage, his power was never considered top tier, but he'd always seen himself as solidly average. He could hold his own among Hokages like Tsunade and the 3rd generation Kakashi, who also had relatively balanced abilities. Yet, watching them develop, Kakashi couldn't shake the feeling that he might soon lag if he didn't advance further. After a few meetings, Kakashi had received some rewards, and overall, it felt pretty good until just now. Having just returned from the events in One Punch Man, third Hokage Kakashi had unexpectedly secured third place and, as a result, won a prize. To his surprise, it was the top prize, Kamui Sharingan. With this powerful ability, third Hokage Kakashi's strength skyrocketed, propelling him into the ranks of the top-tier fighters. He was now on a completely different level compared to Kakashi in the sixth Hokage's world. As for the sixth Hokage Kakashi, he was reflecting on his situation. He'd attended several Hokage meetings and participated in 2 heaven missions, but each time, he found himself at the bottom. This had been frustrating. As for the rewards, he had never ranked in the top 3 and received only the average rewards, just like everyone else. At that moment, Kakashi realized something. He had to improve his strength. Otherwise, he knew that the worlds he'd visit in the future would only grow more dangerous, and if his power couldn't keep up, he'd only become a hindrance to others. So, after much consideration, Kakashi made his decision. He used his points 200,000 of them to redeem a powerful ability. This, after all, was half of his total points, which amounted to more than 400,000. Despite the large cost, Kakashi didn't hesitate. He was confident that the ability he chose would offer him better prospects for growth in the future, and he was determined to move forward without looking back. Kakashi pulled out a strangely shaped fruit from his bosom. It looked unappetizing, unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was a devil fruit. After some testing and verification, Kakashi understood that this fruit was likely one of the fastest ways to increase one's strength. Normally, a devil fruit would cost 10,000 points to purchase, but the effects were uncertain, as it was part of a lottery system. This particular fruit, however, was something Kakashi had specifically redeemed. The fruit, resembling a blue flame, was unlike anything he'd encountered before. Without hesitation, Kakashi bit into it. "It's so unpalatable," he muttered, immediately feeling nauseous. But as soon as the fruit touched his stomach, a hot, powerful current surged through his body. It was as though an immense force was awakening from within him, bursting out with overwhelming energy. Enjoyed the chapter? You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 225. Chapter 225. As Kakashi's body ignited with blue flames, he tilted his head to the side, watching the ethereal blaze flicker harmlessly. Despite the intense light and heat, his clothes remained perfectly intact, and nothing around him caught fire. The flames seemed almost polite, as if they knew better than to cause unnecessary chaos. He scratched the back of his head with his free hand, his trademark nonchalant tone kicking in. "Hey, not bad. Flames that don't burn my clothes? Practical and stylish." Marco knew what he was doing with this fruit. Kakashi glanced down at his hands, flexing them as the flames coiled like living streams around him. His lips curved into a small, satisfied smile. "Guess I finally leveled up. All that spicy content I skipped to save up points paid off." Then, with a shrug, he added, "Mythical Zoan, Tori no Mi, model, Phoenix, hey. It sounds fancy enough for the bingo books. I wonder what guy would say if he saw this, probably challenge me to some weird fire of youth endurance challenge." His eyes turned serious momentarily as he watched the flames almost instantly heal a minor cut on his hand. "Yeah, that'll do nicely. Maybe I can keep up with Naruto and Sasuke after all." And just as quickly, his smirk returned, his tone light again. "Well, better not let this go to my head. Can't be setting things on fire and inflating my ego." With a sigh, he let the flames die, his mind already considering how best to show off this new ability without looking like he was showing off. After all, Kakashi Hatake had an image to maintain. Although the blue flames lacked offensive capabilities, their specialty was unparalleled recovery. Even severe injuries could be instantly healed by the fire. It was nothing short of miraculous and absurd power in terms of healing. There was another reason Kakashi had chosen this fruit, apart from its remarkable restorative abilities. It granted him immense stamina, allowing him to endure much longer in battle. Known as the fruit of the Phoenix, it significantly boosted his physical endurance and extended his combat duration far beyond what he could manage. In other words, Kakashi now had no fear of running out of chakra or stamina. The Phoenix fruit had truly transformed him. Kakashi's biggest shortcoming has always been his lack of chakra. As the sixth Hokage, Kakashi no longer has the Sharingan, and his chakra reserves have reverted to the level of an ordinary Kage. If his ambition were simply to live as an average shinobi, this amount of chakra might suffice. But this is Kakashi, the Kakashi of Sharingan without Sharingan. Plus he was a Hokage. For someone in his position, the chakra level of a Kage is far from enough, as he had students who had suppressed him in the amount of chakra alone. However, with the power of the Phoenix fruit, his strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. According to preliminary estimates, Kakashi's physical stamina has increased by at least tenfold. 10 times. What does that mean in practical terms? While he still can't match the immense chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan or Hashirama Senju, Kakashi now far surpasses most shinobi in sheer endurance. What makes this improvement even more significant is Kakashi's mastery of ninjutsu. With his newfound stamina, he can unleash a vast array of techniques without holding back. No longer will he have to conserve chakra during battles or rely on small, calculated tactics to test his opponent. Now, Kakashi can confidently and boldly deploy a wide variety of powerful ninjutsu. This newfound freedom is the most satisfying aspect of his transformation. Consider Marco, the original user of the Phoenix fruit in the pirate world. His abilities were legendary, granting him a nearly invincible status. During the Summit War, Marco battled multiple admirals from start to finish without sustaining significant injuries. Later, during the Battle of the Tracks, he held his own against 2 top-tier opponents simultaneously, demonstrating the fruit's unparalleled enhancement of physical strength. The Phoenix fruit doesn't just boost stamina, it redefines the limits of endurance and power. For Kakashi, this is only the beginning. At that moment, Kakashi felt a surge of energy within him. A pair of massive, fiery wings unfurled from his back. That's right, after acquiring the Phoenix fruit, Kakashi had gained the ability to fly. From a ninja limited to running on the ground, he had transformed into a powerful aerial force, a true strategic weapon. His strength had increased so dramatically that it was almost absurd. Kakashi pondered for a moment. Where should I go to test these new abilities? Just then, in the Hokage office, an ANBU named Kurohiko rushed in, visibly anxious. "Lord Hokage, there's an emergency." Kakashi, sitting at his desk, raised an eyebrow and leaned forward, his interest piqued. "Go on. What's the situation?" Kurohiko quickly explained. "A hidden laboratory has been discovered southeast of Konoha. It seems the people there have been experimenting with the impure world reincarnation technique. They've already summoned the third Rikish reincarnation, and several of our ninjas have been seriously injured. We need reinforcements." Kakashi's eyes widened briefly in surprise at the mention of impure world reincarnation, but then a spark of excitement flickered in his gaze. This might be the perfect chance to test my new abilities. Without wasting a moment, he stood up decisively and turned to Kurohiko. "Lead the way. Take me there immediately." Kurohiko hesitated, his face pale with concern. "Lord Hokage, wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go alone?" Kakashi gave a calm smile, his voice steady. "Are you doubting my strength? Remember, I am the Hokage." Kurohiko quickly lowered his head, realizing his misstep. "Understood, Lord Hokage. I'll guide you at once." A few minutes later, at the southeast corner of Konoha, near the entrance to a remote cave, chaos unfolded. Several Konoha shinobi were gravely injured. Some were unable to stand, while 2 others, though barely able to remain upright, continued to fight, relying on sheer willpower to protect their comrades. They were battling the impure world reincarnation of the Rikage, a relentless foe. "Sorry, young shinobi," the resurrected Rikage said, his voice tinged with regret. "I'm under someone's control, so I can't hold back. It seems your resistance may not last much longer." The Konoha ninjas gritted their teeth, fully aware of the grim reality. They were overpowered. One of them muttered in frustration, "Where is the backup? Haven't reinforcements arrived yet?" At that moment, a sharp, bird-like cry echoed from above. Everyone instinctively looked up, startled. A massive blue bird descended swiftly from the sky, its body engulfed in brilliant flames. Boom. The fiery bird landed with force, its flames casting an eerie glow across the scene. The Konoha shinobi, exhausted and weary, stared at the strange figure with a mix of fear and confusion. Could this be a new enemy? Aoba muttered, his voice tense with uncertainty. His extensive field experience told him that something wasn't right, but he couldn't yet pinpoint the threat. "This is it, we're done for," Kaiba despaired, his usual bravado gone as he glanced around at his comrades, his instincts screaming that they were outmatched. As whispers of doubt and fear spread among the injured shinobi, the flames surrounding the bird suddenly vanished. The avian form began to shift, transforming into a human figure. It was Kakashi. For a moment, silence hung in the air as the realization sank in. Then came the exclamations. Wait, is that? One of the A and B's voices trailed off, his eyes widening in disbelief as he caught sight of the figure stepping through the smoke. Hokage-sama. Yukimaru guessed his expression a mix of shock and relief. Master Hokage. You're here. Ibiki exclaimed, his usual stoic demeanor replaced by a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Anko couldn't help but smirk despite the tension in the air. We're saved, she remarked, the weight of their situation easing as Kakashi's presence filled the space. Kaiba's posture shifted, his body relaxing as a wave of confidence washed over him. That's the Hokage we know, he muttered, already feeling a renewed sense of strength knowing their leader had arrived to turn the tide in their favor. The injured shinobi erupted with relief and excitement, their spirits lifting at the sight of their leader. Even the resurrected Hokage looked at Kakashi with intrigue. Kakashi of the Sharingan, he said thoughtfully. Even in Pure World I have heard your name and am familiar with your reputation, but I've never heard of you possessing such an ability. Impressive. Then, his expression darkened. But let me warn you. You cannot defeat me on your own. I suggest you call for reinforcements. Kakashi, unfazed by Rage's words, gave a calm yet confident smile. Everyone, fall back, Kakashi ordered, addressing the Konoha shinobi. Leave this to me. The ninjas hesitated for a moment but ultimately obeyed, retreating to safety. Rage sighed as he regarded Kakashi. Hokage, hey. Your fame is well earned, and I'll admit it's not an easy path to reach such heights. But it's a shame you'll meet your end here, by my hand. Kakashi remained composed, ready to face the resurrected Rage head on. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 226. Chapter 226. At this moment, Konoha's ninjas stood frozen in tension, their eyes fixed on Kakashi's back. Doubt lingered in their minds. Could the Hokage standing before them handle the resurrected Hokage? Their apprehension wasn't due to a lack of respect for Kakashi, it was grounded in reality. Everyone knew Kakashi's strength well. While he was undoubtedly powerful, his abilities still fell short compared to the third Hokage who fought against 10,000 IWA shinobi led by Oniki. Of course, without the Sharingan, Kakashi had adapted. His chakra reserves were now significantly improved, and he had developed several new ninjutsu. Yet, against an opponent like the Hokage, who commanded overwhelming power, victory seemed uncertain. The Hokage moved. In an instant, his body transformed into a flash of blue lightning, exuding raw, destructive energy. Lariat. Boom. A deafening roar echoed across the battlefield as the Hokage's attack landed. He appeared behind Kakashi in the blink of an eye, the sheer force of his speed leaving everyone stunned. The Konoha ninjas stood frozen, their faces edged with disbelief and fear as they turned their eyes back to Kakashi. No. Yukimaru whispered, his usually calm demeanor cracking as dread seeped into his voice. Such a devastating hit. Ibiki muttered, his hardened exterior momentarily shaken as the grim reality of the situation settled in. Could this be it? Is even Lord Hokage going to die here? Anko murmured, her hands clenching into fists, the thought of losing their leader unbearable. Kaiba growled low, his sharp instinct screaming at him to do something. Come on, Kakashi-sensei, you've got to pull through. The scene before them was grim. Kakashi stood at the center of the battlefield, his body drenched in blood. His stance was unsteady, and he looked as though he might collapse at any moment. Rage regarded Kakashi with a calm, almost pitying gaze. I warned you, he said, shaking his head. Your strength is still far from enough to face me. Call for reinforcements while you still can. I take no pleasure in fighting under the control of impure world reincarnation. This battle holds no meaning for me. The Konoha shinobi exchanged nervous glances. Their Hokage appeared defeated, and the Rage's overwhelming strength had shattered their hopes. But then, something unexpected happened. Kakashi laughed. It was a chuckle at first, but it grew louder, filling the tense air with an unsettling confidence. Ha ha. Kakashi grinned, wiping blood from his mouth. So this is how it feels, he said, his voice steady despite his injuries. No wonder. The shinobi of Konoha and even Rage stared at him in confusion as if he has lost his marbles. Kakashi straightened his posture, his smile unfaltering. This is my first time experiencing this, and I have to admit, I like it. Konoha shinobi exchanged uneasy glances, their voices filled with worry and uncertainty. What's happening to Lord Hokage? Yukimaru asked, his brow furrowing as he tried to make sense of the scene before him. Could he be confused by the severity of his injuries? Ibiki wondered aloud, his analytical mind struggling to rationalize Kakashi's unusual behavior. It's over. Anko muttered, a rare note of despair creeping into her voice. Is he just rambling nonsense? Kaiba, fists clenched, growled in frustration. No way. This is Kakashi-sensei. He wouldn't break like this. The Konoha ninjas murmured anxiously among themselves. Fear gripped their hearts. If Kakashi, their Hokage, were to fall in this battle, it would spell disaster for the village. Konoha, which had finally enjoyed a period of peace, might be plunged into chaos and war once more. Even the Hokage seemed perplexed, his brow furrowing as he observed Kakashi. What's wrong with this guy? He muttered. Is he just spouting nonsense in his final moments? No one understood what Kakashi was doing until something extraordinary happened. Suddenly, a brilliant blue flame erupted from Kakashi's body. The flames burned fiercely, completely enveloping him. The light was so intense that everyone instinctively shielded their eyes. And then, just as quickly as they appeared, the flames vanished. Kakashi stood there, unharmed. What? Shikamaru exclaimed, his usual calm demeanor shattered as his sharp mind struggled to comprehend. This is Kakashi. Kaiba barked, his wide eyes darting between Kakashi and the impossible sight before him. He's fine. He's fine. Koji shouted, his voice booming with unrestrained relief. The disbelief lingered only a moment longer before giving way to an overwhelming sense of joy. Smiles broke out across the group as hope reignited, and their faith in their Hokage was reaffirmed. Even after suffering such devastating injuries, Kakashi had recovered completely. Now, it seemed victory might be possible. Rage's eyes widened, his disbelief evident as he watched the blue flames licking at Kakashi's body. What is this? He growled, his booming voice filled with both awe and frustration. Some kind of recovery ninjutsu. No. It's impossible. Fire style doesn't heal, it burns. He clenched his fists, his mind racing as he tried to process the scene before him. But this is far too strange. Fire that heals instead of destroys. Kakashi, meanwhile, smirked, his confidence shining through. Not bad, he said, flexing his fingers. This feeling, it's worth every point I spent. As it turned out, Kakashi had deliberately allowed himself to be hit by Rage's powerful attack. Though Rage's speed was formidable, it wasn't beyond Kakashi's ability to avoid. With his experience, dodging that strike wouldn't have been difficult. If Kakashi lacked even that much capability, he wouldn't have survived his many battles in the past. But this time, he wanted to test something. The legendary phoenix fruit, known for its miraculous healing properties, had been on his mind. Kakashi wanted to know just how powerful its abilities were, and there was no better way to find out than to take a direct hit. And now, the results were undeniable. In mere seconds, his horrific injuries had vanished without a trace. This level of regeneration exceeded even Kakashi's expectations. It was far more powerful than he had imagined. Kakashi was pleasantly surprised. What amazed him most was that after healing such a severe injury, his physical stamina had barely been affected. He felt stronger than before. His chakra reserves, which were already significant, now seemed much greater than ever. Realizing this, Kakashi couldn't help but smile, excitement bubbling within him. This is incredible, he thought. All right, the testing phase is over. Now, it's time for the real battle to begin. Kakashi turned his sharp gaze toward the Hokage, who was under the enemy's control and charging at him again with relentless fury. Earth style, earth flow wall. With a clap of his hands, Kakashi summoned a massive earth style technique. A towering wall of earth erupted from the ground, its sheer size resembling half a mountain. It was almost comparable to the legendary Reshaman in scale. Now that Kakashi had an abundance of chakra, he could afford to be extravagant with his techniques, unleashing their full potential without restraint. To amuse himself, he even sculpted a few dog heads into the earthen wall surface. Hokage collided headfirst into the immense wall with a thunderous impact. Despite the force of the collision, the wall stood firm, undamaged by the attack. Kakashi leaped gracefully onto the top of the wall, surveying his handiwork with satisfaction. This is much bigger than I expected, he said with a grin. Not bad at all. Having this much chakra, it's amazing. He formed hand seals quickly, his movements fluid and precise. In an instant, a brilliant purple lightning crackled in his hand, illuminating the battlefield. The sky above darkened ominously, and a massive bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens. Lightning release, purple electricity. Kakashi shouted. Boom, boom, boom. The devastating thunderstorm engulfed everything in its path, the ground trembling beneath the sheer power of the attack. When the smoke cleared, the wreckage had been reduced to dust. Of course, being revived by the impure world reincarnation technique, the wreckage wasn't permanently defeated. He would reform in time. But Kakashi didn't intend to waste those precious seconds. Using the opportunity, he dashed straight toward the enemy manipulator hiding in the shadows, seizing them before they could regain control of the battlefield. With the mastermind apprehended and the wreckage temporarily incapacitated, the crisis was swiftly brought to an end. And with that, the danger was resolved, all thanks to Kakashi's brilliance. All right, let's head back, Kakashi said to the Konoha shinobi. The group of ninjas looked at him with expressions of awe and admiration. Anko smirked, crossing her arms as she observed the aftermath of Kakashi's attack. As expected of Kakashi, Ibiki nodded, his sharp eyes narrowing as he surveyed the destruction. Yet, that was just a single lightning-style ninjutsu, and it took down the strongest wreckage. Shikamaru sighed, rubbing the back of his neck in his usual thoughtful manner. Troublesome as it is, the level of control and precision needed to manage lightning-style chakra is insane. There's a reason Hidden Cloud's lightning armor jutsu is still a closely guarded secret. Kaiba, still panting from the intensity of the battle, leaned forward with wide eyes. Using one technique to take down wreckage like that amazing. Koji, clutching his side but grinning despite the pain, added with a chuckle, who even cares if it's wreckage? Hokage-sama handled it like it was nothing. They chattered among themselves, their respect for Kakashi reaching new heights. When Kakashi returned to the village, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. The battle had tested his abilities and proven just how far he had come. At the same time, he didn't forget about the advanced technology he had brought back from the world of One Punch Man. Without wasting time, he handed over the schematics and blueprints to his subordinates, instructing them to take the task seriously and focus on developing the technology further. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/mariani. Chapter 227. Chapter 227. Soon after, he reviewed the latest scientific research results in Ryan's world. To his great surprise, the progress had been nothing short of remarkable. With each passing day, the advancements were coming in by leaps and bounds. In just the past few days, scientists have developed a highly efficient fighter jet, powerful tanks, and similar vehicles of different types for different terrains. These new creations could be powered using chakra, similar to the chakra cannon they had studied earlier. The machines could be operated by Chunin and even Genins, meaning there was no need for the chakra of a Genin. There was also a newly developed chakra energy storage device, a sort of battery that could store chakra and be used to generate electricity when needed. This device could power tanks, planes, and other machinery, proving to be incredibly useful. But the real surprise came when Ryan checked the latest project. What the scientists revealed was nothing short of outrageous. It was a spaceship. A real, spacefaring craft. Yes, a spaceship capable of venturing into space. The scientists had already conducted tests, with Minato being the first to board the spacecraft. Thanks to his flying thunder god technique, Minato was the ideal candidate for the experiment. His ability to teleport instantly meant that even in the unlikely event of something going wrong such as an explosion at high altitude he could quickly use his technique to return safely to Konoha. To everyone's relief, the experiment had gone smoothly. Both Minato and the scientists were thrilled with the results. So, that's what space is like, Minato exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. It was so much fun. Ryan could only stare at him, speechless. The entire situation felt a bit too reckless. They had gone from building a prototype to launching it into space without much hesitation. Ryan couldn't help but worry about the safety of his capable generals. You're still too reckless, Ryan muttered, shaking his head. Couldn't the research have been more thorough before taking such a risk? A few of the others chuckled at Ryan's concern, but Minato seemed even more excited. Lord Hokage, Minato continued, grinning. Last time, it was a pretty immature project. There were a lot of unexpected situations when we flew into the sky. We documented everything. But this time, it's different. After all the improvements, this new spaceship is much safer. We shouldn't encounter any problems now. Hearing this, Ryan finally understood. The spaceship in front of him wasn't just a wild experiment, it was the first spacecraft capable of traveling into space in the Hokage world. It had become a far more mature piece of technology, one that was reliable and ready for use. Ryan sighed, impressed. This is something. Looks like we finally entered the age of technology. The others nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're right, one of the researchers said. It's not easy to reach this point. We wouldn't have gotten here so quickly without the technology you've provided, Lord Hokage. The research team was grateful for what Ryan had brought back, not just the plans, but actual working prototypes and complete technology. It had made all the difference in their progress. There were many things they didn't even need to experiment with, they simply followed the plans. The results were always consistent, which is why progress was happening so quickly. We plan to send the spacecraft into space again next time, Minato explained, outlining their next steps. Ryan nodded in agreement, though he wasn't particularly interested. Perhaps next time, he'd go up and take a look for himself if time allowed. However, he wasn't overly enthusiastic about the idea. After all, with his strength, he could easily enter space on his own. It wasn't boasting, he could reach the moon directly. Now, with his Scion blood, moving through space was even easier. There was no challenge at all. Minato's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Kushina, a playful grin tugging at his lips. Kushina, how about we take a little trip just the two of us into space? I know it sounds a bit crazy, but after all the improvements to the spaceship, I think it'd be the perfect getaway. Kushina blinked in surprise, her usual fiery demeanor momentarily faltering. Then, her lips curved into a smile as she crossed her arms. Space, hey? That's something different. But with you, Minato, I'm sure it'd be an adventure. Minato laughed, the sound light and carefree. Exactly. Last time was a bit of a mess, but this time, everything's been perfected. It'll be safe, I promise. Just imagine it, no responsibilities, no missions, just the two of us, floating through space. Doesn't that sound incredible? Kushina tilted her head, considering the idea. I've always wanted to do something out of the ordinary. A trip to space with you. It could be fun. Her eyes softened a genuine warmth in her voice. I think I'm in. Minato's grin widened. Great. I'm sure it'll be the best vacation we've ever had. Kushina's smile was equally mischievous. Well, as long as we don't end up in a situation where you're pulling me out of blowing up the spaceship, I think I'll enjoy it just fine. Minato chuckled, the image of their last adventure flashing in his mind. No crashes this time, I promise. Just you, me, and the stars. Kushina rolled her eyes, but the smile never left her face. You better keep that promise, Minato. Ryan stood off to the side, watching Minato and Kushina with a mix of amusement and something else he couldn't quite place. They were standing close, exchanging those little playful glances and teasing remarks that only people in love could get away with. He couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy as he observed them. The carefree smiles, the way Minato's eyes softened when he looked at Kushina, it all seemed so natural, so easy. Ryan sighed, folding his arms across his chest, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. Why should I care? He thought, it's not like I don't have my responsibilities. Who needs a vacation anyway? To Ryan, a spaceship almost felt like a limitation, a form of bondage. But that didn't mean it wasn't valuable for others. He knew that not every ninja had the same strength as he did. Ryan also hadn't forgotten something important, there were ninjas living on the moon. They were descendants of the Otsutsuki clan, two of its branches. While their numbers had dwindled due to internal conflicts, and many powerful individuals were lost, the remaining members were still a formidable force. They were well established and could be an important asset to his village. Ryan was intrigued by this possibility, and looking forward to engaging with them in the future. After the visit to the spacecraft, Ryan and the others returned to the Hokage office, while the researchers went back to their labs to continue their work and development. Kakashi appeared in a blur, kneeling before Ryan's desk. His usual calm was replaced by rare urgency. Hokage-sama, he said, his voice low. We've uncovered something critical. Ryan's eyes narrowed, his hand brushing the hilt of his blade. Report. During a scouting mission near the former Land of Thunder, we found traces of the Tsutsuki clan, Kakashi explained. Residual chakra recent and unmistakable. There were signs of experimentation, possibly a weapon or summon. Ryan's expression hardened. Assemble the council. Double patrols at every border. The Tsutsuki won't catch us unprepared. Ryan's brow furrowed slightly upon hearing this. Are they finally here? He muttered under his breath. If they're testing us, we'll show them the strength of this village. Of course, Ryan knew that the Tsutsuki clan wouldn't just disappear after their last encounter. It was only a matter of time before they returned. What surprised him, however, was how quickly it had happened. It had been barely 6 months since their last encounter, and they were already resurfacing. Truly persistent, he thought. Tell me the specifics, Ryan said, his tone calm but firm. Kakashi nodded and continued. After the Satsuki clan attacked us last time, I ordered all the ninjas under my command to keep an eye on their movements. It's been relatively peaceful since then. But when we gathered intelligence recently, ordinary people started talking about seeing figures that resembled members of the Satsuki clan. They were being cautious, though no ninjas were involved, just regular civilians. I suspect they're afraid of us after what happened to their clan last time. Ryan listened intently, then nodded in understanding. I see. Kakashi nodded and vanished in a swirl of leaves. Alone, Ryan studied the map of the Land of Thunder, his thoughts sharp. Ryan paused, deep in thought. If there's no mistake, they're here to find the container. I don't know if it's a Jinchuriki or something like a tailed beast, but we can't allow someone like that to roam freely. I'll take care of it myself. With that, Ryan stood up, his resolve clear. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 228. Chapter 228. Before the official departure, Ryan decided to gather more details about the situation. He turned to the others and asked them to describe the entity they had seen based on the intelligence reports. What does this so-called Satsuki look like? Ryan inquired. Kakashi was the first to respond, his tone cautious. It's said to be a very pale man, he began. This characteristic alone aligns with members of the Hokage clan. But what stands out the most is that there's something resembling a ram's horn hovering above his head. And his eyes, they're golden, with strange, almost Rinnegan Uzumaki pattern. As Kakashi spoke, even he seemed uncertain. Honestly, the description sounds so bizarre, he admitted, his doubt creeping into his voice. I can't help but wonder if the civilians who reported this might have exaggerated or even fabricated the details. Minato, who had been quietly listening, couldn't hide his skepticism either. His expression mirrored the incredulity of the group. That does sound outlandish, he remarked. Ryan, however, reacted differently. While the others wrestled with disbelief, he was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. A realization dawned on him. I get it now, he said, his voice calm yet resolute. It's Satsuki Haki. The room fell silent as Ryan continued, piecing together the details. That description matches him perfectly. Satsuki Haki was from the Satsuki main family. He came to Earth with a singular purpose, to plant a god tree and harvest its chakra fruit. The goal was to cultivate the tree until it absorbed the energy of the entire plant and bore its fruit, which they would consume to gain unparalleled power. Ryan's expression darkened as he delved deeper into the story. When his Haki came to Earth, he wasn't alone. Kagite Satsuki was his partner in this mission. However, there was a grim condition attached to their plan. One of them, as a subordinate, was to be sacrificed to the god tree. Kagaya, unwilling to accept this fate, turned on his Haki, betrayed him, and launched a surprise attack. He paused, his gaze distant as if picturing the ancient betrayal. Despite his Haki's immense power, he couldn't defend himself against Kagaya's sneak attack. She severely injured him before he even had the chance to react. The group fell into thoughtful silence, each processing the gravity of the situation and the possibility of facing such a being. Satsuki Haki had nearly met his end, his survival hanging by a thread. Fortunately for him, he still possessed the power of the Kama seal. Using it, he parasitized a novice monk host on Earth, narrowly escaping death. His distinct appearance matched the reports perfectly, unnaturally pale skin, a long, horn-like protrusion from his head, and golden eyes imbued with a unique pupil technique. As Ryan processed this information, his thoughts turned. Satsuki is Haki, he's acting differently than I anticipated, Ryan thought grimly. He should have been quite weak at this moment. Considering he's relying on a human host and has no new vessel, it seemed only a matter of time before his death was inevitable. But somehow, his original body has emerged. The realization solidified Ryan's resolve. If that's the case, I'll deal with him, he decided. Ryan was well aware of his Haki's strength. Among the entire Satsuki clan, his Haki was one of the most formidable. His abilities were unique and dangerous, far beyond what any current ninja could handle. Neither Minato nor Kakashi stands a chance against him, Ryan concluded. Sending anyone else would just mean certain death. Accepting the burden, Ryan made his decision. This critical task falls to me. He turned to the others and began issuing orders. Kakashi, assemble a team of elite ninjas and accompany me, he instructed. Minato, you'll stay here and manage the paperwork while I handle the pursuit. Ryan paused, emphasizing his final point. And make sure to monitor the advancements in science and technology. We can't afford to overlook any detail. Kakashi and Minato both acknowledged his commands without hesitation. Understood. Minato replied, activating the Flying Thunder God technique and disappearing instantly to prepare. Meanwhile, Kakashi followed closely behind Ryan, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Lord Ryan, are you sure bringing just a few ninjas is enough? Kakashi asked, concern etched on his face. Isn't it a bit risky? After all, we're dealing with someone from that race. Their strength must be extraordinary. Wouldn't it be better to call for reinforcements? Despite his reservations, Kakashi's suggestion stemmed from genuine worry. Though he was well aware of Ryan's immense power as Hokage and had seen him prevail countless times, this new adversary remained an enigma. Nobody knew the full extent of their abilities. Kakashi feared the worst if something were to happen to Ryan. The entire ninja world could spiral into chaos. Ryan, catching the unease in Kakashi's tone, gave him a sharp glance. Kakashi, are you questioning my leadership? He asked with a faint smile. Kakashi immediately shook his head, his response quick and earnest. Of course not. I know without a doubt that you're the strongest Hokage. Kakashi's words weren't mere flattery. As one of Ryan's most trusted and capable subordinates, he had witnessed his leader's unmatched prowess in battle countless times. There was no denying Ryan's strength, which bordered on the unimaginable. Ryan's smile widened, his tone turning lighter. If that's the case, then you shouldn't worry, he said confidently. The ninjas I asked you to bring aren't for combat. Their job is to assist with reconnaissance and support. None of them, including you, will need to lift a finger in battle. He paused for emphasis. Satsuki is Haki is mine to deal with alone. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. His Hokage's confidence was overwhelming, bordering on audacious. Facing an entirely unknown opponent, Ryan seemed completely unshaken, as though victory was already assured. Still, Kakashi couldn't help but marvel at the unwavering faith Ryan had in his abilities. Ryan had the confidence to face the threat alone. It was difficult to fathom, yet Kakashi refrained from raising any doubts. Instead, he reasoned to himself, even if Ryan's strength somehow fell short, there was no need for panic. With a team of elite ninjas at hand, they could at least create an opening for their Hokage to retreat safely. Soon after, Ryan set off with his small group of selected ninjas. Before they could even leave the boundaries of Konoha village, new intelligence arrived. Master Ryan, a voice called out urgently. It was Minato, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, thanks to his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. His instantaneous arrival even left Ryan slightly impressed. Minato, you found new information about the target so quickly? Ryan asked, his tone tinged with curiosity. For someone deliberately concealing their identity, that's quite an accomplishment. Minato quickly shook his head. It's not my ability, Lord Hokage, he clarified. The opponent has begun a large-scale operation, which revealed their movements. Ryan's expression grew serious as Minato continued. The target has been sighted in the land of water. There's more. They've captured the two tails. The weight of the information startled everyone present. Capturing a tailed beast was no small feat. Ryan, however, seemed unfazed. With a calm nod, he spoke. As expected, Otsutsuki clan members are always attracted to the tailed beasts. Their goal must be to capture all 9. He turned to the group, issuing a firm command. We must strengthen our defenses immediately. Minato wasn't finished. There's additional news, Lord Hokage, he added. Eyewitnesses reported a battle. It ended quickly, but there's a discrepancy in the earlier intelligence. The target isn't working alone. Ryan's brow furrowed. Not alone. Minato nodded. Yes, there were 2 individuals. Alongside the man was a woman. This new revelation shifted the weight of the situation, and Ryan's sharp mind began processing the implications. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 229. Chapter 229. Upon hearing the news, Ryan was genuinely surprised for the first time. Satsuki Ishiki isn't acting alone. The information was unexpected. After all, the Satsuki clan had always regarded themselves as gods compared to humans, who they saw as mere ants. The vast disparity in power and status made it almost unthinkable for an Satsuki to collaborate with anyone, let alone humans. The only plausible explanation was that the woman spotted alongside Ishiki was also part of the Satsuki clan. As this thought crossed his mind, Ryan grew quiet, a storm of speculation brewing within him. Another Satsuki woman. Who could it be? Kaga. The possibility sent a jolt through him. It seemed unlikely, almost absurd. There was deep animosity between Satsuki Ishiki and Kaga. The reason Ishiki had been absent for so long, severely injured and on the brink of death, was Kaga's betrayal. Her ambush had nearly ended him. After such treachery, how could the two of them possibly align again? Could Ishiki truly be so magnanimous as to forgive her? And yet, despite the implausibility, Ryan couldn't shake the uneasy premonition growing in his chest. What if it's true? If Ishiki and Kaga had indeed set aside their enmity and joined forces, it raised an even bigger question: what could their shared goal possibly be to unite such bitter enemies? The thought filled Ryan with an urgent sense of curiosity and determination. There was only one way to uncover the truth. Let's go, he commanded without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished, moving swiftly toward the unfolding mystery. Kakashi and the others hurriedly followed behind Ryan, pushing themselves to their limits to keep up with his incredible speed. Unlike ordinary people, Ryan moved with a swiftness that far surpassed the capabilities of most ninjas. Even with techniques like the body flicker technique, they couldn't match his pace. As a result, Kakashi and the rest of the team trailed farther and farther behind, the distance growing with every passing second. In less than half an hour, Ryan sensed something unusual. There was a chakra signature ahead, one distinctly different from that of ordinary ninjas. It was unique, otherworldly. Satsuki. Ryan's experience fighting members of the Satsuki clan made him keenly aware of their aura. More importantly, his strength and bloodline bore a connection to theirs, making him highly attuned to such presence. As soon as Ryan locked onto the chakra, it became clear that the other party had also sensed him. They stopped abruptly, as though waiting for him to arrive. Wasting no time, Ryan vanished in a flash, reappearing mere moments later directly in front of the source. Standing before him was a figure exactly as the reports described. Pale, unnaturally white skin, with a long, spiraling horn protruding from his head. One eye was completely white, while the other shone with a golden hue. Satsuki Ishiki. Ryan paused, observing his adversary. Satsuki Ishiki's expression, calm and composed at first, quickly shifted to one of shock. What is the meaning of this? Ishiki exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Who are you? Why do you have the chakra of my clan? It was rare for Ishiki to even acknowledge someone outside the Satsuki bloodline. Typically, he wouldn't waste words on those he deemed beneath him. But Ryan was different. To Ishiki, the sensation emanating from Ryan was unnervingly familiar, almost as though he were facing one of his own. The power emanating from Ryan was far beyond that of an ordinary Satsuki clansman. For Ryan, the sense of familiarity with the Satsuki clan wasn't surprising in the slightest. It would have been more surprising if there hadn't been any resemblance. After all, he wielded several abilities derived from the Satsuki. Signature techniques like Yumatsu Hirasaka and Eimana Minika, once unique to Kaga, were fully within his grasp. But his capabilities didn't stop there. Ryan had also acquired abilities from other Satsuki members, such as Momoshiki dual Rinnegan palm technique and other highly advanced techniques. In total, the array of Satsuki powers Ryan possessed far exceeded even that of the single member of the main family. Could anyone wield so much of their power without exuding the same aura? Ryan, however, didn't respond to Ishiki's astonished inquiry. Instead, his eyes focused on the man standing before him, the opponent he was about to face. If his memory served him correctly, Ishiki's right eye, the Kokugan, harbored a unique ability. That golden eye allowed him to see the life force of living beings as fire like shadows, and more importantly, it granted him the power to shrink anything non-living to a minuscule size. However, it did have one limitation: it couldn't be used on living organisms. Additionally, Ishiki himself could shrink to a microscopic form at will, returning to his original size just as easily whenever he desired. What made him even more dangerous, however, was his second ability, Kokugan. With it, Ishiki could store shrunken objects in a pocket dimension, retrieving and manifesting them anywhere at will. This power was not only unpredictable but also devastating in combat, allowing him to summon anything he needed in the blink of an eye. Ryan knew he would need to be cautious. Against such a foe, even the smallest mistake could prove costly. Humph, Ishiki sneered, his tone laced with disdain. I don't know how you managed to steal the power of my clan. His expression darkened, and his voice grew colder. But today's the day you die. Ishiki's gaze burned with resolve. He didn't care to learn how Ryan had come to possess Satsuki abilities. All that mattered was eradicating this human, this pretender, who dared to taint the legacy of his clan. At that moment, Kakashi and the others finally caught up. They stood a short distance behind Ryan, their gazes fixed on the two figures facing off. None of them dared to step forward. The sheer aura radiating from these two powerful individuals was overwhelming, making Kakashi and his team feel utterly insignificant. They understood all too well that if they joined the fight, their presence would likely be more of a hindrance than a help. Instead of aiding Ryan, they might inadvertently increase the difficulty of his battle. Recognizing this, Kakashi quickly made the call. Stay back, he ordered, keeping his tone firm. We'll monitor the surroundings and ensure no one interferes. The Envy team nodded, falling into formation to watch for any unexpected threats. Though their strength paled in comparison to Ryan's, Kakashi's judgment proved sound. At this level of combat, their role was better suited to support and vigilance rather than direct involvement. They focused on keeping the battlefield clear of interruptions, aware that any sneak attack could disrupt the delicate balance of the confrontation. Meanwhile, Ryan stood unfazed, his gaze locked on Satsuki Ishiki. I heard you have a companion, Ryan said, his voice calm but cutting. Isn't that person with you? Ishiki responded with a cold sneer. To deal with an ant like you, my presence alone is more than enough. Why would I need anyone else? His tone dripped with disdain, but Ryan remained unbothered. In an instant, a truth-seeking ball materialized in Ryan's hand. It shifted and stretched, transforming into a gleaming golden longsword. Golden wheel reincarnation explosion. Ryan roared. With a deafening boom, an immense wave of golden chakra erupted from the sword, slicing through everything in its path. Satsuki Ishiki's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the power unleashed before him. He immediately recognized it. This is our clan's technique. Ishiki exclaimed, his voice betraying a mix of surprise and anger. Reacting quickly, Ishiki activated his abilities. With a sharp motion, he redirected the devastating golden chakra, shrinking it down to nothing and transporting it into a separate dimension. The entire attack, a force capable of obliterating the moon itself, vanished without a trace. The battlefield grew eerily silent as the two adversaries locked eyes once more. The tension was palpable, a prelude to the inevitable clash yet to come. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 230. Chapter 230. A goddess controlled. Satsuki Ishiki managed to divert the attack, allowing himself a moment of relief. But in that instant, a startling realization struck him. Ryan had vanished. Panic crept in as Ishiki activated his Byakugan, scanning his surroundings with unparalleled 360-degree vision. He meticulously observed everything within a kilometer radius, but what he discovered shocked him. There was nothing, no trace of Ryan anywhere. It was as if his opponent had vanished into thin air. What? Where is the thief? Ishiki muttered, his voice laced with disbelief. He trusted his Byakugan implicitly. Its vision was flawless, capable of perceiving every detail, even down to the chakra flow of living beings. Missing something as large and significant as a human body was impossible to miss, or so he thought. As he struggled to comprehend how Ryan had escaped his notice, it happened. Without warning, Ryan emerged from seemingly nowhere, a rift in space opening briefly as he stepped through. Eimana Minika. Ryan had transported himself to another dimension and returned at the perfect moment to launch a surprise attack. Caught off guard, Ishiki hastily raised his defenses, preparing for an advanced jutsu or devastating technique. But Ryan did the unexpected. Instead of relying on some intricate, flashy, and complex jutsu, he delivered a barrage of ordinary punches. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike landed with crushing force, sending Ishiki reeling. His body was flung backward, the sheer physical power of the blows overwhelming him. Ishiki staggered, his expression twisted in shock. What's going on? He gasped, his voice shaky. The speed, the power, my eyes can't follow them. He struggled to make sense of what had just happened. This is the same level of physical prowess as our clan. No, it's beyond that. How is this possible? I couldn't even withstand a few of his punches. For the first time in ages, Satsuki Ishiki felt a pang of fear. The opponent before him wasn't just powerful. Ryan was an enigma, one whose abilities defied explanation and left even a godlike being like Ishiki scrambling to keep up. Ryan observed Satsuki Ishiki with a calm, unwavering gaze. From the very first exchange, he had gleaned an important realization. Satsuki Ishiki's unique ability to shrink objects extended to nearly anything ninjutsu, physical attacks, and even elements like flames. The sacred tree embedded within him granted unparalleled control over this power, rendering most ranged attacks ineffective. Ryan recalled how his haki had effortlessly shrunk and erased his golden will reincarnation explosion, making it vanish as if they never existed. It became evident, employing techniques like the 80 Gods vacuum attack or other powerful ranged jutsu would do little more than deplete his haki's stamina. Given this, Ryan decided there was no point in wasting energy on such efforts. Instead, he shifted his focus to Saitama-style taijutsu, the abominable fist that turned against God. In the melee, Ryan didn't need ninjutsu or intricate techniques. His raw physical strength alone was overwhelming. Powered by the limit remover, his body grew stronger with each passing day. Add to this his psion physique, which made every moment of combat an opportunity to become even more powerful, and Ryan had reached a level of pure physical dominance. Under these conditions, Ryan found that even basic, straightforward attacks were enough. Consecutive normal punches. Ryan's voice was calm, almost bored, as his fists blurred into motion. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact resonated like thunder, and Satsuki Haki's body jerked violently with every blow. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his defenses crumbled, his once mighty aura now reduced to a fragile shell. No. His haki choked out, stumbling backward. His golden eyes once filled with arrogance, now gleamed with sheer panic. His voice, trembling with disbelief, echoed through the battlefield. This can't be happening. His haki growled, his expression twisted in disbelief. His eyes burned with intensity as he glared at the source of his frustration. How could a mere mortal? He paused abruptly, his fists clenching. A flicker of realization passed through his eyes, and he shook his head furiously. No, if this continues, I'll be defeated. Ryan tilted his head, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. What's wrong, Ishaki? Weren't you the one calling me human just a moment ago? His tone was mocking but measured, like a predator toying with its prey. Ishaki growled, his fists clenching as desperation took hold. He had no choice now, he needed reinforcements. Summoning his last shred of pride, he straightened his battered form, his voice booming with resolve. I won't fall to you, human. You think you've won. He raised a hand, his chakra spiking dangerously. I'll show you true power. Ryan raised an eyebrow, folding his arms casually. Go on, then. Show me whatever backup you have hidden. It won't make a difference. His voice carried no fear, only a calm certainty that bordered on infuriating. Ishaki ignored the taunt, his focus narrowing as he prepared the summoning. The ground beneath him cracked and trembled, the air vibrating with an eerie hum as he poured his chakra into the summoning jutsu. Come out. Ishaki roared, his voice raw with desperation and determination. It's now or never. He roared, the air around him trembling as he called for aid, summoning a force that he hoped could turn the tide of this battle. Immediately, from behind Ryan, a woman with long, flowing hair emerged, tearing through the fabric of space itself. Be careful. Hokage-sama, watch out. Kakashi witnessing this sudden development was visibly alarmed. They shouted warnings, realizing an attack was imminent. But Ryan had already anticipated it. The moment the figure appeared, Ryan's body vanished from its original position in an instant, leaving nothing but a faint ripple in the air. Meanwhile, beside Satsuki Ishaki, another figure materialized. This one also had pale skin, long hair cascading over her shoulders, and a face that bore an otherworldly delicacy. Two horns jutted from her head, and her eyes gleamed with the distinct white of the Byakugan. What caught Ryan's attention most was the third eye on her forehead, an ominous Ryan Sharingan. It was Satsuki Kage herself. Ryan's gaze settled on her, an understanding flickered across his face. So, Ishaki found a way to free Kage from her prison and even brought her to Earth, he thought. But he couldn't help but feel puzzled. How did these two enemies end up working together again? He muttered aloud before directing his question to them. Aren't you two supposed to be enemies? How is Kage fighting alongside you? Ishaki froze for a moment, his expression twisting into one of surprise. You know about that. Ishaki's voice betrayed his shock. You even know about Kage? Ishiki's eyes narrowed, his sharp features twisting with suspicion. The arrogance that had previously defined him seemed to melt away, replaced by tense wariness. No, it can't be. He hesitated, his voice growing colder and more calculating. You must have dojutsu, some kind of power that allows you to peer through time itself. No wonder you're so powerful, Ishaki muttered under his breath, his disbelief slowly giving way to reluctant acknowledgement. Ryan met his gaze, his expression unchanging, and replied calmly, I am just an ordinary earthling. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. An ordinary earthling who happens to be stronger than you. Ishaki fell silent, his mind churning with questions. But Ryan had no intention of giving him any answers. Satsuki Ishaki smirked, his voice laced with arrogance. What if you know, he began, his tone mocking. But even with the help of dojutsu, you may not know the entire story. Then I'll tell you now. He straightened slightly as if preparing to recount his triumph. There is indeed a deep hatred between me and her, Ishaki began, his expression darkening for a moment. I was meant to consume the chakra fruit. It was my destiny. His tone turned venomous as he continued, but Kage, she betrayed me. She ambushed me and took the fruit for herself. Because of her, I failed. And in the end, she was sealed away. Ishaki's eyes glinted with malicious satisfaction as he continued, stripped of chakra, an Otsutsuki without chakra is fated to a far worse existence than death. It's a hollow, cursed fate, one that strips away all power and purpose. A fate worse than anything the gods could imagine. He paused, savoring the image in his mind. There she was, stranded on the moon, helpless and betrayed by her own children. And now, she is paying the price for betraying me. But recently, I discovered a way to control her mind. Now, she is nothing more than my puppet. From this moment on, Kage serves me. Ryan listened intently, and as Ishaki's words sank in, clarity dawned on him. So that's how it is, Ryan thought. Kage wasn't willingly fighting alongside Ishaki. She had no choice. She was nothing more than a tool, her will be subjugated by Ishaki's control. Ryan's thoughts wandered briefly to his own Rinnegan, recalling its mind and soul manipulation capabilities. He couldn't shake the nagging suspicion that Ishaki might be employing a similar technique to what he had been using. At this moment, Kage should have been sealed away within the moon, her chakra depleted to a fraction of its former strength. The process had begun long ago, when her sons, Oromo and Hamura, had extracted her chakra. They had used it to create the Ten Tails, an entity of unimaginable power, and after its creation, her chakra was further divided, fragmented into the 9 distinct tailed beasts that roamed the world. Focusing his gaze on Kage, Ryan scrutinized her closely, searching for any sign of her true self. As expected, her demeanor and movements lacked any trace of individuality. She was utterly under Ishaki's control just like a puppet. This changes everything, Ryan thought, his mind already working out the implications. Although he appeared to be a normal person, his eyes were dull and unfocused, as if staring into nothingness. His face was devoid of any expression. While his usual demeanor was cold and emotionless, this blank, lifeless state was abnormal. Ryan's suspicions were finally confirmed. He nodded to himself, speaking with a hint of mockery. No wonder. You've got some brains after all. Satsuki Ishaki's face twisted with anger. The humiliation of being so effortlessly overpowered by Ryan moments ago gnawed at his pride. Nothing like this had ever happened to him before, and the shame was unbearable. He clenched his fists, his voice filled with venom. 2 against 1, now. You're as good as dead. Without hesitation, Ishaki and Kage launched their coordinated attack. Ryan's sharp gaze tracked their movements carefully. Something about Kage's actions caught his attention. Her movements, while efficient, didn't seem smooth but a bit mechanical. She wasn't fighting like someone who was in complete focus, which was absolutely necessary at their level. Ryan's thoughts solidified. So, it's not complete control. She's fighting against her every move. With this realization, Ryan decided to stop holding back. His body surged with power, moving at a speed so incredible that it became a blur. To his opponents, he seemed to vanish entirely. Satsuki Ishaki's eyes widened in shock. What? Why are you faster than before? Panic crept into his voice as Ryan closed the distance between them in an instant, the air itself trembling under his sheer power. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter? You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 231. Chapter 231 Is he a man or woman? Satsuki Ishaki watched Ryan's movements in utter disbelief. This speed. It's impossible. He thought, his mind reeling. He couldn't even track Ryan's movements with his enhanced perception. Forget counterattacking, he couldn't even aim his dojutsu at him in time. His reflexes, eyes, or body won't react in time. Boom. Ryan struck with full force, delivering a single devastating punch. Kage was sent hurtling through the air like a rag doll, her body cutting through the sky as if it were weightless, soaring several kilometers before crashing down. Even as Hokage tried to muster a response or launch a technique, the sheer overwhelming pressure of Ryan's power made it impossible. There was simply no room to act. Before his haki could process his shock, Ryan's figure appeared beside him in an instant. Boom. Another punch connected, this time directly against his haki's body. The force was unstoppable. His haki's abilities, derived from his god tree and capable of shrinking non-living objects, were utterly useless against a living opponent. He had no way to counter. Ryan's punch didn't just land, it tore through him, leaving a gaping hole in his torso. Boom. His haki's body flew backward, crashing to the ground with devastating impact. His form now bore an enormous, gruesome wound at its center. Kakashi and the rest of the Envy team, all of whom had been trained by Minato, stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with awe and disbelief as they watched the scene unfold before them. Kakashi, unable to tear his gaze away, muttered in awe, "So this is Hokage-sama's true strength." Yamato, his usually composed demeanor faltering, shook his head in disbelief. "He's finally getting serious. I didn't think any human even guy had it in him to unleash this kind of punch." "Unbelievable," whispered one of the Envy operatives. "He doesn't even need fancy techniques, just raw physical power is enough to utterly dominate them." Kakashi, having seen countless battles and experienced incredible power himself, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect and awe. To think, Hokage-sama has been holding back this whole time. His power's on a whole different level. The spectators couldn't contain their amazement, their voices filled with awe and shock. Meanwhile, both his haki and Kage lay crumpled on the ground, broken and barely alive. Their once formidable presences were reduced to pitiable shadows of their former selves. His haki, in particular, was in an extremely dire state, his body on the brink of collapse. Bloodied and battered, he struggled to lift his head and look at Ryan. His face contorted with disbelief, his mind unable to reconcile what had just happened. How? His haki thought desperately. How could someone with such overwhelming strength exist on this planet? We drained the entire original energy of this world, and on top of that, Satsuki should have been invincible against anyone using chakra. He had always prided himself on his power, yet here he was, utterly defeated, unable to comprehend how everything had unraveled so quickly. Ryan's strength was built upon countless rewards, each piling atop the other to form an overwhelming power. Compared to him, the might of the Satsuki clan was insignificant, a mere fraction of what Ryan could wield. With the limit remover and the Scion bloodline coursing through his veins, Ryan's power had become monstrous, almost incomprehensible. Like Saitama, his ordinary attacks alone were devastating, capable of obliterating even the strongest foes. At this moment, his haki Satsuki realized the dire state of his body. It was destroyed beyond repair, while Kaga's body was beginning to heal slowly. A thought suddenly struck his haki. Kaga. She consumed the chakra fruit of the god tree. The fruit had made her truly immortal. No matter how previously she was injured, her body would eventually regenerate and return to its original state. She could not die not by any conventional means as long as she was near this planet. This was the very reason the Sage of Six Paths had sealed her on the moon rather than killing her. Destroying her was impossible, sealing was the only option. It seems I have no choice but to use the technique again. His haki thought grimly. Suddenly, dark, intricate patterns resembling a black mandala appeared on Kaga's body. Slowly, her form began to dissolve, vanishing piece by piece. At the same time, his haki's own body began to heal rapidly. His wounds regenerated with alarming speed as his form stabilized. He was absorbing Kaga. This was a forbidden power. He had developed a technique that didn't just allow him to control the target's mind but also let him absorb their very being. All of Kaga's strength and immortality were now becoming his. Ryan watched the transformation unfold, his eyes sharp but calm. Despite the shift in the battle's dynamic, he didn't panic. Instead, his expression remained steady, unbothered by the display of his haki's newfound power. Let him try, Ryan thought, his confidence unwavering. It won't make a difference. Ryan observed Satsuki's haki's actions with detached interest, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He had no reason to panic. His opponent's strength, no matter how it changed, was simply not enough to threaten him. The gap between their powers was insurmountable. In his heart, Ryan understood perfectly, even if his haki fully absorbed Kaga's body, the outcome wouldn't change. The combined might of both his haki and Kaga still paled in comparison to Ryan's overwhelming strength. Plus, as the true Scion warrior, how can I stop anyone from completing their transformation? Moments later, Satsuki's haki completed the absorption process, drawing all of Kaga's power into himself. His body fully healed, his injuries vanishing without a trace. Standing tall, his haki exuded an air of confidence, his pride practically oozing from every pore. His haki's eyes glowed with a mix of rage and amusement as he sneered. "Humph, how pathetic," he said coldly, his voice dripping with malice. "You think you've won? Do you think you can defeat me so easily? Prepare yourself. You let me absorb Kaga's body, this will be your greatest mistake. I'll make you regret every second of this." Without warning, his haki's figure vanished in an instant. Kakashi, watching the scene unfold with his Mangekyo Sharingan, was alarmed and sweating from the sheer chakra being thrown around. That guy has completely changed after devouring his teammate. Kakashi exclaimed, his voice laced with concern. Yamato furrowed his brow, watching his haki with a mix of confusion and concern. "Kakashi-senpai, after devouring Kaga, is this guy even still a man? Or is he something else now?" Kakashi glanced at Yamato, his expression serious. "I don't know, Yamato. But whatever he's become, it's not good. I've never seen someone do anything like this before, even in the most absurd novels of Jiraiya-sama. It's dangerous. Be careful, Hokage-sama." Yamato cried out, their worry evident. However, Ryan remained entirely calm, his expression unchanging. Kakashi and the others don't understand me well enough, Ryan thought. Do they think I'd be troubled by this? Despite his haki's display, Ryan knew better. While the new ability might look impressive, in truth, it was nothing extraordinary. All his haki had done was tap into Kaga's powers, more specifically, Hiramatsu Hirasaka, the ability to move between dimensions. Ryan's figure vanished as well, mirroring his haki's movements. He entered a grey, desolate space, his expression still calm and unyielding. Let's see where this leads, Ryan thought, his confidence unwavering. Boom. The deafening sound of an earth-shattering impact echoed through the space. Satsuki's haki was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, his body crashing hard into the ground. Ryan stood tall, looming over him with an air of dominance, his piercing gaze fixed on the fallen haki. Did you think I wouldn't know how to counter that power? Ryan asked, his tone calm yet laced with disdain. How utterly ridiculous. His haki's face twisted with horror. He couldn't comprehend how Ryan had mastered Kagai's abilities as if they were his own. His thoughts raced, but there was no time to dwell on his disbelief. Daikokyuden. His haki shouted, releasing one of his abilities in desperation. From a pocket dimension, a torrent of objects began to pour out, massive structures, ancient relics, and countless other things he had collected and stored after shrinking them. Now restored to their full size, they rained down like a storm, crashing into the ground and shrouding the battlefield in chaos. The towering debris obscured Ryan's line of sight, giving his haki a fleeting chance. Wasting no time, his haki turned and fled, panic gripping him. How could this happen? His haki seated inwardly, his pride scorched. I am Satsuki's haki, and yet I am forced to retreat like this. Fleeing from someone so inferior, this is beneath me. The battlefield was engulfed in destruction, with enormous objects scattered across the terrain. But Ryan remained undeterred. His body shimmered as he stepped effortlessly into another dimension. In an instant, he reappeared behind his haki. With a single, devastating punch, he ended it. Boom. His haki's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, unmoving. Ryan stood over him, his expression calm, almost indifferent. That's all. I expected more from a combination of two gods. What a disappointment. Kakashi and the others, who had been watching from a distance, rushed over, their faces a mix of awe and disbelief. Hokage-sama, you're incredible. Yamato exclaimed. Ryan waved off their praise with a slight shake of his head. Taking out a sealing scroll, he carefully sealed his haki's remains inside. He then handed the scroll to Kakashi. Enough with the flattery, Ryan said, his tone sharp but not unkind. Take this to the scientific research department. Make sure Orochimaru gets his hands on it. I'm sure he'll be very interested in studying the body of a chakra god who gobbled up a chakra goddess and possessed her body. Kakashi nodded solemnly, clutching the scroll as the group dispersed to carry out their tasks. Ryan turned away, his thoughts already moving to the next challenge that lay ahead. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 232. Chapter 232. Shrink, store, conquer. Satsuki's haki was easily decimated, yet Ryan couldn't stop thinking about his abilities. Among them, one stood out, a power to shrink anything non-living. The ability, called Sukuna Hakona, fascinated Ryan. It wasn't just the act of shrinking. This Hokage also had another remarkable skill, Daikokyuden. This ability allowed him to store the objects he had shrunken in an alternate timeless dimension, which he could summon at full size at any given time. When used together with Sukuna Hakona, the potential for destruction was way off the charts. This Hokage could effectively create a limitless storage system into an inventory, with infinite capacity. The added functionality made it even more impressive. The space within Daikokyuden could freeze time. Anything stored inside would remain original, free from decay or deterioration from time and nature. Ryan saw incredible utility in these abilities, not only in combat but also in everyday life. Imagine exploring distant worlds, collecting rare artifacts, books, and wealth, and storing them effortlessly without cumbersome sealing scrolls or tedious rituals. The possibilities were endless. Shrink it with Sukuna Hakona, store it with Daikokyuden, and move on. It was that simple. But the real genius? With Sukuna Hakona, Ryan could shrink ingredients, avoiding the need for bulky storage spaces. Fresh produce, rare spices, even prepared dishes all compacted into tiny, easy-to-store portions. The best part? Once stored in Daikokyuden's timeless space, they'd never spoil. No more leftover ramen going bad. The dishes would stay as fresh as the moment they were made, always ready to serve, even if you waited 100 years. Ryan couldn't help but imagine the chaos if an Akimichi ever found out about these abilities. With the power to shrink anything, he could practically hear Koji's voice in his head. Wait, you mean I could store entire mountains of snacks and not have to worry about running out of calories mid-battle? He could already picture it. Koji with Daikokyuden would have filled bags of snacks, an endless supply of potato chips, deep-fried snacks, and, of course, meat. And then, in the middle of a mission, Koji would probably pull out a bag of chips, munching contentedly. What? I am hungry. I'm just storing energy to continue our fight. The real problem would be when they realized that with Sukuna Hakona, Ryan could shrink entire banquet spreads and keep them perfectly fresh forever. Imagine Koji, practically vibrating with excitement, grabbing a tiny portion of grilled meat, only to realize he could eat it all and still have more waiting in an endless supply. This is what I was meant for. Koji would shout, possibly growing to the size of a mountain just from eating it all. Why didn't anyone tell me about this sooner? The more Ryan thought about it, the more determined he became. These abilities could revolutionize how he approached his goals. Whether in battle or during his adventures across the heavens, this power would be invaluable. His mind was made up. At the next Hokage meeting, he would visit the mall and use his accumulated points to acquire these abilities. With his substantial balance of points, the exchange wouldn't be a challenge. This was the next step in his evolution, and he couldn't wait to see the wonders these powers would unlock. With any luck, Ryan thought, there might be a reward or lottery soon. That would make acquiring these two abilities even easier. The thought left him feeling deeply satisfied. Finally, the matter was completely resolved. Ryan called Minato and the others over to clean up the area and restore everything to its original state. With that, peace returned to Ryan's world. For now, this era marked a time of unprecedented technological progress. Rapid advancements propelled their world into a stage of development that was beyond imagination. Every day brought forth innovations, each more impressive than the last. The first Hokage Hashirama's world was no exception. Previously, Uchiha Madara, manipulated by Black Zetsu, had begun capturing tailed beasts. At first, he succeeded effortlessly, securing 2 of them. However, this set off a chain of events. Hashirama and his allies quickly mobilized in response. Ryan had warned them about the implications of collecting all the tailed beasts. Doing so would trigger something far more dangerous, the awakening of the 10 tails. This would grant its Jinchuriki unimaginable power, posing a dire threat to the entire world. Hashirama, though immensely strong and unafraid for himself, understood the gravity of the situation. After all, his strength had grown to extraordinary levels, enhanced further by countless rewards and achievements. Yet, even with his unmatched power, Hashirama remained cautious. He knew better than anyone the kind of chaos Uchiha Madara who was Jinchuriki of 10 tails could unleash. He had seen it in Naruto's world memories. The impact on himself might have been manageable, but the effect on Konoha and all its subsidiary states was far too severe. Hashirama didn't want ordinary people to suffer or die. He had worked tirelessly to create a thriving world, and seeing large parts of it destroyed in an instant would be a tragedy he couldn't accept. Determined to protect the kingdom he had built, Hashirama decided to take the initiative. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Madara also became aware of Hashirama's aggressive stance. Upon witnessing Hashirama's newfound strength against the other nations, he hesitated to make a move. Previously, when Hashirama was busy dealing with other enemies, the new Taijutsu or Golden Buddha transformation he displayed had been relayed to Madara by Black Zetsu. The news left Madara utterly stunned. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Madara vividly remembered the countless battles he had fought against Hashirama. Their strength had always been comparable, nearly equal, like two sides of the same coin. Yet now, the abilities Hashirama demonstrated were entirely different and unfamiliar to him but had enough power to utterly crush him. Although Madara couldn't understand how Hashirama had achieved this transformation, he knew better than to act recklessly. He was no longer in his prime, and facing Hashirama now carried a real risk of defeat, or worse death. If that happened, all his ideals and ambitions would be for nothing. Madara was no fool. He recognized that caution was his best option. For now, he would bide his time and look for a way to tip the scales back in his favor. It was futile to take action in his current situation, so Uchiha Madara decided to disappear for a while. He retreated into hiding, choosing to live as a recluse underground. For now, he didn't dare act. Madara's inaction, however, threw Black Zetsu into a panic. Uchiha Madara was a critical piece in Black Zetsu's plan to resurrect his mother, Kagite Satsuki. If Madara did nothing, how would their goals ever be achieved? Desperate to reignite Madara's ambition, Black Zetsu began stirring the pot. Madara-sama, he said slyly. Are you afraid of Hashirama? Madara, visibly irritated, scoffed. Humph. What idiocy are you spouting? How could I, Uchiha Madara, be afraid of him? Sensing an opportunity, Black Zetsu pressed further. If you're not afraid, then why haven't you made any plans to defeat him since hearing so much information about Konoha and Hashirama? Madara wasn't naive, he could see through Black Zetsu's manipulations. However, his pride wouldn't allow him to appear hesitant. After a moment of thought, he replied with a smirk, what do you know? I'm simply taking a break. It's time to give the younger kid a chance. Feigning nonchalance, Madara continued, I have no intention of catching the tailed beasts myself. Let my successor handle it. He's capable and needs practical experience to grow into a competent ninja. Black Zetsu was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't help but internally roll his eyes. Successor? In this world's timeline, Obito wasn't even born yet. Still, they had prepared for such scenarios. Using the genetic material available to them, White Zetsu had created a new host imbued with powerful abilities. They had even named this creation Tobi, either as a coincidence or perhaps a stroke of inspiration. Regardless, it was eerily fitting. This Tobi didn't possess a Sharingan like the one from other worlds, but he did wield the power of wood style. If Madara refused to act, Black Zetsu had no choice but to send White Zetsu Tobi to carry out their plans. White Zetsu was dispatched to begin collecting the tailed beasts. Thanks to his training, he was already proficient in combat. His wood style abilities provided him with several key advantages. He could bind his opponents, absorb their chakra, and subdue tailed beasts with relative ease. Confident in his abilities, Tobi the White Zetsu, heir of the Shira of the Shinobi world, set out on his mission. What he didn't anticipate, however, was that Hashirama had already taken notice. The moment Tobi made his move, Hashirama was ready to strike. Enjoyed the chapter? You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 233, Chapter 233 A New Forest in the Desert. In the vast desert where the former Kingdom of Wind once stood, White Zetsu's pale form emerged cautiously from the ground. His yellow eyes scanned the endless expanse of sand, ensuring there were no ninjas or other threats in sight that might interfere with his mission. Satisfied after a few seconds of vigilant observation, he fully surfaced, his white, featureless body contrasting starkly against the golden dunes. One-tail Shikaku. He muttered to himself. Where could that guy be hiding? According to the information he had, Shikaku was somewhere in this desert. However, despite the tailed beast's massive size, the desert was infinitely larger. Searching for such a creature in a place as vast as this was no simple task, especially for someone as inexperienced as White Zetsu who had just created. To avoid attracting unnecessary attention, White Zetsu donned a dark robe that concealed his unnatural, pale skin and monstrous features. Without it, encountering a human would almost certainly expose his presence. Unbeknownst to him, not far away, Hashirama and Tobirama were watching his every move. Hidden among the dunes, they observed White Zetsu with keen interest. So that's the one hunting tailed beasts. Hashirama said, his tone curious but unimpressed. He doesn't look very strong. Tobirama glanced at his brother inside, shaking his head. Brother, you only think that because you're ridiculously strong, he replied dryly. For ordinary shinobi, capturing a tailed beast is no easy mission. Still, Tobirama admitted, this guy isn't as powerful as I expected either. It's strange. I can't shake the feeling that there's more at play here. He doesn't seem capable of carrying out something as big as hunting tailed beasts on his own. His sharp eyes followed White Setsu's movements, his mind racing with possibilities. I suspect there's someone or something behind him, guiding this guy because look at this guy, he seems lost and dumb, Tobirama added, his voice thoughtful and serious. Hashirama nodded but kept his gaze fixed on their target, waiting to see what White Setsu would do next. Whether in terms of strength or intelligence, White Setsu fell far short of what was required to orchestrate such a mission alone. It was obvious that someone else was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Brother, don't catch him yet, Tobirama said, his voice calm but firm. Let's follow this guy and see where he leads us. If we're lucky, we can trace him back to his base. However, as he turned to confirm the plan, Tobirama realized with exasperation that Hashirama was already rushing toward White Setsu. Hey, kid. Don't run. Hashirama bellowed, his voice echoing across the desert as he prepared to unleash a powerful ninjutsu. Tobirama slapped his forehead in frustration. Oh, come on. Why can't my brother listen to me for once, he muttered under his breath. We could have tracked him back to their base. Now the plan's ruined. As Tobirama stewed in his irritation, the battle between Hashirama and White Setsu erupted. Realizing he'd been discovered, White Setsu immediately retaliated, summoning his own wood-style ninjutsu to defend himself. Hashirama's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh, this is interesting, he exclaimed. I don't know how you managed to use wood-style, but this makes you a much more fun opponent. Without hesitation, Hashirama clasped his hands together and called out, wood-style, birth of the world of trees. Boom. 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 A massive forest erupted from the desert sands, defying the terrain as if the very earth obeyed Hashirama's will. The sheer force of his chakra overwhelmed White Setsu's defenses. Within moments, the battle was over. White Setsu lay motionless among the towering trees, defeated by Hashirama's overwhelming power. The desert, once barren and lifeless, now stood transformed into a lush, verdant forest, a testament to the might of the first Hokage. Tobirama, still watching from afar, sighed deeply. Great, he muttered. Now we'll never know where their base is. Nice work, brother. Hashirama stepped forward to inspect the aftermath, a sheepish look on his face. The situation was, admittedly, a bit awkward. Tobirama approached, his expression stern. Brother, why did you kill him outright? He exclaimed. Even if we couldn't trace his base, we could have extracted information from his mind. You were too reckless. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Hashirama offered a clumsy defense. Well, he was using wood style too, and I got a little excited, he admitted. I thought he'd put up more of a fight. Honestly, who would have guessed he'd be this weak? Tobirama crossed his arms, unimpressed. Weak or not, this was a wasted opportunity, he said firmly. Hashirama nodded reluctantly and continued. I didn't even use any high-level jutsu, just birth of the world of trees. He couldn't even handle that. Honestly, I don't know how this guy even thought about capturing a tailed beast. Tobirama let out an exasperated sigh. His irritation was growing, but something about the situation nagged at him. Still, even though your jutsu is powerful, it shouldn't have been enough to outright kill him, he remarked thoughtfully. He began to piece things together, his sharp mind analyzing the details. I know you, brother. You might act recklessly at times, but when it comes to capturing someone, you know how to hold back. After all, you've been through countless battles. If this guy is dead, it's not entirely your fault. There's something off about him. Frowning, Tobirama knelt beside White Setsu's lifeless body, carefully sealing it inside a scroll for further study. We'll figure this out later, he said, standing up. With nothing else to gain from the scene, the two brothers left the transformed desert behind and returned to Konoha village, their minds already turning to the next steps. After half a day of meticulous research, Tobirama finally concluded. Brother, this guy isn't human, Tobirama declared, turning to Hashirama with a serious expression. Hashirama's eyes widened in surprise, his nerves immediately on edge. Not human? Could it be an alien? He asked, his voice tinged with caution. His mind raced back to the stories Ryan had shared about alien visitors, powerful beings from the moon. Those aliens were formidable, and if one of them had arrived to cause trouble, the situation could escalate quickly. Tobirama shook his head, dismissing the idea. No, it's not that. This thing appears to be some kind of biological human, likely created by someone. While it looks human on the outside, it doesn't have normal internal organs or anything like that, he explained. And as for its wood style, it was transplanted using your cells. He isn't human or animal, I think he is more like a plant. Hashirama frowned deeply at this revelation. As he processed Tobirama's analysis, a name suddenly flashed through his mind, Uchiha Madara. Is this your doing, Madara? Hashirama thought silently, his heart sinking. The idea seemed plausible. Madara, in his relentless pursuit of power, could very well have created a world of his own, operating from the shadows. Perhaps, instead of acting directly, he had sent this White Setsu to do his bidding, capturing tailed beasts and executing his schemes. Regret nodded Hashirama. He clenched his fists. If only I hadn't gone so hard on him, he muttered to himself. If I had spared White Setsu's life, we could have traced him back to Madara's location and kidnapped Madara to join Konoha once again. His frustration was palpable, but the opportunity was lost. Now, the brothers had to prepare for whatever Madara or whoever was behind this had in store. No choice but to stay vigilant now that this lead is dead, Hashirama said to Tobirama, his voice steady but filled with resolve. Tobirama nodded in agreement. We'll need to remain alert. I'll dispatch some elite ninjas to focus on this matter specifically. With that, Tobirama moved to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, deep underground, White Setsu's chakra has disappeared. Black Setsu felt the loss the instant White Setsu died. His eyes widened in surprise as he turned to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, his face etched with concern, frowned deeply. That was fast. Did someone notice White Setsu the moment he was sent out? He muttered, his voice dark with frustration. I'm fortunate I didn't go myself this time. It seems the one who made a move was Hashirama. He's been especially vigilante lately. Madara paused, his mind racing. It looks like we'll have to keep a low profile for now. Too many risks. Black Setsu, ever the strategist, sighed in resignation. Looks like it's going to be a difficult few years. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 234, Chapter 234 Kakashi's Battle for Peace. Third Hokage, Kakashi's World. After unifying the entire world, the crisis was far from over. In any shinobi world, unification was merely the first step. Many dangers still loomed on the horizon. Kakashi, despite his monumental achievement, did not let his guard down. Following discussions in the chat group, he knew the challenges ahead. There was the impending threat of alien invasions, the mysterious organizations, and the overwhelming power of the Tsutsuki clan. Though Kakashi's strength had grown exponentially far surpassing what it once was, he knew that dealing with the introducer of chakra to their world would not be easy. Caution remained his guiding principle. In preparation for these threats, Kakashi turned his focus to technological advancements. Drawing from the high-tech knowledge of various worlds, he introduced modern innovations into his world. These included advanced vehicle blueprints and even fully realized information technological marvels, which he entrusted to scientists for further research and refinement. With these efforts, the technological progress of Kakashi's world advanced at a breakneck pace. It could be described as achieving 1,000 miles a day. However, disaster struck when no one could have anticipated. It wasn't an alien invasion. It was rebellion. In the Hokage office, a masked Tenbu entered silently. It was none other than Yamato. Yamato entered the Hokage's office and addressed Kakashi with urgency. Master Hokage. Recently, the outskirts of our village have been frequently harassed. This is the third time a ninja squad has been attacked. Fortunately, thanks to the new technology we provided, the squads have managed to survive. Without it, the casualties would have been severe. Even so, several team members have been seriously injured. Kakashi listened intently, his brow furrowing in concern. Who is responsible? Do we have any information about them? Yamato nodded. Yes, sir. According to reports, the attackers are two rogue ninjas. They were described as wearing robes with black cloaks and red clouds, a very distinctive and mysterious appearance. Their origins remain unknown. Hearing this, Kakashi's expression grew thoughtful. The description triggered something in his memory, particularly from the exchanges he had with other Hokages in the chat group. After a moment of consideration, he spoke decisively. All right, Yamato, assemble a team immediately. Have them disguise themselves as mission couriers and continue along their usual routes. Ensure that alert and teleportation formations are set up along the way. If the attackers make a move, I'll handle it personally. Yamato nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Without wasting a moment, he left to carry out Kakashi's orders. The entire village held deep trust in Kakashi's abilities. Though in the past, his strength seemed only on par with other notable shinobi, his recent display during the battles with the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth had been nothing short of awe-inspiring. Now, across the entire Hokage world, it was widely recognized that Konoha's fifth Hokage, Kakashi, was a force to be reckoned with. Kakashi closed his eyes in quiet meditation, his thoughts swirling. Black cloaks, red clouds. He murmured. If I'm not mistaken, it's the so-called Akatsuki organization of rain. I didn't expect this. A wry smile played on his lips as he continued reflecting. Of all things to arise after the unification of the world, it had to be them. I thought the next major threat would involve the Satsuki clan. The irony wasn't lost on him. His world, compared to many others, was still relatively behind in terms of progress. The Akatsuki organization had only just begun its activities. Even so, Kakashi wasn't overly concerned. He knew the strength of the Akatsuki members was strong, but nothing he couldn't handle. In the past, with his previous level of power, facing even one of them would have been exhausting and potentially overwhelming. However, Kakashi was no longer the shinobi he once was. Now, even if the entire Akatsuki organization attacked him at once, he was confident he could take them down. Still, he couldn't afford to be careless, especially with the possibility of the Satsuki looming in the future. To ensure he was fully prepared, Kakashi opened the Hokage chat group. Though he already knew Akatsuki's reputation and the general strength of its members, he lacked detailed intelligence on the individual abilities and characteristics. Information is critical, Kakashi thought. Proper preparation ensures victory. Through his prior conversations with other Hokages, he had learned the basics about the Akatsuki, but it wasn't enough. He needed more specifics, each member's unique skills, their tactics, and their weaknesses. Kakashi's approach was methodical, precise, and cautious. This level of preparation was what made him not just a powerful shinobi, but a wise and effective leader. The Akatsuki organization was indeed troublesome, with some members posing unique challenges. Take Haiden, for instance. Though his strength wasn't particularly high, his ritual technique was dangerous. If one were to be injured and inadvertently allow him to complete his ritual, it could result in death, no matter how skilled the opponent is. Because of these potential risks, Kakashi's decision to seek information first was entirely justified. Kakashi typed into the chat group, "Does anyone have detailed information on the Akatsuki organization? They've started causing trouble in my world. Requesting intelligence assistance." After only a few seconds, the Hokage chat group burst into activity. Messages poured in as the group became lively. Hashirama, Akatsuki organization? What's that? Why haven't I heard of it? Tobirama, brother, this is something the younger generations of shinobi will face in the future. It's a group of rogue ninjas causing chaos. Hashirama, I see. Haha. That's no problem. Just charge in and beat them senseless. Reading Hashirama's response left everyone in the group momentarily speechless. After all, this was the first Hokage, one of the strongest shinobi in history and someone who had never experienced defeat. His confidence in battle was absolute. To him, intelligence and strategy were secondary to sheer overwhelming power. No matter what the enemy was capable of, as far as Hashirama was concerned, the solution was simple: defeat them. The younger Hokage in the chat group quickly began to offer their assistance. 7th Hokage Naruto, Kakashi-sensei. I have a detailed file on the Akatsuki organization. It's been specially compiled. I'll send it to you now. Seeing Naruto's confident offer, the other Hokage refrained from chiming in further. After all, in their respective worlds, the knowledge of the Akatsuki organization was largely the same. There wasn't much they could add that Naruto's file wouldn't already cover. A few minutes later, Naruto sent the document. Kakashi thanked him and immediately opened the file to review its contents. To his surprise, the information was incredibly comprehensive. It detailed every member of the Akatsuki organization, their unique abilities, strengths, weaknesses, and even their backgrounds. The file didn't just cover surface-level details, it documented everything, from the founding of the Akatsuki to their ultimate downfall. It was so thorough that even the current leader of the Akatsuki in Kakashi's world, Nagato, likely didn't possess such precise knowledge of his organization. The level of detail in the document was astounding. It was essentially an encyclopedia of the Akatsuki, painstakingly compiled and refined over time. This level of perfection was the result of a deliberate effort to preserve history in Naruto's world. Kakashi couldn't help but feel a sense of reassurance as he absorbed the information. With this level of preparation, he could confidently strategize for whatever challenges the Akatsuki might throw his way. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/mariani. Chapter 235, Chapter 235 The Akatsuki Files. After going through the intelligence, Kakashi was left amazed. Wow, this is incredibly thorough, he exclaimed. This is truly impressive. Naruto has really outdone himself. As he continued reading, Kakashi encountered several unexpected pieces of information. In Naruto's world history, he has fought against members of the Akatsuki multiple times. He was one of the primary fighters in those battles, and much of the detailed information had been recorded by Kakashi himself. Konoha's archive Akatsuki files. Pain, Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, a powerful individual who controls the 6 paths of pain through the Rinnegan. His ability to manipulate and revive the dead makes him a major threat. His most dangerous attack was Konoha's invasion, where his 6 puppets each represented a different power of his Rinnegan. Specialty ninjutsu, Rinnegan-based techniques, including the 6 paths of pain and the ability to control gravity and life force. Page 12. Konan, a former partner of Nagato, a quiet but deadly individual who specializes in paper-based jutsu. She uses paper techniques for both offense and defense and is highly skilled at transforming her body into paper to evade attacks. Specialty ninjutsu, she has at least 10,000 paper bombs. With tandem paper bomb ninjutsu, and the ability to transform into paper to avoid damage, she can destroy any major shinobi village or any key location. Page 14. Itaki Uchiha, a member of the Uchiha clan, Itaki is known for his Sharingan and its evolution into the Mangeki Sharingan. He has immense genjutsu prowess and is a master of manipulating chakra for both offensive and defensive purposes. His battles leave deep psychological scars. Specialty ninjutsu, Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo. Page 22. Kisame Hashigaki, known for his brutal fighting style and immense chakra reserves, Kisame is partnered with Itaki and specializes in water-based jutsu. His sword, Same Heta, can absorb chakra, making him a formidable opponent in extended battles. He can survive inside his shark, so if you defeat, try to steal his sword first. Tactical notes, Kisame's ability to survive within his shark form in the presence of Same Heta make him a tough opponent to defeat outright. If engaging in combat, the first priority should be to neutralize or seal Same Heta. Without the sword, Kisame's combat effectiveness is significantly reduced, though his martial prowess and chakra reserves still make him a dangerous adversary. If facing Kisame, consider isolating him from water sources or preventing him from summoning his shark-based jutsu, as these increase his range and fighting capabilities. Specialty ninjutsu, water release, especially the technique water prison jutsu and shark bomb jutsu. Same Heta's chakra absorption. Page 28. Deidara, an explosives expert, Deidara uses clay sculptures that explode upon activation. His ability to create devastating bombs with his clay animals poses a significant threat to large groups of opponents. Specialty ninjutsu, clay-based explosions, particularly C1, C2, and C3 techniques. Page 34. Sasori, a former member of the Hidden Sand Village, Sasori is a master of the art of human puppetry. His ability to control human-like puppets with great skill, even using his own body as a puppet, makes him a unique and dangerous adversary. His chest area is his weak point. Specialty ninjutsu, human puppetry, poison-based attacks, and the creation of powerful puppets like Hiriko in Sasori's own body. Page 40. Tactical notes, Sasori's weak point is his chest area, which is exposed and vulnerable when he transforms into his puppet form. Targeting this area may be the key to his defeat. Poisoned weapons and attacks should be avoided or neutralized, as even a small scratch could lead to fatal consequences. Protective measures such as antidotes may be necessary when facing Sasori in battle. Haiden, a member of the Jashinist cult, Haiden has the unique ability to link his body with that of an enemy, inflicting pain or death whenever he is harmed. His immortality makes him highly dangerous in close combat. Specialty ninjutsu, Jashinist rituals, and the ability to inflict self-damage to cause harm to his opponent. Page 45. Kakuzu, a partner of Haiden in the Akatsuki. Kakuzu is a formidable and dangerous opponent, known for his greed and pragmatic nature. He is an experienced and deadly combatant, relying on his ability to manipulate the 5 chakra natures, making him an unpredictable adversary. Kakuzu's ability to sew his body parts back together using specialized stitching jutsu is his greatest asset, effectively granting him immortality as long as he has the means to maintain his body. His elemental masks puppet-like constructs he creates with chakra are used for offensive jutsu. They are capable of harnessing the 5 basic chakra elements, fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning, for a wide variety of attacks. These masks are versatile and capable of launching powerful elemental attacks, making Kakuzu a threat from all ranges. Specialty ninjutsu. Mastery over all 5 chakra natures. Kakuzu's ability to manipulate the 5 elements allows him to employ a wide variety of techniques, depending on the situation. Forbidden ninjutsu. Earth Grudge Fear. Kakuzu's forbidden kinjutsu, originally developed into Kikakur, transforms the user's body into a near-invincible structure held together by hundreds of thick black threads. The technique allows Kakuzu to sew his body back together using chakra threads, turning his body into a ragdoll-like structure. This grants him immense durability and near immortality, as he can regenerate from fatal wounds. The hardened threads are incredibly difficult to cut or damage, making Kakuzu an incredibly dangerous opponent in battle. Only powerful and precise attacks, particularly those targeting his 5 hearts, can truly defeat him. Page 50. Weakness and how to defeat him. Kakuzu's heart is his critical weak point. He has 5 hearts, one for each of the 5 chakra natures he has mastered. If all 5 hearts are destroyed, Kakuzu will die, as his regeneration process relies on these hearts. Overloading Kakuzu's elemental masks with excessive chakra could overwhelm him. His masks, while powerful, can be outpaced or outmaneuvered with careful strategy. Avoiding his direct attacks and focusing on targeting his hearts individually is key. If his regeneration abilities are countered and the hearts destroyed, his ability to recover will be nullified. Black Zetsu, a shadowy figure tied to the will of Kage Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu serves as a spy and tracker for the Akatsuki. Information gathering, skilled in covert operations and surveillance. Weakness, as an extension of Kage, Black Zetsu may be vulnerable to sealing techniques or yin-yang attacks, potentially weakening or harming him. Page 55. Tobi, Obito Uchiha, the true leader behind the Akatsuki's plans. Tobi was once a respected Uchiha ninja before becoming disillusioned with the world. He manipulates others to carry out his goals of world domination, all while using the powerful powers of the Sharingan and later, the Rinnegan. Specialty ninjutsu, Kamui, space-time ninjutsu, and mastery of the Mangeki Sharingan. Page 60. Kakashi sat back in his chair, the weight of the information he had just reviewed settling over him. He closed the file with a deep sigh, his mind momentarily lost in thought. His gaze drifted to the window, but his thoughts were elsewhere on Obito. Thanks, other me, Kakashi muttered, quietly acknowledging the records that Naruto had so meticulously compiled. He could practically hear Obito's voice in his head, as if the man was still there, taunting him. The memories of their last confrontation, of their final meeting, were still fresh in Kakashi's mind. But there was something else, something that still stung, even more than Obito's betrayal. Kakashi had spent years wrestling with the loss of Rin, haunted by the fact that he couldn't protect her. But to find out that Obito, the one who had been his friend, his comrade, was still alive, and yet, he'd done nothing to try and revive Rin. Nothing at all. The thought left Kakashi reeling. Obito had become a coward. He had the power, the resources, the time, but he chose to keep pushing forward with his twisted plans. He could have used his power to bring Rin back. But instead, he clung to a warped version of the past, allowing his grief and anger to consume him. He had chosen to let the world burn, rather than confront the pain of his past. He had chosen to be a puppet of darkness, manipulating others into a never-ending cycle of violence and despair. I thought you'd change, Obito, Kakashi whispered to the empty room. But you never did. You chose to be a coward instead of facing the truth. Kakashi's hand clenched into a fist, his knuckles white with suppressed emotion. He was angry, no, furious. Not just with Obito for becoming the very thing he had once fought against, but with himself for not seeing it sooner. Obito had made his choices, and Kakashi had no illusions about him anymore. The man he'd once called a friend had long since died, replaced by someone driven by fear and delusion. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi focused on the mission at hand. He couldn't afford to dwell on the past. Not now. But even so, a part of him couldn't help but wish that, just once, Obito had done the right thing for Rin, for himself, for the world. And maybe, just maybe, Kakashi's heart would have been able to forgive him. Kakashi had just finished memorizing all the details in the book and formulating a strategy when the phone on his desk rang. It was Yamato. Kakashi-senpai. Yamato's voice was urgent. The enemy's fallen for the traps. Our ninjas are still stalling for time, but please come quickly. Without hesitation, Kakashi sprang into action. His figure blurred as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from the spot. The speed of the thunder fruit made him faster than any traditional method of travel within moments. Kakashi was already gone. Meanwhile, at the southeast corner of Konoha village, several Konoha Genin stood face to face with 2 Akatsuki members. One of them had piercing green eyes, his expression cold and almost demonic, while the other had gray hair combed back and wielded a massive red sickle. It was Haiden and Kakuzu. Due to the nature of their work, bounty tasks often come with hefty rewards. This is why the 2 of them, Haiden and Kakuzu, resort to such tactics and target other ninjas. But this time, they had been tricked. Plus, before unkillable Haiden, Kakuzu had killed his every partner and cashed their bounties for himself. Several Genin were struggling to hold off the relentless attacks from the 2 Akatsuki members. Kakuzu, however, was not using his full strength. Haiden, on the other hand, was about to complete his ritual, ready to claim another victim. Oh no, one of the ninjas exclaimed, panic creeping into his voice. Has the support not arrived yet? We're done for. The atmosphere was tense, and the ninjas could feel the weight of impending doom. They knew it. This might be their final stand. Although it had been a trap set by the Akatsuki, they hadn't anticipated just how strong the enemy would be. Instead of fighting back effectively, they were suffering serious injuries, and death seemed inevitable. A trap. Haiden sneered, his voice full of arrogance. You Konoha shinobi are ridiculous. Don't you know who we are? He continued, mocking them. You think you can deal with us with teamwork? Do we look like regular jonin to you? Kakuzu, growing impatient, interjected, hurry up and finish your ritual. Don't waste my time. If you're still planning to head to the underground gold exchange to make some money, just get it over with already. And stop dawdling, it's too close to Konoha village. Reinforcements could arrive any minute. Haiden grumbled but reluctantly agreed, okay, I'll finish it. I'm almost done. Just as he raised the blade to pierce his victim's body, a figure suddenly appeared before them, blocking their path. It was Kakashi. The moment the ninjas saw Kakashi's silhouette, their faces lit up with relief and hope. Great. Kakashi-sama, you're here in person. Master Hokage is here. Wonderful. We're saved. It's over now. The ninjas exclaimed in surprise, their voices filled with relief. Kakashi had arrived. Even if they couldn't defeat the enemy, at least their rescue was assured. At that moment, Kakuzu and Haiden, upon seeing Kakashi, were also taken aback. Copy ninja Kakashi. Kakuzu muttered, his voice tinged with respect. He's a valuable target. He paused, narrowing his eyes. But he shouldn't be too valuable. After all, you're Hokage now, aren't you? Haiden grinned, his tone mocking. Ha ha. Another important sacrifice for Lord Jashin. He'll be pleased. Kakuzu shot him a glare. It's your fault. I told you to finish quickly, but you wasted time. Can't you see the reinforcements are already on their way? Despite his words, there was no hint of fear in Kakuzu's demeanor. He was confident in his strength. Kakashi didn't waste time with idle chatter. He immediately activated his double Sharingan. You two, he said coldly, are you ready to die here? Haiden laughed loudly. Ha ha. Don't think just because you're Hokage we're afraid of you. What's the big deal? With a taunting smile, he stepped into the center of the ritual circle, preparing to finish his gruesome ceremony. He plunged the knife into his chest, ready to take another life. Haiden had already taken the blood of a Konoha shinobi before. As long as he stabbed his body, his opponent would die. Seeing this, the Konoha ninjas couldn't help but turn pale. It's over. We won't have time for ninjutsu. Does Hokage-sama even know what he's up against? If he acts, he might accidentally hurt our own people. Haiden, with an evil smile, deliberately slowed his movements, eagerly waiting for Kakashi to make his move. He wanted to see the look of surprise on the Hokage's face when his ninjutsu triggered the deadly effect, causing his own companions to die. He couldn't wait for the chaos to unfold. In the tense silence, Kakashi moved. Kamui. Instantly, Haiden felt his entire body shift. A flash of recognition filled his mind as his surroundings seemed to warp. Ha 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 ha. Something interesting is about to happen. It hurts, but it's so cool. Haiden shouted excitedly. But the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. He had just stabbed the blade into his own chest, and the opponent's ninja should have died by now. Yet, Kakashi stood unharmed. Haiden looked down, bewildered. Really? All right. Of course. Hokage made his move. What could possibly go wrong? As expected of Hokage-sama. It was only then that Haiden realized what had happened. Looking down at his feet, he saw the ritual circle was gone. Kamui had destroyed it. Kakuzu suddenly became serious. You can't play around anymore. The enemy knows our information. Hurry up. But it was already too late. Kakashi launched his attack. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 236. Chapter 236. The best son in Narutoverse. Kamui. Kakashi shouted, activating his signature Mangeki Sharingan ability. In an instant, space near Haiden distorted violently. Just a split second. A spiraling vortex of space appeared, swallowing Haiden's body whole. Immediately, only his severed head fell to the ground with a dull thud. What? Where is my body? Haiden screamed, his disembodied head twisting in frustration. Despite his immortality, Haiden's predicament was dire. His entire body had been erased by Kamui, leaving him a helpless, severed head. Though he couldn't die, he was rendered completely useless. The battlefield fell silent as everyone stared in stunned disbelief. For the Konoha shinobi, the scene was almost incomprehensible. We fought him for so long. Nearly got killed by him. And then Hokage-sama shows up and takes him out in an instant. The difference in power is just staggering. The awestruck whispers of the leaf shinobi underscored the vast gap between their abilities and Kakashi's. Meanwhile, Kakuzu's expression darkened. Haiden, you useless idiot, he growled, glaring at his partner's still screaming head. I told you not to mess around. But no, you had to mess around. And now, look at this mess, it just got a whole lot more troublesome. Frustrated, Kakuzu shrugged off his Akatsuki robe, revealing his true form. 5 masks adorned his body, each representing a heart. 5 hearts, 5 types of nature chakra. This was Kakuzu's forbidden ninjutsu power capable of unleashing multiple elements simultaneously, making him an exceptionally dangerous opponent. With 5 lives at his disposal, defeating him was no small task. For Kakuzu, death was nearly impossible. At this moment, Kakashi gave Kakuzu no time to recover. Without hesitation, he activated Kamui Suzano. Kamui Shuriken. Massive, space warping shuriken spun into existence, hurled with precision. The technique unleashed a large-scale spatial distortion, grinding everything in its path into oblivion. Kakuzu was overwhelmed. The ninjutsu he managed to release vanished instantly, swallowed by the dimensional rift. 4 of his 5 hearts were destroyed in a flash. The final heart barely clung to life, leaving Kakuzu critically injured and coughing up blood as he collapsed to the ground. Kakashi dispelled Suzano, exhaling lightly. It's almost wasteful to use such a move on enemies like these, he remarked, his tone calm yet tinged with disappointment. I overestimated them. Kakashi assessed the situation. With full knowledge of their abilities and pre-planned countermeasures, his current strength made the fight almost trivial. Using Suzano had simply been a way to expedite the battle. On the battlefield, Haiden's severed head remained helpless, screaming in vain. Kakuzu, too, was incapacitated, his body utterly spent. Without further delay, Kakashi restrained both with ninja tools, rendering them incapable of further resistance. Secure them. Kakashi ordered. From now on, these 2 will serve as captives. Hand them over to the medical department. Tsunade-san can extract any valuable information and secret of their immortality we can use. His voice was steady, completely unfazed. The Konoha shinobi watched in awe, their faces filled with shock and admiration. It was like an instant kill, Yuki whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. Her hand was still gripping the hilt of her sword, but it felt heavy in her grasp as if the weight of their Hokage's power had left her stunned. The enemies didn't even have a chance to fight back. The gap is just too massive, Akira remarked, shaking his head in amazement. Taro looked toward this guy, his chest swelling with pride. We're lucky to have someone like him leading us. Yuki nodded, still processing what she had seen. I've never seen anything like it, the way he wiped them out without even breaking a sweat. It's as if he's on a whole other level. Akira, usually the most reserved of the group, clenched his fists in determination. If we train hard enough, maybe one day we'll be able to stand beside him in battle. The sheer dominance Kakashi displayed left no doubt in their minds. His strength as Hokage was unparalleled. At the same time, within the Akatsuki organization, an urgent meeting was called. Pain's voice broke the silence. Haiden and Kakuzu's signals have vanished. What do we do about their retrieval? The statement sent shockwaves through the group. How is that possible? Deidara exclaimed, visibly startled. The undead duo's strength is far beyond ordinary shinobi. After a brief pause, Pain replied, his tone heavy with suspicion. Their disappearance occurred near Konoha. Could they have fallen into a trap? The group fell silent, each member processing the implications. Konoha, murmured Deidara. Who could have been capable of taking them down? Konan's question lingered in the air. In the world of the second Hokage. Meanwhile, in a parallel dimension, second Hokage Tobirama Senjo was immersed in his laboratory, entirely absorbed in his research. Among all the Hokage, Tobirama was renowned for his passion for scientific innovation and technological advancement. His unparalleled talent in these areas made him unique. Unlike the other Hokage, whose primary duties revolved around village administration and maintaining peak combat readiness, Tobirama had an additional self-imposed responsibility, research and development. His work went far beyond the scope of traditional ninja roles. Despite his packed schedule, Tobirama took no issue with his workload. On the contrary, he relished it. Research was his passion, and he thrived on the challenges it presented. At that moment, Tobirama was focused on an ambitious project, integrating technologies from the Shinigami world with those from the One Punch Man universe. The complexity of this endeavor was staggering, as it required harmonizing systems and principles from 2 entirely different realms. Yet, this only fueled his enthusiasm. Hours passed tirelessly until a sudden hiccup in his experiments made Tobirama frown. Damn it, he muttered, irritation flickering across his usually composed features. Even for someone as brilliant as Tobirama, merging such disparate technologies presented unforeseen obstacles. Still, his determination remained unshaken as he returned to his work with renewed focus. Another tailed beast is missing. Tobirama's frown deepened as he processed the troubling news. It seems your investigation ends here, he said firmly, his tone brooking no argument. The enemy's strength surpasses what you can handle. Rising decisively from his seat, Tobirama declared, I'll handle this myself. Without delay, he began preparing to act. The urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground space, Uchiha Madara was meticulously planning his next move. Madara-sama, do you really intend to summon the 10 tails now? Isn't this a bit too hasty? Black Zetsu questioned, his tone laced with caution. To Black Zetsu, a more prudent approach would involve collecting all the remaining fragments of the tailed beasts before attempting to use the demonic statue of the outer path. Such a method seemed far safer. However, the current situation is far from ideal. They only had 3 complete tailed beasts in their possession, a glaring shortfall in the grand plan. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's concerns, Madara's expression darkened with irritation. There's no time to waste, he snapped. That bastard Tobirama is no fool. The moment we captured the first tailed beast, he realized we were on the move. The shinobi he has been sending has only grown stronger with each encounter. He paused briefly before continuing, his voice edged with urgency. Capturing these 3 was already pushing the limit. Any further attempts will undoubtedly result in a confrontation with Tobirama. Madara's crimson Sharingan glinted ominously as he concluded, with their forces, combined with the power of the remaining tailed beasts, such a clash would be troublesome, even for me. Despite his words, there was no trace of fear in Madara's demeanor. His confidence remained unshaken, rooted in his belief in his overwhelming power. Madara remained steadfast, his confidence in his strength unshaken. However, he acknowledged the growing complications. The more time we waste, the more time that black-hearted bastard Tobirama will have to plan, he muttered, his tone laced with irritation. With just the 2 of them, himself and Black Zetsu, their lack of manpower was a glaring disadvantage. This insufficiency only made their task increasingly troublesome. Despite these challenges, Madara pressed on, resolute in his goal. Madara had spent considerable effort gathering fragments of chakra from the tailed beasts. Though the collection was incomplete, the gathered chakra was enough to fulfill his purpose, summoning the 10 tails. His confidence never wavered, even with the limitations of their resources. Black Zetsu, standing by his side, feigned concern. On the surface, he seemed to be advising caution, but within, he brimmed with anticipation. Perfect, Black Zetsu thought to himself. This will bring Mother's resurrection even closer. Mother, wait for me. Madara finished transferring all the collected chakra into the Gedo statue's massive form. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled violently as the colossal body of the Gedo statue erupted into view, towering ominously above the earth. It begins, Madara said with quiet determination, his eyes fixed on the immense figure. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 237. Chapter 237 Defeating a God Among Ninjas. The Gedo statue suddenly appeared in front of Madara, shaking the entire underground cavern with the force of a massive earthquake. A deafening roar echoed across the land, and the surrounding mountains crumbled into rubble as the earth split apart. Rising from the chaos, the Gedo statue emerged, towering ominously. Uchiha Madara stood atop the colossal figure, his presence commanding and foreboding. His red gleamed with power as he extended his hand. Summon the 10 tails, he declared. A moment later, an overwhelming chakra erupted, shaking the entire cavern. The gargantuan shell of the 10 tails appeared, its massive body casting an enormous shadow over the land. Madara's voice rang out with authority. 10 tails, submit to my will. With a surge of energy, he absorbed the beast, taking full control. His transformation was instantaneous and awe-inspiring. At the age of 70, his appearance had undergone a drastic change. His hair turned pure white, cascading like a river of light. He now wore bluish-white robes adorned with black tomo patterns, and a black staff rested in his grasp. 6 paths, sage mode, he announced, his voice echoing with power as his newfound abilities activated. Madara threw back his head and laughed triumphantly. Ha 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 ha. It worked. The ninja world will bow before me. His arrogance and confidence were unmistakable as he proclaimed his dominance. Nearby, Black Zetsu watched quietly from the shadows, his expression unreadable. The chakra of this form is somewhat weaker than its peak, Black Zetsu mused to himself. This 10 tails isn't as powerful as before. Still, compared to their grand plan, Madara's strength was more than sufficient. With the 6 path sage mode activated, he remained leagues above ordinary ninjas. The overwhelming chakra and the earth-shattering noise caught the attention of everyone nearby. Ninjas from all directions rushed to witness the source of the commotion, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Uchiha Madara needed only to glance at someone in front of him to overpower them with ease. Without hesitation, he moved directly toward Konoha, his intentions clear and devastating. The moment the situation unfolded, Tobirama sensed the huge chakra coming towards Konoha. His eyes widened in surprise before his expression turned grim. Without wasting time, he grabbed a stack of scrolls and tucked them into his robes. Sensei, it's bad news, panicked Kagami shouted as they burst into the Hokage's office, their voices filled with alarm. Tobirama was already preparing for battle. He waved them off with calm authority. I know. Evacuate the civilians immediately and ensure their safety. Everyone else, stand down. He turned sharply, his voice steely. I'll handle that idiot myself. Brother should have let me kill him when we had the chance. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tobirama vanished from sight using the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he reappeared directly in front of Uchiha Madara, his presence unwavering. Madara regarded Tobirama with a condescending smirk. Tobirama? What are you doing here? You should have run away, he sneered. If it were your brother, perhaps he could pose a slight challenge, Madara continued arrogantly. But you? Even if you gathered the entire world's strength, you wouldn't be my match. Surrender while you still can. Tobirama remained expressionless, his resolve unshaken. Without saying a word, he pulled out several scrolls and hurled them onto the battlefield. In a flash, numerous Tobirama clones materialized around the area, encircling Madara. Madara scoffed dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain. Shadow clone technique? Is this really your plan? Such tricks are meaningless against my eyes. With that, Madara launched a direct assault, confident in his superiority. However, what happened next was something he hadn't anticipated at all. The Tobirama in front of Uchiha Madara vanished from sight, effortlessly dodging his powerful strike. Almost instantly, multiple Tobiramas reappeared, each unleashing a different type of attack: fire, lightning, rushing torrents of water. Elements clashed and converged, creating a chaotic storm of destruction. Madara scoffed, his expression unmoved. Ridiculous, he sneered. Ninjutsu is meaningless against me. Confident in his invulnerability, Uchiha Madara didn't even bother to evade. To him, these attacks were insignificant, mere tricks that couldn't harm someone of his caliber. But then, something surprising happened. The attack struck Madara directly, bypassing his defenses entirely. He coughed up blood as the force of the blow sent him hurtling through the air. Landing heavily, he struggled to process what had just occurred, his face a mask of disbelief. What's going on? He stammered, his voice tinged with shock. I should be immune to these attacks. This is just ordinary chakra-based ninjutsu. But as Madara activated his Sharingan to analyze the situation, he noticed something strange. The Tobiramas launching the attacks had no visible chakra flow. The energy fueling their techniques was entirely foreign, unrecognizable even to his Sharingan. Whatever it wasn't chakra. What is this? This isn't senjutsu. Madara muttered, his voice shaking with an uncharacteristic mix of confusion and fear. He picked himself up off the ground, his once arrogant demeanor replaced with cautious vigilance. Opposite him, Tobirama stood calmly, an almost leisurely expression on his face. He made no effort to explain the truth behind his techniques, letting the mystery unsettle Madara further. The clones that appeared to be ordinary shadow clones weren't using conventional ninjutsu at all. Instead, they wielded an array of abilities Tobirama had acquired from other worlds, each one designed to bypass even Madara's defenses. The battle had shifted, and for the first time, Madara felt a twinge of unease. For example, in the One Piece world, there are demons, devil fruit abilities, and haki. In the Shinigami world, there is Senpaku. Then, in the world of One Punch Man, there are telekinesis, power of desire, and technological abilities. Six-path sage mode, while powerful, has no real defense against such completely different power systems. Had Uchiha Madara been more serious earlier, he wouldn't have found himself in such a difficult situation. Madara's downfall came from his lack of attention to his opponent. He underestimated Tobirama and paid the price for it. Tobirama kept up the relentless assault, unleashing a variety of colorful 8-gate techniques and abilities that hit Madara one after another. Madara, still not fighting seriously, never expected the onslaught to be this overwhelming. He had always thought of himself as invincible, but now he was faced with a barrage of abilities from different worlds, abilities he had no way to defend against. Particularly certain Keto and Devil Fruit abilities were wreaking havoc, their complex and unconventional rules catching him off guard. In a one-on-one battle, Madara's combat intelligence would have easily allowed him to decipher his opponent's moves and find their weaknesses. But now, with so many opponents attacking simultaneously, each using different powers, he was unable to keep up. It was embarrassing. Amidst such a chaotic assault, Tobirama couldn't even unleash his ultimate techniques. There were simply too many enemies. Every time he tried to launch an attack, it was instantly interrupted. It was infuriating. Frustrating. After such a suffocating battle, Uchiha Madara, gravely wounded, was finally sealed. Tobirama calmly held the scroll that sealed Uchiha Madara. It's over, he said with quiet confidence. To be honest, even he hadn't expected the outcome to be this decisive. The combined intensity of dozens of 8-gate techniques, along with the overwhelming variety of superpowers, had proved far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary opponent. As for Uchiha Madara, his lack of preparation and failure to adapt prevented him from achieving victory. He never even had the chance to unleash his full power. In the end, he was defeated in a manner that left him humiliated. Black Zetsu, meanwhile, had seized the opportunity to flee. From a safe distance, he now observed Madara's misfortune, his thoughts heavy with frustration. Why are these Uchiha become useless when they awaken Rin-Eden? Indra. Now Madara. Looks like I'll need to regroup and find someone else, Black Zetsu muttered, his voice filled with resignation. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 238, Chapter 238 Minato's World Rin-Eden. The world of the fourth Hokage Minato. Minato's world once faced a major crisis. Obito took control of the Akatsuki organization and united the Land of Earth and the Land of Thunder. Together, these three major forces launched a combined attack, creating a situation almost impossible for Minato to handle alone. Desperate, Minato turned to the chat group for assistance. One by one, the other Hokages arrived to help. Together, they managed to defeat the invading forces. Ultimately, what seemed like a calamity became an unexpected blessing for Minato's world. Although uniting the world was still a distant goal, this event drastically altered the balance of power. The combined defeat of the IWA and the Kumo's elite shinobi utterly depleted their military strength. Their high-ranking ninjas had been wiped out, leaving their forces leaderless and in disarray. With no other options, both nations were forced to surrender. At the same time, Obito and the Akatsuki, two significant sources of instability, were eliminated. This ensured that Minato would no longer have to worry about them operating in the shadows, plotting the destruction of Konoha and his happy family. This victory was perhaps the greatest stroke of luck his world and his family could have experienced. Without this decisive event, Obito and the Akatsuki might have continued to wreak havoc from the shadows, especially with the help of Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan. Akatsuki was not something to scoff at. Given that Minato's Konoha lacked a large number of cage-level shinobi aside from himself, the situation could have spiraled out of control. For a lone Hokage, managing both the responsibilities of leadership and constant vigilance against such threats would have been impossible. The strain would have been unbearable, leaving him exhausted and vulnerable. Thanks to this victory, Minato's world gained a rare moment of peace, allowing him to focus on rebuilding and leading his people toward a brighter future. This time, Minato addressed a significant hidden danger, ensuring he could lead without worry for years to come. His focus now shifted to preparing for potential future threats, such as the arrival of the Satsuki clan. While their appearance might pose minor challenges, Minato was confident he could handle them. As for other potential troublemakers, there was no need to worry anymore. At this point, Minato began formulating a grand plan to unify the ninja world completely. After the last major conflict, the great nations had all fallen under Konoha's influence. The only remaining holdouts were a few remote, smaller nations, such as the Land of Snow. These distant regions, unaware of their limitations, remained defiant and refused to submit to Konoha's authority. Some even dared to provoke the Hidden Leaf. Minato, unwilling to leave loose ends, led a team of ninjas to systematically address these holdouts. In just 3 months, his efforts bore fruit. The entire world was brought under Konoha's control, achieving complete unification. With this success, the ninja world truly entered an era of peace, putting an end to the age of nations warring against each other. After the unification, Minato shifted his focus to building a brighter future. He recruited the most elite scientific researchers from across the world, gathering them all in Konoha. Together, they embarked on a mission to develop advanced technology, laying the foundation for progress and prosperity. With the world united in Konoha at the helm of innovation, Minato's vision of peace and progress had finally become a reality. The plethora of advanced technology Minato brought back from the world of One Punch Man served as a valuable reference for Konoha's technological development. In less than a month, his world saw groundbreaking progress in science and technology. For instance, the chakra cannon, which had previously existed only as a prototype, was completed during this period. This achievement marked the maturity of the world's technological power, paving the way for further advancements. Now, innovations such as aircraft, cannons, and even spaceships were within reach. Time passed, and bit by bit, these advancements transformed the world. Meanwhile, in the Hokage chat group, the other Hokages noticed something remarkable. All their worlds had been unified. Minato's world, which was the last to achieve unification, had finally joined the ranks. Minato's cautious approach was a key reason for the delay. Before launching an offensive on smaller nations, he ensured thorough preparations were in place. Ironically, it turned out such caution wasn't necessary. The opposing forces were much weaker than anticipated. Minato alone could have easily defeated their entire ninja villages. Now, all 12 Hokage worlds had achieved unification. From the beginning, Ryan's world was the only unified one. Gradually, other worlds followed, Road to Ninja Tsunade's, Hashiramas, and so on. It took only about 2 years for this monumental task to be completed, a timeline far faster than anyone had expected. One critical factor behind this rapid progress was the support provided by the chat group. The rewards, resources, and treasures obtained from the multiverse proved invaluable. In particular, the advanced technological knowledge from the One Punch Man world gave Minato's world a significant edge, accelerating its development and ensuring its place in the unified ninja world order. The era of warring nations was over, and a new age of Konoha, peace, and progress had begun for the shinobi world, which had been at war even before the dawn of chakra. The experience in this advanced world brought unique gains to each Hokage, accelerating the technological growth of their respective worlds. This unexpected windfall not only boosted development but also indirectly promoted unification across their worlds. Following this major event, the Hokages engaged in lively discussion within the chat group. Third Hokage Kakashi. So, at the next meeting, the rewards will be extraordinary. We might even exceed our expectations and tap into the third tier list. His enthusiasm was evident, and the others shared in his anticipation. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei is right. I'm curious, Naruto chimed in, his usual exuberance shining through. Do you think I might get a reward from the third tier prize pool this time? I mean, I've been pulling my weight. Naruto flashed a confident grin, his excitement bubbling over as he bounced slightly in his seat. Sasuke, TCH. It's not called a third tier prize pool, dope. It's the third level world prize pool. Naruto, hey. What's the difference? It's still the third level. Sasuke, you've been in this group for so long and still don't know the rules? Naruto, hey, I know the rules. Kinda. Sasuke, right. As long as you have less than 10,000 world points, you're stuck in the second tier prize pool. If you're aiming for the third level prize pool, don't get your hopes up for this meeting. Naruto, wait, so. Sasuke, it's going to take quite some time before you even get close. Naruto, oh, so that's how it works. Man, these rules are way too complicated. Why can't they just give us rewards for being awesome, you know? Kakashi chuckles, if they handed out rewards for being loud and reckless, Naruto, you'd have broken the system by now. Naruto, hey, loud and reckless gets results. Sasuke, like the time you thought using harem no jutsu at Kaga would defeat her? Or when you got knocked out by your daughter at your Hokage inauguration speech? Naruto, that was one time. Besides, I still saved the world, didn't I? Kakashi, true. If nothing else, you're consistent. He still wasn't entirely familiar with the intricacies of the chat group system. His earlier comment was more of a joke, though it showed his lack of understanding. Fortunately, the group consisted of his close friends and mentors, who patiently corrected him without mockery. This camaraderie allowed Naruto to continue learning, knowing he could rely on the group for guidance as they all prepared for the next phase of their journey. Hashirama, haha. This ranking is going to be exciting. Now that everyone's world has been unified, the scores are bound to be high. We're all starting from the same line again, so it'll be interesting to see how things play out. It might be a while before the next Hokage meeting, but let's see who can claim the top 3 spots this time. Everyone, give it your best shot. Hashirama's words sparked enthusiasm among the group. He was right, since everyone had achieved unification in their respective worlds, the upcoming rankings would now hinge on something new, technological advancement and governance. The Hokages knew the stakes were higher than ever. It wasn't just about unity anymore, progress would be measured by the innovation and management within their worlds. This upcoming meeting would truly be a showcase of unique talents, a moment for each Hokage to demonstrate their strengths and abilities, much like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their miracles. Enjoyed the chapter? You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 239. Chapter 239, a new era of exploration. The discussion in the chat group ended, and everyone returned to their respective worlds, focused on rapidly advancing their technological development. In Ryan's world, Ryan stepped out of the Hokage office and went to the technology development department. He was particularly invested in technological progress as the Hokage, perhaps more so than any other Hokage in the group. From the very beginning of his world's modernization efforts, Ryan had prioritized the rapid development of science and technology. Despite his world being significantly younger in terms of technological advancement, nearly 30 years behind the worlds of the 6th Hokage Kakashi and Naruto, Ryan's and Orochimaru's relentless focus on innovation had propelled his world far ahead in terms of technological advances. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, and Ryan's commitment to being the first to act ensured that his world outpaced the others. When Ryan arrived at the technology development department, he was surprised to see Minato there. Minato, what are you doing here? Ryan asked, clearly intrigued. It was rare to find Minato in one place for long, let alone in the technology department. Since Naruto's birth, Minato had been incredibly busy. As the Hokage's second in command, he was tasked with an overwhelming number of responsibilities. Between managing village affairs, supporting the ambitious spacecraft research project, and attending to his family, both wife and children, Minato barely had time to breathe. Even Ryan, as Hokage, rarely saw Minato outside of official duties. Their interactions were typically limited to Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique to deliver reports or urgent documents in a hurry. But now, seeing Minato in the technology development department, Ryan couldn't help but wonder if this was a rare moment of leisure for him. When Minato saw Ryan approach, he greeted him with a respectful nod. Lord Hokage, you came at just the right time, Minato said, his tone a mix of enthusiasm and focus. The machinery and logistics for our next batch of spaceships has been completed. I'm here today to run some tests myself. I'll accompany the spaceship into space to ensure there are no issues this time. Hearing this, Ryan suddenly understood the situation. Despite the brief moment of calm, Minato was as busy as ever. Even this visit to the technology development department wasn't for leisure, it was just another task in his long list of responsibilities. Just then, Orochimaru and several other researchers emerged from the laboratory. The spaceship project was a significant undertaking, representing the culmination of years of hard work and dedication from the entire research team. Everyone present understood how important it was for this mission to succeed. Failure wasn't an option, it would be a devastating blow to the morale of the researchers who had poured so much effort into this endeavor. The tension in the air was palpable as the team gathered around. An iron door at the far end of the facility slowly began to open, revealing a massive spaceship. The vessel gleamed under the artificial lights, its sleek surface proudly embossed with the bold hidden leaf emblem. This, Orochimaru began, his voice laced with pride and anticipation, is our modified spaceship. Based on the technology you brought, it can use chakra as fuel. Ryan's eyes widened as he took in the sight before him. Compared to the previous model he had seen, this spaceship was a significant improvement. The outer shell, crafted from superior materials, reflected a meticulous attention to detail. The internal structure, though not visible, had undergone major enhancements. As he examined the spaceship, Ryan noticed several familiar components embedded in its design materials he had personally brought back from the world of One Punch Man. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. The researchers hadn't let his efforts go to waste. They've made great strides, Ryan thought, a small smile tugging at his lips. It's good to see these resources being put to such innovative use. If this test is successful, one of the researchers began with barely contained excitement, it means our spaceship technology is finally fully mature. We can finally transverse outside Earth. The room buzzed with anticipation as the researchers exchanged eager glances. Minato. We'll have to trouble you to pilot the spaceship for this test, Orochimaru said. Minato, already prepared for the task, nodded without hesitation and stepped into the spacecraft. Watching the scene unfold, Ryan couldn't suppress his curiosity. With a faint smile, he spoke up, his tone carrying both interest and authority. Is there room on board? Ryan asked. I'd like to join the test and see everything firsthand. His words caught everyone off guard. Ryan's desire to experience the fruits of their technological progress was evident. He wanted to see for himself just how far Konoha's spaceship technology had come. Flying into space on this advanced vessel intrigued him. Although he had ventured into space once before during the battle on the moon, it had been a focused mission. This time, the journey felt different. There was an opportunity to observe and explore the vastness of space in a way he hadn't before. The researchers exchanged surprised looks before one of them responded, still processing Ryan's unexpected request. I didn't expect Lord Hokage to want to join us personally, Tetsuya Kurogain said, his voice tinged with both admiration and concern. Space on the ship is certainly sufficient, but... Tetsuya hesitated, his brow furrowing in worry. But if something dangerous happens, he continued, it might not be the best idea. You're the Hokage, after all. What if something goes wrong? The room grew quieter as the weight of the scientist's concern settled over the group. While they admired Ryan's eagerness to participate, the thought of placing Konoha's leader in potential danger made them understandably uneasy. The researchers knew that Minato possessed the Flying Thunder God technique. Even in the worst-case scenario, he could teleport to safety in an instant. But Ryan... They weren't sure. At that moment, Orochimaru stepped forward, his characteristic smirk in place. Of course, Lord Hokage, he said smoothly. These scientists are just overthinking things. Your strength surpasses what they can imagine. Turning to the scientists, Orochimaru continued, his tone firm yet casual. Don't worry. Lord Ryan's capabilities make this task far easier for him than it would be for Minato. Minato nodded in agreement, his expression earnest. That's right. Hokage-sama is much stronger than I am, Minato added quickly. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. If I can handle it, Hokage-sama certainly can as well. Faced with the reassurances of both Orochimaru and Minato, the scientists found themselves with no grounds to object. Reluctantly, they stepped aside, allowing Ryan and Minato to board the spaceship together. For Ryan, there was no concern about his safety. Even before his current power reached its peak, he had ventured to the moon without issue. Now, he possessed abilities that rendered most dangers trivial. With the Huangchuan Bilyang Sokka technique, he could traverse space at will. Not to mention, the Scion blood running through his veins gave him unparalleled resilience. He could navigate the harshest conditions of space without assistance. The spaceship, for Ryan, was less about necessity and more about curiosity. It was a chance to gauge the current level of Konoha's technological progress and witness the fruits of their labor firsthand. As the countdown began, the anticipation in the air grew palpable. With engines igniting, the spaceship roared to life, lifting off gracefully and piercing through the atmosphere. The flames roared, propelling the spaceship into space. It shot out of the Earth's atmosphere in moments, entering the vast expanse of darkness. Outside, countless stars sparkled like scattered diamonds against the black canvas. Minato observed the scene with satisfaction and turned to Ryan. Hokage-sama, this spaceship is a vast improvement over the last one, Minato remarked, his voice carrying a hint of relief. The last time I was aboard, there was severe vibration. Sparks were flying in several places, and I honestly thought it was going to fail. Thankfully, the ship held together, but there was a moment I wasn't sure we'd make it. His words carried a hint of humor, though the memory of that dangerous flight still lingered in his mind. Perhaps that was the most dangerous moment of his life except sage mode training. Ryan glanced around the ship's interior, taking in the sleek, refined design and the steady hum of machinery. As Minato had said, everything was far more stable this time. Gone were the unstable vibrations and flickering lights. The once erratic ship had transformed into something much more reliable, almost reassuringly so. It does appear to be far more refined, Ryan acknowledged, his sharp eyes scanning the room. He crossed his arms as he assessed the changes. This level of stability suggests the technology is finally maturing. It's a good sign. The progress is palpable. He paused, then added thoughtfully, with this progress, we can start considering larger projects, like space exploration and development. Although, whether technological advancements will continue at this pace is another question entirely. Minato nodded in agreement, a hopeful smile on his face. Indeed, the future looks bright, he replied. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 240, Chapter 240, False Trail in the Sand. Shortly after completing its journey, the spaceship smoothly landed back at the predetermined near Hokage Mountain. As Ryan and Minato stepped out, they were greeted by a scene of celebration. Excited scientists cheered loudly, their faces glowing with pride, while numerous ninjas gathered to witness the historic moment. Orochimaru and the other researchers couldn't hide their joy. Excellent. This time, it was a complete success. Orochimaru exclaimed, his voice full of enthusiasm. Absolutely, Tetsuya agreed. With this breakthrough, we can confidently advance our exploration efforts. The mood was euphoric. This success wasn't just a milestone, it was proof that the years of research and development had been worth it. Their chosen path had been validated, and the team now had a clear direction for the future. With a working prototype, the road ahead seemed promising. Progress would now depend on time and dedication, but the hardest part was behind them. The scientists were visibly elated, energized by the prospect of what lay ahead. Ryan took the opportunity to acknowledge their efforts, rewarding and encouraging the team to continue their groundbreaking work. His words inspired everyone, strengthening their determination to push forward. The implications of this technological achievement extended far beyond its immediate success. For the first time, even ninjas of modest strength such as Jen and Ninjin had the potential to thrive in this new era. There was no longer a fear of being overshadowed or left behind. The emergence of this technology offered countless opportunities for personal and collective growth. Even ninjas with limited combat ability still possessed the power to harness chakra. In this world, chakra wasn't just a tool for battle, it was a versatile energy source with limitless applications. This realization underscored the value of every individual. It was clear that their contributions would not only remain significant but grow even more essential as Konoha stepped into a new age of innovation and exploration. In the world where Kakashi became the Hokage after dethroning Hiruzen, his reputation skyrocketed after the last major scuffle with Akatsuki's undead duo. Strength is often recognized through comparison. Before this fight, as Hokage, Kakashi had rarely needed to demonstrate his abilities. Many ninjas assumed his strength was on par with an elite genin from Enbu. However, his recent confrontation with members of the Akatsuki shattered those misconceptions. During the battle, Kakashi proved himself beyond a shadow of a doubt. His overwhelming strength left no room for debate. Haiden, for instance, an immortal cage-level shinobi who had previously overwhelmed several genin, was utterly powerless against Kakashi. In a single exchange, Haiden was neutralized, losing his ability to fight entirely. Even Heiden's partner, Kakuzu, known for his ruthlessness and durability in bounty hunter circles, met the same fate. Both were defeated decisively, showcasing Kakashi's true capabilities. As news of the battle spread through the village, the perception of Hokage Kakashi transformed. He was no longer seen as just another Nbujinin, but as an undeniably powerful leader. Now, as Kakashi walked through the streets of Konoha, villagers and ninjas alike looked at him with newfound admiration. Their respect was evident in their gazes, though the attention left Kakashi feeling slightly uneasy. After returning to his office, Kakashi found the captain of the Enbu, Shinragen, waiting for him. What's the matter? Kakashi asked. Genma rarely disturbed him without reason. If they were here, it meant there was intel or trouble that required his immediate attention. Sure enough, Genma handed him a scroll. Hokage-sama, this is the latest intelligence on the Akatsuki organization. Since their last encounter, when their two members fell by your hand, the group went quiet for a while. But recently, they've been spotted wandering around the Land of Wind. It seems they're searching for traces of the tailed beasts. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. As expected, he replied, his mind already racing with the implications of their movements. Kakashi had already anticipated Akatsuki's next move. It wasn't due to any extraordinary calculations on his part, but rather because of the invaluable info provided by other members of Hokage chat group. In this group, Kakashi had access to numerous Hokages from different timelines and realities, all of whom were seasoned veterans. When Kakashi sought their advice, they readily shared their knowledge and experiences with him. The information provided by Naruto during their last discussion was particularly illuminating. Akatsuki's goal was clear, they were after the tailed beasts. By capturing all the tailed beasts and sealing them into the Gedo statue, they intended to summon the Ten Tails. The ultimate objective was to create a Ten Tails Jinchuriki, a step that could potentially shift the balance of power across the world. Kakashi understood that regardless of the world or timeline, Akatsuki's plan remained the same. This knowledge allowed him to formulate an effective counter-strategy. After his decisive victory over Haiden and Kakuzu, Kakashi took immediate action. He deployed teams of ninjas to secure the Jinchuriki across the world, ensuring their safety under heavy protection. Even Gaara, the One-Tails Jinchuriki, was brought to Konoha and placed under the strictest security. Kakashi made certain that Akatsuki would find it nearly impossible to infiltrate the village. Meanwhile, in the Land of Wind, Kakashi orchestrated a clever diversion. He created a false trail, making it appear as though Gaara was looking for a new source of gold veins in the desert. This bait was designed to lure Akatsuki's operatives into a trap. Now, it seemed the plan was working perfectly. A messenger arrived with urgent news, prompting Kakashi to rise from his seat immediately. I'll handle this personally, he declared, his resolve unwavering as he prepared to confront Akatsuki once again. According to the information provided, it was no surprise that Deidara and Sasori would be the ones assigned to capture the One-Tail. When compared to Haiden and Kakuzu, their overall capabilities were similar. In some respects, however, Deidara and Sasori could even be considered slightly less dangerous provided one had prior knowledge of their abilities. Haiden's unique curse ninjutsu made him lethal in situations where his opponents didn't know how his techniques worked, as even a minor injury could result in certain deaths. Meanwhile, Deidara's strength lay in his explosive creations, and Sasori was a master of puppet techniques. Though both had elevated their respective skills to an apex, Kakashi knew how to deal with them effectively. Confident in his plan, Kakashi decided to intervene personally. Not long after, in the barren expanse of sand dunes, two figures clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds moved slowly through the desolate landscape. As Kakashi anticipated, it was members of the Akatsuki organization. One was a young man with fair hair Deidara. The other, with a cold and menacing appearance, was Sasori, concealed within his puppet body. We found it. Deidara exclaimed with excitement, his sharp eyes locking onto a distant figure. That's the trace of tailed beast chakra. Shikaku's Jinchuriki must be nearby. The two Akatsuki members moved swiftly toward their target, a ninja who bore a striking resemblance to Gaara. However, what happened next caught them off guard. The supposed Gaara offered no resistance and was quickly captured by the pair. Yet, the moment the figure collapsed, it vanished in a puff of white smoke. A shadow clone. Deidara snarled, realization dawning on him. His frustration was evident as he gritted his teeth. Sasori, ever composed, narrowed his eyes. This is wrong, he muttered darkly. They knew we were coming. It's a trap. As the words left his mouth, the sound of whirring mechanisms and projectiles suddenly filled the air. From all sides, hidden weapons shot toward them. Reacting instantly, Deidara and Sasori moved to defend themselves, their calm demeanor now replaced by an urgency to counter the ambush. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 241. Chapter 241 Kakashi vs Akatsuki. After blocking all the Kunoha and Shuriken, more than a dozen ninjas suddenly appeared around the two of them. Some of these ninjas were from Suna, while others were Konoha shinobi. What they all had in common was that they were all Jonin. Despite being surrounded by so many Jonins, the two Akatsuki members showed no signs of panic. Sasori remained calm with his usual indifferent expression, while Deidara licked his lips, excitement building in his eyes. Looks like this time, Deidara said with a grin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, I'll finally get to show off my art properly. He raised a hand, forming a clay bird between his fingers as he prepared to unleash his explosive masterpiece. His eyes scanned the alert ninjas surrounding them, sizing them up. You don't seriously think these guys can stop us, do you? He taunted, his smirk widening. Don't be ridiculous. Deidara's voice was full of arrogance, his belief in his own abilities unwavering. These ninjas, no matter how many they were no match for his artistry or so he thought. Before he could finish his sentence, the leader of the opposing force spoke up, his voice cutting through Deidara's bravado with unnerving calm. No, the leader said, his tone steady and unyielding. Our mission isn't to kill you two. It's to stop you. We're just here to delay you, so you can't escape. The blunt honesty in his words took both Deidara and Sasori by surprise. The pair exchanged a glance, confusion flickering in their eyes. Deidara, never one to be caught off guard, was the first to speak up. What? Deidara exclaimed, his voice laced with incredulity. What do you mean? Delay us? How do you plan on doing that? His hand twitched, ready to pull out more clay, but something about the leader's unwavering confidence made him hesitate. Sasori, however, reacted quickly. His expression hardened, his ember eyes narrowing in suspicion. His normally calm demeanor turned serious. Something's wrong, he said, his voice low, almost as though he were speaking to himself. They're stalling for a time. Deidara's eyes widened in realization. The playful edge in his tone faded, replaced with growing concern. You think they're waiting for someone stronger? Kakashi, Sasori added grimly, his voice carrying a weight that Deidara immediately picked up on. Deidara growled, clearly displeased by the turn of events. Kakashi, hey, he muttered, his fingers already reaching for more clay. Well, if it's him, I guess I'll have to step up my art a little. Sasori's gaze remained sharp, but he didn't show the same eagerness for battle. Don't get too cocky, Deidara. We've dealt with many strong opponents before, but a Hokage is different. Every cage from that village has been troublesome. At the mention of Kakashi's name, Deidara's expression shifted, his excitement turning to concern. If this had happened before, they wouldn't have panicked at the mention of Kakashi's name. To them, he was just an ordinary Jonin. What was there to be afraid of? But now, things were different. The information from last time was no joke. Kakashi had single-handedly killed both Haiden and Kakuzu. Although the Akatsuki organization often looked down on one another and believed they were superior to others, they weren't fools. A person who could eliminate both Haiden and Kakuzu with ease posed a significant threat. If they faced him, they knew there would be no advantage for them. Quick battle. Sasori ordered, his voice tense. Use our strongest techniques to take them all out immediately, and then retreat. If that doesn't work, we'll need to find a way to call for help. We can't let Kakashi get here. Deidara gritted his teeth and, with a sharp motion, threw dozens of clay bombs from his hands. Deidara, now fully energized by the thought of the explosions, nodded eagerly. Art is an explosion, he declared, his signature grin returning. And this one's going to be huge. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions rocked the area, but none of the enemy ninjas were killed. They were skilled, dodging and evading expertly. They didn't engage directly, just harassed the two Akatsuki members. Their priority was to stay alive. The fighting style was frustrating like a swarm of flies buzzing around. Deidara and Sasori were becoming completely overwhelmed. Just as they were looking for an escape, a bolt of lightning shot from the shadows. Trying to run? It's already too late. It was Kakashi. As soon as he appeared, his eyes transformed into the Sharingan, and Sasori's face darkened. Just as the rumor said, Sasori muttered, his expression grim. His strength has evolved far beyond his information on Bingo Book. Deidara's expression was even worse. The Sharingan he'd experienced its power firsthand. Kakashi wasted no time. With a swift motion, he summoned Kamui Susanoo. No more words. It's time to end this. With those words, Kakashi threw a Kamui shuriken. 3 minutes later, both Deidara and Sasori had completely lost the ability to fight. They were on the verge of death. Kakashi stood there, calm and composed, without a hint of exhaustion or even a flushed face. He appeared completely at ease. And in truth, he was. Deidara and Sasori were undoubtedly strong on par with cage-level shinobi. However, their opponents were simply too powerful. Kakashi's current strength had already surpassed cage level. He was undeniably at the 6 paths level. Facing these two was like a walk in the park. Not to mention, he had already studied their fighting methods and gathered all the necessary information. The battle was effortless for him. With mental calculations and precise movements, Kakashi had mastered every aspect of the fight. For the opposition to last as long as 3 minutes was impressive in itself. At this point, Kakashi ordered the others to handle the situation. He had the bodies of Deidara and Sasori taken to the scientific department. On one hand, it would be useful for research, on the other, the torture department would get a chance to examine them. Meanwhile, the ninjas who had watched the battle were in utter shock. The power Kakashi had just displayed was far beyond anything they had imagined, infinitely more overwhelming. Kurane, her brow furrowed in confusion, stepped forward, her eyes fixed on Susanoo. Wait a minute, she muttered, more to herself than anyone else. That technique, the power of the Susanoo. Is Hokage-sama an Uchiha? She glanced at her comrades, looking for answers. I thought only Uchiha could use Susanoo. Could Kakashi have unlocked that power without being one of them? One of the nearby ninjas, a young chunin, whispered nervously, could it be that Hokage-sama isn't just an ordinary ninja after all? Whispers filled the air. None of them had ever expected Kakashi's strength to be so immense. And seeing Kamui Susanoo in action, it was truly mind-blowing. The sight of it left an indelible impression on their minds. It was a shock they would carry with them for the rest of their lives. In that moment, their admiration for Kakashi grew beyond measure. Soon after, in Ryan's world, he sat reviewing the report from the technology department. According to the report, they had achieved impressive results in science and technology, developing several products that had already made their way into thousands of homes, significantly improving daily life. Ryan was pleased with these accomplishments. At the same time, the chat group was buzzing with activity. The Hokages were all discussing the upcoming event. Hashirama, when is the next meeting? Half a year has passed already. I'm guessing the next Hokage meeting should start soon. At Hashirama's comment, the other Hokages nodded in agreement. The excitement was palpable. Tsunade, yeah, I can't wait. Let's wrap up the rewards and then head into the new world together. I'm really looking forward to traveling. She leaned back in her chair, her voice full of enthusiasm. The multiverse missions are so much fun. I've gotten bored just staying here in this office for half a year. Her words sparked a ripple of agreement among the group. Naruto raised his hand excitedly. Naruto, yes. I've been wanting to visit the multiverse too. Whether it's gaining new ramen flavors, it's all exciting. He grinned widely as if already imagining the endless possibilities of the food of the gods. Sasuke, usually the one to keep his emotions in check, couldn't help but add his thoughts. His voice, though more subdued, carried an edge of frustration. Sasuke, exactly. Doing paperwork in the Hokage office every day is suffocating. Nothing has happened lately. When's the next chat meeting? Ryan read through the messages. It reminded him of the passing of time. He glanced at the calendar on his desk. Yes, half a year had passed. It seemed like the chat group meeting was about to start. He had been looking forward to it for a long time. After all, once the rankings were finalized, there would be rewards to claim. And Ryan knew he was likely to land in the top 3. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 242. Chapter 242 Beyond Konoha. Ryan's confidence was unshakable, his certainty in claiming first place rooted in one undeniable fact: his world was leagues ahead of the rest. In his reality, technological progress had shattered the boundaries of imagination. Space exploration was no longer a dream but a reality. Konoha scientists had constructed fleets of advanced spacecraft capable of traversing beyond the atmosphere. Other worlds still grappled with rudimentary technologies, like chakra cannons. But Ryan's edge didn't stop at mere space travel. His efforts had driven rapid advancements across multiple fields, thanks to all kinds of technological data he had retrieved from his previous multiverse expeditions, most notably from the One Punch Man universe. The research teams in his world had worked tirelessly to integrate this foreign technology, and their results bordered on miraculous. Konoha's grasp of energy manipulation, material science, and computational power had evolved beyond what even Ryan once thought possible. With his world's unparalleled progress, Ryan was a powerhouse in every sense of the word. This confidence wasn't baseless. He had dominated 3 consecutive multiverse missions, claiming first place each time. The rewards from these victories weren't just accolades, they were treasures that had catapulted his strength and the technological prowess of his homeworld to unprecedented heights. The true value, however, lay in the technologies and abilities he had gathered from these alternate realities. If they were ever to be appraised in terms of points, the sheer worth of these assets would easily soar into the millions. And now, as he stood on the brink of yet another multiverse mission, Ryan couldn't suppress the swell of excitement building in his chest. What kind of world awaited him this time? What challenges would it bring, and what rewards would he seize? Just as his thoughts began to spiral in anticipation, a familiar sensation swept over him. A distant yet unmistakable voice resonated in his mind. Ryan froze, his pulse quickening as a grin spread across his face. It's time, isn't it? He didn't need to wait long. A glowing notification flickered to life in his mind's eye, the words as clear as if spoken aloud. Chat group meeting has been reset. Do you want to start a new meeting? The familiar chime of the chat group activation resonated in Ryan's ears, sending a thrill of excitement coursing through his veins. Finally, he thought, his heartbeat quickening in anticipation. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The notification felt like a symphony, every note perfectly in tune with his eagerness. Was there even a question of hesitation? Of course not. Ryan's determination surged as he voiced his command with uncontained enthusiasm. Start the meeting now, he declared, his voice brimming with energy. No sooner had the words left his lips than the chat group's mechanical tone echoed once more. Ding. The Hokage meeting is about to start. As the announcement faded into silence, a radiant, kaleidoscopic light filled Ryan's office. The brilliance was dazzling, each color dancing and swirling as it engulfed the space. The glow expanded rapidly, enveloping him entirely in its embrace. For a fleeting moment, the light grew blindingly intense. Then, with a final, radiant flash, Ryan's consciousness was whisked away, seamlessly merging with the chat group. Meanwhile, in the first Hokage's world, Hashirama had been eagerly waiting this moment for what felt like an eternity. Though seated in the Hokage's office, his attention was far from the endless duties of governance. Tobirama strode into the room, his expression a mix of exasperation and resigned irritation. His arms were laden with scrolls and documents that he set down with a resounding thud. Brother, Tobirama began, his voice sharp and clipped, if you're going to leave all your responsibilities to me, the least you can do is pretend to care about this village. Instead, here you are, daydreaming about that absurd chat group again. Hashirama leaned back in his chair, propping one leg casually on the desk as a mischievous grin spread across his face. He waved a hand dismissively. Oh, come on, Tobirama. Lighten up. When was the last time you laughed? Besides, I'm doing you a favor. Every time I go on one of these missions, I bring back all kinds of interesting stuff for you to study. You should be thanking me. Tobirama's brow twitched, the corner of his mouth tightening as if holding back a lecture. Laughing doesn't unify nations, brother. And last I checked, I'm the one holding this village together while you lounge around like some overgrown child dreaming of your next sparring partner. Hashirama chuckled, unfazed by the jab. Dreaming? No strategizing. And besides, sparring partners are hard to come by these days. Pieces, well, it's boring. I mean, we worked so hard to create this world, and now. He sighed dramatically, resting his chin in his hand. No one even lasts through a single jutsu. Tobirama's eyes narrowed as he crossed his arms, his tone as sharp as a kunai. Yes, how heartbreaking. A world where people are not scrambling to die gloriously at your hands. Truly, peace is a terrible thing. Hashirama ignored the sarcasm, his grin only widening. Exactly. You get it, Tobirama. And that's why the chat group is so great. Imagine a bunch of Hokage from other worlds, discussing crazy missions in their universes. It's way more fun than sitting here stamping papers all day. Tobirama pinched the bridge of his nose. Perhaps for you. Meanwhile, some of us are busy ensuring this boring peace doesn't crumble under the weight of neglected government affairs. Before Hashirama could reply, the familiar chime of the chat group echoed in his mind. His eyes lit up with childlike glee as he leaped from his chair. The meeting is finally here, he exclaimed, practically bouncing on his heels. Tobirama turned back, a single eyebrow raised. Don't get too excited, brother. Try to remember that you're a Hokage, not a genin running to his first mission. Hashirama waved him off as the notification rang clearly in his mind. System notification, Group Admin Ryan has convened a Hokage chat meet. All members are required to attend promptly. Without hesitation, Hashirama selected the option to join. A radiant burst of light enveloped him, and his consciousness was transported to the meeting space. As the glow faded, Hashirama smirked to himself. I wonder if this time, the other Tobirama will actually crack a smile. Meanwhile, in the world of the third Hokage, Kakashi. Kakashi had just returned to his Hokage office, his usual calm demeanor masking the weariness tugging at his body. While most people in his world enjoyed some downtime in preparation for the meeting, Kakashi remained as industrious as ever. He had only just returned from a mission to the Land of Wind, where he had eliminated 2 members of the Akatsuki organization. The battle itself hadn't been particularly challenging. His mastery of the Sharingan and years of experience made quick work of his opponents. Plus knowing the entire information about the opponents was cherry on the top, but the endless travel through harsh deserts had been another story. Fatigue weighed heavily on him, but, true to his nature, he showed little outward sign of it. Collapsing into his chair, Kakashi allowed himself a rare moment of rest. His single visible eye lazily scanned the reports piled on his desk, but before he could muster the energy to deal with them, the voice of the chat group echoed in his mind. Group Admin Ryan has initiated a Hokage meeting. Please attend on time. Kakashi tilted his head, a faint chuckle escaping his lips as he muttered, that came fast. Half a year really flew by. His thoughts drifted briefly, reflecting on how productive the last 6 months had been. The village had stabilized under his leadership, major threats had been dealt with, and his trust in the younger generation was paying off. A subtle sense of pride flickered in his chest though, as always, it was tempered by his trademark humility. Still, there was no time to linger on such musings. Kakashi stretched his arms, rolling his shoulders to shake off the stiffness from travel. No rest for the weary, he murmured to himself, a tinge of amusement in his voice. Without hesitation, he activated the option to join the meeting. A brilliant, multicolored light enveloped him, swirling in radiant patterns as his consciousness left the confines of his office. Moments later, Kakashi found himself standing in the familiar meeting space. At the same time, in the worlds of the 7th Hokage Naruto, Road to Ninja Tsunade, 2nd Hokage Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara, the notification came through to every Hokage simultaneously, echoing in their minds with a familiar chime. The meeting is about to begin. Please attend on time. Each Hokage, in their own world and in their own way, reacted with a mixture of anticipation and excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, they each chose to join the meeting. It had been half a year since the last one, and every last one of them had eagerly waited this day. The rankings, the rewards, the beginning of the next multiverse mission. What surprises would it hold this time? As the notification faded, a burst of colorful light appeared, enveloping each Hokage in their respective worlds. In a flash, 12 Hokages materialized in the meeting space. The air seemed to hum with the energy of the long-awaited gathering. Some wore excited grins, while others, like Kakashi, maintained their usual composed demeanor, but there was an undeniable air of anticipation in the room. The wait was finally over. It's finally here. Ha ha ha. Hashirama laughed heartily, his voice filled with genuine enthusiasm. His eyes were practically glowing with excitement as he took his seat, a grin spreading from ear to ear. Tobirama rolled his eyes, though the corner of his mouth twitched in amusement. Brother, it's just a meeting, he said, his tone dry. Do you really need to be this excited? Hashirama's laughter only grew louder as he waved off his younger brother's remark. You just don't understand, little brother, he responded, practically bouncing in his seat. This time, I'm definitely winning first place. And you know what that means, a reward like no other. How could I not be excited? The other Hokages, who had been quietly waiting their turn to speak, couldn't help but let out a chuckle at the exchange between the brothers. Tobirama crossed his arms, his usual sharpness returning. Don't get ahead of yourself, brother. The first place this time is definitely mine, he said with a scoff, a smirk tugging at his lips. Naruto, not one to let the older Hokages outdo him, jumped in, his voice full of energy and determination. Let's be real this time, first place is mine. I'm taking it. Tsunade, who had been silently observing the playful back and forth, leaned forward with a confident smile. You think you have a chance, Naruto, she said, her tone laced with competitive fire. It's me winning this time. I've got this in the bag. The room erupted into lively chatter as everyone laid claim to first place. It wasn't just friendly competition, it was a heated rivalry that made everyone in the room more eager to start the meeting. Ryan, the group's moderator, watched them all with a faint, knowing smile. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 243. Chapter 243 When Research Becomes War. This time, there was a sense of confidence radiating from everyone. Even those who usually kept quiet appeared sure of themselves. The reason for this newfound assurance was clear. Each Hokage had managed to unify their respective worlds. Their collective progress had ensured that no one's world was too far behind, and they had all made tremendous strides in advancing science and technology. They had faced countless challenges and emerged victorious. Ryan felt a swell of pride watching them. After so many Hokage meetings, the overall standard had improved markedly. Each world was on the right track, and it seemed the future could only grow brighter. But as the Hokages exchanged glances, some couldn't help but focus on the second Hokage, Tobirama. No one had forgotten his condition during the previous meeting, exhausted, pale, and weighed down by his constant research. The dark circles under his eyes had been a visible sign of his overwhelming workload. He had explained back then that sleepless nights had become routine, absorbed in his endless experiments and the responsibilities that came with his position. The sight of him in such a state had been worrying for everyone, even if they understood his obsession with his research. Now, half a year later, there was no sign of his previous fatigue. When they turned their attention to him, they found themselves pleasantly surprised. Tobirama was as serious as ever, his expression composed, yet there was a new vitality in his appearance. The dark circles that once marred his face had vanished, and he seemed more energetic than he had been in months. Still, no one dared to ask directly. They all knew that Tobirama's work never truly ended, and the peace of this moment might be fleeting. But for now, they could see he was standing tall once more. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Hashirama asked, Brother, are you doing all right now? He looked at Tobirama with concern, recalling the last meeting when his brother had barely been able to keep his eyes open due to exhaustion from his relentless research. You seemed like you were about to fall asleep at any moment, Hashirama continued. It looks like you're back to normal this time. Tobirama chuckled softly, not bothered by the attention. Brother, don't worry, he said with a rare moment of ease in his voice. Last time, I mismanaged the progress of my research. But this time, I figured it out. He leaned forward slightly, his usual serious demeanor returning. I use sage mode during my research now. It keeps me energized and eliminates any concerns about running out of time. He paused, giving the room a calculated look. Combine that with the shadow clone technique, and I can have multiple clones working on different aspects of my studies at once. The results have been excellent. The other Hokage fell silent, processing this new information. Hashirama's jaw nearly hit the floor, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. The rest of the Hokage exchanged stunned glances. Naruto was the first to speak up, his voice filled with incredulity. Second Hokage, do you really have to go this far? He shook his head in disbelief. You're using sage mode and shadow clones, for research? Those are supposed to be tools for fighting. The others nodded in agreement, murmuring their own astonishment. Yeah, exactly. Minato added, his voice filled with awe. As expected of the second Hokage. Your dedication to research is, beyond words. But Tobirama didn't bat an eye. His gaze was as serious as ever, his voice firm and unwavering. Isn't that perfectly normal? He replied. There's not much difference between research and the battlefield, you know. The room went quiet as Tobirama continued, his tone growing more resolute. In fact, if you ask me, research is even more cutthroat than the battlefield. Seeing his determination, the Hokage fell silent. They knew there was no point in arguing with him. This was Tobirama, after all. His commitment to his work was absolute, and nothing would sway him. Meanwhile, Tobirama remained fully absorbed in his thoughts, his expression as focused as ever. After all, his recent victory in battle had proven the worth of his research. The techniques he had developed had decisively turned the tide of the fight, solidifying his belief that scientific advancements were just as vital as any jutsu or strategy. With that, the room slowly returned to its lively discussions, but Tobirama's unwavering conviction lingered in the air, a silent reminder of his dedication to the cause of progress. By the way, how's your world developing? How advanced is your technology now? Naruto asked, his voice filled with curiosity and a subtle hint of anticipation. Deep down, Naruto couldn't help but hope that the other Hokage's worlds hadn't advanced as quickly as his own. After all, technological and societal development directly influenced their rankings and rewards. His desire to claim the top spot burned strongly. Despite not having attended many Hokage meetings, Naruto had already managed to secure a place in the top 3 ranking several times, earning some excellent rewards along the way. But first place, that remained tantalizingly out of reach. Since joining the group, Ryan has always claimed the top rank. No one had even come close to matching his world's progress. Every time, Naruto found himself sighing in frustration, watching Ryan's dominance from the sidelines. But this time, after half a year of intense effort, Naruto felt confident. He had poured all his energy into ensuring his world's technological advancements would stand out. Now, he wanted to compare to measure just how far ahead his world was from the others. Even without a direct comparison, Naruto was sure his world's development ranked at least in the top 5. His confidence came from one key fact: his world had enjoyed the advantage of extended development time more than a decade of progress. Such a head start had to count for something. Of course, there was one exception: Ryan's world. Its speed of progress was nearly otherworldly, advancing in ways Naruto could hardly fathom. When Naruto posed his question, the other Hokages quickly began to chime in, one by one. Minato smiled, a look of pride on his face. In my world, the chakra cannon has finally been completed, he exclaimed. It wasn't easy, he continued, his tone filled with pride. Before, we only had blueprints and a few prototypes. But now, it's fully operational and ready for actual combat. That's incredible. Naruto couldn't help but remark, his eyes widening. The chakra cannon was a groundbreaking technological feat in the Hokage worlds, and hearing that it was now ready for use filled him with awe. It really wasn't easy, Minato added, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. But it'll change the way we approach battles. It's a game changer. The other Hokages nodded in agreement, murmuring their admiration. The chakra cannon wasn't just a technological marvel, it was a symbol of the world's growth, a sign that they were evolving at a rapid pace. First, the chakra cannon was a completely original invention, developed entirely within the unique systems of the Hokage world. Unlike other technologies that blended ideas from different worlds, this creation was entirely homegrown, a product of their ingenuity. Second and perhaps more importantly, the chakra cannon symbolized a monumental shift in combat dynamics. Its invention revolutionized how battles were fought. Genin and Shinin, typically seen as too weak to make a real impact in high-level confrontations, could now play a crucial role. By channeling their chakra into the cannon, even lower-ranking ninjas could unleash extraordinary power, sometimes surpassing the capabilities of an average Genin. This new development greatly leveled the playing field and reshaped the tactical landscape of warfare. Among the 12 Hokage, many had worked tirelessly to develop this technology, with most experimenting with it for quite some time. Everyone in the room understood how challenging it was to perfect such a complex invention. It wasn't just a tool of war, it was a testament to their commitment to pushing the boundaries of what was possible. So while Minato's world had been relatively late to complete the chakra cannon, the others fully appreciated the significance of his accomplishment. The effort and progress made were impressive, especially considering the obstacles they had faced. Listening to this, Naruto couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seems like it's still pretty early in my dad's world, he thought, a tinge of pride swelling in his chest. In my world, the chakra cannon has existed since my very first Hokage meeting. The thought made him feel a little smug. This means my world is at least a year ahead of dad's in development. That might not sound like much at first glance, but in the world of technological progress, the difference of just over a year was monumental. A year's head start could mean the difference between being in the lead and falling behind. Naruto's heart swelled with satisfaction. This was his moment, a small but crucial victory in the ongoing race for development, and for the first time, he could see the tangible evidence of his hard work paying off. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 244, Chapter 244 Ultimate Hokage Showdown. Each Hokage meeting took place roughly every 6 months. To some, it was a fleeting moment, a brief pause over time. But in this context, half a year held monumental weight. In this world, 6 months was more than just a number, it was a gateway to exponential growth. Each world could evolve based on the progress made in the previous cycle, advancing by hundreds of points. A year of rapid development could lead to gains nearing 1,000 points, an immense leap that separated the top performers from the rest of the pack. The difference between the highest and lowest was vast, with the ranking rewards acting as a glaring reminder of that divide. For figures like Tobirama and Naruto, the pressure to rise above the competition and maintain their top 3 positions fueled their drive. The stakes had never been higher, and both were determined to push their worlds to the next level. I can do this, Naruto thought to himself, his expression glowing with confidence. This time, I might break into the top 2. Hell, I could even claim first place. His optimism was palpable, radiating from him like an untamable fire. Naruto wasn't the only one with such lofty ambitions. As the Hokages gathered, conversations bubbled over with the same competitive spirit. I'm sure I'll make the top 3 this time, Hashirama muttered confidently, his ever-optimistic smile gleaming as he stretched his hands behind his head. Tobirama raised an eyebrow, giving a slight scoff before leaning forward. No way, big brother. Your world isn't developing fast enough to keep up with mine. I'm definitely getting in the top 3, he shot back, a smug grin spreading across his face. Madara, standing a little apart from the others, crossed his arms with an expression of quiet disdain. Top 3. He scoffed, his tone cool and composed, but there was an undeniable edge to it. Not even close. I'm aiming for first place this time. His words hung in the air, carrying a quiet, dangerous certainty. Madara wasn't in it for second or third, he was always aiming for the highest, the most powerful position. The other Hokages might be satisfied with a place on the podium, but for him, only victory would suffice. The room buzzed with voices, each Hokage convinced that their world's growth and their strength would ensure their place at the top. The tension was electric, the air thick with anticipation. Ryan, observing the chaos, knew it was time to restore order. All right, everyone, he called out, his voice cutting through the excited chatter. Let's settle down now, it's time for the rankings. At the sound of Ryan's command, the room fell into immediate silence. The Hokages, who had been bickering moments before, all turned their attention to him, their excitement simmering into a tense, expectant stillness. The time had come. The conference room, once filled with a cacophony of voices, was now hushed. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the center of the room, where the screen would soon materialize. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation. The Hokages knew that this moment could change everything. The rankings would decide who had risen to the top, and who would remain in the shadows, waiting for the next chance to advance. And so, they waited eager, hopeful, and ready for the results to unfold. Moments later, the mechanical voice of the chat group rang out, its familiar tone echoing through the room. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared on the screen. Do you want to open this world ranking? Ryan's heart raced as he read the words. It was happening finally. Without a second thought, he gave the command, his voice firm and eager. Let's start the ranking. As his words echoed through the room, the screen at the center of the round table began to shift. Countless words appeared, swirling and rearranging at an impossible speed. They cascaded downward like a waterfall, only to settle into clarity, revealing the long-awaited rankings. The tension in the room was palpable. Every participant's eyes were fixed on the screen, each one desperate to catch every detail of the unfolding results. And then, the rankings began to take shape. World Leaderboard begins ranking. Participating worlds. World of the first Hokage, Hashirama. World of the second Hokage, Tobirama. World of the third Hokage, Kakashi. World of the fourth Hokage, Ryan. World of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. World of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. World of Road to Ninja Tsunade. World of the sixth Hokage, Kakashi. Tsukuyomi World Hokage Uchiha Obito. First Hokage Uchiha Madara. Sixth Hokage Uchiha Sasuke. The seventh Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Note, the rewards for the leaderboard are tied to the power level of the participating worlds. The stronger your world, the more valuable the rewards will be. For better rewards, strive to strengthen your respective worlds. The familiar tone of the notification echoed through the chat, a preamble so well known that many could recite it by heart. It was a constant reminder of the stakes, and everyone knew it marked the beginning of something significant. The room seemed to hum with anticipation. Those present had seen the leaderboard before, but this time, it felt different. The rankings were about to be revealed, and with it, the promise of rewards that would shift the balance of power. The chat group buzzed with nervous energy, voices speaking over each other, some calm, others barely holding back their eagerness. Every Hokage, from Hashirama to Naruto, had arrived. The rules were clear, as they always were. The top 3 positions would earn the most coveted rewards. The lower-ranked worlds, they would gain a complimentary gift in the knowledge of where they stood, and the hope of bettering themselves next time. But everyone's eyes were on the top spot. First place was the prize everyone wanted, the one that offered power beyond imagining, a reward so extraordinary it could change the fate of worlds. Naturally, each Hokage, from the proud Hashirama to the fierce Naruto, could feel the pressure building. Their worlds, their legacies, were on the line. The competition had only just begun, but the hunger for first place was already palpable. For each of them, the ultimate goal was clear: first place. To claim that coveted spot would be a triumph like no other, a mark of their world's supremacy. But even if that prize proved elusive, securing a place among the top 3 would still be a monumental achievement. For the past 6 months, none of the Hokages had wasted a moment. Each had pushed the limits of their power, molding and shaping the very fabric of their world to rise higher than ever before. Every decision, every strategy, had been aimed at one thing: securing a strong ranking in this moment of reckoning. To fall outside the top 3 would sting like a bitter defeat. It wasn't just about the honor, it was about the crushing reality of waiting another 6 months before they could compete again. 6 months of endless effort, only to watch others take the glory. For some, however, the stakes were even greater. Some had never known the taste of the top 3, their frustration boiling over with each failed attempt. This was their time. Their only hope was that the stars might align just once, granting them the opportunity to prove themselves worthy. As the countdown ticked closer, the room fell silent. Even the bravest warriors held their breath. And amid that stillness, many found themselves silently praying for a miracle, just a sliver of luck to tip the scales in their favor. Then, with a flash, the moment of truth arrived. The leaderboard flickered to life on the screen, and the first place ranking appeared in bold, undeniable characters. A wave of quiet disappointment swept through the room. It wasn't them. But, as expected, none of the Hokages were truly surprised. They had known the odds. They had seen the power of their competitors. Yet, that didn't stop the bitter taste of failure from lingering in the air. But for Ryan, a smug smile spread across his face. As the first place winner was confirmed, his satisfaction was impossible to mask. He had done it, his world had triumphed. And in that moment, nothing else mattered. First place, 4th Hokage, Ryan's world. The words flashed across the screen, and the collective sighs that followed were nearly audible. Those who had hoped to claim the top spot, Naruto, Tsunade, Kakashi, couldn't help but deflate, their faces a mixture of resignation and frustration. Ah, as expected. It's Ryan's world again. Naruto's voice was heavy with defeat, though there was a hint of admiration buried beneath it. Ryan's world developed so fast. We just can't keep up, Kakashi muttered, his usual smile absent, replaced by a look of quiet acceptance. What a shame. I really thought my efforts this time might be enough, Tsunade added, her voice tinged with disappointment. She had pushed herself harder than ever, yet here she was again just shy of victory. It's not that your work was wasted. It's just impossible to match Ryan's progress in half a year. Sasuke's tone was blunt, trying to console but unable to hide the sting of truth. They had all given their best, but Ryan's relentless drive and cunning had outpaced them yet again. The room buzzed with mixed emotions, some resigned to their defeat, others taking it on the chin with the determination to try again. But one thing was clear, none of them were truly shocked. After all, Ryan's world had claimed first place every single time. There was no denying his consistent mastery. The sting of failure hung in the air for many, particularly Naruto and the others who had worked tirelessly for this moment, pushing their worlds to the limit. The thought of having to wait another 6 months for another chance at first place stung, but they knew there was nothing more they could do now. But with the first place ranking decided, the Hokages shifted their attention to the next best thing, the top 3. All right, let's move on to second and third, Minato urged, his voice calm but laced with impatience. His gaze was focused, eyes sharp as always. We can't just keep staring at first place forever. Yeah, I need to know if I've made it to second. Kakashi chimed in, a grin creeping onto his face. He was as laid back as ever, but his eyes flickered with curiosity, a spark of excitement beneath his usual nonchalant demeanor. I've been working hard for this. Let's see where I stand. The top 3 are what really matters right now, Road to Ninja, Tsunade said with a decisive tone, her sharp gaze never leaving the screen. Just show us second and third already. Obito growled, impatience creeping into his voice. His tone was thick with urgency, the familiar frustration of wanting results immediately. We've all been waiting. No need to waste time on the obvious. Let's get to the good stuff already. The voices overlapped, a cacophony of hope and anticipation. Each Hokage stood at the edge of their seat, silently praying that their name would flash onto the screen. Second and third place, though not as glorious as first, still carried significant rewards. They all knew it wasn't over yet. Meanwhile, Ryan remained unfazed, his cheerful mood a stark contrast to the storm of emotions around him. How does taking first place again feel? Satisfying. A grin spread across his face as he leaned back, soaking in the fleeting moment of victory. Feels great, he thought, his mind already drifting to the next challenge, knowing it would be just as sweet. Enjoyed the chapter. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 245, Chapter 245, Breaking Limits. Now that Ryan had claimed first place again, there was no doubt about it, the top prize was his, as it had been every time. A feeling of triumph stirred within him, but it was quickly replaced by a spark of anticipation. What would the reward be this time? Would it be the usual 3 out of 5 selection, where he could choose from a curated list of items? Or perhaps, for the first time, an opportunity to draw directly from the lottery, a wild card that could bring him something completely unexpected. Either way, Ryan knew one thing for certain: it would be something worth his time, a reward that would further solidify his place at the top. Though the familiar rush of excitement was there, this time, there was something different in his thoughts. The thrill of the prize wasn't enough. After the last battle with his haki, I've been thinking. Ryan couldn't shake the image of his haki's powers. Those abilities were more than just combat tools, they were a whole new world of possibilities. Ryan's mind sharpened. If this reward doesn't give me those abilities, I'll just have to take matters into my own hands. He had amassed a staggering number of points over time, and he learned not to hesitate when it came to spending them on something truly valuable. If the system didn't offer him a way to obtain his haki's powers now, he'd redeem them himself. The shop was always full of surprises. The prospect of it all made his pulse quicken. No matter what the prize is, I'll make sure this next step gets me what I really want. As Ryan's thoughts raced, a familiar voice from the chat group meeting rang clearly in his mind. Do you want to show the progress of your world? Without a moment's hesitation, Ryan nodded, a confident smirk tugging at his lips. Let's show them what the other Hokage might face, he said, his tone a mix of casual ease and quiet anticipation. By now, this had become routine for him, just another part of the competition, nothing that would faze him. As soon as he voiced his agreement, the screen at the center of the Hokage's meeting room flickered. A brilliant glow washed over the room, momentarily blinding everyone before fading to reveal a new screen, which began to shimmer with data. The room fell into silence as all eyes turned to the unfolding display. On the screen, the final frame settled on Ryan's world. The familiar sights of his world's progress flashed for all to see, highlighting the growth and strength he cultivated over the last 6 months. Then, the voice from the chat group returned, signaling the beginning of the countdown for the showcase. The progress of your world show is about to start. 3, 2, 1. With each passing second, the tension in the room mounted. The Hokages leaned forward, their collective gaze fixed on the screen, every one of them silently bracing for what was about to unfold. Their curiosity and competitiveness were palpable, the air charged with an undercurrent of excitement. The moment the countdown ended, the room seemed to hold its breath as the screen flared to life, illuminating the space with a brilliant, almost blinding glow. The room collectively exhaled, the moment of truth finally arriving. Progress of last 6 months of Ryan's world officially started. The words appeared in bold, a signal that the show had begun. Immediately, the voice of the chat group rang out, crisp and clear, cutting through the charged atmosphere. After returning from the multiverse mission, you immediately handed over advanced technology from the One Punch Man world to your researchers. They exceeded all expectations, rapidly developing a variety of groundbreaking technologies in the metallurgy and transportation field. The Hokages shifted, eyes narrowing as they absorbed the words. The implications were massive advanced technology from the One Punch Man world. Ryan's world was already known for its speed, but this was next level. Among these was the creation of a fully functional spaceship capable of carrying people beyond the Earth's atmosphere. A ripple of surprise swept through the room, and a few of the Hokages exchanged glances, clearly impressed. The level of technological advancement on display was unlike anything they had seen before. Minato, as the first test pilot, completed the mission and became the first human to reach space. Ryan's world had taken the first successful leap into space. The moment was as exhilarating as it was inevitable. Nothing in his world was beyond reaching for the stars, literally. The Hokages were completely captivated by the screen, their eyes locked on the unfolding details. The room fell into a stunned silence as Ryan's world continued to reveal its extraordinary progress. Wait, what? No way. This level of technological advancement, it's unreal. Why doesn't my world have more researchers? Tobirama muttered, unable to keep the surprise from his voice. He leaned forward, his usual stern expression softened with disbelief. Yeah, they've even built a spaceship. Minato added, blinking as he processed the information. I knew Ryan's world was impressive, but this. I can't even imagine how fast they're advancing. Kakashi, who had been leaning back with his arms crossed, raised an eyebrow. A spaceship, and Sensei's the first test pilot, he said, half in amusement, half in awe. I guess I'm not the only one who gets roped into dangerous missions. His tone was light, but the admiration in his eyes was clear. Tsunade scoffed, though it was laced with a hint of respect. Space travel? That's something. Minato, you actually went to space? She asked, shaking her head in disbelief. I'm not sure whether to be impressed or just worried. Ryan's lips curved into a smirk, leaning back in his seat as he glanced over at Minato. Actually, it wasn't just about space. Minato's been buried in village affairs for months, so Kushina had the brilliant idea to push him into taking a break by sending him to space. Ryan's grin widened as he continued. She figured it would be a perfect chance for some alone time away from all the chaos. Can't blame her for that. Who wouldn't want a little peace and quiet? Kakashi raised an eyebrow, his smirk growing wider. I didn't think anyone would need a vacation from being Hokage, but it sounds like even the Hokage needs to recharge sometimes. Tsunade shook her head with a smirk, her expression softened with understanding. I can't say I blame you, Minato. After everything that's been going on, I think I'd need a little vacation myself. The room buzzed with shock and amazement as the showcase continued. The awestruck Hokages couldn't help but marvel at Ryan's world and its achievements. Ryan is far too low-key. Such an extraordinary level of technological development, and yet, during their previous chats in the group, he never mentioned it. Now, everyone finally understood Ryan's advancements were leagues ahead of what they had imagined. After all, they had visited the One Punch Man world themselves. They had seen firsthand the unparalleled level of technological progress in that world. From spaceships to cutting-edge innovations, the bar was set impossibly high. Yet Ryan's world had already caught up. Although the description noted that the spaceship still had some room for improvement, it was clear to everyone that the gap was minimal. Just a little more time and Ryan's world would reach an even greater pinnacle. This realization left everyone utterly stunned. After the detailed description in the ranking inventory, one fact became crystal clear to everyone: the technological level of Ryan's world had undoubtedly reached the highest among all the represented worlds. That's right. Whether it was the relatively recent 6th Hokage Kakashi's world, the 7th Hokage Naruto's world, or even the 2nd Hokage Tobirama's world, which prioritized technological advancements, their development paled in comparison to Ryan's. The gap in technological prowess was vast. Naruto couldn't help but express his amazement. It's too fast. Even we don't have a space program yet, though we're working on improving air travel. But, this. The last time they checked, Ryan's world wasn't this advanced. Back then, its technological progress was slightly behind that of Naruto's world. But now, it had surged so far ahead that it seemed almost unbelievable. The rapid pace of development in Ryan's world was nothing short of extraordinary, leaving everyone stunned. As the group continued to discuss this shocking revelation, the voice of the chat group rang out once again, commanding the attention of everyone in the room. The screen flickered, and new footage began to play, pulling them back into the unfolding story of Ryan's world. Then, Konoha discovered the movement of the Satsuki clan who were targeting the tailed beast. A collective gasp rippled through the Hokages as the next words appeared, their focus sharpening. Ryan's world had always been full of surprises, but this was on another level. Satsuki Haki and Satsuki Kaga were causing chaos in the ninja world. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his fingers tapping on the table. The Satsuki clan, hey? I should have known they'd show up sooner or later. But to have both Haki and Kaga causing chaos simultaneously. He shook his head in disbelief. You personally defeated both of them. Minato whistled under his breath, his expression a mix of admiration and curiosity. Defeating both of them. That's no small feat. Even Naruto asked for help before facing just one of Otsutsuki, let alone both. Even after his Haki absorbed Kagai's chakra, he still couldn't stand against you. Tobirama's sharp eyes narrowed as he leaned forward, his usual calm demeanor faltering slightly. Absorbing Kagai's chakra? That would make his Haki even more dangerous. His voice grew more contemplative, the weight of the words sinking in. There's something wrong with the chakra system here. No one should be able to absorb another's chakra and remain fully functional. His expression tightened with suspicion. This shouldn't be possible. The consequences would be catastrophic. Naruto, who had been listening intently, blinked in confusion. Wait, so he absorbed Kagai's chakra and still wasn't unstoppable. He scratched his head, his face full of bafflement. Back in my world, Kagai absorbed Madara's chakra and well, that's how she became even stronger. So, how did this work? How could his Haki absorb Kagai's chakra and still be defeated? That just doesn't make sense. You ultimately emerged victorious and recovered the body of his Haki. Tsunade's eyes widened in astonishment. Recovered the body? What are they planning to do with it? Ryan smiled at the recognition, though his expression remained focused. It wasn't easy, he admitted. But after everything we faced, I knew I couldn't back down. The Satsuki clan's interference couldn't be allowed to continue unchecked. The room fell into a stunned silence as the screen continued to display the overwhelming footage. Each revelation only deepened the awe and respect the Hokages had for Ryan's power. As expected of the number one position holder, Minato spoke first, breaking the silence with a proud smile. His eyes, filled with admiration, never left the screen. No wonder you are still on top spot when we have literal 2 sets of reincarnation Indra and Ashura among us, Kakashi murmured, still processing the visuals. His calm exterior gave way to a rare hint of amazement. Everyone in the room nodded, their understanding of the Satsuki clan's power making the sight all the more impressive. Kaga, his Haki, these were beings of unimaginable strength, often seen as near invincible forces in their world. Yet, Ryan had taken them on, not just as an afterthought, but with a calm assurance that was nothing short of terrifying. The footage painted a clear picture. Ryan faced both Kaga and his Haki simultaneously, and he didn't even seem phased. The power gap between them was so vast it was almost impossible to comprehend. Kaga, the very person who once nearly wiped out the entire ninja world, was treated like an afterthought under Ryan's might. His Haki, who had absorbed Kagai's chakra, stood no better chance. Naruto and Kakashi exchanged glances, their minds racing. They had both fought in the 4th Ninja World War, where the rabbit goddess was the ultimate threat. They felt the suffocating pressure of facing Kagai firsthand. Back then, they had been mere mortals, struggling to make a difference, relying on the help of the Sage of 6 Paths to turn the tide. The power gap between them and Kagai had been incomprehensible. The battle had seemed hopeless, with the odds stacked impossibly high. But now, here in Ryan's world, the very same Satsuki that had once terrified them were defeated with ease, no dramatic effort required. Ryan had not only outclassed them but did so in a way that left no room for doubt. His power wasn't just stronger, it was on an entirely different level. Naruto's voice was low, filled with both awe and a trace of disbelief. I thought we knew what it meant to face the Satsuki clan, but this. He crossed his arms, eyes still glued to the screen. It's like he's not even in the same league as the rest of us. Ryan's current strength is simply unimaginable, Kakashi said, clearly impressed. Ryan's power could only be described in one word, fierce. It was so overwhelming that others found it hard to believe. As everyone discussed, Hashirama interjected with a reminder. He understood very well that Ryan's strength far exceeded that of others. While Ryan seemed to fight effortlessly, others were not so fortunate. If anyone else assumes they can deal with the Satsuki clan like Ryan does, they will undoubtedly pay a heavy price, Hashirama warned. Enjoyed the chapter? You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 246, Chapter 246 Chasing a Shadow. Inspired by Ryan's overwhelming strength, the Hokages reflected in silence after their conversation. Many of them couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt deep down. Had they not been pushing themselves hard enough? Evidently, the power gap between them and Ryan had grown significantly over time. When they first joined the chat group, their strengths were not all that different from Ryan's. Yet now, that gap had widened to the point where they couldn't even glimpse his shadow on the horizon of power. The realization left them uneasy. After all, each of them bore the title of Hokage, a symbol of strength and leadership. Every one of them had aspired to be the strongest among the strongest. To watch Ryan forge ahead on this path while they lagged was a bitter pill to swallow. The shame of falling short hung heavily over them, and several made silent vows at that moment. At that moment, several of them made silent vows. They were not ordinary individuals, they were monsters and geniuses, each forged through trials that would break normal minds. I won't let this continue. They swore to train harder, to do everything in their power to improve. Even if they couldn't match Ryan's level, they would close the gap. None of them wanted to be the weakest link of burden on their comrades. But in their determination, they overlooked a crucial factor. Ryan's meteoric rise in strength wasn't simply the result of effort. It was bolstered by the extraordinary rewards he had received from the chat group. The Scion bloodline he had acquired, and the removal of limiters on his latent potential were monumental advantages that allowed his strength to grow exponentially, even without effort. While the others resolved to push themselves, Ryan continued to grow stronger with each passing moment. For him, power came as naturally as breathing. It wasn't just hard work that had brought Ryan to where he was now. No amount of effort could bridge such an immense gap. The bonus features provided by the chat group were the true game changer, the critical factor behind his exponential growth. As the Hokages reflected on this, the screen before them flickered, displaying the next segment of content. Analysis. Following the end of the Satsuki threat, your world has entered a phase of unprecedented technological advancement. Key sectors such as engineering, energy systems, and aerospace technologies have experienced exponential growth. Resources and knowledge, previously constrained by limitations, are now being utilized at an optimal efficiency rate, driving rapid progress with materials and blueprints from other worlds. Update. Space travel has reached a state of complete operational maturity. A successful spacecraft launch personally piloted by Namikaze Minato serves as empirical proof of your world's technological capabilities. Conclusion. Your world has surpassed expectations, establishing itself as a leader in technological innovation. The Hokage stared at the screen, utterly dumbfounded. It was astonishing, no, unbelievable. The pace of technological advancement in Ryan's world was mind-boggling. Just half a year. Naruto muttered, breaking the stunned silence. In that short time, Ryan's world had gone from rudimentary prototypes of spacecraft to full-fledged, functional launches. And to top it all off, Ryan himself had piloted one into space. The speed of development wasn't just extraordinary, it was incomprehensible. In comparison, if the technological progress of other worlds was like running on foot, Ryan's world was akin to riding a supersonic jet. The difference was so vast that others couldn't even hope to eat its exhaust. The Hokages erupted into a mix of awe and conversation. I'm completely convinced now, Hashirama said, laughing but with a hint of frustration. Ryan's world is like a force that never stops growing. Unbelievable, yes. But also infuriating, Tobirama muttered, his arms crossed. We're Hokage, damn it. And yet, compared to his world, our world is practically standing still. It's unacceptable. I feel like we're falling further and further behind, Minato admitted with a quiet sigh, his fingers tapping the table restlessly. I can't help but wonder if there's something we've missed, some way we could accelerate like he has. Stop whining, Minato, Tsunade said sharply, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. She clenched her fist in frustration. If Ryan can do it, so can we. We just have to work harder. Sitting around feeling sorry for ourselves won't change a damn thing. Could it have something to do with the technology in One Punch Man? Kakashi mused, his eyes narrowing in thought. He scratched the back of his head. I mean, his world's advancements do seem out of this world. Maybe, but it also seems like it's his world's unique development too, Naruto chimed in, furrowing his brows. His voice was firm, his usual optimism now mixed with a fierce edge. He's always been ahead, hasn't he? But that doesn't mean we should give up. We're Hokage, there's nothing we can't catch up to. Catch up? Ha, Obito scoffed, his voice low and dangerous. His Sharingan flashed as he stepped forward, exuding the quiet intensity that had defined his entire life. It's not about catching up, it's about surpassing him. And that means finding out exactly what fuels his progress and outdoing it. It's not just his technology, Sasuke said coldly, his arms folded tightly across his chest, his gaze icy. It's his ability to adapt and exploit every opportunity. That's what we're missing, strategy. And I intend to change that. Then stop talking and start acting, the rogue version of Kakashi said bluntly, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. His one eye gleamed with sharpness. Ryan isn't waiting for us to catch up, and neither should we. Every second we waste is another step he gains. Let's move. Their voices mingled with a shared sense of amazement and unease. Ryan's technological advancements were unlike anything they had imagined, so rapid, so far ahead of their own. Even as they tried to process it, none of them could have predicted such a reality, not even in their wildest dreams. The Hokages were truly stunned this time, but it also ignited their spirit. They didn't even know how to react to Ryan anymore. It was one thing to fall behind in terms of strength, but now, even the pace of technological development was leagues beyond their reach. The gap between their worlds was becoming absurdly vast. Compared to Ryan, they weren't just behind, they were utterly crushed in every conceivable way. It was almost laughable how one-sided the comparison had become. Naruto and a few others had entered this ranking session full of hope, believing they might claim the top spot. But after witnessing the breakneck speed of technological advancement in Ryan's world, they were forced to confront reality. Their earlier confidence now seemed like a childish fantasy. The technological progress of their worlds? It wasn't even worth mentioning. Nothing they had achieved could remotely compare. At this point, there was nothing to do but accept the truth. The difference was insurmountable, and the only thing left was begrudging admiration. Ryan's accomplishments made their efforts seem laughable. Every eye turned to Ryan, now filled with a mixture of respect and resignation. And then, as if to drive the point home, the screen flickered again. New content appeared before their eager, apprehensive gazes. System update: 4th Hokage Ryan's world national strength has been evaluated. Final world strength score: 2,500 points. Note: first level world evaluation, points range from 10-1,000. Third level world evaluation, points range from 10,000 and above. Reminder: each world's national strength score impacts available technology, resources, and the potential for development, with higher level worlds offering significantly greater advantages. There it is. The first world to break 2,000 points, and not just break it, but completely shatter it, Kakashi said, his voice tense with a mixture of admiration and frustration. Ryan's world is on a completely different level. Exactly. Hashirama exclaimed, his booming voice filled with awe. That's a full 500 points beyond the threshold. This is unprecedented. Maybe it's about their technology, Kakashi mused, his brow furrowed. That kind of score doesn't come from just ordinary development. There's something different about Ryan's world. Could be, Tsunade said sharply, looking at the others. But we've been Hokage for how long? It's not just about technology or resources, it's about what we do with them. We can't just sit here and watch while someone else breaks the mold. 2,500 points. Another new record. The last time Ryan's world was evaluated, the score had just barely crossed into the 2,000 point range, a monumental achievement, but still sitting right at the edge of the milestone. This time, however, was a completely different story. Ryan's world skyrocketed to 2,500 points, an astounding increase of 500 points compared to the last evaluation. Such a leap was utterly unprecedented. While other worlds typically saw incremental improvements 10 or, at best, 100 points at a time, Ryan's world had shattered expectations. Foremost, even a 200-point increase within half a year would signify exceptional development. But Ryan's world had advanced by 500 points in that time, an accomplishment so extraordinary it defied comparison. Worthy of being my student, Tsunade declared proudly, her voice brimming with satisfaction. The rest of the group joined in, offering their congratulations. After all, this wasn't just an isolated achievement, nearly every groundbreaking milestone in the chat group's history had been set by Ryan. The first world to surpass 1,000 points? Ryan's world. The first to reach 2,000 points? Again, Ryan's world. And now, the record had been broken once more. As the implications of the new score settled in, everyone came to the same realization. The rewards this time would undoubtedly come from a second-level world. Second-level world rewards were on an entirely different level compared to first-level ones. Even if the rewards weren't immediately useful, they could always be converted into points, a lucrative opportunity no one wanted to miss. This was a moment of triumph, not just for Ryan but for the entire group. With rewards like these on the horizon, everyone's spirits soared, their anticipation building as they awaited the next announcement. Enjoyed the chapter. Get exclusive access to 60K words and 2 arcs ahead, plus even more exciting content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 247. Chapter 247 Power of Innovation. The Hokages gathered, their excitement palpable as they engaged in animated discussion. As expected, this reward is going to be incredible. Minato exclaimed, his tone filled with anticipation. True, Kakashi nodded thoughtfully, but we still need to secure a spot in the top 3 first. That's the real challenge. From the looks of it, the top 3 this time will all come from the second-tier world prize pools, Obito speculated, his voice laced with confidence. Exactly, Tsunade chimed in, crossing her arms. And the rewards for the top 3 are bound to be massive. Hopefully, I can make it into the top 3, Kakashi muttered under his breath, the hint of a grin tugging at the corners of his lips. I just wonder, Minato mused, a thoughtful glint in his eyes, how strong the other world's world powers really are. The room buzzed with chatter, every Hokage eager and restless, each itching for their turn at the lottery. For them, the draw was the most crucial part of this event. Rankings and rewards might matter in the long run, but now, the lottery was all that mattered. And for good reason. The prize for first place had long been assumed to belong to Ryan. His dominance was undeniable, and the others had no illusions about challenging his position. With that in mind, they had already given up on the thought of anything but the lottery. Even so, the rules of the chat group were absolute, and there would be no shortcuts or sudden changes. The process had to unfold as intended, all the rankings would be revealed, and only then would the top 3 be allowed to choose their rewards. When the rankings began to roll out, the room grew quieter. The first place announcement had come and gone, confirming what they all already knew. But now, the reveal of second place loomed. The atmosphere shifted. Tension filled the air as everyone fell silent. Not a single word was spoken. All eyes were fixed on the central screen, anticipation thickened the room. They waited, breathless, for the name of the second place winner to appear. The announcement of second place was a moment of immense tension. While nothing could rival the prestige and rewards of first place, securing second was still a remarkable achievement. Many were on edge, hearts pounding with anticipation. Even if they couldn't claim the top spot, second place came with excellent rewards, a consolation prize worthy of celebration. Among those feeling the pressure were Naruto and Tobirama. Their nerves were justified. The development of their worlds varied. Some had progressed through long-standing foundations, while others had made significant technological leaps forward. Whatever the reason, the rapid advancements in their respective worlds placed them as strong contenders for the top 3. Second place was especially coveted. Not only did it bring great prestige, but it also allowed the recipient to choose 2 rewards. If those rewards were selected wisely, they could catapult their world's strength forward by leaps and bounds, perhaps even to a point of complete transformation. The air in the room was thick with suspense as everyone waited. Finally, the voice of the chat group broke through the silence, shattering the tension like a drumbeat of destiny. Second place ranking, initializing selection process. Second place, second Hokage Tobirama's world. For a moment, there was stunned silence. Then the room erupted in excitement. Tobirama, hey. Obito muttered, crossing his arms. His tone was neutral but carried a hint of annoyance. Always ahead of the curve. It's like he's trying to rub it in. A wry smile tugged at his lips. Tobirama, as usual, Madara said, his arms folded and his gaze sharp. He may be a technological genius, but it's still laughable to think that brute intellect alone could ever best true power. A smirk curled on his lips, though his eyes betrayed a grudging respect. Still, I have to admit he's a cunning strategist. Annoyingly so. Grandpa Tobirama again? Not surprising, Tsunade sighed, her hands resting on her hips. He's always been ridiculously good at planning and innovation. If only he applied half of that brilliance to anything other than showing off. She shook her head but allowed a faint smile. Still, he's made incredible progress. I'll give him credit for that. That's my little brother. Hashirama exclaimed, beaming with pride. He clapped his hands together with a booming laugh. He always knew how to take things to the next level. I knew his love for tinkering would pay off someday. His eyes softened as he added, even if he doesn't always show it, his dedication to our world is second to none. I'm so proud of him. Brother, you embarrass me with your over-the-top praise, Tobirama said, his tone a mixture of exasperation and warmth. I'm not some child showing off their first jutsu. The chatter was lively, a mix of admiration and surprise. Many had expected Tobirama's world to take second place again. Some also speculated that Naruto's world might claim the spot, given its high level of development and strong performance in the last ranking. But Tobirama's relentless drive and mastery of technological advancements had once again placed his world ahead. The margin was a mere 50 points. A difference so small that it could almost be dismissed as negligible. Yet, in the end, Tobirama emerged victorious once again. His world's relentless progress had tipped the scales, achieving what many considered nearly impossible. It was a testament to the meticulous planning and tireless efforts driving his world's development. And Tobirama himself? He remained as composed as ever, his expression calm and measured, betraying none of the excitement that rippled through those around him. Jealousy doesn't build nations. Effort does. If you Uchiha spent half as much time working on advancements as you do on brooding, perhaps your world would progress faster. He let a small smirk slip. But then again, someone has to lead by example. You're welcome. He paused, the faintest trace of satisfaction tugging at the corner of his lips. It seems the effort was worth it after all. Tobirama wasn't surprised by the ranking. After all, he had secured second place the last time, and this outcome felt like a natural continuation of his efforts. Technology had always been a cornerstone of his strategy, a field he prioritized above all else. He hadn't just delegated tasks to an army of scientists, he had personally immersed himself in the work, dedicating countless hours to innovation. With such a strong foundation and relentless development, how could his world's progress be anything less than remarkable? Still, despite the achievement, a faint shadow of regret lingered in his mind. He hadn't claimed first place. The gap between him and Ryan was still substantial, a fact that fueled his determination to push further. At that moment, the familiar voice of the chat group echoed around them. Would you like to display your world growth over the last 6 months? The question barely hung in the air before Tobirama responded with unwavering resolve. Display world growth, he commanded, his tone steady and decisive. As his words fell, the chat group began to unveil the advancements of Tobirama's world. Upon returning from the One Punch Man world, you took charge, personally spearheading the rapid advancement of technology in your world. By integrating the advanced technologies of the One Punch Man world into your own, you propelled your world's evolution at an astonishing rate. As these descriptions filled the air, the other Hokages could only nod in acknowledgement. It is just as we thought, Hashirama remarked, his tone both impressed and wistful. Have you noticed something? Minato interjected. Every time someone prioritizes technological development, their world advances at an incredible speed. That's true, Obito agreed, a touch of regret in his voice. If only my technology talent was stronger. If it were, our world could have advanced just as quickly, Kakashi added, shaking his head slightly. The group continued to discuss the display, a mix of admiration and envy evident in their voices as they glanced toward Tobirama, whose calm demeanor remained unshaken. Tobirama's strength was undeniably impressive. What stood out most and earned the envy of everyone present was his unparalleled talent in scientific research. He wasn't just a master of ninjutsu, his intellect extended far beyond, delving into fields others wouldn't even consider. Even though the foundations of his world were relatively modest, its rapid development was nothing short of extraordinary. Among all the Hokages, Tobirama's genius in scientific research was unmatched, a distinction that no one else could hope to replicate. The other Hokages couldn't help but glance at him with a mixture of admiration and envy. At that moment, the chat group's voice resonated once again. Uchiha Madara has been quietly scheming in the shadows. Madara was unable to fully unleash his true power before being utterly and humiliatingly defeated. The group fell silent, stunned by the revelation. All eyes turned toward Tobirama, their astonishment evident. To think, his strength has suppressed 10 tails, Madara, Hashirama muttered, his tone filled with both awe and disbelief. On the screen, flashes of Tobirama's techniques were displayed, each one more astounding than the last. He's taken his talent as a ninjutsu inventor to an entirely new level, Minato said, leaning forward as he studied the abilities shown. Yet, Madara agreed. Look at how he's fully integrated devil fruits from the One Piece world and Zanpakuto from the Bleach universe. He's mastered them. And here we were, trading these things away for points, Kakashi added, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Tobirama's made them part of his arsenal. It's not just about having these abilities, Hashirama chimed in. It's how seamlessly he uses them. Those techniques look almost effortless. It's true, Minato noted. He's achieved a level of creativity and resourcefulness we can only dream of. The room buzzed with conversation, everyone marveling at Tobirama's ingenuity. His ability to think beyond traditional boundaries had given him an edge no one else could match, a testament to both his brilliance and his boldness. Sure enough, Tobirama had a vision that far surpassed the rest, and the results spoke for themselves. At first glance, the abilities didn't seem particularly impressive. They were useful, sure, but hardly groundbreaking. However, when put into practice, they revealed a depth of utility and unexpected potential that left others astonished. It was exactly the kind of ingenuity one would expect from Tobirama. Only he could take something seemingly ordinary and transform it into a masterpiece of creativity and effectiveness. In his hands, even the simplest tools became instruments of brilliance. Enjoyed the chapter. Get exclusive access to 60K words and an entire arc ahead, plus even more exciting content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 248. Chapter 248, Blending Ninjutsu and Science. As the discussion continued, the display of world strength progressed steadily. Ding. Rapid technological changes detected. Technological progress has reached an advanced stage. World strength has been significantly enhanced. Ding. Unique development path unlocked. Adaptation of One Punch World technology. Tobirama's vision extended beyond traditional shinobi strategies. Recognizing the potential of technology in the One Punch Man world, he seamlessly integrated it into the Naruto world. Advanced infrastructure now spanned the villages, with innovations like smooth roadways had started the era of efficient transportation systems, and groundbreaking vehicles such as cars and motorbikes becoming part of everyday shinobi village life. Ding. Transportation revolution. Improved connectivity between regions has enhanced trade, communication, and mobility by 70%. Villages no longer relied solely on messengers, shinobi, or birds for communication and goods delivery. Instead, high-speed transport and interconnected infrastructure allowed for unprecedented growth and prosperity. Tobirama had also pioneered the development of automated industries and renewable energy systems, taking inspiration from the technological marvels of the One Punch world. Ding. Integration complete. Ninjutsu and technology fused successfully. Result: Tobirama's world enters a new era of modernization without compromising its shinobi roots. However, the inventory revealed another truth. Tobirama's world was far from achieving lasting peace. While he had managed to resolve significant challenges, including the threat posed by Uchiha Madara, there were still many potential enemies lurking in the shadows. Although they hadn't yet emerged in his world, it was only a matter of time before new adversaries appeared. The Tsutsuki clan loomed on the horizon as a formidable force, and everyone was acutely aware that the world wouldn't remain peaceful for long. The question on everyone's mind was clear: when the time came to face such enemies, would even Tobirama find himself struggling? Tobirama himself remained unbothered. His confidence stemmed from one simple fact: securing second place in the rankings had guaranteed him exceptional rewards. He understood that even if his current strength wasn't sufficient to handle such powerful foes, the rewards he would receive combined with his existing capabilities would ensure he was well prepared. Moreover, this time, there were missions from other worlds, offering the chance to earn points and gain even more valuable resources. Tobirama was well aware of these opportunities, and his calm demeanor reflected his confidence in the future. As the display of Tobirama's world strength came to an end, the anticipation in the air was palpable. Everyone eagerly awaited the final evaluation of his world's achievements. How high would the score be? The first place holder had already amassed an impressive 2,900 points. While it was unlikely for Tobirama's score to surpass that, the hope was that it wouldn't fall too far behind. At that moment, a voice echoed in everyone's ears, clear and commanding their attention. Ding. The current world strength evaluation has been completed. Second Hokage Tobirama's world, power demonstration finalized. Final world strength rating, 2,000 points. The announcement left everyone stunned. This score was far beyond anyone's expectations, a remarkable achievement that solidified Tobirama's world as a powerhouse. To reach the astounding height of 2,000 points was nothing short of astonishing. If this had been evaluated during a previous round, it would have undoubtedly claimed the top spot. Over the past 6 months, the world of Tobirama had improved by a staggering 300 points. Compared to the first place world's 500-point leap, this progress was nothing to scoff at. Hashirama couldn't contain his excitement as he leaned closer to Tobirama, his grin wide. Tobirama, this is incredible. I mean, 2,000 points? You've exceeded even my wildest expectations. Tsunade crossed her arms, a mixture of pride and disbelief on her face. Uncle, I hate to admit it, but you've outdone yourself. Incorporating technology into the ninja world, who would have thought it would bring this kind of growth? Minato nodded thoughtfully, his usual calm demeanor slightly shaken. It's not just about ninjutsu anymore. You've proven that innovation when combined with the right leadership can elevate a nation's strength in ways we never imagined. Madara, standing off to the side with his arms crossed, let out a low chuckle. Humph. You've always been the pragmatic one, Tobirama. While others waste time on idealistic pursuits, you harness the power of progress. His smirk widened. Though I hate to admit it, you've impressed me. Tobirama's talent for technological advancements had proven to be a game changer. It was as if he were a fish in the water or a tiger with wings. His aptitude for science and research made his world's progress seem almost effortless. Those without scientific talent can only watch and envy, Obito admitted with a mix of awe and resignation. Meanwhile, Kakashi and others observed the announcement enviously, knowing full well that such a feat was unattainable for most ordinary people. Tobirama's unparalleled ability to combine innovation and strategy had elevated his world's strength to extraordinary levels, leaving everyone else in awe of his accomplishments. Securing second place this time proved one undeniable fact: the world under Tobirama's leadership was far ahead of everyone else except, of course, for the first place. During the previous evaluation, many had already made predictions. Given the level of development in Tobirama's world, it was evident that with each selection, the scores would only climb higher. The gap between Tobirama's world and others would continue to widen, not due to exaggeration or speculation, but because of the relentless advancement of science and technology. Progress was inevitable, and it was accelerating. Before the last evaluation, Tobirama's world hadn't even made it into the top 3. Yet, in one leap, it surged into second place. This time, he secured that spot with even greater stability, demonstrating that his world's power could sustain such remarkable progress. It was undeniable proof of the strength he had cultivated. Tobirama himself remained calm, as always. Outwardly, there were no signs of excitement, though a flicker of satisfaction lingered beneath the surface. He had worked tirelessly to achieve this level of success, and maintaining the second place position was no small feat. However, it was clear that his path was far more arduous than that of the other Hokages. While most spent their time managing paperwork, attending meetings, and handling political affairs, Tobirama went beyond these duties. He sacrificed much of his rest and personal time to focus on the research and development of both technology and ninjutsu. In his world, Tobirama was not just a leader, he was its most brilliant innovator. His talents were unmatched, and many critical advancements could only be accomplished by him. This unparalleled expertise came at a cost: endless exhaustion and the constant drain on his stamina and energy. Yet, over the past 6 months, Tobirama had refined his methods. He devised more efficient workflows, ensuring that many tasks could be automated or delegated as technological development progressed. This shift significantly reduced his burden compared to the previous cycle. While the path had been grueling, Tobirama's efforts ensured his world thrived like never before. He might still bear the weight of responsibility, but now, it felt more manageable, proof of both his resilience and his genius. At this moment, Hashirama eagerly rushed forward, asking Tobirama how he managed to govern the world so effectively. Hashirama's eyes sparkled as an idea struck him like a bolt of lightning. He turned to Madara, his excitement palpable. Madara, what if we shared the technology from our worlds with our Tobiramas? Think about it: if they had access to what Tobirama here has achieved, imagine how much they could improve our worlds too. Madara raised an eyebrow, skeptical but intrigued. Sharing advanced technology with my Tobirama? Humph. He's already insufferable enough with his ideas of progress. But, it's not a terrible idea. He smirked. Perhaps he could finally make himself more useful than just lecturing me on efficiency. Hashirama clapped his hands together with excitement, his smile wide. Exactly. My Tobirama is brilliant, but he tends to get stuck in his ways sometimes. If I give him the tools from your world, he'll have a head start on something incredible. Imagine the progress we could make. Think of all the lives we could improve. Tobirama from the second place world, who had been quietly observing the conversation, sighed deeply, clearly unconvinced. You're all assuming that your Tobiramas are ready for these advancements. Technology needs time to develop, and I bet the version of me in your worlds is bogged down with governmental duties, not out inventing things. Are you sure they're truly ready for that kind of responsibility? Hashirama grinned, unfazed by Tobirama's concerns. Oh, my Tobirama is more than ready. Sure, he's not you, but he's close enough. Besides, I'll be there to guide him, and we'll work together. You know how well we work as a team. Madara chuckled darkly, crossing his arms, his eyes glinting with amusement. Supervise him, hey? That's a laugh. You, supervising him? But fine, I'll do the same with my Tobirama. If he has even a fraction of your ingenuity, this could turn out to be interesting. Could even prove useful. Tobirama rubbed his temples in frustration, a sigh escaping him. Fine. I'll compile a list of the most impactful advancements from my world transportation infrastructure and a few key inventions. But don't forget, these are tools, not shortcuts. The true strength of a world lies in its people, not just the technology they use. Hashirama's grin never faltered. I know. But think about it, if we give them the means to advance, they'll take it to new heights. Imagine Tobirama's brilliance, plus all this technology. It'll be like nothing we've ever seen before. Madara raised an eyebrow, a thoughtful look crossing his face. I can't deny that the combination of our Tobirama's genius with your world's tech could lead to something monumental. Tobirama simply shook his head, a mix of pride and exasperation in his eyes. This better not turn into another one of your grand visions, big brother, he muttered under his breath. But fine, I'll help you make it happen. Let's see where this leads. Tobirama sighed in exasperation. He knew his older brother all too well. Even if he explained everything in painstaking detail, Hashirama would never follow through on his advice. It wasn't that Hashirama lacked intelligence or ability, far from it. The problem lay in his nature. Whether it was governing a nation or advancing technology, Hashirama preferred to leave such matters in the hands of others. He had no desire to handle them personally. This carefree approach made it clear to Tobirama that no matter how much he tried to teach, Hashirama would never truly adopt this method of development. It was a path only Tobirama could walk. Meanwhile, Ryan observed Tobirama quietly, a mix of admiration and determination growing within him. The Hokage had so many exceptional talents, and Tobirama's progress was nothing short of astounding. Even though Ryan was ahead, for now, Tobirama's relentless drive and hard work felt almost insurmountable. This time, Tobirama had improved by an impressive 300 points, a monumental feat achieved without shortcuts or external advantages. It was pure talent and sheer effort, an embodiment of dedication. Ryan couldn't help but reflect on his position. He resolved not to let his current lead make him complacent or careless. The Hokages behind him weren't resting, they were continually improving and closing the gap. Ding. Rival analysis updated, continuous efforts and rapid progress detected among competitors. Despite being ahead, Ryan knew that stagnation wasn't an option. The Hokages behind him, especially Tobirama, weren't just resting on their laurels, they were constantly innovating, evolving, and closing the gap. The system's announcement ended with a simple yet profound statement. Continuous competition drives innovation and progress. Strength is earned through effort. Enjoyed the chapter. Get exclusive access to 80k words and an entire arc ahead, plus even more exciting content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 249. Chapter 249. Never give up. As the chatter in the group continued to buzz with speculation, the familiar chime of the chat group announcement silenced everyone. Selection complete. Third place achieved. 7th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto's world. Naruto let out a relieved sigh as his name appeared once more. A bright, almost goofy smile spread across his face. Phew. That was close, he exclaimed, scratching his head. Everyone's been improving so fast, I thought I'd drop out of the top 3 this time. He laughed, his tone filled with both relief and determination. Well, I'm still hanging in there barely. Even so, the flicker of satisfaction in his eyes didn't fully mask the disappointment in his heart. Naruto knew the truth. His score had started strong, 1,500 points in his first ranking. Back then, it felt like an untouchable milestone. Even now, many Hokage worlds couldn't dream of such a score. Yet, despite his strong foundation, his ranking had dropped to 3rd place during the last meeting. The second Hokage had overtaken him, and that stung. It was clear evidence that the governance of his world still had room for improvement. This time, Naruto refused to let complacency get the better of him. He'd spent months tirelessly working to strengthen and stabilize his world, pushing himself to do better. Yet, despite his best efforts, the second place spot remained out of reach. Tobirama's score had surged to an impressive 2,000 points, leaving Naruto trailing behind. Naruto clenched his fists but managed to steady his emotions. He'd done his best for now. Kakashi, Tsunade, and Minato added their voices to the discussion, encouraging Naruto with warm words. Kakashi adjusted his forward protector and spoke with his usual calm demeanor. Naruto, your world's stability is nothing short of impressive. Staying in the top 3 consistently shows just how much effort you've put in. Tsunade crossed her arms, her tone both proud and slightly teasing. You've done well, brat. Not many can claim to have their world running this smoothly. Minato gave Naruto a gentle smile, his voice filled with fatherly pride. Naruto reaching and maintaining such a high level is something to be proud of. Keep aiming higher, son. Though some comments were meant to console him, their words held truth. Naruto's world had only been surpassed by Tobirama and Ryan, who had consistently held 1st place. Among the remaining Hokage, Naruto's ranking stood as a testament to his strength and dedication. And despite the struggles, Naruto had something no one else could deny among all the Hokage. His qualifications and achievements remained among the most complete. It was a fact worth celebrating. Even Naruto had to admit that much. Guess I've still got room to grow, he murmured to himself, the spark of determination flickering back into his eyes. At that moment, a calm voice echoed through the conference room, catching Naruto's attention. Do you want to showcase your world's progress? Without hesitation, Naruto selected yes. There was no reason to hide anything, after all. As his confirmation echoed in the room, a new display appeared in the chat group. Initiating world progress display, Naruto's world. The system's voice resonated with clarity, capturing the attention of everyone in the chat group. Following the successful completion of world missions across other realms, you returned to your world and initiated significant advancements. Your efforts were primarily directed towards scientific research and technological development, ensuring stability and sustained growth. Through research, your world integrated technological breakthroughs from the One Punch Man world. The presentation elicited a wave of murmurs among the Hokages. Borrowing tech from the One Punch Man world? Smart move, Obito commented with a raised brow. Naruto's strategy became apparent, a calculated investment in technological progress. While not the most glamorous approach, it was undeniably effective. Coupled with the strong foundation of his original world, it was no surprise that Naruto's world continued to perform admirably, securing a solid 3rd place. The display continued with additional updates. Over the past 6 months, your world has avoided major crises or significant threats. During this time, you devoted yourself to personal growth while overseeing the integration of advanced technologies into your world's infrastructure. The adoption of portable and efficient technology from the One Punch Man world has streamlined multiple industries and significantly improved quality of life. These efforts have propelled your world to new heights of prosperity and stability. It's a stable and sensible approach, Minato said with pride. Efficiency and prosperity through tech, it's a pragmatic and sustainable approach, Tsunade added with a nod. Naruto leaned back in his chair, his expression a mix of pride and determination. While he acknowledged there was room for improvement, he couldn't deny the results spoke for themselves. His world was steadily climbing, and he wasn't done yet. There wasn't much to elaborate on about Naruto's world this time. After some initial discussion among the group, silence settled over the room. Everyone's curiosity was palpable as they waited to see Naruto's world score. What level would it reach this time? The room was quiet, save for the occasional rustle as people shifted in their seats. The air buzzed with unspoken thoughts and speculation. Given Naruto's consistent performance, many believed his score wouldn't be low. After all, his last rating had been remarkably high, and maintaining 3rd place again this time proved that his world's progress had been substantial. There was no doubt his score wouldn't drop, let alone regress. As if on cue, the voice of the chat group broke the silence. The score for the 7th Hokage, Naruto's world, is now displayed. The central screen lit up, revealing the results. Final world strength score, 1,850 points. The score rippled through the room. This score was undoubtedly impressive. Everyone remembered that Naruto's previous score had been 1,650 points. An increase of 200 points this time was a clear indication of significant progress in his world. However, when compared to the 2nd place, the world governed by Tobirama, the gap was only 150 points. A relatively narrow margin. With just a bit more effort, Naruto's world could have overtaken it. Naruto stared at the screen, his expression a mix of pride and disappointment. While it was true his score was leagues ahead of the other Hokages after 3rd place, it still didn't meet his expectations. The group whispered among themselves, some congratulating Naruto and others analyzing the numbers. But Naruto couldn't help but compare his performance to the last inventory. Back then, his world had also secured 3rd place, but the gap to the 2nd place was only 50 points. Now, it had widened to 150. Naruto crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing in determination. This isn't enough, he muttered to himself. Next time, I'll close that gap and surpass it. Naruto had initially thought that with enough effort, he could close the 50-point gap between himself and the second Hokage. Yet, to his disappointment, not only had he failed to bridge the gap, but it had grown even wider. What was once a manageable difference of 50 points had now expanded to over 100. Man, the second Hokage is just too good, Naruto muttered, scratching the back of his head. Looks like my strength just isn't enough to catch up. Hearing this, the other Hokages offered words of encouragement. Minato stepped forward, his tone warm and reassuring. It's okay, Naruto. A score like this is still incredible. If you keep working hard, there's no doubt you'll have another chance to surpass him next time. A small smile crossed Minato's face as he added, after all, you're my son. I believe in you. Naruto's face lit up with a bright smile. Thanks, Dad, he replied, his spirits lifted by the words of his father. Naruto's heart steadied as he considered the situation. Sure, this was a setback, but it wasn't the end of the road. If there was one thing he prided himself on, it was his ability to bounce back from difficulties. Throughout his life, Naruto has faced countless obstacles. Time and again, he'd proven that no matter how many times he stumbled, he would never give up. It was this resilience that had carried him from being an outcast, the dead last of his class, to becoming the Hokage. His success wasn't just a matter of bloodline, it was his unyielding determination that made him who he was. Turning his attention back to the screen, Naruto took a moment to assess his progress. Despite the growing gap, his world had improved by 200 points since the last ranking. That was no small feat, and it was something to be proud of. Still, Naruto clenched his fists, determination glinting in his eyes. Deep down, he had already made up his mind. I'll work even harder, he thought. I'll learn from the other Hokage, figure out how to strengthen my world, and make sure we keep growing. He was resolved when he returned, he would dedicate himself to developing his world even further. This was only the beginning. As Naruto's score was finalized, it marked the completion of the top 3 rankings. The results were in, and the path forward was clear. Dash. Enjoyed the chapter. Get exclusive access to 60K words and an entire arc ahead, plus even more exciting content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 250, Chapter 250 Beyond the Top 3. Once the top 3 were decided, the main event of the meeting was over. Now, only one thing remained, the distribution of rewards. The Hokages knew the routine all too well. The rankings beyond 3rd place spanning from 4th to 12th held little significance to them. The truth was, no one anticipated much excitement from this part of the process. Having sat through countless meetings like this, they were all too familiar with the rules. The top 3 positions came with generous, highly coveted rewards from different worlds. The first place winner would be allowed to choose 3 rewards out of 5 exceptional options. The second place finisher would select 2 out of 3, and the third place participant would have their pick of 1 out of 2. For those who didn't cut, the consolation prizes while decent paled in comparison to the coveted options awarded to the top ranks. Those outside the top 3 could only sigh in resignation. The specific order from 4th to 12th hardly mattered to anyone. Whether a participant landed in 4th place or 12th, the rewards were fixed, and there was no reason to feel much jealousy among them. Even the Hokages themselves seemed indifferent to these lesser rankings. What truly mattered to them was that this part of the process concluded swiftly. Their only interest lies in reaching the reward phase as soon as possible. Many of them wished they could simply vote to wrap up the rankings altogether. But such thoughts were pointless. Everyone knew the chat group's rules were absolute. No amount of wishing or complaining could hasten the process. All they could do was wait patiently for the rankings to be announced. As the next set of rankings was about to be revealed, the room fell into a collective silence. No one wanted to waste any more time with idle chatter. Their eyes were fixed on the screen, anticipation brewing as they waited for the chat group to unveil the results. The chat group didn't disappoint. Its mechanical, omniscient voice resonated through the space with the weight of authority, captivating everyone's attention. 4th place, Kakashi from 3rd Hokage's world. After achieving unification in your world, the remnants of the Akatsuki organization still unchecked resumed their disruptive activities, shattering the fragile peace. You, however, acted with resolve and strength, eliminating 2 members in a decisive confrontation. The announcement echoed like a triumphant drumbeat, and the weight of its words caused a collective ripple of surprise throughout the room. Whispers broke out among the gathered Hokages and other figures of power. 4th place, Kakashi's world climbed that high. Obito muttered, astonishment evident in his tone. Eyes turned to Kakashi, who scratched the back of his head sheepishly, feeling the sudden spotlight. It wasn't easy, he admitted modestly, but the faint upward curve of his lips betrayed a sense of pride. Minato, standing nearby, beamed with fatherly pride. Well done, Kakashi. No one had anticipated this outcome. The 4th place ranking belonged to Kakashi's world, the world where he served as the 5th Hokage. The sheer progress of Kakashi's world left everyone stunned. Everyone vividly recalled the last meeting. Back then, Kakashi's world hadn't even come close to such a high ranking. Yet now, here it was, among the top contenders. It was clear that Kakashi had made remarkable strides in his leadership and strength. Minato was the first to speak, a proud smile lighting up his face. Kakashi, you've done an amazing job, he said warmly. I never expected you to reach this level so quickly. You must have put in a lot of effort. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head, his usual air of modesty showing as he replied with a sheepish smile. Well, I just did what I could. The others chimed in with their own words of encouragement, recognizing not just Kakashi's leadership but also his personal growth and strength. It was hard to ignore the difference. The Kakashi they knew from before, while skilled, wasn't at this level. And now, he'd taken down 2 members of the Akatsuki in a single battle on his own. A feat like that spoke volumes about his progress, solidifying his place among the upper echelons of power. Just as the group was basking in the moment, the chat group's voice rang out again. Kakashi from 3rd Hokage's world. Final world strength score, 1,550 points. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly, and he couldn't help but let a satisfied smile creep onto his face. I'll take that, he murmured, clearly pleased. His performance, both as a leader and a shinobi, had been validated by the ranking. The others nodded in agreement, their respect for him growing even more. Kakashi had proven that his rise wasn't a fluke, it was earned. The rapid growth of Kakashi's world was undeniable, reflected clearly in its impressive score. Compared to the last meeting, this score would have easily placed him in the top 3, a testament to the significant strides his world had made over the past 6 months. Kakashi's world was developing at an astonishing pace, promising a future brimming with potential. As the ranking for his world concluded, the chat group's mechanical voice resumed, signaling the continuation of the evaluation. The attention shifted to the rankings of other notable worlds. 5th place, Uchiha world. Final world strength evaluation, 1,500 points. 6th place, Road to Ninja, Tsunade's world. Final world strength score, 1,410 points. 7th place, 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama's world. Final world strength score, 1,310 points. 8th place, 5th Hokage Tsunade's world. Final world strength score, 1,200 points. As these scores appeared on the screen, a sense of satisfaction filled the room. The Hokages, in particular, took pride in their progress. Each of them knew that their scores were nothing short of exceptional. Even the world ranked 8th had achieved a remarkable 1,200 points, a feat that would secure rewards surpassing those of the second-tier prize pool. The overall progress was undeniable, and the atmosphere was one of determination and optimism. Not bad, Hashirama remarked with a broad smile, his pride evident. We've come far, but I know we can do even better next time. The others nodded in agreement, their resolve firm. Next time, Tsunade added confidently, our worlds will rise even higher in the rankings. The room buzzed with quiet determination. Each leader understood that while their current achievements were commendable, there was always room for improvement. And with the pace of their progress, the future rankings would undoubtedly reflect their relentless drive. At this moment, the voice of the chat group resonated once more, drawing everyone's attention to the screen as the next rankings appeared. 9th place, Tsukuyomi World 6th Hokage Uchiha Obito's world. Final world strength score, 1,150 points. 10th place, 6th Hokage Kakashi's world. Final world strength score, 1,100 points. As the results were displayed, it became evident that the progress of these worlds had been steady and consistent. Both had achieved significant milestones, easily surpassing the 1,000-point threshold. The overall development in these worlds was not only impressive but also indicative of promising futures. Their steady rise is commendable, Kakashi observed, nodding in approval. The room was filled with a shared acknowledgement. Technological advancements were propelling the rapid evolution of these worlds, driving their growth at an unprecedented pace. The voice of the chat group continued, bringing the focus to the next set of rankings. 11th place, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's world. Final world strength score, 980 points. 12th place, 6th Hokage Uchiha Sasuke's world. Final world strength score, 850 points. As the final scores appeared, a sense of understanding settled among the group. Even the lowest ranking worlds had performed admirably, with scores edging close to the 1,000-point benchmark. This underscored the remarkable progress each world had made, leaving no room for disappointment. These are still excellent results, Ryan remarked, their tone filled with satisfaction. Even those at the bottom have shown significant growth. The completion of the rankings marked the end of this stage. The 12 worlds had been evaluated, and their progress was now clear for all to see. With the rankings finalized, the atmosphere shifted, and anticipation filled the air. It was time for the moment everyone had been eagerly awaiting the reward session. Excitement rippled through the group as the realization sunk in. This was the culmination of their efforts, the point where their hard work would finally pay off. Faces lit up with anticipation as they awaited the next announcement, eager to see what rewards lay in store. Enjoyed the chapter. Get exclusive access to 60K words and an entire arc ahead, plus even more exciting content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 251. Chapter 251 Beyond Renegen. As the thought crossed everyone's minds, the reward session was about to begin. The Hokage's expressions noticeably brightened as a wave of anticipation swept through the room. Excitement buzzed in the air, yet no one spoke in haste. Instead, they remained seated, their gazes fixed on the central screen in the middle of the room. The silence was filled with unspoken curiosity. What would the chat group reward them with this time? Since the inception of the chat group, each reward had been nothing short of spectacular, exceeding their expectations and leaving them thoroughly satisfied. No one doubted that this time would be any different. If anything, the reward seemed to improve with every round. And now, with their accomplishments reaching new heights, there was no telling how incredible this next reward would be. For the moment, the room was still. The voice of the chat group had yet to announce itself, leaving the Hokages murmuring among themselves, unable to contain their excitement. Practical? Humph. Madara scoffed through their attention. If these rewards are anything less than extraordinary, it would insult my capabilities. He leaned back, his arms resting casually, though his purple Renegen flickered with anticipation. Hashirama chuckled, clapping a hand on Madara's shoulder. Madara, you're always so serious. Lighten up a little, it's supposed to be fun. Besides, haven't you been racking up points like crazy too? I bet you'll get something great. Fun. Madara muttered, shooting Hashirama a sidelong glare. You're too easily amused, Hashirama. This is about power and potential, not some game. Power and fun, Naruto interjected, grinning wide. I mean, come on, why can't it be both? We've all been working hard, so we deserve something cool. Like maybe a giant Rasen shuriken launcher. He laughed, imagining it. A Rasen shuriken launcher. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, his book still in hand. Creative, but maybe aim for something a bit less destructive, Naruto. Or at least something that doesn't blow up half the village. Naruto pouted, crossing his arms. You're no fun, Kakashi-sensei. I bet you're just hoping for some boring new smut book or something. The conversation was alive with optimism and anticipation, but it was cut short by the sudden, familiar chime. The voice of the chat group finally echoed throughout the room. Ding. Reward settlement completed. Announcing rankings. First place, 4th Hokage Ryan's world. Analyzing world strength score. The evaluated strength score of the first place world, 2,500 points. Classification, second level world. Activating secondary world tier reward pool. Drawing rewards. Congratulations. The top world has set a new benchmark for excellence. Keep striving for greatness. The room erupted with excitement as the announcement rolled in. It was exactly what they had hoped for, a reward drawn from the prestigious secondary world tier. Ryan, sitting at the forefront, rubbed his hands together with a mix of anticipation and glee. His gaze never left the screen. This is it, he muttered to himself, his voice tinged with eager expectation. This reward better be worth the wait. Everyone shared his enthusiasm. The room brimmed with eager energy, every Hokage leaning forward, their collective gaze fixed on the screen as they awaited the outcome of the draw. Finally, Ryan's reward materializes on the central screen. Ding. Rank 1 achieved, 4th Hokage Ryan's world. Reward pool unlocked. Optional rewards available, choose 3 out of 5. Kokugen. Sukuna Hakuna. Daikokyuden. A random bloodline, unlock the latent potential of an uncharted bloodline. Destiny awaits in this roll of the dice. A random stand-in ability, gain a mysterious power from another world, a strength unknown until chosen. Make your selection wisely. Timer, selections must be finalized within 120 seconds. The room erupted into a flurry of chatter as the rewards were displayed. Tobira's sharp eyes narrowed as he stared at the glowing text floating before them. What kind of rewards are these? He muttered, his voice laced with curiosity and skepticism. Madara's crimson eyes glimmered with intrigue as he studied the list of rewards projected before them. The first reward is the Kokugen, he mused, his voice calm but brimming with authority. It must be an evolution of Renegen, one that surpasses even the standard Renegen. If these rewards are structured as they seem, the next two must be abilities inherently tied to it. Tobirama, standing rigid with his arms crossed, scoffed slightly. You mean Sukuna Hakuna and Daikokyuden? Both seem dangerously potent, and their connection to the Renegen is unmistakable. Obito tilted his head slightly, his Renegen scanning the list. That ability name. He began, voice low and thoughtful. It sounds familiar. Something about it reminds me of that guy from Satsuki clan in Naruto's world. Tsunade crossed her arms, golden eyes narrowing as she considered the possibilities. Those Satsuki freaks? It wouldn't surprise me. Their powers always bordered on the absurd. If these rewards are tied to them. She let the thought hang ominously. The Hokages debated among themselves, their voices filled with both curiosity and astonishment. While the exact details eluded some, their collective knowledge of the Satsuki clan's powers lent them a sense of recognition. For those who had faced the Satsuki or studied their abilities, the connection was clear. These rewards bore the unmistakable marks of their alien techniques, unparalleled in power and potential. Meanwhile, Ryan's excitement was palpable. He leaned forward, his eyes glued to the screen, a grin spreading across his face. This is unreal, he muttered, his voice rising with enthusiasm. Exactly what I wanted to know, what I needed. He recalled his past battles, especially his one-on-one encounter with Satsuki. That clash had left a deep impression on him. The raw power, the unique techniques, it was an experience he had wanted to replicate ever since. And now, the chance was here. Ryan scanned the options, his decision practically made before he'd even begun. The last two, a random bloodline and a random stand-in ability, held no appeal for him. Compared to the powers associated with Satsuki, these options were insignificant. Forget the random stuff, Ryan said confidently. It's the first three that matter, these are the real prizes. The first three options, Kokugen, Sukuna Hakuna, and Daikokyuden, perfectly aligned with what he needed. Each carried immense potential, granting abilities that could reshape the battlefield entirely. With no hesitation, Ryan made his choice. Satsuki Isaki's abilities in my hands. This is going to be legendary, he declared, his grin widening. His anticipation for the battles to come was almost as thrilling as the rewards themselves. The abilities of the Satsuki clan were undeniably impressive. Even though Ryan had defeated one of their members with ease, that only highlighted the individual's lack of skill, not the weakness of their powers. The defeated Satsuki's abilities were exceptionally potent, arguably more powerful than some of the other abilities Ryan had already acquired. At this point, Ryan had amassed an arsenal of formidable techniques. For instance, he possessed Kagai's abilities, which required no introduction. Among her skills was the power to traverse dimensions effortlessly, a capability that alone placed her strength among the very best. Then there was the Momoshike's ability, which granted the power to absorb both ninjutsu and chakra. Not only could Ryan easily nullify his enemies' attacks, but he could also release the absorbed energy, turning their strength against them. It was a perfect blend of offense and defense. However, the abilities of Satsuki Isaki surpassed even these. Unlike Momoshiki's straightforward absorption and redirection, Isaki's dojutsu was far more refined and versatile. Isaki's ability centered around control over matter itself. He could shrink any inanimate object released by his opponents, effectively nullifying their attacks before they could pose a threat. These shrunken objects were then stored in a personal dimension, Daikokyuden, allowing Isaki to retrieve and deploy them at will. From a tactical standpoint, this gave him unparalleled dominance. Imagine shrinking a massive boulder in the middle of a battle, storing it away, and then hurling it back at an unsuspecting opponent when the time was right. The sheer flexibility and lethality of this ability were unmatched. Additionally, Isaki's power extended beyond shrinking objects. He could enlarge or reduce them at will, granting him a godlike presence in combat. The ability to reshape the battlefield and manipulate objects so freely elevated his techniques to a level beyond anything Ryan had encountered before. Ryan couldn't hide his excitement. This was the kind of power he thrived on, the kind of ability that turned battles into playgrounds for his skill and strategy. Now this, Ryan muttered, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction, this is a real game changer. He had already proven himself a cut above most opponents. With his Hokage's abilities added to his arsenal, he was ready to dominate at an entirely new level. Every new power he acquired was another step toward absolute mastery, and Ryan had no intention of slowing down. At this moment, Ryan carefully examined the details of his newly acquired abilities, each more astonishing than the last. First ability, Sukuna Hakona. The name might seem cryptic at first, but its purpose was clear. It was the foundation of an incredible power. Sukuna Hakona allowed Ryan to shrink anything non-living within his line of sight. Whether it was a massive structure or a simple tool, if his eyes could see it, he could shrink it. Moreover, the ability wasn't limited to objects. Ryan himself could shrink to a minuscule size, offering incredible versatility in both combat and reconnaissance. Restoring anything that had been shrunk was just as seamless. It could be done in an instant. Second ability, Daikokyuden. This was perhaps the most fascinating of the three. Daikokyuden granted Ryan access to a mysterious, pocket-dimensional space where anything he had shrunk could be stored. The unique aspect of this space was that time stood still within it. Items stored there would remain in the exact state they were in when they were first placed, making them perfect for preserving materials, weapons, or even enemy attacks. The potential applications of this ability in battle were staggering. Imagine being able to release an opponent's attack back at them, multiplied by surprise and precision. Or summoning a barrage of objects stored beforehand to overwhelm an enemy. It wasn't just a utility skill, it was a weapon, a shield, and a tactical advantage all rolled into one. Kokugen. This was, without question, the crown jewel of his rewards. Unlike the traditional Rinnegan with its purple hue, the Kokugen was unique, adorned with intricate patterns that radiated an aura of mystery and authority. These Kokugen weren't just for show, they were the key to unlocking and utilizing the divine techniques granted by his other powers. They exuded power, setting him apart from any other wielder of the Rinnegan. Ryan could barely contain his excitement. This is insane. Everything I could have hoped for and more, he muttered, his voice tinged with awe. His original strength was already immense, bordering on invincible. His endurance and power were nearly unmatched, and his immortality made him a formidable force on any battlefield. But now, with these three abilities added to his repertoire, his status had been elevated to an entirely new level. The room fell silent as the other Hokages watched him with a mix of envy and admiration. They could see the raw potential of these abilities, and it only emphasized the gap between Ryan and themselves. Someday, Madara muttered, almost to themselves, my Rinnegan will reach that level too. Ryan, however, was already lost in thought, considering the infinite possibilities now at his fingertips. With a confident grin, he confirmed his choices, sealing his place as an unparalleled force in the ninja world. Chapter 252, Chapter 252 Legends Reborn. As Ryan's results were announced, the selection reached its climax. It was time for the second place reveal. Tobirama couldn't suppress the excitement that lit up his face. It's finally here, he thought, his heart racing with anticipation. A familiar notification chime echoed through the chat group, drawing everyone's attention to the central screen. The reward for second place materialized in bold text. Reward settlement, second place achieved. Second place, second Hokage, Tobirama's world. Optional rewards available, choose 2 out of 3. Reward 1, Rinnegan unlock the legendary ocular power, granting access to extraordinary abilities that transcend conventional ninjutsu and reshape the battlefield. Reward 2, fitness booster, enhance your physical capability 7 times, fortifying strength, stamina, and speed far beyond human limitations. Reward 3, Zanpakuto, random plot version, obtain a unique blade from another world, imbued with an unpredictable soul and powers tied to its origin. Your fate will shape its form. Make your selections wisely. The path to greatness awaits. Tobirama's eyes gleamed as he scanned the rewards. Each one was extraordinary in its own right. Though they weren't as overwhelmingly powerful as Ryan's first place prizes, Tobirama was more than satisfied with the options before him. He paused for a moment, deliberating. I've already acquired numerous extraordinary abilities, he reflected, recalling the devil fruit powers from the One Piece world and the Zanpakuto from the Shinigami universe. Now, however, his priorities had shifted. Rather than seeking yet another unique power, he desired something that could provide tangible, strategic advantages. After careful consideration, Tobirama made his decision. He chose the first 2 rewards. The Rinnegan of power beyond compare in the Hokage world. This wasn't just an ordinary ability, it was a comprehensive arsenal of techniques. From the 6 paths powers to mastery over space-time, the Rinnegan would elevate Tobirama's capabilities to an entirely new level. The fitness booster, while less flashy, this reward would enhance his physical abilities, ensuring his body could keep up with the demands of wielding such overwhelming powers. With his choices finalized, Tobirama felt a surge of exhilaration. These rewards would solidify his position as a force to be reckoned with not just in his world, but across all dimensions. Rinnegan's potential was undeniable. Abilities like universal pull and Shinra Tensei were just the beginning. Each power had its foundation, offering immense versatility. The Rinnegan adapted to its user's physique, granting unique evolutions based on individual traits. Tobirama's anticipation grew as he thought about the possibilities. Once I obtain this power, what changes will it bring? How will it evolve in my hands? The thought alone filled him with excitement. The second reward, the fitness booster, was equally appealing. Tobirama valued physical strength as much as any technique, recognizing its importance in battle, his Hokage duties, and even his technological pursuits. Enhancing his body would provide him with a solid foundation to make the most of his other abilities. As for the Zanpakuto, he decided to pass. He already possessed several from previous rewards, and the idea of getting a random one with uncertain potential didn't seem worth the risk. With his mind made up, Tobirama finalized his selection. The chat group chimed in with its familiar, mechanical tone. Choice confirmed. Congratulations, second Hokage, Tobirama. You have successfully acquired Rinnegan and physical fitness booster. Rewards will be distributed following the conclusion of the current meeting. Prepare for integration and mastery. His rewards secured, Tobirama leaned back, satisfied. Now, the focus shifted to Naruto, who stood next in line. The top 2 places had already been decided, and now all eyes turned to the 7th Hokage. Naruto's excitement was palpable as he waited to see what rewards were in store for him. The chat group's announcement echoed through the room. 3rd place, 7th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto's world. Optional rewards, choose 1 of 2. Reward 1, armament hack. Reward 2, Rinnegan. Please make your selection, 7th Hokage. Naruto's grin widened as he scanned the options. Both rewards were incredible. If it weren't for the restriction of choosing only one, he would have taken them both in a heartbeat. Still, he had to choose. After a moment of thought, Naruto made his decision. I'll go with the Rinnegan, he declared. While he was tempted by the prospect of armament hacking, an ability that could enhance his already formidable combat skills, the Rinnegan was simply too powerful to pass up. Its abilities offered a level of versatility and dominance that Naruto couldn't resist. As the decision was finalized, the chat group's notification sounded once again, marking the conclusion of Naruto's choice. The Rinnegan's might was undeniable, a symbol of ultimate power in the world of Hokage. For Naruto, it was even more significant. At this point, he possessed no special ocular abilities, making the Rinnegan the perfect addition to his arsenal. When Naruto finalized his choice, the chat group wasted no time in announcing the result. Choice confirmed. Congratulations. You have obtained Rinnegan. Rewards will be issued after the meeting concludes. With this, the top 3 rewards had all been claimed. The remaining Hokages, watching closely, couldn't hide their excitement. Their turn was coming, and soon, they would also receive rewards for their participation. This meeting had been long awaited, and now, as the anticipation built, the promise of rewards made the moment all the more exhilarating. Each Hokage felt a mixture of nerves and eagerness as they awaited the next announcement. Finally, the familiar voice of the chat group returned, and the central screen displayed the remaining guaranteed rewards. Based on rankings. 4th place, former 3rd Hokage world, Kakashi Hatake. 5th place, Uchiha Madara's world. 6th place, Ninja Road, Tsunade's world. 7th place, 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama's world. 8th place, 5th Hokage, Tsunade's world. 9th place, Tsukuyomi world. 5th Hokage, Uchiha Obito's world. 10th place, 6th Hokage, Kakashi's world. 11th place, 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato's world. 12th place, 6th Hokage Uchiha Sasuke's world. Guaranteed reward for all above, physique enhancer, increases physical strength by 5 times. The announcement caused a ripple of excitement among the remaining Hokages. Even those who hadn't made it to the top 3 were more than satisfied with their guaranteed reward. A physique enhancer, hey. Kakashi mused aloud, his trademark cool demeanor hiding the satisfaction in his eyes. Looks like things are about to get interesting. The others shared his sentiments. This meeting, which had begun as a mere gathering of Hokages across different worlds, had turned into something far more monumental. With rewards like these, the possibilities were endless, and each Hokage could feel the weight of their impending power UBS. As the final announcements concluded, one thought united them all. This was only the beginning. The final guaranteed reward of physical enhancer was met with excitement by all the Hokages. Upon using it, they quickly realized just how valuable this reward truly was. It felt tailor-made for them. After all, no matter how powerful a shinobi becomes, physical strength is the foundation of everything. It forms the cornerstone of all other abilities. A strong body means a stronger system overall, and with a reinforced system, the path to even greater power becomes inevitable. This time, the physical enhancer was far superior to the last one. The previous version had only tripled the user's strength, but this new enhancer raised it fivefold, a staggering improvement that exceeded everyone's expectations. With such a significant boost, the Hokages no longer had to worry about falling short in terms of raw power. Their chakra reserves had increased exponentially, making them far more formidable in battle. Not only had their attack and defensive capabilities improved, but their recovery rates had also become remarkably faster. The realization of these enhancements left everyone in high spirits. Kakashi, with his usual calm demeanor, allowed himself a satisfied smile. This is incredible, he remarked, his voice tinged with quiet awe. We won't have to worry about running out of juice during a fight anymore. Indeed, with chakra reserves now more than 5 times their previous levels, even the most intensive battles would no longer exhaust them. They could unleash jutsu after jutsu without hesitation, free from the fear of running out of energy at a critical moment. Hashirama, known for his unparalleled vitality, felt particularly elated. His already extraordinary physical strength had now reached monstrous levels. The sheer scale of his power bordered on the unimaginable, a thought that would strike fear into any potential opponent. Tsunade and the other Hokages shared in the joy, their smiles reflecting their satisfaction. For Tsunade, in particular, this enhancement was a game changer. Her renowned medical ninjutsu relied heavily on her physical condition, and with this boost, she could now push her abilities to even greater heights. Looks like we've all leveled up, Tsunade said with a grin, her confidence shining through. The rewards had exceeded everyone's expectations, reinforcing not just their strength but also their determination. Each of them knew this was more than just a boost to their abilities, it was a step forward into an even greater future. Enjoyed the chapter. Get exclusive access to 60K words and an entire arc ahead, plus even more exciting content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 253, Chapter 253 Crossworlds. At this point, everyone was well aware of the rewards. The anticipation in the air was palpable. They just had to wait a little longer. When the rewards finally arrived, excitement swept through the group. After all, this kind of direct physical enhancement was invaluable. Regardless of combat level, the potential for improvement was immense, a boon for everyone involved. The room buzzed with enthusiastic chatter. Smiles, cheers, and animated gestures filled the space as everyone reveled in the possibilities. Amid the rising energy, Ryan observed the lively crowd with a faint smile. Clapping his hands to draw their attention, he spoke in a steady, commanding tone. All right, everyone, settle down for a moment, he began, waiting for the room to quiet. Let's not forget, that was just the appetizer. The words hung in the air, sparking curiosity. Ryan's eyes gleamed as he addressed the group, his tone filled with anticipation. The main event, he announced, is about to begin. The most important function of all missions in other worlds. The room buzzed with excitement, the Hokages nodding in agreement. Of course. Tsunade said, leaning forward. The missions in other worlds have been life-changing. Let's see what the next world has in store for us. Hashirama chuckled. Every time, these missions bring incredible slot machines. I can't wait to see what this new world offers, another way to gamble. Haha. Ryan smiled, taking a moment to reflect on the worlds they had already visited. Let's not forget, he began, how far we've come because of these missions. Each world has left its mark on us, shaping our strength, our knowledge, and making our home even stronger. In the One Piece world, Ryan continued, we hunted treasures, unlike anything we'd seen or done in the shinobi world before. Devil fruits, for instance, gave us extraordinary abilities, changing the way we approach battles. Ryan shifted gears. Then came the Shinigami world. That mission was a turning point. Hashirama nodded solemnly. The Zanpakuto we obtained aren't just weapons, they're companions. They've taught us how to channel soul energy, an entirely new dimension of power. Not to mention, Ryan said, the knowledge we gained about souls and afterlife mechanics. It's helped us understand and master forces we never thought possible. And the Kido techniques, Tobirama added. They're not only versatile but can seamlessly blend with our own jutsu. And then there was the One Punch Man world, Ryan continued, his voice tinged with awe. The technology we brought back from there has revolutionized our world. Tobirama's second rank is proof that technology has never let us down. By integrating these treasures, technologies, and knowledge into our own world, Ryan concluded, we've achieved unprecedented growth. Our scientific, medical, and military capabilities are leagues ahead of where they were. Hashirama grinned. Each mission doesn't just make us stronger individually, it makes our world stronger collectively. Exactly, Ryan said. And now, with another mission on the horizon, who knows what new wonders await us. Their excitement was contagious, but Ryan's calm demeanor encouraged the group to focus. Gradually, the chatter died down, and a hushed anticipation filled the room. The chat group interface lit up once more, signaling the end of the previous inventory. Then, a familiar notification sound echoed in their ears, drawing everyone's eyes toward the glowing screen. The glowing text on the screen flickered slightly, capturing everyone's attention as the system made its grand announcement. Ding. The multiverse world travel function is about to launch. Prepare yourselves for the next missions. Naruto, as expected, was the first to explode with enthusiasm. He leaped to his feet, fists clenched tightly. Another new world? This is gonna be awesome. I can't wait to see what crazy stuff we'll find this time. Minato, ever the composed leader, placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder to calm him. Son, let's not get too carried away, he said, though even his serene expression couldn't hide the subtle smile tugging at his lips. If this is anything like the last worlds, we'll need to be prepared. Sasuke crossed his arms, his expression calm but his Sharingan glowing faintly, betraying his intrigue. Humph. I'm not interested in sightseeing, but if there's power to gain, I'll take it. Kakashi, leaning casually against the wall, tilted his head inside, a copy of Ikka Paradise still in hand. Another world? Hey. He closed his book with a soft snap, his lone visible eye narrowing. If it's anything like last time, this one's going to throw some serious curveballs our way. Better brace yourselves, kids. Kakashi's visible eye gleamed with a hint of amusement as he leaned further into the wall, the MVP of the last mission effortlessly maintaining his calm demeanor. Naruto, you're talking big for someone who didn't even make the top 3 last time in the last otherworld mission. He teased, his tone light but pointed. Naruto froze for a moment before groaning in frustration. Arg, don't remind me. How was I supposed to know those word monsters could regenerate? They didn't even look that tough. Sasuke smirked, his arms crossing as he cut in. Excuses. Meanwhile, Kakashi-sensei practically soloed half the mission's enemies to secure second place. Maybe you should take notes this time, use your Tonkeki. Naruto jabbed a finger at Sasuke, his eyes blazing with determination. Oh, come on. Like you weren't just sniping from the back. This time, I'm going all out, and Kakashi-sensei, watch your back, cause I'm taking first place. Kakashi chuckled, his tone carrying a playful edge. I look forward to it, Naruto. But if you want to catch up, you'll need more than enthusiasm. Those monsters and heroes last time were no joke, and the rewards for taking them down. Let's just say they made all the effort worth it. The chatter was fast and feverish, with everyone eager to share their thoughts. Moments like these were among the most thrilling for the group. For them, every chat group meeting revolved around 2 highly anticipated events. First, there were the ranking rewards, which were always a significant highlight. The rewards following a ranking event never disappoint. Take this time, for example, the physical booster. Even for those who didn't make it into the top 3, the improvements to their strength and abilities were remarkable. The second and arguably the most exciting was the introduction of the other world's missions. Unlike ranking rewards, these missions were less predictable but equally rewarding. The concept was simple yet captivating. Missions would be issued at the start, and participants would be tasked with completing them. But the true beauty of these missions lay in their dual benefit. Completing the missions guaranteed substantial rewards. Everything discovered in the other worlds could be converted into points. This system made every venture into the other worlds an opportunity for growth, not just in strength but also in resources and knowledge. As the group quieted down, their attention firmly fixed on the glowing screen, the anticipation for what lay ahead was almost tangible. This wasn't just another event, it was a chance to test their limits, uncover treasures, and bring back something extraordinary. These points could be exchanged for incredible items in the mall, making them highly valuable. Take the example of their last visit to the One Punch Man world. In that instance, there was no need to convert the items they found into points, they were as useful as they were. For instance, over the past 6 months, each world has seen remarkable advancements. The discoveries made in the other worlds and multiverse missions had been game-changing. The items and knowledge acquired from those missions were integrated into their respective worlds, driving technological progress at an unprecedented pace. In just half a year, many worlds had advanced by centuries in terms of development. The impact was undeniable. It wasn't just the world as a whole that benefited, the individuals who placed in the top 3 rankings reaped extraordinary rewards as well. They received significant points and exclusive items, further boosting their power and influence. This synergy between personal growth and world advancement was one of the reasons everyone eagerly anticipated each mission. And now, as excitement reached its peak, the familiar sound of the chat group notification echoed in their ears. As the crowd's attention fixated on the glowing screen, an authoritative and otherworldly voice echoed in their minds, synchronized with the shimmering text appearing before them. System announcement: prepare for the journey across worlds. Each meeting will open a portal to a new world. Missions will be assigned within this world. Completing these tasks will grant participants substantial points and rare rewards. Treasures, knowledge, and technologies acquired in other worlds can be exchanged for points or integrated into your homeworld's development. Your homeworlds will remain frozen in time until the mission concludes and all participants return. Warning: if a participant dies during a mission, their homeworld will collapse, ceasing to exist. Death in the other world is irreversible. The voice paused, allowing the gravity of the rules to settle in. Let this serve as a reminder: great rewards come with great risks. Forge your paths wisely, shinobi. This refresher ensured that everyone was clear on the stakes and expectations. For most participants, the rules were firmly etched in their minds after countless missions, but the reminder was a safeguard for those who might have overlooked or forgotten the finer details. The key takeaway, as always, was the final rule. If someone dies in the other world mission, the consequences are irreversible. Their death would trigger the destruction of the world they represent. Such a penalty was not merely harsh, it was catastrophic. Although no Hokage had suffered such a fate thus far, the mere possibility was enough to weigh heavily on everyone's minds. They knew better than to underestimate the danger. It was a sobering reality. Missions in the other worlds were not games, and the stakes were as real as life and death. Despite their excitement, the participants couldn't afford to take this warning lightly. If you feel your current strength isn't up to par, or if your condition isn't optimal for a fight, the wisest course of action would be to step back from this mission immediately. For those who doubt their readiness or lack the confidence to face the challenges ahead, now is the time to withdraw. It's better to avoid unnecessary risks than to suffer serious injury or worse, death and drag your entire world into oblivion. Such recklessness simply isn't worth the cost. Of course, among the gathered Hokages, no one even entertained the thought of quitting. Each of the 12 presents was in peak condition, their confidence unwavering. On the contrary, they were eager to engage. Every Hokage here knew the stakes and the rewards. Bowing out now would be unthinkable, especially given the tantalizing benefits that awaited them. Only a fool would opt out of such an opportunity. Why? The answer was simple. They had undergone countless enhancements and claimed numerous rewards. Their strength now leagues beyond what it had been in the past. Each of them had been forged through battle, shaped by reinforcements, and tempered by experience. Their current power levels were nothing short of extraordinary. And then, there was the allure of the rewards. Even for those who didn't secure a spot in the top 3, the prizes were still impressive. Points accumulated through the missions could be spent in the chat group's mall, a treasure trove of powerful artifacts, potent abilities, and rare items. Many Hokages had already reaped the benefits of these exchanges, their power soaring with each item purchased. Ryan, however, had yet to dip into his points. Unlike the others, he had chosen to save his earnings, intending to accumulate a vast reserve. His plan was clear: wait until his points reached 10 or 20 million, then make a series of significant purchases in one go. With such a strategy, he could ensure that every point spent would maximize his strength and prepare him for the challenges ahead. The stage was set, and the Hokage stood ready. Confidence radiated from each of them as they prepared to face the mission, united in their determination to claim both victory and the spoils of war. Get exclusive access to 40 chapters ahead and bonus content from 3 additional fanfictions only on patreon.com/mariani. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, Another Mission in the Multiverse. Everyone understood one undeniable truth: participation in the missions of the other worlds was always worth it. The rewards, both immediate and long-term, far outweighed the risks. After completing the assigned tasks, there was always ample time to explore and search the world they were sent to. What they discovered during these explorations was often priceless. Even if the treasures they unearthed couldn't be exchanged for points, they still held immense value. Such items could enhance their world's technology, bolster their strength, or serve other invaluable purposes. The benefits were undeniable. As for the dangers involved, even those Hokages who weren't as strong felt no real fear. After all, they had Ryan. His strength was beyond question, an unshakable pillar of support for the entire group. Regardless of which world they entered, no one doubted Ryan's ability to handle whatever threat arose. His track record of overwhelming victories spoke for itself. For those who felt their power was lacking, the solution was simple: let Ryan handle the heavy lifting. But the cost of sitting out the mission altogether? That was unthinkable. Not only would they forego the unified rewards, but they'd also lose the opportunity to earn hundreds of thousands of points. Missing out would lead to a cascade of disadvantages. The butterfly effect of their absence would ripple into the future. By the time the next meeting rolled around in half a year, the gap between them and those who participated would widen even further. Others would grow stronger, richer, and more prepared, while they would fall behind. The disparity would only grow more pronounced with each passing mission, and the longer they waited, the harder it would be to catch up. No one could afford such a loss. So, despite the risks, every Hokage resolved to press forward. They knew the dangers, but they also understood the stakes. If taking on some risks meant reaping enormous benefits, then so be it. They were all determined to seize this opportunity, whatever it took. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as the group erupted into animated discussion. Tobirama leaned against the edge of his seat with his arms crossed, his sharp eyes scanning his fellow Hokages. It's finally here, he stated, his tone clipped yet unmistakably tinged with excitement. Hashirama, his elder brother, practically leaped to his feet. I can't believe it. These last 6 months felt like torture. I've been counting down the days since the last 2 months. His grin was wide, his enthusiasm infectiously childlike. Madara sat with his signature air of aloofness, smirked faintly. For once, I agree with you, Hashirama, he said, his deep voice laced with unspoken eagerness. The monotony of these last few months has been unbearable. A new world with new enemies will let me unwind. Tsunade sipping sake with an air of practiced nonchalance, arched an eyebrow. You 3 old men sound like a pack of excitable genin, she teased, though her faint smile betrayed her anticipation. Still, I won't deny it. I've been waiting too. I'm curious to see which world we'll be thrown into this time. Hashirama's face lit up, his imagination already running wild. It has to be something entirely different from the last one. Maybe a world where trees can talk. Tobirama shot him a look, half exasperated and half amused. Let's hope it's not as ridiculous as that. I'm more interested in what kind of strategies we'll need to adapt. A world structure often dictates its challenges. Of course, the tactician speaks, Madara quipped, his smirk widening. But I, for one, am hoping for a world that truly tests our mettle. Something worth my time. Tsunade chuckled, setting her cup down. You mean a world that inflates your ego further? The group chuckled at the subtle jab, even Madara allowing a faint chuckle to escape. Well, wherever it is, Hashirama declared, his fists clenched with determination, we'll face it together. And we'll make it another story worth telling. The group's chatter grew louder, filled with eager speculation. The worlds they had visited before were nothing short of extraordinary. The first mission had taken them to the pirate world, where they discovered and claimed a wealth of devil fruits. Each fruit had been a game changer, enhancing their powers in unique and unpredictable ways. The second mission was set in the Shinigami world, where they gained powerful Zanpakuto, weapons with abilities as diverse as the individuals who wielded them. The third mission brought them to the One Punch Man world, a place teeming with advanced technology. Although they hadn't been able to exchange the items from that world for points, the tech they acquired proved invaluable. Why? Because those advancements pushed their own world's technological development into overdrive. Using those innovations as blueprints, they rapidly elevated their capabilities, improving their collective strength in leaps and bounds. Now, they couldn't help but wonder, what world awaited them next? What treasures would they unearth this time? Every mission was a treasure trove of growth and knowledge, offering rewards that were as unpredictable as they were transformative. The prospect of exploring a new world filled them with excitement and an almost childlike sense of wonder. After a few more moments of spirited debate, the group fell silent, almost as if on cue. No one needed Ryan's usual reminder to quiet down. They all knew the drill. As the room settled into expectant silence, the scheduling phase for their group meeting began. Sure enough, the familiar notification chime of the chat group echoed throughout the space. At the same time, new words began to appear on the screen in front of them, glowing with the promise of another adventure. The crisp notification tone of the chat group rang out, immediately grabbing everyone's attention. The system's announcement echoed in their minds, crisp and resonant, as if the words themselves carried an otherworldly energy. Ding. The mission to another world is now open. A moment of stunned silence fell over the group, the calm before the storm of reactions. World selection in progress. At long last, the moment they had been waiting for had arrived. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to the central screen. The anticipation was palpable as they held their breath, their gazes fixed with unwavering focus. The screen came alive, flashing images of countless worlds in rapid succession. It was a mesmerizing sight, like watching a kaleidoscope of endless possibilities. Each image offered a fleeting glimpse of foreign landscapes, unfamiliar skies, and strange, tantalizing glimpses of other worlds. The rotation of worlds was accompanied by a soft, chiming sound, reminiscent of silver bells ringing in the distance. The delicate yet persistent melody heightened the suspense with every passing second. Finally, the images stopped. The flashing slowed until the screen froze, locking onto one specific world. Everyone leaned forward in unison, their eyes glued to the display. Ding. The world selection is complete. The shimmering panel before them shifted, the swirling runes rearranging themselves into legible text. A bold announcement appeared in glowing letters. Selected world, Jujutsu Kaisen world. As the words echoed throughout the room, the screen shifted, displaying a vivid scene from the newly chosen world. The image showcased humans locked in intense battles against grotesque curses and monstrous creatures. The curses were nightmarish twisted, distorted abominations that exuded malevolence. Their appearances were grotesque and repulsive, each one more horrifying than the last. In stark contrast, the humans opposing them appeared ordinary at first glance. But the battles revealed their true nature, powerful individuals wielding extraordinary strength and unique abilities. Some relied on raw physical prowess, executing awe-inspiring feats of hand-to-hand combat and various techniques similar to some absurd forbidden ninjutsu, including a variety of curse techniques, each more dazzling and destructive than the last. The screen played a montage of relentless battles, curses being struck down, and humans fighting with unwavering determination. The group stared in fascination. They didn't need to fully understand this world to know one thing: it was going to be thrilling. Kakashi was the first to break the silence, his eye narrowing in thought. This world looks intense, he said, leaning slightly closer to the orb. Those cursed spirits. They're not like anything we've faced before. No chakra, no jutsu, just raw malevolence. We'll need to stay sharp. Obito crossed his arms, his Sharingan spinning lazily. Intense or not, it doesn't matter. If they rely on negative emotions to fight, that gives us an advantage, he remarked. Some of us have, we can sense bloodlust and negative chakras and emotions. Few have already mastered our inner demons. His voice carried a teasing undertone, but his gaze was serious. Minato nodded, his expression calm but thoughtful. What kind of powers do you think we'll encounter here? He wondered aloud. The energy they call cursed energy, it seems reactive to emotions. If it's anything like chakra, sensing it might not be easy for outsiders like us. Sasuke, standing slightly apart, regarded the orb with a cold, calculating stare. Those curses look disgusting, he muttered, his tone clipped. But defeating them will be satisfying. It's like cleansing a plague from this world. If their domain expansions work like personal battlefields, they might even rival our Susanoo or Kamui in effectiveness. The chatter grew louder, buzzing with speculation and anticipation. Though they had only just glimpsed the world of Jujutsu Kaisen, one thing was certain: this mission promised to be as exhilarating as it was challenging. Dash. Get exclusive access to 40 chapters ahead and bonus content from 3 additional fanfictions only on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 255, Chapter 255 World of Curses. At that moment, Ryan took a deep breath and began explaining the situation of this world to everyone. He paused momentarily, gathering his thoughts, and then said, there are two main factions that are constantly at odds in this world. He raised a finger. On one side, you have the sorcerer. Ryan continued, sorcerers in this world are human practitioners of Jujutsu, a form of magic that revolves around manipulating cursed energy to combat curses and other supernatural threats. Every living being produces cursed energy, which is the byproduct of negative emotions such as fear, anger, and hatred. Sorcerers are trained to manipulate and control this energy to perform Jujutsu techniques. He then pointed to the other side. On the opposing side are the cursed spirits. Ryan's tone grew more serious as he spoke about them. Cursed spirits are non-human entities born from the accumulation of negative human emotions. These spirits are usually manifestations of malice, fear, or hatred and possess varying levels of power. Some curses are weak and insignificant, while others are extraordinarily powerful and dangerous. These entities not only cause chaos but can also slaughter large numbers of people without hesitation. As he finished his brief explanation, the group seemed to understand. I see, Hashirama murmured thoughtfully. Barring any unforeseen complications, our main task here will be to deal with these cursed spirits. Madara, ever the realist, chimed in with a warning. Don't be so sure, Hashirama. We've seen things before that are far from simple. His eyes darkened as he continued. The worlds we've traveled to in the past weren't just about dealing with one threat. Every force we encountered had its wars, and they often dragged on for years. In some cases, we fought for centuries or more. The group nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Madara's words. The tone of the conversation shifted, becoming more somber as the weight of their task settled on them. Madara's reminder was clear and undeniable. The lines between good and evil weren't always distinct in the worlds they had visited. In the pirate world, for example, they had fought not only pirates but the marine forces as well. In the Shinigami world, they had faced not just Shinigami, but also the Quincy and Fullbringers, all of whom were enemies at different times. In a way, every world they had been to was a battlefield, and none of them had been straightforward. Then Ryan, with a slight grin, added, now, if you think the previous worlds were chaotic, the One Punch Man world takes it to a whole new level. A few curious glances were exchanged, and Ryan continued, in that world, it's not just about fighting heroes. The aliens and monsters themselves are a serious threat. It's a war against the entire world, not just one side. There was a moment of silence as everyone absorbed the gravity of what they were about to face. At least, Ryan added with a knowing smile, there's no question of whose side we're on in that world. Everyone quickly made their choice, and it was clear that most sided with the human faction. After all, the decision was obvious: humans were the protagonists here, and the enemies were the aberrations that threatened humanity's existence. However, if viewed from the perspective of the world itself, the situation becomes more complex. One side represented the native creatures of the world, while the Hokages, along with their allies, were outsiders. This created a struggle between the natives and the invaders, giving the conflict a new layer of depth. With this lens, things began to make more sense. Even if the full scale of the threat hadn't yet been revealed, everyone understood the gravity of the situation. Whether facing the sorcerers or the cursed spirits, it was clear that an intense battle awaited them. The stakes were high. As others chimed in, it was apparent that this world contained some formidable beings. We can't afford to underestimate these guys, Minato cautioned, his expression serious. The group nodded in agreement, understanding the truth in his words. The fourth world they had encountered wasn't likely to be a simple one. If the strength of the world's warriors was anything to go by, they would face fierce opposition. If we're going to fight here, Kakashi added thoughtfully, we have to be prepared for the worst. If something goes wrong, it won't just be us at risk, our whole world could suffer. The weight of this truth settled over them, and a sense of caution took hold. No one dared to underestimate the challenge they faced. Ryan, noticing the growing tension, shifted the conversation. Let me give you more context about this world, he began, starting with its background. He paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts before continuing. This world is essentially a modern one, much like our own in terms of technology. The technological advancements here are comparable to ours, so at least in that regard, we're not at a disadvantage. The group listened attentively, understanding that every detail mattered now more than ever. Upon hearing the news, everyone was visibly excited. Since this was a modern world, the technological advancements would undoubtedly prove invaluable. After all, while the world they came from had made significant progress, it still lagged behind the modern era in many ways. Ryan's world, on the other hand, had already reached that level of development. The 7th Hokage, Naruto, and the 6th Hokage, Kakashi, were the closest to this level of technological progress, while the rest of the world still had a long way to go. The prospect of traveling to a modern world meant they would be able to acquire advanced technology, which held immense potential for accelerating their world's development. This alone made the journey all the more promising, and everyone felt a surge of anticipation. Ryan, noticing their enthusiasm, continued his explanation. As I mentioned earlier, the sorcerers and cursed spirits are two opposing factions, but it's likely we'll have to fight both. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding the inevitable conflict that lay ahead. The key point is, Ryan added, both sides in this world are relatively strong. That's true, Kakashi agreed. Whether it's cursed spirits or sorcerers, the magic here seems formidable. We'll need to be cautious when we engage. The group exchanged knowing glances, their wealth of combat experience making them confident they could handle the challenges ahead. As long as they didn't underestimate their opponents, they knew they'd be able to navigate the battles with relative ease. Ryan, however, wasn't done. He continued, his tone more serious now. But be cautious. Some of the enemies in this world are truly strange and long-lived. They have eons of experience. You've all faced powerful foes before, but this world has its own set of unpredictable curse techniques. Everyone listened carefully, now fully aware of the complexities they would have to navigate in this new world. The anticipation was now laced with a sense of caution, as they understood that this journey wouldn't be without its risks. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the group, making sure each of them was paying attention. The first major opponent you'll need to be aware of is Gojo Satoru. His power is nearly unmatched, and while we are all strong in our own right, his abilities push the boundaries of what's possible. Ryan took a breath, his tone serious. Gojo's 6 eyes can be considered a unique dojutsu. They allow him to perceive cursed energy on an entirely different level, essentially giving him complete mastery over it. He can see every thread of energy in the world and control and manipulate it in ways that make him nearly untouchable. His signature technique, Limitless, allows him to distort space itself, meaning he can stop or slow down anything, even light itself. And his Infinity technique creates an impenetrable barrier around him, rendering almost any attack useless before it even gets close. He is also a master of hand-to-hand combat, and his reflexes are faster than almost anyone else in this world. Ryan turned to the group, his voice lowering as he added, in short, do not underestimate him. If you plan to take him on, you'll need to be strategic. His weaknesses lie in the limitations of his cursed energy control, but they're subtle. You will need to find those cracks, and that's no easy task. If you try to engage him head-on, you'll only be overwhelmed. He shifted his gaze, now looking at each of the Hokage individually. Next, let's talk about the cursed spirits you might face. They're a diverse and unpredictable bunch, so you'll need to stay alert. Ryan's tone grew more focused as he moved to the next part of the briefing. We'll also be facing off against a variety of cursed spirits, some of them quite formidable. Raiman Sukuna, for example, is one of the most dangerous entities in this world. He's known as the king of curses, and his power is beyond anything any sorcerer or curse could ever hope to match. His abilities range from manipulating cursed energy to creating massive destructive forces. He also has the power to control other cursed spirits to do his bidding, and he's as manipulative as he is powerful. If you come across him, treat it like a fight to the death. No hesitation. He gave a small nod as if acknowledging the weight of the task ahead. You'll also encounter Mahito, a cursed spirit with the ability to manipulate souls. He can transform and distort a person's soul, turning them into a grotesque form or even erasing their existence. His power is more subtle than Sukuna's, but no less dangerous. Ryan's gaze grew more intense. Finally, there's Yago, a cursed spirit who commands flames and magma. He can create destructive blasts of heat and lava, and his resistance to physical attacks is high. He's not as powerful as Gojo, but he's more than capable of creating a battle of attrition. Keep your distance from him, and focus on precision. He paused, letting the information sink in, then met the eyes of each Hokage. The key here is preparation. This world may seem different from the ones we fought in, but our experience is valuable. Our teamwork will be crucial. Anyone can't just charge in recklessly. He stepped back, letting the weight of his words settle. Remember, caution, choose your opponents carefully, and overwhelming force. We may be out of our element, but we are not outmatched. After Ryan finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. The weight of his words sank in. It was clear that Gojo Satoru's strength was something they had to take seriously. In terms of power, he seemed similar to Saitama from the One Punch Man world. However, the difference was striking. Saitama's strength was so overwhelming that no matter who he faced, one punch was all it took to defeat them. It was an essential gap between him and the rest of the world. Gojo, on the other hand, was incredibly strong but not quite on the same level of unassailable dominance. Still, his strength was significant enough to make several of the group eager for a challenge. The thought of testing their skills against such a formidable opponent was enticing. Hashirama and Madara, in particular, exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a fierce determination. Both were looking for an opportunity to prove themselves. After all, during their last encounter with Saitama in the One Punch Man world, they hadn't stood a chance. That defeat had left a lingering psychological scar, and they hadn't been able to shake the feeling of helplessness since. If they could fight Gojo Satoru, and perhaps even defeat him, it would be a way to redeem themselves at least in their own eyes. Tsunade, who had been silent until now, spoke up. It seems that with my current strength if I were to face someone like him, nothing good would come of it. She sighed, acknowledging her place in the hierarchy. At the moment, she was among the lower middle tier of the group. She was keenly aware of her limitations. Naruto, ever the optimist, offered a comforting smile. It's all right, Tsunade. The world is vast. We won't run into him that easily. Tsunade gave a small smile in return, reassured by his words. Despite her reservations, the prospect of the upcoming adventure sparked a glimmer of excitement within her. The world ahead was filled with uncertainty, but they were ready to face whatever came next. Dash. Get exclusive access to 40 chapters ahead and bonus content from 3 additional fanfictions only on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, Conquer or Fall. Tobirama offered a stern reminder. No matter what, everyone needs to stay vigilant. After all, our mission essentially pits us against the entire world. His tone grew heavier as he continued, especially when it comes to those known as the protagonists of this world. They carry the luck and destiny of their realms. If we confront them recklessly, it could trigger a backlash from the world's inherent power. Such forces are not to be underestimated. We must proceed with caution. The weight of Tobirama's words settled over the group. Everyone exchanged solemn glances, their previously lighthearted demeanor replaced by serious resolve. Also, Tobirama added, his voice sharpening, remember that as shinobi, we are sensors. We can sense bloodlust from a distance, and that's not something to take lightly. Sage mode users among us should also keep an eye out for negative emotions, those lingering feelings of fear, anger, and desperation. These abilities will help us detect the cursed spirits easily. This mission wasn't a simple jaunt to another world, it was an act of plunder. By definition, they were stepping into the role of villains, antagonists who would undoubtedly clash with heroes and protectors, individuals like Gojo Satoru, or others of his caliber. The thought of those inevitable conflicts was enough to silence any lingering overconfidence. Sensing the tension, Ryan stepped in to ease their concerns. Relax. No need to get too caught up in the what-ifs. Just be mentally prepared. Look at how far we've come. Every one of us has grown stronger with all the abilities and rewards we've earned. We're not who we used to be. He gave a reassuring smile. Do you think we'd fail now? Believe in yourselves. Ryan's words brought a sense of calm to the group. Slowly, they nodded, the fire of determination reigniting in their eyes. He was right. They'd come a long way, earning countless rewards and strengthening themselves beyond their past limits. In their home worlds, they were virtually unstoppable. What was there to fear in a new world? Even if they encountered a top-tier master, Ryan was there to handle it. And if even he couldn't win, well, they would deal with that when the time came. The room quieted as the group shifted focus. The most critical moment was approaching, the missions. Before every journey to a new world, the chat group would release a set of missions and objectives tailored to the world they were entering. These tasks were their guideposts and, more importantly, their opportunity to earn substantial rewards. Everyone's attention sharpened, the anticipation palpable. The assignments would determine their strategy, their actions, and their fate in this new realm. It was time to face whatever awaited them. At that moment, the voice of the chat group echoed in everyone's ears. Simultaneously, large lines of text appeared on the screen in bold characters. Mission released. Task 1, defeat all the cursed spirits. Task 2, defeat all the sorcerers. Task 3, defeat Gojo Satoru and Yuta Okotsu. As the group read through the missions, a collective understanding settled over them. Their expressions shifted into a mix of resolve and anticipation. Just as they had suspected, the tasks were as daunting as they had imagined. The missions demanded nothing less than total dominance, defeating cursed spirits, battling sorcerers, and ultimately confronting two of the most formidable figures in that world, Gojo Satoru and Yuta Okotsu. The mention of Gojo Satoru alone caused a stir. His strength was the stuff of legends, something Ryan had warned them about earlier. Yuta Okotsu, on the other hand, was less familiar, but the title special grade cursed human carried its weight. Ryan broke the silence, his voice calm but firm. As expected, these missions are no walk in the park, he said. Gojo Satoru was already someone we're all wary of. His eyes are unparalleled. But don't underestimate Yuta Okotsu either. He is a powerful jujutsu sorcerer whose strength stems from the tragic curse of his childhood friend, Rika Oromoto, who died and became a vengeful spirit bound to him. Initially struggling to control Rika's immense cursed power, Yuta grew into one of the most formidable sorcerers, trained by Satoru Gojo. Despite his words of caution, there was a glimmer of excitement in Ryan's eyes. He couldn't help but feel a rush at the challenge ahead. The potential rewards from completing these missions were bound to be immense. If we manage to defeat all of them, Ryan added with a slight smirk, the harvest will be worth it. So prepare yourselves. This is going to be a tough battle, but one we can win together. The group nodded in unison, the weight of the mission sinking in. They weren't just entering another world, they were stepping into a war zone, one where only the strongest would survive. Ryan continued his analysis of the current tasks, his voice steady but filled with a sense of urgency. The first task is straightforward, defeat all the cursed spirits. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. These entities are the embodiment of pure evil. In that world, they're the villains of the highest order. While they may not be human or former humans turned cursed spirits, they possess a primal, savage temperament that makes them incredibly dangerous. His gaze swept over the group as he continued. Some of them will undoubtedly be troublesome to handle, so stay vigilant. The group nodded in agreement. They understood the threat. These cursed spirits weren't just opponents, they were monsters driven by chaos and destruction. Reminders weren't enough, only their strength and teamwork would see them through. Ryan then shifted his focus to the second task. The second mission, he began, is to defeat the sorcerers. These sorcerers represent the righteous faction of this world. However, let me make something very clear. He straightened, his tone growing more serious. It's not as simple as just defeating them in battle. If the opponent refuses to surrender, you may need to take more drastic measures. But he emphasized the word, you don't always have to kill them. If they're willing to yield, that's enough to count as a defeat. Keep that in mind. His reminder wasn't just a strategy, it was a precaution for the safety of everyone present. Ryan knew that fighting humans was vastly different from fighting cursed spirits. Sorcerers rely on cursed energy, a power that stems from negative emotions, fears, and malice. While it's a tool they wield, it's a dangerous double-edged sword. Cursed energy can warp a person's psyche, especially when they are pushed to its limit. In extreme cases, humans who lose themselves to their curses, or who are consumed by overwhelming emotions, can transform into cursed spirits. These beings, once human, retain their malicious energy but lose their original form, becoming mindless and deadly threats. He paused, letting his words settle in. Once someone becomes a cursed spirit, they are no longer bound by the limitations of their human form. Their strength, fueled by their hatred, grief, or rage, can rival even the strongest of sorcerers. It's a terrifying outcome, but it's a possibility we must always keep in mind when dealing with cursed energy. The group grew quiet, understanding the gravity of Ryan's warning. We must be careful, he added, that our actions do not push anyone to the brink where they lose their humanity. If that happens, the threat becomes far worse than any sorcerer we could face. He took a breath before concluding. Cursed spirits, on the other hand, are a completely different story. They're not rational. They're pure madness and destruction, and they won't stop until they're eliminated. For them, there's no other option, you must kill them. The room fell silent, the weight of his words heavy in the air. The group exchanged determined glances, each member steeling themselves for the challenges ahead. They knew the stakes, and they knew what had to be done. After finishing his explanation, Ryan addressed the group with a steady, confident tone. All right, he began, his gaze sweeping across the room. I've given you a solid understanding of this world and its intricacies. By now, you should have a decent grasp of who will pose a challenge and who can be dealt with more easily. He paused, allowing his words to settle before continuing. Compared to the last 3 worlds we've encountered, the average strength of this one is noticeably weaker. It's not just an assumption, it's a fact based on what we've seen so far. Ryan's statement wasn't without basis. The first 3 worlds they had traversed were incredibly demanding. Take the pirate world, for example, he said, his tone sharp and analytical. That world was filled with fighters who could only be described as monsters. Even the most ordinary civilians there had physical capabilities that surpassed those of other worlds. Humans there could grow to 3 meters tall as if it were nothing. And that's before you even consider the non-human races, whose physical prowess was outright absurd. He gestured for emphasis. Then there was the world of the Shinigami, where our opponents weren't even human. They were souls with supernatural abilities, fighting on a completely different level. And don't get me started on the One Punch Man world, he added with a dry chuckle. That place was crawling with bizarre creatures and overpowered heroes, all of whom surpassed human limitations by miles when they became obsessed with something. He shifted his stance, bringing the focus back to the current mission. Now, as for the world of curses and sorcerers, the one we're about to enter, it's different. On average, their strength doesn't come close to matching the powerhouses of the previous worlds. Some of the weaker sorcerers can be taken out with something as mundane as ordinary bullets. Ryan's tone turned serious as he delivered his final remarks. But don't let that fool you into becoming complacent. While the overall power level may seem lower, the strongest among them is nothing to scoff at. They're capable of incredible feats, and underestimating them would be a grave mistake. So, prepare yourselves thoroughly. His words hung in the air, a reminder of the trials they had faced and the challenges still to come. The group nodded in unison, their determination evident. They knew the risks, but they also knew they were ready to face them head on. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 257. Chapter 257 Hokages enter Jujutsu Kaisen. After absorbing all the details Ryan had laid out, the room was buzzing with excitement. The anticipation was palpable, and none more so than for Tobirama, whose enthusiasm practically radiated off him. This world is perfect, he murmured to himself, his mind already racing. Another technologically advanced world. A treasure trove of knowledge and resources awaited him, just waiting to be seized. With what he could learn and acquire here, the advancements he could bring back would revolutionize his world. The mere thought of it sent a surge of excitement through him. Ryan's voice cut through the hum of energy in the room. Standing tall, his commanding presence drew everyone's attention. Is everyone ready? He asked, his tone steady but laced with anticipation. He looked around, scanning the eager faces. If you're set, then let's move out. We leave in 24 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the conference room shimmered. Out of nowhere, a vibrant, multicolored portal materialized. Its radiant glow bathed everyone in an ethereal light, wrapping around their forms as if urging them forward. The Hokages stood transfixed by the portal, their expressions a mix of awe and determination. They all understood the significance of this moment. Crossing the threshold would mean stepping into yet another world, a world of new challenges, new enemies, and perhaps, new opportunities. By now, everyone present had been through this process at least twice, with many having ventured into 3 worlds before this one. It was no longer foreign to them. The sense of wonder remained, but the fear of the unknown had been replaced by steely resolve. Let's go. Ryan called out, taking the first step forward. His confidence was contagious, and the rest of the group followed in his wake. Excitement mingled with a touch of nervous energy as they moved in unison, stepping into the swirling colors of the portal. The moment the last of them crossed over, the connection between the chat group space and the Jujutsu Kaisen world was fully established. In an instant, 12 figures vanished from the conference room, their presence erased as if they had never been there. Meanwhile, on the other side, in a quiet corner of a sprawling metropolis within the Jujutsu Kaisen world, the vibrant portal flared to life. Its kaleidoscopic glow cut through the ordinary bustle of the city, announcing the arrival of the travelers. The air trembled with an otherworldly hum as the portal stabilized, awaiting their emergence. The stage was set. The Hokages emerged from the portal one by one, their forms illuminated by the portal's fading glow. Surprisingly, none of them immediately scanned their surroundings. Instead, they instinctively gathered together, forming a tight circle. This wasn't their first rodeo. After 3 missions in different worlds, they all knew the protocol. Upon entering a new world, there was one thing they had to prioritize above all else, claiming their ranking rewards. Yes, that was the key. The rewards from their ranking tasks were vital. Increasing their strength right at the start would make everything else from battles to exploration significantly easier. This was the moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating since the discussion in the chat group. For them, improving their abilities was paramount. The excitement was palpable as they stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a circle like warriors preparing for a sacred ritual. Their anticipation hung in the air, almost tangible. Ryan, standing at the forefront, raised his voice with authority. Assimilate rewards. In that instant, a radiant burst of multicolored light enveloped each of them. The brilliance of the light reflected in their eyes was an outward manifestation of their growing power. Ryan, as the first to claim his rewards, felt the energy surge through him. His chosen abilities materialized within him, Daikokyuden, Sukuna Hakona, and Kokyuden, a unique version of the Rinnegan. The power resonated within his core, filling him with a newfound strength. He blinked, and one of his eyes transformed, taking on a shimmering golden hue. The change was instantaneous, and a wave of understanding washed over him. These new eyes came with the ability to switch between multiple forms, each offering its unique power. Testing his newfound abilities, Ryan turned his gaze to a large boulder nearby. With a mere thought, he activated his power. The massive rock trembled before shrinking rapidly, reducing itself to the size of a pebble, smaller than a fingertip. A grin spread across his face as he activated another ability, opening a specialized spatial dimension. The space felt vast and boundless, a perfect place to store resources or stage strategic maneuvers. As the golden Rinnegan pulsed with power, Ryan couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. This was only the beginning. The journey ahead would test them, but now, armed with newfound strength, they were ready for whatever this world had in store. Once the special space opened, Ryan immediately utilized the ability of Sukuna Hakona to transfer the stone into the void. This was no ordinary storage, the space was one where time stood still. Ryan could feel its unique properties with clarity and knew that anything he placed inside could be retrieved instantly at his will. This newfound ability thrilled him. In the world of sorcerers and curses, this power held incredible potential for both combat and strategy. The possibilities ran wild in his mind as he considered the unexpected ways he could use it to his advantage. On the other side of the group, Tobirama claimed his rewards as the second-ranked participant. His prizes: the Rinnegan and a fitness booster. Without hesitation, Tobirama absorbed both into his body. The effects were immediate and profound. His physical fitness skyrocketed, and his chakra reserve surged to new heights, reminiscent of a tide lifting all boats. He could feel his strength increasing exponentially, and his sharp mind was already analyzing how best to utilize these enhancements. Then came the transformation. His eyes shifted, the iconic purple Rinnegan forming in his sockets, its concentric rings gleaming with latent power. As Tobirama activated his new abilities, he couldn't hide the smirk creeping across his face. This time, he thought, satisfaction evident in his expression, I've gotten something truly extraordinary. Meanwhile, Naruto stepped up as the third in line. His reward? Rinnegan. As the power coursed through him, Naruto felt an incredible transformation take place. It was as though his entire being had ascended to a new level. The evolution was palpable, his strength and abilities elevated in ways he hadn't anticipated. Naruto clenched his fists, testing the limits of his enhanced capabilities, and grinned broadly. The thrill of becoming stronger, of taking another step toward his ultimate goals, filled him with excitement. Each of them, one by one, was becoming a force to be reckoned with. And with these new powers, they were ready to face whatever challenges the world of sorcerers might throw their way. Meanwhile, on the other side, those who didn't make it into the top 3 were also receiving their rewards. Their prize? A significant upgrade to their physical fitness. Without hesitation, they activated the reward. There was no need for second thoughts, they all understood just how vital physical fitness was to their overall strength. Previously, they had experienced a triple enhancement. But this time, it was something even more extraordinary, a 5-fold improvement on top of the original enhancement. In other words, their physical capabilities were now 15 times stronger than before. The impact was immediate and profound. Their attack power, defensive resilience, recovery speed, and even chakra reserves expanded exponentially. It was a staggering leap in power, one that left everyone in awe. For those like Hashirama, whose physical prowess and chakra levels were already monstrous, this boost pushed them into near unbelievable territory. It was as if they had transcended the limits of human capability. For others, such as Kakashi, who had previously struggled with chakra limitations, the difference was transformative. Now, with over 10 times their original reserves and significantly enhanced physical fitness, they had surpassed what most could even dream of achieving. As they absorbed their rewards, each of them felt a powerful surge within. It wasn't just their bones or muscles, it was as though every fiber of their being was evolving. Their blood, skin, and even the marrow in their bones seemed to radiate with newfound strength. They exchanged looks, excitement lighting up their faces. This power, it's incredible. Sasuke exclaimed. We've grown stronger again. Tsunade flexing her hands and marveling at the sensation. With their enhancements complete, satisfaction was evident in every expression. Confidence radiated from the group, they knew they were now far better equipped to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Ryan stepped forward, his voice cutting through their reverie. Is everyone ready? A chorus of affirmations followed. Good, Ryan said, a determined gleam in his eyes. Then let's go. Excitement flickered in everyone's gaze as they prepared for their next step. Sasuke voiced the question that was on everyone's mind. Who are we going after first? The air buzzed with anticipation as the team rallied, ready to face whatever awaited them in this new world. Dash. Get exclusive access to 40 chapters ahead and bonus content from 3 additional fanfictions only on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 258, Chapter 258 Hunt for Cursed Spirits. After hearing everyone's inquiries, Ryan paused for a moment, his mind weighing the best course of action. Finally, he spoke up, his voice steady and confident. Of course, we'll target the cursed spirits first. The others nodded in agreement almost instinctively. Ryan's decision was, without a doubt, the most logical. These so-called cursed spirits weren't just enemies, they were embodiments of pure evil. Their malice toward humans was unmistakable, and each one exuded an overwhelming aura of hostility. They were a formidable force, without question. Naturally, they had to be eliminated first. But that wasn't the primary reason behind Ryan's choice. The real reason was far more strategic. When fighting these cursed spirits, the sorcerers, those humans who wielded cursed energy, would likely stay out of the way or worse, think they were helping. They might even offer assistance, mistakenly believing they were contributing to the battle. However, if the sorcerers were engaged first, the cursed spirits would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike from the shadows, possibly even launching a sneak attack. Such a scenario could spell disaster for everyone, especially for those who were weaker. The weaker Hokages would be especially vulnerable, and any surprise attack could lead to injuries or worse. It was a risk they couldn't afford to take. Therefore, Ryan's plan was simple: focus on the cursed spirits first, neutralize them, and then deal with the sorcerers afterward. Once everyone understood the reasoning behind Ryan's decision, they immediately set off. They moved swiftly, circling the outskirts of the city, their eyes sharp and alert. They had reached the city's edge, and it was time to follow their usual procedure. As per the old strategy, the 12 Hokages would divide into groups of 3, 4 groups in total, to conduct a thorough search. However, this time, the situation was far from the same as before. The stakes were higher, the risks greater, and the enemies more unpredictable. The last time they were in the world of One Punch Man, most of the heroes from the Hero Society and the various strange monsters and aliens were concentrated near the spaceship. There was no need to search the entire area, everyone simply gathered at the location, ready to fight. But this time, things were different. It didn't matter whether they were dealing with cursed spirits or sorcerers. These enemies were scattered across every corner of the city. Finding them wouldn't be as simple or quick as before. Unlike the previous situation, where the forces were concentrated, now it would take time to track them down. In the case of the 4 groups, it was relatively easier to locate them, so the team remained scattered, each group searching their assigned areas. Ryan's side remained intact, with 2 Tsunades still by his side. It was clear that this pairing was destined, as both the Road to Ninja Tsunade and the 5th Hokage Tsunade stood firm beside him, ready for action. The rest of the group was divided into smaller teams, some in pairs, others in threes. Each set off in different directions, fanning out to search various neighborhoods and streets for traces of the cursed spirits. For the average person in this world, it was impossible to see these so-called cursed spirits without special powers. Even if one were killed by them, it would remain unclear who or what was responsible. However, for the Hokages, the situation was entirely different. Each of them had developed unique abilities, whether it was the Sharingan, Rinnegan, or other special means to sense, allowing them to easily spot the cursed spirits that were hidden from others. To them, these spirits were hardly a mystery and certainly not a threat capable of sneaking up on them. Additionally, the detection range of each of their Dojutsu and sensing abilities was impressively vast. The aura of these monsters could be sensed from an extraordinary distance. This made tracking them significantly easier. At this moment, Kakashi's group was on the move. The team consisted of the 6th Hokage, Kakashi, along with Naruto and Sasuke. These three formed a sort of mini 7th class, with their combination of strength and experience making them a powerful trio. In terms of age, they also mirrored the dynamics of the original 7th class, and their bond was genuine and authentic formation of powerful shinobi. When it came to raw strength, the members of Kakashi's group were probably the most average in the entire group. Other groups, like Ryan's, were on a different level. Ryan himself was incredibly powerful, while the two Tsunades could be considered the weakest of them all. But Kakashi's group was different. As the 6th Hokage, Kakashi had undergone numerous enhancements. Whether it was his formidable devil fruit powers or his other abilities, his strength was not to be underestimated. Then there was Naruto. Though he had lost the power of the 6 paths, he had gained new abilities through the chat group. Most recently, he had acquired the Rinnegan, a formidable weapon in itself. His strength was still impressive. Sasuke, too, was incredibly strong. While he hadn't received as many rewards, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the ones he had already gained were more than enough to make him a formidable force in his own right. As a trio, they had no reason to fear anyone. No one was concerned about encountering an opponent too powerful for them to handle. At that moment, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, while Naruto summoned his Rinnegan. The two stood by the street, scanning their surroundings. Not long after, Sasuke pointed in a direction. Looks like it's over there, he said, his eyes narrowing as he observed a seemingly empty spot. Naruto, slightly puzzled, tilted his head. Is it underground? After a moment of thought, Kakashi turned to the others and spoke. If I'm not mistaken, the place where he appeared should be in the subway. He glanced around, considering the situation. It's a modern world, after all. There's an under-railroad here. The other two Hokages, Naruto and Sasuke, seemed intrigued. They had never seen a subway before, and the idea of encountering one while on their mission to destroy Cursed Spirit was a rare treat. The opportunity to experience something new while hunting down their enemy felt like killing two birds with one stone. Without wasting time, the trio moved quickly, heading towards the subway they had identified. As soon as they entered, they could feel it, the unmistakable aura of pure malice in the air. The three exchanged glances, their faces serious. That's definitely the place, Sasuke said, his voice tinged with uncertainty. I just don't know how strong they are. Kakashi nodded, his expression thoughtful. Ryan should have briefed us earlier. These cursed spirits aren't all the same. Some are classified as level 2, others as level 1, and some are even considered super level. He paused for a moment before continuing. Given the intensity of the malice here, this one doesn't seem particularly powerful. If it were, the other beings in this world would be far too weak. Kakashi wasn't belittling their foes, rather, he was making a practical assessment based on their past encounters. The cursed spirits they had faced so far hadn't given him the sense of danger he'd expect from a truly formidable opponent. At that moment, all three entered the subway, blending in with a few passengers who didn't seem to notice anything amiss. But the Hokages could see it right away. On the body of a nearby passenger, there was a massive creature perched, its form resembling a monstrous insect inside a womb. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 259, Chapter 259 Malice. What kind of creature was this? The monstrous insect within the womb was far from ordinary. Its size had been grotesquely enlarged, now slightly larger than a human. Its body was writhing and malformed, with limbs twisted into several pairs of jagged, razor-sharp arms. Its mouth, swollen and misshapen, was lined with jagged teeth, blood still dripping from them in a grotesque display. The creature exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence, its very existence radiating pure evil. The sight of it encased within the protective membrane of the womb was enough to make all three Hokages recoil in disgust. Naruto grimaced, his voice thick with revulsion. What the hell is that thing? He clenched his fists, fury building in his chest. No wonder people hate it so much. We need to destroy it quickly. Sasuke, his eyes narrowing in disgust, added with quiet determination, the worst part is that it's attacking humans. A creature like that doesn't deserve to live. Kakashi's expression remained stoic, but his tone was sharp as he assessed the situation. Humph, I knew it. He glanced between Naruto and Sasuke, already calculating their options. We don't all need to take the shot. One of us will be enough to deal with it. The three Hokages exchanged brief, silent nods before coming to a decision. A quick round of finger guessing determined who would take the lead. In the end, it was Kakashi who stepped forward. As Kakashi made his move, the cursed spirit immediately sensed his presence. It had been on a rampage, attacking humans indiscriminately, but now it froze. Its closed eyes turned toward the new threat, instinctively recognizing something far more dangerous looming before it. Kakashi's aura was unmistakable, powerful and lethal. The creature's primitive instincts kicked in, and without hesitation, it acted in malice. Its brain, ruled by a singular impulse, urged it to attack. With a snarl, the monster tore its own protective embryo, bared its teeth, and charged toward Kakashi. Kakashi remained unfazed, his body moving with practiced ease. In a flash, his arm transformed into blue flames, crackling with raw energy. Arcs of thunder and lightning crackled through the air, screaming like a chorus of birdsong. It was the phoenix fruit, perfectly fused with his new Rigorian ability Kakashi had recently acquired. The combination was devastating. The lightning, wild and untamed, would have burned him alive, but the phoenix's regenerative power kept the damage to a minimum. Meanwhile, the violent fire surged with brutal force, ready to tear apart anything in its path. Kakashi moved at lightning speed, the cursed spirit unable to react in time. In an instant, the creature was pierced, frozen through by the electrical surge. The lightning spread like wildfire across its body, scorching it black from head to toe. With a final violent jolt, the cursed spirit quivered, its form disintegrating into a pile of ash. It was gone, obliterated in an instant. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged impressed glances, their voices full of admiration. As expected of Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, his tone full of awe. Yeah, that's incredible, Sasuke added, eyes wide. You developed such a powerful jutsu in such a short time? That's seriously impressive. Both spoke with genuine respect. Despite their strength and experience, they couldn't help but be amazed by Kakashi's raw power. Not only was it devastating, but it was also a perfect balance of offense and defense, designed to protect him as much as destroy his enemies. However, a sense of caution lingered. The creature had been no match for them. It had been like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito. With the monster dealt with, Kakashi's eyes narrowed, sensing the area around them. There shouldn't be anything else nearby, he said, his voice steady. Let's move on and find the next one. Naruto, eager for the next challenge, grinned. Right, let's go. Naruto and the others quickly set off, moving swiftly to address any threats they encountered along the way. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hashirama, Uchiha and Tobirama formed their trio, employing the same search method as Naruto and his group. It wasn't long before they arrived at a building, a strange, pungent odor filling the air. Judging by this purple black aura, Uchiha observed, his eyes narrowing, this should be the domain they mentioned. Hashirama nodded in agreement. Yes, it seems likely. The composition is different, but the effect is the same. Madara continued, when we used the space-time ninjutsu or seals, space was bound by chakra. But from the feel of it, they're using different forces to create this. The methods differ, but the principles are essentially the same. After hearing their assessment, the three agreed to approach the building. They had no intention of letting this monster remain unchecked, though they weren't sure how strong it might be. Still, based on their instincts, they felt confident it wouldn't be too much trouble. The purple-black space, though massive, seemed impenetrable. The trio could sense the difficulty in crossing between the inside and outside. It felt almost impossible. Moving swiftly, the three of them reached the space in no time. Tobirama, always the fastest, was the first to arrive, standing just outside the barrier. Once the others caught up, he spoke. It's no use, he said, frustration in his voice. I tried several methods, but I couldn't breach it. Once this space is closed off, there's no way to see inside. After hearing Tobirama's words, the other two fell silent for a moment, each lost in thought. Looks like we'll have to wait, Hashirama finally said, breaking the silence. It doesn't matter who's inside. If the battle with the monster goes poorly, then it's just bad luck for him. But if he succeeds, then he might save his own life. His tone was thoughtful, though there was an underlying tension. They had only just arrived, and the details about the enemy remained unclear. What if the monster contained within was extraordinarily powerful? None of them could afford to rush in without a plan. If they underestimated their opponent, it would surely backfire. So, they decided to remain patient and approach the situation with caution. The three of them waited in silence, watching as the purple-black barrier slowly began to dissipate, melting away like ice under the warmth of the sun. Eventually, it vanished entirely. Seeing this, the three exchanged looks, and Hashirama spoke first, a relieved smile creeping onto his face. This works out perfectly. It doesn't matter who or what the other party is now. We can go in and handle it. With that, the trio stepped forward, entering the building together. The ominous purple black barrier had faded, but as they crossed the threshold, they realized it hadn't been anything particularly alarming. The structure was ordinary marble floors, concrete walls, and several pillars in the center. It seemed almost mundane. However, their vigilance was far from gone. As one, the three activated their special eyes, whether the Sharingan, Rinnegan, or a combination of both. Each of them was on high alert, determined to stay cautious. The threat ahead was still unknown, and they would not let their guard down. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 260. Chapter 260 Evil Waits. The three Hokages walked cautiously, their steps echoing in the eerie silence of the corridor. At first glance, nothing seemed unusual. The walls, the floor, and even the surrounding pillars appeared mundane. Yet Tobirama's expression grew increasingly grave as they ventured deeper. Have you noticed something? Tobirama's voice cut through the quiet, sharp, and serious. There's no visible trace of anything out of the ordinary, but look closely. He gestured subtly to their surroundings. The walls, the ground, even the pillars, they're all tainted with an evil energy. It's not something you can see with the naked eye. You need the Sharingan to detect it. Hashirama and Madara exchanged a glance before following Tobirama's lead. They activated their Sharingan, scrutinizing the area with a newfound wariness. After a moment, both nodded in agreement. As expected of you, brother, Hashirama said, his tone both impressed and uneasy. Your sensing skills are as sharp as ever. The other party is definitely hiding something. No traces, no signs, yet their energy lingers. But why? Have they deliberately left their energy behind? Where could they be hiding? They pressed on, the tension in the air growing heavier with each step. According to their calculations, they were now in the center of the formation. This should have been the heart of the disturbance, the place where the monster or its victims were located. Yet nothing was out of place. It was too quiet eerily so. Madara finally broke the silence, his voice laced with suspicion. You don't suppose the thing ran off? We came in from this direction, but there's no guarantee it didn't escape through another route. That would explain why it's so peaceful here. Hashirama frowned, considering the possibility. You might be right. But before he could finish, a sudden burst of movement shattered the calm. A whirlwind-like force surged out of nowhere, barreling straight toward them. Hashirama barely had time to react as it struck him square in the chest. Boom. The impact sent him flying backward, his body slamming into the wall with a resounding crash. Dust and debris rained down as he slid to the ground, coughing but still conscious. Hashirama. Tobirama's voice was sharp with alarm as he rushed to his brother's side, his senses on high alert. Madara stepped forward, his Sharingan glowing ominously as he scanned their surroundings. His voice was cold, resolute. It's here. And it's not running anymore. Tobirama and Uchiha Madara both froze, their eyes widening in shock at the scene before them. What? They both exclaimed in unison, their voices thick with disbelief. At that moment, the area around them remained eerily still, as if nothing had changed. But Hashirama, lying on the ground, had a gaping wound in the center of his chest. The scar was deep and grotesque, resembling the marks left by a pair of massive claws tearing through his flesh. Yet, despite the severity of the injury, Hashirama displayed no sign of pain or distress. His body was already in the process of healing rapidly. Within less than 3 seconds, the wound closed completely, leaving no trace of the damage. His chest was as good as new, though his torn clothes were a clear reminder of the battle's intensity. The speed at which his body healed was a testament to the sheer strength of his physical prowess. Brother, are you okay? Tobirama asked, his voice laced with concern as he knelt by his sibling's side. Hashirama simply nodded, his expression calm. This level of injury? It's nothing at all. His words were not boastful. He wasn't exaggerating. Hashirama possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability that allowed him to recover from physical injuries at an astonishing rate. After 2 rounds of physical enhancement, his body had become a near-invincible force. Even if the injury had been more severe, he would have bounced back in moments. Madara, his old rival, watched in silence, his gaze keen and understanding. He had fought alongside Hashirama long enough to know the depths of his resilience. There was no need for further questioning. The attack was too sudden. Madara finally spoke, his voice laced with a hint of unease. The movements of our opponent are unlike anything I've ever encountered. It's not human. I've seen its appearance, but it's something beyond comprehension. It's not alive in the way we know. The tension in the air grew thicker as the realization sank in. This wasn't a battle against a ninja or a creature bound by life. Their opponent was a cursed spirit, long beyond caring about its survival, a thing that had nothing to lose. We need to be careful, Madara added, his eyes narrowing as he surveyed their surroundings, a flicker of wariness in his gaze. This is not going to be like any fight we've faced before. It's already dead, and that makes it far more dangerous than anything alive. It's driven by instinct and malice now. After hearing Uchiha Madara's question, Tobirama couldn't help but voice his thoughts. You're right, he began, his brow furrowed. Just now, I couldn't fully understand what happened. It moved too quickly. He paused, clearly trying to recall the details. I saw the creature. It seemed to have 7 or 8 eyes on its head. What the hell was the thing? Hashirama chuckled, his voice light. Isn't that normal? He replied, a teasing tone creeping into his words. You've been fighting humans for so long, you've probably forgotten that not everything we fight is human. He shook his head in amusement. This is a cursed spirit, Tobirama. A pure monster. If it has 7 or 8 eyes, it's just part of the deal. There's no need to make a big fuss over it. Tobirama stood there for a moment, stunned before a sheepish smile tugged at his lips. You're right, he admitted, laughing at himself. I suppose I've been in the lab too long. My thinking's become a bit rigid. He took a deep breath and shook his head. This thing is a cursed spirit, no doubt about it. It doesn't need to look like us. He glanced around, a slight frown crossing his face. It's just unfortunate that we're in its domain. I don't know where it's gone, but next time, it'll definitely strike again. We all need to stay on guard. Hashirama smiled at his younger brother's words, clearly amused. Tobirama, you underestimate me too much, he said with a smirk. You think that creature was the only one to attack me? Did you forget that I made my move the moment it tried? His voice grew more serious as he continued. When it attacked, I used my wood style on it instantly. I can still feel my chakra in the air. Tobirama and Madara both exhaled in relief, and the tension seemed to lift from the group. Then, a shared laugh filled the air. You're something else, Hashirama, Madara said, his tone both fond and impressed. I knew you could handle that thing. Tobirama nodded, a rare grin spreading across his face. Always the first to act. As expected of you, big brother. Hashirama laughed, clearly enjoying the moment. It's all in a day's work. Hashirama turned toward the two of them, his expression hardening with resolve. Since this bastard decided to sneak up on me, he declared, voice low and determined, I will not let him escape. You two stay back. This one's mine. With a confident flick of his wrist, Hashirama clapped his hands together. Sage mode activated. Instantly, black eye shadow spread around his eye sockets, and a dark pattern materialized in the center of his forehead. The very air around him seemed to shift as his aura expanded, brimming with raw power. He had complete mastery over the natural energy in the environment around him, sensing everything with acute precision. Hashirama closed his eyes slightly, allowing his senses to sharpen. The atmosphere felt charged. There, in the distance, a faint but unmistakable presence someone, or rather, something, was preparing to strike again. The creature had been using the vents between the floors to move unnoticed, aiming to launch another surprise attack. But Hashirama wasn't caught off guard this time. A confident smile curved his lips. How dare you sneak up on me, he muttered under his breath. Let me show you what true strength looks like. In a single motion, Hashirama slammed his hands together again. The earth beneath their feet trembled, and with an explosive burst of energy, wood style chakra erupted from the ground, flooding the space around them. Boom, boom, boom. Massive tree branches shot up from the floor above, extending outward with wild abandon. The entire steel structure morphed into a primal jungle in an instant, steel beams entwined with living wood, the walls overtaken by nature's ferocity. The monster, unable to withstand the crushing pressure, let out a guttural screech as it was forced to plummet from above, crashing down into view. For the first time, the creature's true form was fully revealed to the three of them. It was humanoid in shape, but everything about it was grotesque. The most striking feature was its face, a gigantic, bloody mouth that stretched across its head, flanked by 8 eyes, each gleaming with malice. Its hands were like jagged claws, now drenched in blood. As the trio stared at the cursed spirit, a shared understanding passed between them. This was no ordinary foe. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani. Chapter 261. Chapter 261 Countering Global Warming. The cursed spirit's primary weapon was undoubtedly its claws. It had used them moments ago in an attempt to launch a surprise attack on Hashirama. But the reason the monster was now unable to escape lay in Hashirama's skillful use of wood-style ninjutsu. During the cursed spirit's earlier assault, Hashirama had discreetly planted the seeds of his wood style on it. Now, with the infusion of his chakra, those seeds had sprouted and begun growing at an incredible rate. In mere moments, a massive tree had erupted from the cursed spirit's body, anchoring it firmly to the ground. The monster had no way of knowing that its own body would serve as the nourishment for these trees. Struggling under the weight of the towering growths, it collapsed awkwardly, unable to maintain its balance. Haha. I knew it. This guy didn't stand a chance. Hashirama said with a triumphant grin as he approached the trapped cursed spirit. Brother. Be careful. Tobirama called out urgently from behind him. That thing might still try to attack. Just as the words left Tobirama's mouth, the cursed spirit let out a deafening roar and exploded with violent energy. A sudden strike shot toward Hashirama with terrifying speed, aiming directly at two critical points: his heart and head. The impact was devastating. Such a precise and powerful attack would have meant instant death for any ordinary person. But as the dust settled, Hashirama's figure remained unmoved. His body didn't fall instead, it transformed into a block of wood. A wood clone. Tobirama murmured in astonishment, watching as the wood-style clone began to grow and expand, its branches twisting and wrapping around the struggling cursed spirit. Hashirama stepped out from the shadows, his real body unharmed. With a calm and commanding presence, he channeled his chakra into the rapidly growing tree. The branches now not only restrained the cursed spirit but also began draining its energy, its chakra, and even its very life force. The once powerful spirit, with its huge physique, started to wither before their eyes. Its body, once brimming with strength, shriveled and collapsed in on itself, resembling a desiccated husk. In the end, the cursed spirit crumbled into ashes, scattered by the wind. Hashirama stood tall, his expression steady as he surveyed the aftermath. And that's why you don't underestimate the power of nature, he said, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. Is this thing dead? Hashirama asked, his tone laced with disbelief as he surveyed the aftermath. He truly hadn't expected it to go this way. The cursed spirit had been so careless. With just a casual flick of his hand, it had been defeated. Seriously, he muttered, disappointed. I didn't even put in any real effort, and it's already done for? I haven't even warmed up yet. Tobirama let out a sigh, shaking his head at the anticlimactic conclusion. Brother, how strong do you think you are? Don't you realize this is exactly what happens when you fight anything less than a god? Exactly. Tobirama continued, exasperated. An ordinary cursed spirit doesn't stand a chance against you. Honestly, it'd be strange if you didn't one-shot something like this. Hashirama froze for a moment, processing his brother's words, before bursting into laughter. Haha. You're right. Maybe this is just my curse for being too strong, he joked, scratching the back of his head. Still, that wasn't fun at all. Now that this is settled, let's move on, he said, turning to leave without a second thought. Madara, who had been silently observing, shrugged and followed, his cloak swishing as he walked. Tobirama left standing in the middle of the chaos, stared after the two with a mix of frustration and disbelief. You two, he called out, gesturing toward the remains of the battlefield. The entire area has been turned into a forest. Are we just going to leave it like this? Hashirama paused, looking over his shoulder with a bemused expression. Why are you panicking? Think of it as an act of public service. We've improved the environment, greening the world, you know. Greening. Tobirama echoed, incredulous. Yet, consider it a gift, Hashirama added cheerfully. We created a lush, virgin forest for them. Who wouldn't be thrilled by something like this? With that, he waved dismissively and strolled off, leaving Tobirama standing there, muttering under his breath. A gift, hey? If only they could return it. Madara smirked slightly as the trio moved on, the gift of an unplanned forest behind them, and the lingering chaos ahead. On the far side of the city, Ryan led the two of them through the quiet streets with an air of ease. His movements were relaxed, almost leisurely, while the two Tsunades following him were anything but. They voiced their frustrations one after another. We've been walking for so long. Why haven't we run into any decent enemies yet? It's so boring. Their complaints hung in the air, and Ryan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Patience, he said, glancing back at them with a calm smile. I'm pretty sure some monsters will come knocking on our door soon enough. His words carried a peculiar sense of certainty, and the expression on his face was enigmatic, as though he knew more than he let on. Unbeknownst to the trio below, atop a distant rooftop, a cursed spirit silently observed their every movement. Perched like a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike, the creature exuded an aura of malice, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. Its grotesque face was marked by wide, disfigured mouth, the corners stretched into an unnatural grin that revealed sharp, jagged teeth. A single, unblinking eye glowed with a malevolent intensity, its gaze fixed unrelentingly on the three figures below. Tattered remnants of what might have once been clothing flapped in the wind, a testament to the spirit's long and dark existence. This was no ordinary curse, it was a special grade cursed spirit, born from the collective fear of humanity. Konoha, a cursed legend born from the fear of a woman's disfigurement, had become an urban myth that had plagued generations. It was said that her mutilated face, hidden behind a mask, would be revealed to unsuspecting victims, who would be asked, "Am I beautiful?" No matter how they answered, the result was always the same: death. This particular cursed spirit had been molded from that collective fear fueled by the terrifying stories passed down through generations. The mere thought of her would strike terror into the hearts of those who had heard the tales. Unlike the mindless curses that roamed freely, this one was different. It had intelligence, a cunning mind capable of manipulation. It was not a random manifestation, but a pure embodiment of human fear. A predator lying in wait for its next victim. It crouched on the rooftop, the twisted remnants of its body shifting with subtle malice as a dark plan began to form in its mind. Its eye glinted with cunning as it prepared for the strike. The Tsunade's boredom would soon be shattered. Ryan turned to the two Tsunades with a calm yet commanding tone. Hold on a moment. I want to test my new ability. Once I'm done, you can take action. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, and his eyes transformed into a pair of radiant Kokugan. At the same time, the sacred tree of the Tsutsuki clan began to stir, its dormant power awakening under his command. Ryan's goal was simple, to experiment with his newly acquired abilities. He wanted to see if he could shrink the cursed spirit before them to a minuscule size and then absorb it into his personal Daikokyuden space. While it was commonly believed that living cursed spirits couldn't be stored in such a space or shrunk directly, the cursed spirit standing opposite him didn't seem entirely biological. It was a construct of human fear and negative energy being of curses rather than flesh and blood. Using his Kokugan on the target, Ryan activated his power. In an instant, the massive, menacing form of the cursed spirit began to shrink. Its hulking body dwindled rapidly, the grotesque features of its disfigured face distorting further as it became smaller and smaller. Within moments, it was no larger than a speck of dust, smaller than an ant. If one didn't look closely, it would be impossible to see. Without hesitation, Ryan activated Daikokyuden, absorbing the shrunken cursed spirit into his personal space. And just like that, a special grade cursed spirit was defeated effortlessly. To anyone watching, it was nothing short of an instant kill. Tsunade, however, wasn't impressed. She crossed her arms, a deep frown forming as she glared at Ryan. Really, she huffed, irritation clear in her voice. I wanted to study that cursed spirit to see how it compares to chakra beasts like the tailed beasts. And you just she threw her hands up in exasperation. Ryan turned to her with an amused smirk, clearly unbothered by her complaint. Dash. You can read 40 chapters ahead and get exclusive access to more content on Patreon.com/Mariani.